Chapter 1 Rebirth. Brother. Ruan Yu violently opened her eyes and sat up from the bed, panting heavily. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her body still had some trembling. Suddenly realized something, looked around. Not the laboratory. Is her room? Then reached out and pinched heavily on her arm. The sharp pain reminded her that this was not a dream. She had been rescued by her brother? Ding! Hearing the sound, Ruan Yu's eyes moved along. Cell phone? Hesitating for a moment, Ruan Yu picked up her cell phone and scratched it. July 7th, 3020, 11 o'clock in the morning exactly. Isn't this the day before the end of the world? That meant she was reborn. Reborn the day before the end times. The first half of the day to be exact. Ruan Yu was a little bit thankful that she was at least given a chance to reboot. Walking over to the sink and washing her face with water, she looked at her white face, still in a bit of disbelief that she was really back. Ding bell. It was Su Yanji's phone call. Ruan Yu hesitated for a moment but still answered it. Hey, what took Ruan Yu so long to answer the phone? Is my villa set up yet? Whose villa? Ruan Yu sneered in her heart. I'm going to bring people over there today to have fun. If it doesn't satisfy me, get out and stay out of my sight. Ruan Yu smiled to herself. Just how stupid was she back then? Su Yanji's birthday party was to be held at her villa, and all the expenses were borne by her, and the venue setup was all organized by her own hands, yet she had to depend on his mood to even qualify to attend. Okay, it might be a little late. Why don't you come over at 8 o'clock in the evening, and absolutely make all of you happy? It better be. The phone hung up after saying that. Without thinking that much, Ruan Yu first took a knife and poked a bit of skin, dripping a drop of blood on top of the ring on her index finger. In her last life, this ring was given to Bai Cha at her birthday party in the evening, after being asked over by Su Xinhua. It was only later when she was about to die that Bai Cha told her that this ring was actually a space ring. It is no wonder that White Tea will repeatedly ask for it. To go over the night she awakened spatial ability. Other people awakening are similar to the symptoms of fever. Time varies, only White Tea awakening did not. And White Tea later awakened fire ability. A person awakened twice ability is not the fate of the heroine is what? Seemingly sensing something, the ring turned into a wreath of flowers that wrapped around her finger. And then Ruan Yu's entire body suddenly disappeared. Ruan Yu was confused for a moment. Space can enter people? But she remembers that White Tea's space seems to only be able to put things in. And the current space has mountains, water, a small farmyard, and a piece of land. Except for the fact that there are no people. It was too late to explore. Ruan Yu immediately went out of the space and tried to access things with her mind. And it worked. Time was running out. Ruan Yu immediately ran to the basement, which was full of rice, flour, food and oil, and many snacks, enough for several people to eat for 3 months. These were all bought by Bai Cha, who had asked Su Yanji to buy them, but in the end it was himself who moved them in bit by bit and painstakingly. From the space, to the supplies to the rescue vehicle afterward, to the group. Bai Cha seemed to be able to predict something every time. Was she also like herself, or was she from another world? It was too late to hesitate. Ruan Yu immediately received these things into the space, and also carefully checked to make sure there were no leaks. And then the kitchen, the refrigerator, and a small cold storage. No matter if the space can keep fresh. First put it in. For 2 whole hours, Ruan Yu received all the things in the villa that she could into her space, except for the wine in the hall, and some of the things on the plate. If all these things were taken away, she thought Su Yanji might turn around and leave. Since Bai Cha wanted the villa and the supplies, let's leave an empty one for them, and consider it her first gift for coming back. The last life is also in this evening. The end of the world. 12 o'clock a black rain, and then the next morning on the street is everywhere zombies. And Su Yanji and Bai Cha is with the basement supplies and their own together go almost half a month, before they began to go out to look for supplies, and also every day to drive themselves out to spy on the news. And it was at this time that she awakened her healing ability, starting her life as an all-around nanny, first saving Bai Cha and helping her feel the fire ability, and then following them to team up to fight the zombies. When she was drained of her last ounce of value, she was sent to the experimental table by Su Yanji and Bai Cha, and finally ended her ridiculous life after half a month of torture. At that time, she realized that she was nothing more than a Madonna in a post-apocalyptic text. Mom and Dad died early. At the age of 13, when her brother was 18 years old, died in a car accident, leaving her and her brother Ruan Yen dependent on each other. Good thing Mom and Dad opened a company before they were born, leaving a large fortune. So in the case of food and clothing, she also tried her best not to bother her brother. Mom and Dad were busy with the company, and her brother was busy with his studies and dreams, and for a while she thought that her brother disliked her. So under a few encouraging words from Su Yanji, she rushed up to pay for him, until she was sent to the lab bench by Su Yanji and Bai Cha. She later realized that her brother had been looking for her, but the news was wiped out by both men and women. and it wasn't until she was on her deathbed that she saw her brother rush into the lab. It was a pity that she would never see it again. Come to think of it, at that time, only Su Yinji's attention to herself, inadvertently revealing her appreciation and liking for herself, making her feel that this is love, and then defying all odds to pay for it, while Su Yinji also did not reject or accept, and hinted at herself with all kinds of words, to the back. Even if Su Yinji scolded her, she would think, why he only scolded me and not others? It must be because he likes me. While her brother was on a mission most of the time, by the time he realized something was wrong, he had already successfully brainwashed himself. In the past 2 hours since she'd returned, she'd realized that it was as if she didn't have that layer of bondage on her anymore. This was good. Tonight was the time when the end times would begin, and this villa would be a gift to Su Yinji. In addition to the wine in the living room, even the mattress in the room was taken away from her, the generator and all, as a last birthday gift. After packing up, Ruan Yu hummed and drove out. She was going back to the villa she lived in with her brother to put away everything there. There were still quite a few cold weapons in there from her brother's collection. By the way, it was also a good idea to step on the spot, so it would be easy to buy things when the time came. The necessary gasoline and diesel fuel, food, clothes, and transportation in the post-apocalyptic world. All of these can be purchased with 0 yuan. The only thing she needs to stock up on is cooked hot food. It just so happens that she took out an ice cream from the space and looked at it, the same as before she put it in, no change at all, and took out the hot water she put in before, still the same, no change. Ruan Yu nodded her head in satisfaction. Sure enough, although the flow of time in the space was the same as outside, the things that were put in it were like being in a static space. It is just convenient to store cooked food, fruit snacks, barbecue spicy hot, ice cream. These food cannot be less. There are medicines, gasoline and diesel, clothes, bedding, generators, electrical appliances can be collected, cannot be spared. Passing several fruit vendors, Ruan Yu stopped the car. Grandpa, how do you sell watermelons? $1.50 a caddy. If you buy more you can get it cheaper. Soft Jade looked at the cart of watermelons, thought for a moment and said, I want all of it. Can you send it to my house? All of it? Beauty. We don't like to waste. The boss still can't believe it. The sun is poisonous at this point. Not many people come out to buy watermelons. Don't worry about that, boss. Then I'll give you $1 a caddy. You wait for me to clean up the table. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the boss collected it and followed Ruan Yu's car on the road. Seeing the car drive into the villa area, the boss was still a bit excited. This is the first time in my life that my old Li has entered such an expensive place. Ruan Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Just opened the door to the living room first. You put it in the living room for me. I'll clean it up myself. Okay. First time selling so fast. The boss was energized. It didn't take long to move it all in. After roughly estimating, Ruan Yu handed the boss $1,000. The boss was so scared that he quickly waved his hand. I don't need that much. You first receive. You see, your home there is no fruit and so on. All send me over. Or no, people can also. The rest is your phone bill. Ruan Yu 1 year is also often in this type of vendors to buy things. Most vendors actually know all have their own channels, their own slowly find. It is better to spend a little more money. It was almost 3 o'clock, and he didn't know how long he would have to look for to buy so many. This way, the boss took the money with skepticism and thought for a moment. There are only a few sell peaches, grapes, apples, bananas and these. Do you think it's okay? Alright, just send it over. I have a cold storage on my side to preserve it. Don't worry about preservation. That's fine. Then I'll go contact them first. Ruan Yu wrote a sticky note to him. This is my phone number. Just call when you send it over. Chapter 2, Stocking Up. After solving the fruit problem, Ruan Yu immediately opened her cell phone to order takeout, and didn't look at any ratings, but grabbed it anyway, closing the door and putting away the watermelon. Then took out a large box and wrote takeout storage. Then went into the house and started to collect the things in the house. All the rooms are basically just walls and bedboards, and of course the curtains pulled tightly. Ordered 2 hours of takeout. 6 o'clock when basically all arrived. Watermelon stall boss also brought 5 vendors boss over. Peaches, grapes, plums, bananas, apples and whatnot all brought several hundred pounds. Ruan Yu is very satisfied. Are collected into the space. Ruan Yu drove out. Before leaving the garage, brothers 3 cars, plus a luxury version of the caravan are collected into the space. At this time of the day, the snack street was bustling with activity. Hand cakes, fried potatoes and so on, as well as cold noodles, first dozens of copies, and then put into the car. Good thing she drove out of the car is anti-peep glass. Put into the space and then change the place to continue. After a circle and then back to buy. Just so turn around twice to change a place. The food market has not yet gone. Green vegetables and potatoes, etc. First buy a car, drive around and go back. But also do not forget to buy a few bags of seeds. repeated several times after the go to fill up the gas, and then drove back to the previous purchase of the high-grade apartments. At that time, my brother happened to be on vacation, so the main door and all these are my brother is responsible for the decoration. The windows with the best bulletproof glass. The main door is also the best anti-theft door, heaven and earth locks. My brother also added an anti-theft chain strip, and for security reasons, a 2-family unit building. My brother directly to the top of the 23rd floor 24th floor are bought. Decoration configuration are the same. Now live there just right. The villa area is less crowded. But the half-month in the villa area in her last life told her that the most frightening thing about the end of the world is the people. Otherwise, she hoarded 3 months of supplies, less than half a month left little. In addition to the white tea from time to time, is to be robbed. Of course, there is white tea to get the space to hide most of it. After returning home just after 8 o'clock, Su Yanji's phone call came. As soon as the phone was connected, an exasperated tone came over. Ruan Yu, is this the place you set up? Where's the cake? Where's the snack barbecue feast? Aside from wine, are you unable to think of anything else? Listening to Su Yanji's fiery words, there was also Bai Cha's soft voice whispering comforting words from the side. Ruan Yu's heart laughed for a while. Her things are not so good to take right now, but still, she had to let Su Yanji Bai Cha stay for a while longer before she could do so. K.K. I don't think it's too good. Recustomized at 10 million may be too urgent. The pastry chef said it will be around 11 before it arrives. I'm still watching him do it? I'm sorry, Yanji. It's hard for you to wait for a while. Ruan Yu sneered, but still went along with him as before. Then Ayu, but you must come. Bai Cha's delicate and crispy voice came through the cell phone. If she was before, she would have been very angry and immediately drove over there. But now he couldn't wait for the few of them to be delayed a little bit more over there. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there for Yanji's birthday. After saying that, Ruan Yu hung up the phone and continued to order takeout. Using her mind to look at the things in the space, they were all organized into categories and neatly yards. Ruan Yu nodded with satisfaction, then immediately looked down at her phone and ordered takeout first. It's 8:30 now. Order all the stores within 2 hours of delivery. Supermarket fruit stores are too lazy to go. It's better to order takeout and call an errand boy. Hurry up and place the order. Find a few more people. Anyway, the money will be useless after that. The balance on his own card looks at Ruan Yu in size. Parents died in a car accident, and then it was her and her brother together. Her brother and she are not very good at taking care of the company, so they sold most of their shares, and then only take the dividends. Plus her brother invested in several companies, and every year they do not do anything but also have a lot of dividends. If it wasn't for the fact that he was really rich, Su Yanji might have kicked himself. Suddenly do not know which one tendon wrong, or she would not have quarreled with her brother for Su Yanji and brother, but also moved out, causing his brother to return to the army. Own did not go to see a side. After thinking for a while or give his brother a call over. The number you have dialed is turned off. She knew it would be like this. Good thing her brother was still there when she hung up in her last life. She just didn't know what her brother's mood would be if he only saw himself one last time. Then continued to order takeout. Ordered a lot of brother's favorite food. This time she is also looking for her brother. The last life of the larger base is only 7 or 8. Can always find. Finally all the takeout runners were delivered. Ruan Yu took a cart and moved them all to the living room before storing them in the space. The phone rang again. Ruan Yu, where did you go? I went home. You stood me up? Yeah, do you like this gift? Su Yanji was so angry that he almost smashed his cell phone. Yanji, don't be angry. Ayu shouldn't have done it on purpose. You talk to her properly, she will definitely come. This is her villa anyways. Bai Cha immediately softened her voice to comfort. Cha, why are you always helping her speak? If I say my birthday, why find her over to get in our way? Yanji, words can't be said like that. You no matter what has been chasing you for so long. White tender fingers roamed around Su Yanji's chest. Su Yanji immediately ran out of breath. It's so late. Everyone has left. Why don't we also go back to our rooms first and rest? Su Yanji and Bai Cha had been sitting on the sofa for a while. Only then did he react. He still cared about what Ruan Yu. The time is right. The people are in the right place. The first to embrace the beauty to go back to the room. Let's go back to the room and wait is also the same. Bai Cha nodded somewhat shyly. The two of them did not care about the bottles of wine on the floor of the living room. Hugging together and slowly walking up the stairs. The room lights weren't turned on, and Su Yanji picked up Bai Cha in one arm and threw her on the bed. Bai Cha let out a scream. Su Yanji then turned on the lights, and then saw the room with only the bedpan left, and the light bulb was only the smallest one left. Bai Cha endured the pain in her body and immediately got up. Yanji quickly went to see the basement, and the kitchen. Su Yanji didn't react at all, but nodded in agreement. Good. Bai Cha couldn't help but think while checking the room. How could this be? Could it be that Ruan Yu had discovered the space? Hadn't the book written that she had discovered it after the end of the world? And why hasn't she come yet? Isn't she the most active whenever it has to do with Yanzhi? Is she the same as herself? The two ran through the entire 3-story villa, every room, and then Bai Cha gasped and immediately said, "Quick, drive home first, not here." Good. Although she didn't understand, Yanzhi still responded to her requests. Ruan Yu listens to the pattering rain and looks out the window. It's 12 o'clock. I don't know if the hero and heroine can react. Then locking the doors and windows, she turns around and goes back to her room. She remembers that in her last life she also awakened her supernormal abilities at this time. It's better to go back to her room and then go back to the space to awaken a little safer. As expected, Ruan Yu just went back to her room and felt her head spinning, then forcefully dodged into the space. The next morning Ruan Yu only woke up leisurely, the first time to look outside. Looking at the room, no one, which is out of the space. Then he pressed himself against the door to confirm that there was no sound of others, which opened the door of the room and walked out. The doors and windows were locked, the curtains were closed, and Ruan Yu had no intention of opening them. She wanted to try out her powers first. She realized that she didn't seem to have awakened the healing supernatural ability, but rather the water and wood dual system supernatural ability. Purely auxiliary psychic abilities turned into psychic abilities that could develop into psychic abilities with attack power. Could it be brought about by space? The water system was able to release water, but not much at the lower levels, and the wood system ability was able to catalyze a rose vine. What about her healing psychic ability? After thinking about it carefully, it seems like the wood system ability seems to be able to have the ability to heal itself as well. Then took out a small knife and made a cut as long as a nail on her arm, then saw the wound slowly healing on its own, tried to condense that energy into her hand, and it felt the same as in her last life, which means that not only does she have the healing ability, but she has also awakened the water and wood dual system ability. This is a huge surprise. Chapter 3, the end of the world is officially here. After familiarizing herself with her powers for a few moments, Ruan Yu took out the porridge she ordered from yesterday's takeaway from her space. She does know how to cook, but this side of the house hasn't been lived in for a while, plus she's lazy, so it's better to eat ready-made. Her side of the house for the time being do not have to worry. 22 to 23 floors, 23 to 24 floors. Both stairways are installed stainless steel door, although not compliant, but who let both floors are her? So the property will turn a blind eye, and it's only just broken out now, so it's estimated that there are still 2 more days before the fire reaches this side. After finishing her meal, Ruan Yu pulled back the curtains, then pulled out a telescope and started observing the situation on the surrounding streets. It's now 7:50 in the morning. In her last life she went out in the morning after 8 o'clock. Then she saw the zombies and was so scared that she immediately went home. Sure enough, after she watched for a while, people fainted one after another on the street. It was still a bit inappropriate to go to $0 by now. The order hadn't completely collapsed yet, and it was still not good to be seen by uniformed officers. So Ruan Yu was now stepping on the spot, preparing to go at night. It was quiet and less crowded at that time. No one would ask for help and no one would rob with them. After thinking like this for a while, she suddenly saw a man covered in blood rush out and pounce on a woman who was practicing in the morning. After pouncing on the woman, he opened his mouth and bit towards the woman's neck, then tore the flesh on the woman's shoulder and neck with a big mouth. The woman's wailing in pain couldn't stop the man from tearing her flesh and blood, and after the woman fainted from the pain he started to tear her internal organs again, and he, who was already covered in blood, looked even more hideous at this moment. The end times had indeed come. There were screams all around, and a police car happened to pass by, and after seeing it immediately stopped and got down, going up to stop the man. After convulsing a few times, the saved woman suddenly opened her chaotic and godless eyes and lunged straight at the man who came over to rescue her. The scene was an instant mess. Ruan Yu watched the scene through binoculars from the top floor of the apartment. This was the end times, a scene she hadn't seen at first but had gotten used to even more bloody and horrifying later on. Taking a general look at the nearest gas station, large supermarket, she also remembered that there was a specialty store for solar generators nearby, and looked around carefully, making a silent note of it, then pulled the curtains and flashed into the space. 7 cars were neatly set aside, 3 of her own, fancy, though also with bulletproof windows. As for his brother's, black Hummer, chassis high, doors body almost all modified again, are the best bulletproof glass, practical and resistant to build. If she broke it, I hope my brother will understand. There is also she and her brother too spent more than $10 million to buy the luxury version of the caravan, but unfortunately there has been no opportunity to travel. Then she saw something floating in the air off to the side, like a cloud. Is this water? It did seem like she wanted to try yesterday to see if water without something to hold it could be stowed away in space. Ruan Yu stretched out her finger and poked it, and the mass of water immediately dented in, and immediately recovered when she took her finger away. Looking around carefully, she realized that the mass of water was wrapped in a transparent film. It's just the right time to buy gasoline and diesel at night, so I can empty the gas station. Then looking down at the greens on the side, she carried out a handful of cabbages, dug a hole to lead the water in the space to flow in, and then threw the cabbages in. She only knew that the hollow cabbage could also live this way. The others, although she had bought quite a few seeds, it was better to leave it to her brother. After basically understanding the space, Ruan Yu came out, only to realize that Su Yanzhi had called quite a few times. It just so happened that he called again. What took you so long to answer the phone? Su Yanzhi's tone suppressed anger. I've been calling you for almost an hour. Hearing Su Yanzhi's words, Ruan Yu couldn't help but think of all the times she was bullied in the last life. Obviously it was their motherly hearts that were overflowing. The end result was that she had to bear the burden herself, and he in turn felt that it was she who deserved it. In the last life, she was blind and crippled, and the consequences were borne by herself. So don't try to suck blood and rob her space in this life. The bullying she suffered in the last life, this time she will pay back twice as much. Ruan Yu's words were cold. Something wrong? Suddenly hearing Ruan Yu's cold words, Su Yanzhi was still a bit dazed, so she questioned, what gives you the right to take away everything in the villa? My things, do I still need to report to you for taking them away? You, that's what I let you buy. What gives you the right to take it away? You send it back to me now. I can forget about it and let you go on a date with me once. What a face. Ruan Yu hung up directly. Originally, she wanted to pull the plug on him, but then she wouldn't know how he was doing, at least before disconnecting from the internet, and then make up for it when she met him after disconnecting. She is not stupid enough to kill Yanzhi and Bai Cha. All know that she is just a female supporting actress. Naturally, she also knows that the main character is definitely able to survive to the end, and it is estimated that the current self cannot be killed. Then he saw Bai Cha calling, froze for a moment or connected. If not Bai Cha, I guess she didn't fall in love with Su Yanzhi so quickly. Hey, Ayu, where are you? The delicate voice carried a hint of seduction. No wonder Su Yanzhi liked her so much. Of course I'm at home. Yanzhi and I are just ordinary friends, and it's not what you think. I want to formally explain to you. Can Yanzhi and I come to you? Ruan Yu thought for a moment, a hint of surprise in her voice. Of course you can. I'm at my brother's villa. I told you before. Thank you Ayu for giving me this opportunity. We'll be there in a while. Good. Then I'll wait for you guys. See you there. After saying that, Ruan Yu hung up the phone with satisfaction. That was the villa where she lived with mom and dad before. The people in there were not a single oil lamp, at least in the third year of the end of the world. Most of the people she had still seen. Bai Cha hung up the phone and immediately said towards Su Yanzhi, Xiangji, quickly drive. Go find Ruan Yu. Why does Cha have to find her? I don't want to, but you've seen what's going on in the street. We don't have a stockpile. We don't dare to rob or steal. Ruan Yu bought so many things before, they must have all been put in her house. Bai Cha explained in a warm voice, and of course there was the ring on Ruan Yu's hand. She had to get it. Thinking of the image she saw when she went out this morning, Su Yanzhi said with a face of fear, it's still TT that you think far ahead. Ruan Yu is in her brother's villa. Let's go quickly. Good. This time, he must let Ruan Yu know the price of letting him off the hook. Su Yanzhi thought darkly. The two had their own thoughts, but they were on the same path. It's the end times. I hope the two of them have a safe journey. Looking at her cell phone, Ruan Yu muttered, oh, I forgot. I haven't downloaded the TV series, movie yet. Quickly took out his cell phone tablet and began to download. These days there is still electricity. 3 days later there is an acid rain. After that it is basically a state of water and electricity cut off, disconnected from the internet. So these 2 days are sort of a respite for humanity. Chapter 4 Nightly $0 Purchase. After lunch, Ruan Yu chose all the things to be downloaded, not forgetting to search for vegetable planting methods and then take a screenshot to save it. After getting it all done, only then did he start taking a lunch break. He had to catch up on his sleep more so that he would have the strength at night. At 6 p.m., Ruan Yu got all the things he wanted to download and organize, and then hastily ate dinner before getting ready to go out. First, she took out her binoculars and observed to make sure there weren't many people roaming around before she went out. The apartment is in the city, so Ruan Yu did not drive, but took out the small electric donkey prepared before. The sound can attract zombies. Compared to the small electric donkey, almost no sound, just right. First to the big mall. This is the closest. Then the generator store. And finally the gas station. The sky is slightly dark. The monitor is still flashing red light. Ruan Yu, embarrassed to take out a sun mask, only exposed a pair of eyes, and then control the rose vines. The intersection of a few monitoring are stripped down, which took out the prepared crowbar. Pry the door. The first floor are some brand stores. Men's and women's clothing, children's clothing, shoes and socks. These, as long as she saw, have not spared, and bags, watches, cosmetics, jewelry and gold jewelry threw away. There are also cell phones and computers. Anyway, do not let go. It took about an hour to move. These things are empty. Then first walk down the negative layer. Usually snacks and so on are in the negative layer. Sure enough, Ruan Yu immediately opened the sweep. Before entering, the door had destroyed the surveillance. And a bit of order. This way to do bad things she is still a bit unaccustomed to. But seeing the full shelves, she immediately let herself go. Snacks, food and oil, all the daily necessities. She came, this time directly even shelves together. Hanging wall directly forced to key down. She cannot have time to take one by one. With the idea of a whole piece of key faster. 20 minutes later, the snack area is only an empty space. And then the same sweeping method of the fresh food area. And live fish and seafood, these, directly with the fish tank together. Living supplies area, toothpaste, toothbrush, shower gel, shampoo, as well as toilet paper. These, all taken away. Wherever they passed by, piece of armor not left. The entire first floor only empty space. Ruan Yu are the first time to see such an empty supermarket. And then is the warehouse. The previous supermarket stocking when she has seen. Know from which door out. And then did not hesitate to walk in. Of course, first open the flashlight to shine in. And then listen to whether there is no sound. Suddenly by the bright light, people and zombies will basically make a sound. After confirming that no one was there, Ruan Yu then walked in and stepped into the internal staff-only elevator. When the elevator door in front of her slowly opened, what met her eyes were columns and columns of neatly placed boxes of supplies. Fine rice, imported snacks, liquor and beverages, living supplies, sanitary pads and so on. There are actually birth control supplies. Sure enough, the big supermarket warehouse is different. Fortunately, she did not let go of the warehouse when she collected the clothes and those things. Ruan Yu didn't use her mind this time, but put her hand on it. Her brain is a little bit unable to carry it. It's better to choose to save a little bit of energy. Then she took out a skateboard and traveled through the boxes and boxes of supplies. If you pass a place, you will empty a piece. By the time the entire warehouse was completely empty, Ruan Yu was already drenched in sweat and took out a bottle of ice water and drank it up. After taking these things, she basically didn't need to deliberately collect supplies later on, resting for a good while, then turning around to go upstairs. Usually large supermarkets will have food and beverage stores upstairs, raising the crowbar, collecting from door to door, making sure she didn't miss anything before changing to another one, passing by boutiques also not spared, taking away all of them. Dessert cakes are still intact, taking away all of them. Another hour passed before Ruan Yu reappeared in front of the supermarket. This was also the case in his last life. And then no merchants opened their doors at night. It could also be that someone opened the door in the morning and then stayed behind to keep the others from opening. She had just mounted her little donkey. Then she saw several people rushing towards her side, running and screaming at the same time. Help! Help! They were followed by 5 other people, and she didn't need to look to know that they were similar to the man she saw in the morning. Carefully look at those women still wearing work uniforms, as if to understand. No wonder a person did not see. She said, so big a supermarket, this morning open to now. There must be someone trapped inside. It turns out that he did not meet see Ruan Yu. A few people immediately ran into the supermarket, and then shut the door. Don't come over, don't come over. She's good looking. You guys eat her? Ruan Yu held her forehead, for the first time not wanting to hear such praise. Then she took out an alarm clock and turned it on to hear the bell before throwing it to the other side and starting the little donkey to walk away. The few women inside the door looked at her a bit dazed, completely oblivious to the fact that there was someone behind them who was out of place. Then there was a new round of yelling. Help! Don't bite me! Don't bite me! I'm your sister Wang! Don't bite me! Get away! The few remaining women screamed and cried out, attracting the few zombies from before as well. And finally, after a good while, the voices unified. Ruan Yu heard the disappearing screams and didn't look back, continuing to rush the solar generator. She came. At the moment it was already after 9 p.m. She had to speed up her pace. I can't believe they didn't lock the door. No matter what, zombies and people give a knife on the natural are quiet. Generator store is obviously not as laborious as the supermarket. A glance can see the head. No nonsense. A few times will be placed in the generator are collected into the space. Then a door suddenly opened. Rushed out a man. Help me. Save me. As long as you save me, you can take whatever you want from this store. Save me. Ruan Yu carries a tang knife in one hand. Facing this situation, she would just turn around and walk away. Still a bit curious, the zombies appeared in the morning. How did this man survive until now? Then let out a thank you for helping to attract the zombies before he died. She chose to go out at night, just to ignore these people. I did not expect these people actually so strong to survive until she went out to sweep. The small electric donkey didn't have much power left. It's okay to get another one. It's not like it's the only one she prepared. 7 turns, and then arrived at the gas station. Probably explored how big the place where the gasoline was stored, and then directly used her mind to put it all into the space. Then took a look at the gasoline that was just put in, squarely staying on the side. Then there was the diesel fuel, which naturally couldn't be spared. After all of them were put into the space, turned around and walked to the side of the convenience store. The same with the shelves. 3 minutes convenience store is only left with the walls. If this is out in the daytime, these places high and low, there are 2 people who ask for help. Previously took binoculars observed. Not far from here there is a gas station. Chapter 50 $. Purchase 2. Ruan Yu rode his little donkey quickly to another gas station. This time with a little less luck. There was a Hummer of the same model as his brother parked there. There were also 3 zombies around it, staggering around, seemingly coming to refuel. Ngwinok put away his car and rushed up and slashed, just in time to cut off the head of the nearest one. The other 2 zombies heard the sound of their companion's head hitting the ground and turned towards Ruan Yu, who released Rose vines to tie one up and chop the other before slowly looking over. Looking at the tiny vines tied tightly, but also kept making, ho ho, the sound. Ruan Yu tried to strangle the zombie's neck, want to see if it can be broken. She was overthinking it, then tried her wrist, and finally realized that she could only strangle her fingers. It's okay, this is just the beginning. There's still a lot of room for improvement. Then swung the knife and cut off the zombie's head, then turned his head sideways to see a man rushing out of the convenience store. Are you from the fire department? Why are you just here? Taking the taxes we pay net, eat white rice. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and fill up my gas tank? Delaying me for a day. Ruan Yu frowned slightly when she heard this. You are the owner of this car. Nonsense. Can you afford it? The man looked Ruan Yu up and down, and touched the corner of his mouth wistfully through the streetlight. Now it's mine. Ruan Yu states with a cold face. Then looking to him, have you ever seen a firefighter like me? This kind of person is a scourge to keep for the future. It's better not to let him scourge the rescuers. Ruan Yu raised her knife and walked towards him. The man seemed to have just realized his situation and his tone trembled. What are you going to do? I told you killing is against the law. You stay away. While speaking, he kept backing up. Ruan Yu did not hesitate, ended him with a knife, not forgetting to cut off the head. The knife that had cut the zombie, the head cut off the insurance a little bit. In his previous life, he had also killed many people. This time there was no burden. Fill up the oil and put the car into the space, and then the gasoline and diesel are put into the space, and then walk into the convenience store, which is to re-ride the small donkey. This time Ruan Yu purposely turned farther around again. There was a big pharmacy there. Ruan Yu pushed the door. Locked? Is it late for work and no one has come to open the door? It's not professional at all. Then took out the crowbar. Locked or unlocked is the same. Prescription over-the-counter medicines, traditional Chinese medicine, along with the shelves, all empty, and then walked to the side of the small clinic. When she drove out before, she saw that the small clinic next to the goods, and several common vaccines. Luckily the space could store. After emptying it, Ruan Yu was satisfied and set off on her way back, passed by several pharmacies, all stopped to sweep up. Ruan Yu knows that many medicines are only available in hospitals, but she is not stupid. This time of the year, hospitals have the most zombies. Originally, the injured are all pulled to the hospital. Medical staff patients are still defenseless, naturally can only be assimilated. Mental hospitals should also be kept away from. Never underestimate the ability of psychopaths. In her last life, she encountered a psychotic alien. Do not distinguish between enemy and self. Around the living zombies, more than 100 all were torn by him. At that time, there were only 3 people left alive, Su Xiang, Bai Cha and her. Bai Cha and Su Yanzhi directly pushed her out. Luckily, she had healing psychic abilities. Coupled with a life-threatening fight, she ended up wasting half of her life before she was able to rip the psychotic psychic's head off. Fully loaded, Ruan Yu's face was all cheerful. When she reached the entrance of the neighborhood, she saw 3 more zombies chasing a girl. Seeing her, the girl immediately changed her path and ran directly towards her. Ruan Yu helplessly held her forehead. Had she known this, she might as well have gone out during the day. Help me, quickly save me, there are monsters behind. The woman's face was horrified as she hid behind Ruan Yu. How do you want me to save you? Ruan Yu raised her eyebrows and turned to look at her. You Ting? Still an acquaintance. In her last life, she fell in love at first sight with Su Yanzhi, literally attacking her and Bai Cha indiscriminately. And in the end, of course, she was cleaned up by Bai Cha. Thought she would just push herself a little? Just in time to clean her up together. Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Yu Ting immediately replied, you go lure them away from the neighborhood. Stay away from the neighborhood. My house is here. You know your house is here. And you're still bringing them back? What does it have to do with you? You hurry up and go take them all away. After thinking for a moment, Ruan Yu took out an alarm clock from her bag. Luckily she took a bag to carry when she came back. Keeping it could add to Bai Cha's problems. It's better to let Bai Cha pack it. After adjusting the time, she threw it towards the back of the zombies. After watching the zombies are attracted, head towards the neighborhood without looking back. This time is still a bit. Ruan Yu pressed the elevator and stood at the elevator door waiting. Yu Ting also walked in. How did you know? Ruan Yu. What? That alarm clock. Because I'm smart. How come I didn't kill anyone you wanted to? Sound and smell can attract walkers. Good luck. Seeing the elevator coming, Ruan Yu left this sentence and walked in, not waiting for that Yu Ting, and just pressed the close button. She remembered that Yu Ting knew her. Ruan Yu reached out and touched her face. Oh, she was still wearing a mask. When the elevator reached the 23rd floor, Ruan Yu stepped out and then took out a large bucket of power glue. I saw it when I swept the supermarket earlier, and it was just useful now. First, he coated all the stainless steel doors in the stairwell with a layer. Then he coated all the 3 doors on the 23rd floor. And finally he coated the stainless steel doors on the upper 24th floor with a thick layer as well. There is still half a bucket of strong adhesive left. Take back the space. Can be used next time. Then satisfactorily go back to bed. On the other side, Yanzhi and Bai Cha were also secretly gathering supplies. The two drove to the villa area, looked at the empty villa, and immediately understood that they had been punked by Ruan Yu. Too late to be angry. Bai Cha made a snap decision to call on Yanzhi to drive away, not forgetting to carefully collect supplies along the way. Yanzhi, now that the end times are really here, let's stock up on more stuff before everyone reacts, Bai Cha said softly. Yanzhi nodded his head a little in agreement. With their country's military and police power, normally the kind of zombies that appeared today would probably not even let them know. But now that it hadn't been resolved after so long, it meant that they had taken care of themselves. Okay, I'll listen to you. If it wasn't for Ruan Yu taking everything away, we wouldn't have to risk it all and still come out to get the stuff, Yanzhi said indignantly. Before you said that you dreamed of the end times coming, my house has also hoarded a little something. Why don't you stay at my house for the next few days? Bai Cha nodded. Good. While not forgetting to make a note to Ruan Yu. She must get the space. Ruan Yu must also know something. When she gets through this period of time, she will definitely not let her off the hook when she awakens her powers. Cha, don't worry. I will definitely make Ruan Yu spit out everything we have. Mentioning Ruan Yu, he was displeased. If it wasn't for TT's comment about stocking up, he wouldn't have gone to Ruan Yu's villa. Why should someone that stupid be able to live in such a nice villa? He wasn't convinced. All of this should be his. Chapter 6, Digging for Crystal Cores. Ruan Yu returned home and washed up and went back to her space to sleep. She had realized before that she could hear the sounds outside in her space as well. She just didn't know if she could bring people in. She must try it after she found her brother. Then she went into dreamland. The next day when Ruan Yu woke up it was already past 10. Took out a takeaway. A simple egg bun with soy milk. A few eats and then picked up the binoculars and looked at it. After thinking for a moment or turning on the TV, then he saw a notification. Urgent notification. Attacks are occurring nationwide. All people are asked to stay home. All mall establishments are closed. Doors and windows closed. Wait for rescue. Wait for rescue. Wait for rescue. Ruan Yu looked at the time, 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. In her last life, she hadn't had the chance to watch TV at all, and Yanzhi and Bai Cha definitely wouldn't have told her about it. No wonder when she went out yesterday, everyone's doors and windows were closed tightly. Feeling that she was the only one who didn't see the notice, she wouldn't have listened anyway. After all, who would have known that help would arrive half a month later? Seeing that there was nothing serious, Ruan Yu started to exercise. She had learned sparring for several years, but didn't practice much behind her. Plus she had learned a lot of underhanded moves in her last life. Now what she lacks is not the moves, but the physical ability. Even if the supernormal ability can improve the physical quality, but a small brittle skin can be improved to wear, or to be too strong in their own strength. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ruan Yu took out her binoculars and continued to observe. The streets were still zombies hanging around. Occasionally a few uniformed personnel appeared, but they were clearly no match. Now the zombies, basically still maintained the human appearance. In addition to the face and eyes are not right, the other and human no difference. Cannot get down as normal. Like the back of the zombie body meat is basically rotting. Most of the zombies can still see some white fat things in his body wriggling. At that time, we will not be soft on the hands. Also saw a few bold people began to $0 purchase. It's true that smart people are everywhere. It was only the second day, and the internet was still normal. On the night of the 4th day of the zombie outbreak, there would be an acid rain, and after that the city's water supply had problems. Plus there were a lot of zombie corpses floating on the water purification pools of the waterworks, and the water source was infected in the first place. There's also the corrosion of the acid rain, and there are problems with the internet, electricity, and gas supply. If you don't stock up on supplies at this time, It's basically delusional to want to survive until the rescue in half a month. Her city of A is quite lucky. The power system is perfect. Insisted on almost 10 days before the electricity is completely cut off. But the network is just sometimes good and sometimes bad. All depends on luck. Of course, after the electricity is gone, the network is naturally gone. Tonight she also want to go out. She remembered that before a developer in order to sell houses, and then bought 2 helicopters, just to take customers to see the house. Remember correctly if still in the sales department. In her last life she hadn't even seen a mutated flying animal or heard of one. So helicopters could be a big help sometimes. After stowing the helicopter, she was on her way home just in time to see quite a few people all grabbing supplies. There were also people coming out of the big mall she had swept through, each one cursing. Nguyen Ngoc was helpless, then joined them for another wave of $0 purchases. She was more kind-hearted and just emptied 2 convenience stores, and one that sold home appliances and one that sold furniture, before she went home satisfied. The night of July 18th, the acid rain came as expected, and Ruan Yu sat on the sofa and looked out the window in a bit of a daze. Tonight, Su Yanzhi would also awaken his supernatural ability, which was the lightning system with a stronger attack. In her last life, after Su Yanzhi awakened her psychic ability, the one who rushed to the front was still herself, for the simple reason that she was a healing psychic ability and would not be infected with the zombie virus. Adding to that, she was the first to awaken her psychic abilities, and is considered to be experienced in combat. After the back of the team, 7-people squad, she not only want to kill zombies, but also to give the team members to cure injuries. And finally the supplies are still divided equally on the surface, and the supplies are placed in the white tea. Every time Bai Cha sends out kindness to relieve the others, Bai Cha will say, "Ayu, I accidentally took your part of the supplies again. You won't blame me, right?" Then when it was time to eat, she would get half the food than the others. White tea would again say, "Ayu, your supplies are a little less than ours. If you eat like us, we might have to go looking for supplies again in a couple days. It's not like everyone can ruin the trip because of you alone." And then she just accepted it. Just thinking about this made her want to give herself 2 slaps. How could there be such a stupid person? Or herself. The next morning, Ruan Yu woke up early and worked out before starting breakfast. Picked up the binoculars and observed the zombies on the street. Sure enough, the zombies had upgraded. Ruan Yu was a little excited. Finally there were crystal cores. If you want to upgrade your psychic ability, you either have to eat the fruits of the mutated plants or absorb the zombie crystals. If you want to go from the first stage to the first stage, you have to absorb the nucleus of a first stage zombie. If you want to go from the first stage to the second stage, you need a second stage zombie nucleus, and so on. Normally only first order and above zombies have nuclei in their brains. After the 3rd rank, most people aren't able to beat a zombie of the same rank on their own. That's why even the zombies were forcing everyone to team up together. After roughly looking at those places where there were less zombies, Ruan Yu was ready to go out. Black pants with the same color marking boots, a dark blue long-sleeved shirt on top, waist-length hair, braided in a fishtail braid on the back. As soon as she stepped out of the gate of the neighborhood, she saw a zombie. This time the zombie's reaction was much faster than the previous one. Well, her reaction was not slow. A knife burst his head, and then stirred in his brain. Too bad. I can't believe it didn't. Sighing, Ruan Yu walked towards the right side. There were a little more zombies on the right side, but they were sparser, making it easier for her to slowly slash alone. Many people upstairs in the neighborhood saw this scene, then spit in the owner's group. The people who basically went out now were the ones who had no supplies. There were those who mocked, those who were worried, and more still hoped that Ruan Yu wouldn't come back because they saw Ruan Yu walk into the convenience store. They had several people who didn't cook, who had been sitting on their asses for the past few days, and were all in the group overpaying for food, but who dared to sell their food when help wasn't even sure when it was coming, and the water was cut off this morning. Ruan Yu did not care so much. Hacked a street, a dozen zombies, dug up 6 crystal cores. Of course all the supplies on this one street were collected by her. Just as she returned to the neighborhood, someone stopped her. "Pretty girl just collected a lot of supplies, right?" Ruan Yu stopped to look at the red-haired man who spoke. The man hurriedly explained, "I also have supernatural powers," he said, releasing a bit of water from his hand. "And, now that the water is out, can I use the water to exchange food with you?" Ruan Yu does not want to start this. There is this one person. There is no telling how many more people are behind. They all have psychic abilities. Don't they know that they are going out to kill zombies? You've been watching from behind for quite a while, right? Redhead nodded suspiciously. "So you haven't learned to cut up walkers? Haven't learned to go out and get your own food?" After saying that, he was about to walk in, and after a moment's thought pulled out a crystal core, weighing it twice in his hand. "I'd be happy to give it back to you if you take something for it." Chapter 7, Upgrading of Alien Abilities. After saying that Ruan Yu directly into the unit building, also ignore the other people, the method she has taught, as for what to do is their own choice. In her last life at this time, there were quite a few girls living alone who were targeted. With or without food, the end was pretty much the same. It was just a matter of time. This is why this time she chose to come out in the daytime, but also let so many people watching the reason. Strong force can always deter most people. The rest that depends on whether there is out of the head of the chicken to honor the monkey. The remaining red hair saw Ruan Yu walking away, then said to the ones behind him, "All come over and tell us what to do." The 5 youths behind them gathered around. "Big brother, we'll listen to you." The red-haired youth turned his head to look at the other few. "What about you guys?" "Big brother, I think it's better to kill zombies. Not to mention the fact that we can't get down with killing people. It's just that there are so many zombies, and we still don't know when the rescue will come. There's no harm in practicing more now." The remaining 3 people nodded in agreement. The red-haired youth obviously also had the same idea. Li Tian is right. Just now you all saw how people killed? Then take a shortcut. Something sturdy, and be careful not to get bitten. A few people nodded their heads, then went home to get their stuff. They were all the type that couldn't cook. It was the limit for them to last until today. Just now they wanted to go and pick up the pieces for a bit, but they didn't realize that they had been discovered long ago. In the end, it was still only up to themselves. Ruan Yu returned home and took a shower, then walked out to the balcony to look towards the entrance of the neighborhood. And sure enough, he saw that the few youths just now had all gone out with knives. Looks like there are still smart people. She actually wanted to make a gesture to tell the others that if they have the ability to go out and rob with the zombies, don't keep staring at the people in the building. Then she took out the crystal cores and looked at them. Blue is water system, green is wood system, and white is attribute less generalized. But the 5 elements supernormal ability to absorb attribute-less crystal core can only absorb 60%. The rest can only be wasted. It just so happened that there was one of each of these 3, leaving 2 red fire type and yellow earth type. Ruan Yu put away the 3 that can't be absorbed. The currency in the future will be the crystal cores, so naturally, they should be properly stored. Drawing the curtains, Ruan Yu flashed into the space and started absorbing the crystal cores. 2 hours later, Ruan Yu opened her eyes. Sure enough, the alien abilities have all been upgraded by 1 rank. It seems that if you want to upgrade quickly, you still need to cut down more zombies. Ruan Yu raised her hand and tried her ability. The wood vines had gotten thicker and there was 1 more. Now it was 2 roses. The water alien ability also tried it. Before, it could at most release a small half bucket of water at a time, but now it could enlarge it by half a bucket. It can also condense into a column of water. In 1 level up it will probably be able to be offensive. There is no need to try out the healing ability. After using it for so long in his last life, he is already very familiar with it. Out of the space, Ruan Yu was in quite a good mood, then picked up the binoculars to look at it again. Just in time, he saw a group of people from red hair, returning with several boxes of food in their arms. Ruan Yu contemplated for a moment. It seems that tomorrow there will be quite a few people going out. The general apartment house is still mostly young people. It's only normal that they don't know how to cook. After thinking for a while or go to the door on the 23rd floor, hung a larger bell. Someone prying the door can also hear some. Then she saw a redhead carrying a bag of things out of the elevator. When he saw her, he greeted her with a sincere smile. "Sister, you're here. You have something?" The red hair was a little embarrassed as he took out a crystal core. "Is what you said in the morning still true?" Seeing the crystal core he took out, it was white. Ruan Yu raised her eyebrows. "Of course it counts. What do you want to exchange?" "My name is Manhwa. Sis, you can just call me red hair. I want to exchange messages." Afraid that Ruan Yu would not agree, he hurriedly added, "I'll exchange it with crystal cores." Hearing this name, Ruan Yu froze for a moment. She had heard of it in her last life. An alien ability squad with a very good reputation. It turned out to be these people. No wonder she looked a bit familiar before. The captains were all so smart. No wonder they could mix so well in their last life. Not an enemy, as a human being is fine. Ruan Yu nodded her head in agreement. "Yes, you first say what you want to know." "My name is Ruan Yu. Just call me by my first name." Manhwa had a happy face. "Okay sis, I want to ask what this crystal core is for." "Didn't you guess? I see that sis is so skillful at killing zombies, she must know more than us," and wanted to confirm more. Ruan Yu expressed her understanding. In her last life, she knew about this, or Bai Cha said so. At that time, Bai Cha had only just awakened her powers. "How much did you guys dig up?" Manhwa handed over the bag in his hand. It was a little wet and appeared to have been washed. Ruan Yu opened it and looked at it. There were 5, 2 blue ones, 2 yellow ones, and 1 white one. Ruan Yu took out the white one and said, "This is the attribute-less crystal core. All supernormal abilities can absorb it. But supernormal abilities with the 5 elemental attributes can only absorb 60% of the energy, then pointed to the remaining 2 colors. These 2 colors are water and earth system crystal cores respectively. If you can't tell the difference, just look at what color you are when you use your powers and absorb the corresponding crystal core. Okay sis, consider these as me buying messages. Ruan Yu also accepted it without any politeness. Okay, when you kill the zombies, be careful not to get scratched. You'll get infected as well. Mao Rue nodded, indicating that he had received it. Thank you sis, then I'll leave first. Watching the people leave, Ruan Yu went back to the 24th floor. There were crystals again to consolidate her powers a bit. Now upgrading requires second-order zombie crystal cores, but also need to raise the alien ability to the late stage before they can upgrade with second-order crystal cores, and the same goes for upgrading later. The night was calm and uneventful. Early the next morning, Ruan Yu saw quite a few people start to team up and go out to kill zombies. Ding, ding, ding. Hearing the bell she hung ringing, Ruan Yu shouldered her knife and went out. Yesterday she hacked a dozen or so zombies by herself, and someone actually came to pry her door open? Just as she approached, she heard 2 people talking there. Aya, hurry up, people will be back in a while. Which can't come back that fast. She lives alone on 2 floors. She must have a lot of supplies. She definitely can't tell if we take a little less. Say, are you sure she went out? Definitely otherwise this bell rings for so long and no one comes out. Besides, what are you afraid of? The 2 of us, still afraid of her, did not go out is not just right. The 2 of them looked at each other and let out an unintentional laugh. Hearing this, Ruan Yu directly carried the knife, stood behind the door and looked through the gap in the door. Busy? Need help? The 2 men's bodies lurched. You haven't gone out yet. We're just here to see if your lock is strong. Why don't you take the elevator? At this moment they've all hugged their stuff back long ago. Ruan Yu looked at the 2 people with a smile. This moment has not yet cut off the electricity. Why would you think of climbing the stairs? Idle panic? Looking at Ruan Yu's eyes, the 2 couldn't help but start to back away. We have no ill intentions. We just want to exchange something. Is that so? Chapter 8 To the Monkey's Chicken. Looking at the 2 people's retreating bodies, Ruan Yu directly went forward and opened the door. This time finally remembered who these 2 people were. In the last life these 2 people pretended to be pitiful, resulting in Bai Cha's Madonna heart overflowing and took in the 2 people. It just so happened that they also stared at her so unsuspectingly, although in the end she killed them. But diaphragm White Tea took all her supplies to relieve others. How do you guys know I'm the only one on these 2 floors? I work in the property. You ordered a lot of takeout before. Ruan Yu realized. So that's how it was. Why didn't you come 2 days ago? The 2 wanted to escape, but were stopped by Ruan Yu holding out her knife. Say, I want to hear the truth. Seeing this situation, the 2 men had to tell the truth. Next door to us is a female college student. Before we saw her buy a lot of things, so we directly broke down her door 2 days ago. At first we only wanted some food, but when we saw that the looks were quite pretty, it's not our fault. Who let us in when she just got out of the shower? She screamed for help for so long. The other tenant was also a fitness instructor. Not also didn't come out. Nguyen Nok understood. That's not a reason for your evil, but it can be one of the reasons for your deaths. No politeness directly understand the 2 people, but also painted a layer of strong glue on the wall. Stick the people up, and then take a picture to send homeowners group, with the text, welcome to the next visit. The owners group directly exploded, especially the 2 people's friends. You killed someone. Killing is against the law. They just want a little food, and there is nothing wrong. You are so powerful to give them a little, and so what? We are all in the same building. Someone can't survive. What's wrong with you helping out a little? Back to the room, Ruan Yu only took out his cell phone and read it. Simply was angry and laughed. Breaking the law? Then you call the police. They next door, that girl is still alive? Is it bad that I'm so good that I've already made it so they never have to eat? I've already helped. There is still a need for me to provide door-to-door service. There were only a few people in the group who jumped off the bandwagon. Most of them remained silent, replying to a few things and then completely ignoring them. There were always some people who liked to stand on the moral high ground at any given time. Unfortunately in this life she had no morals at all. At night, Ruan Yu packed up and got ready to go out. During the day she was just afraid of someone stealing her home. Now that there was a door god, Ruan Yu was still relatively relieved, and there were no supplies in the house anyway. Riding on a small donkey and ran towards the nearest hospital. The surrounding zombies have been cut down almost, and now the supernormal ability has been upgraded. It is just right to go to the hospital. A few more times to go to the hospital can be emptied. Ruan Yu went to the back first, threw out the vines and tied them, one end tied to herself, and directly tumbled up to the 2nd floor. This hospital, she had been here before and knew that over there was the pharmacy, so she walked directly towards the right. Every step was taken carefully, trying not to make a sound. There was a sudden scream in the darkness. Ruan Yu was speechless. How come no one learned their lesson? Still, she had to thank the screaming sister for attracting walkers for her. As Ruan Yu walked to the pharmacy, she listened carefully for no footsteps before turning on her flashlight. Ruan Yu almost jumped when she turned on the flashlight. Not far in front of her were two zombies, standing still. Seeing Ruan Yu immediately pounced towards her, but also ho 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 screaming. Ruan Yu lifted the knife to cut up. The two zombies actually toward the side to hide. They actually became smart? A smart zombie can't be spared. Give it time and you won't be able to do anything about it. Digging out 2 crystal cores, Ruan Yu then scavenged all the prescriptions, then walked towards the wards. Come what may, hack a few more. Finally hacked 2 layers of zombies. Received a dozen crystal cores. Ruan Yu this before going home. The zombies in the hospital are really a little more powerful, and it is normal to have an early onset. After going back, Ruan Yu looked at the space supplies. Fruits hoarded more. Snacks, food and oil. These moved a large supermarket, mainly vegetables less a little. There are seeds, but she will not Now there is no power outage, or to go to the vegetable market to go. Drudge just collected a lot plus before. The basic types are complete. This time also collected a lot of vaccines that need special preservation. Fortunately the space can be saved. I don't think I've seen any psychiatric clinics in this neighborhood, so I'll stock up on some next time I see one. Ready to rest? Before taking out the cell phone to look, this time the network is still normal. Seeing Bai Cha's message, Ruan Yu was a bit surprised. Ayu, Yanzhi and I are just ordinary friends. Now that it's so chaotic outside, it's too unsafe for you to be alone. Do you want to come to our side, or we'll go and pick you up as well? Ayu, give us a message back please? We are really worried about you. Ruan Yu was a bit surprised that Bai Cha actually didn't give up yet. It seems that the attraction of this ring is really great. It was also true that in the last life, Bai Cha's supernormal ability was awakened half a month after the end of the world. When the rescue team came, which caused them to miss the rescue team and had to drive to the base by themselves, Ruan Yu directly did not reply to the message, and then saw Su Yanji calling. After thinking for a moment, Ruan Yu took out a stainless steel basin, put the phone on and put it in to cover it, and then picked up a stick and just pounded it. Finally comfortable. What she hated the most was this kind of people who pretended to be confused when they were trying to understand. Annoying. It seems to have had a miserable life. Otherwise why would they call themselves? After knocking for a while, this time she took out her cell phone. The call had already hung up, and then realized that there were several people in the group at her. Ruan Yu? 2301, something's up? Seeing Ruan Yu bubbling up, several people immediately asked, what if someone in the family just got scratched by a zombie? A photo was also taken. Looking at the arms turning blue-black, Ruan Yu hurriedly typed, hurry up and kill it. Then it was drowned by the crowd's saliva. Instead, those few people were still asking, is there really no other way? My child's finger just turned black and came. It shouldn't matter if we chop it off. Ruan Yu already didn't know what to say. How dare you go out now and bring a child? If you don't want to kill, it's recommended to run away. It's also best for others not to open the door. After saying that, she saw Mao Rui apply to add her friend. After thinking for a moment, Ruan Yu agreed to his application. Sister, I would like to ask, is there really no way at all? No, at least there is no way now. Okay, thanks sis. Those guys are layer 3, layer 5, layer 6, and one is from layer 18, but the 18th floor that is an oddball. It is the oldest son, plus 3 generations of single heritage, completely spoiled people into a mongrel. Looked at other people, went out to get a lot of things back, also noisy to go out. His parents are not allowed. People's grandma is on the ground to splatter. Must take his eldest grandson out. Now while the family will be neat and tidy right away. Looking at the message Mao Rui sent over, Ruan Yu pondered, you guys won't live on the 18th floor. Sister, you're really skillful. Although Ruan Yu recognized these people's behavior, she would not work for nothing. One size does not fit all. The 6 of you are still afraid that you can't beat them? That side quickly sent another message over. Sis, we don't live together. I live alone. And now I don't dare to let them out. I have 10 crystal cores here. Sis, can you come down for a trip? Message after message. Also took out chips. The crystal cores were also photographed and sent to Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu saw 5 white crystal cores and instantly became interested. She only got 2 white ones out of a dozen crystal cores on this trip. How come this group of people were so lucky? Is your neighbor necrotic? It's screaming for help. Ruan Yu was silent, shouldered her knife and went out. Just as she stepped out of the elevator, she saw Mao Rui at the elevator door. You're not afraid? Scared. But I've killed a lot of zombies anyways, so I'm not that scared. Ruan Yu looked at the corridor. Not a single person came out? Mao Rui nodded. Not a single one. The two picked up their cell phones and read the messages. 3 photos were sent at the same time. Level 3, Level 5, and Level 6 have been resolved. Quite efficient. No wonder this neighborhood was the one with the most survivors in the last life. The two of them looked at each other and walked towards that household together, one standing on one side. For a while, finally waited for a person to open the door and come out. Ruan Yu's sharp eyes saw that she had an injury on her arm and directly released vines to tie the person up. Looking at the two zombies followed out, Ruan Yu and Manhwa, one person. Directly exploded head. Just after the explosion, two more came out, and the two repeated again. Then Ruan Yu squatted in front of the one that came out before. Manhwa took a picture and sent it to the group. The 18th floor has been solved. Then walked towards Ruan Yu's side. Sis still not killing? Wait for him to turn into a zombie. Maybe we'll be lucky and have crystal cores. Chapter 9, Team Up. Second Order Zombie. Manhwa didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only look at her with a face of admiration. Ruan Yu gave him a look. Alright, if it's alright, you can go back. After watching Manhwa enter the house, Ruan Yu waited for a while. After seeing people turn into zombies, only then did she raise her knife and look down. Looking for a while, nothing. Ruan Yu also does not care. There are 10 crystal cores given by Manhwa can also be. After returning to the house, Manhwa sent her a message again. Sister, are you interested in forming a team? We found a more powerful zombie over at the food market. Estimated level 2 crystal cores. How about the crystal core goes to you, and the supplies over there are split equally? Seeing a level 2 zombie, Ruan Yu came to be interested. Is there a level 2 zombie so soon? She didn't seem to have heard much about it in her last life, but in her last life, the villa area was in the suburbs and this side was in the city. It was quite far away, so it's normal that she didn't know about it. Taking advantage of the few zombies now, it would be good to raise her powers earlier. After a few days of blackout, the people hiding in the neighborhood will come out even more, and at that time the zombies will surge, but it will be even worse. Yes, what time? Looking at Ruan Yu agreed. Manhwa almost jumped up in excitement. Big brother is willing to give him a hug. 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll wait for you at the door. Ruan Yu replied indifferently. Good. After returning to the space, Ruan Yu still worked out a bit before he started to wash up and sleep. The next morning, when Ruan Yu went downstairs, Manhwa several people had already waited at the door. Sister, you're here. You guys are quite early. Let's go. Okay, go. Get in the car. Then Ruan Yu saw several people hand a small donkey. To keep the formation, Ruan Yu also took out his own small donkey. Spatial ability is not rare, only the beginning of the end of the world. This kind of brittle skin without self-protection ability, death and injury is too heavy. Late space alien has become the treasure of the major bases. Space alien death. Space things also disappear. There is no one will take the initiative to kill space alien. Of course there were exceptions for grudges. What's more, she could also see that there were space aliens in Manhwa's group. And when she was observing with her binoculars yesterday, she also saw several space aliens. Seeing the relatively empty street, Ruan Yu looked at Manhwa who was riding his bike next to her. Did you guys clear this street? Seeing Ruan Yu ask, Manhwa honestly said, it was us who took the lead in clearing one street. The rest was cleared by the building's people. Ruan Yu nodded her head. So it seems that most of the people in this unit building are still quite smart. Yesterday she just said that and those people acted immediately. How much further is it? How did you guys get this far? Ruan Yu looked at the food market after riding for a while and still hadn't reached it, so she continued to ask Manhwa, Sister, you don't know, how many people went out of our unit yesterday? Even though a lot fewer came back, but there is not a single grain of rice left around here. Ruan Yu didn't believe this reason. You guys were the first wave to go out. You wouldn't have brought back less than the others. We did bring back quite a lot, but we can't help the fact that there are so many people. Besides, if the power goes out one day, we have to plan ahead. For Ruan Yu he felt that there was nothing to hide. After all, he still wanted to hug his thighs. Now their squad was basically all first-order Alterans. They naturally wanted to raise their strength as well, so that they wouldn't have a bad time wherever they went at that time. Thinking pretty far ahead but it's always good to save for a rainy day. It was the fact that everything around them had been moved away, and behind them, they were afraid that there would be people from other cell blocks coming to make trouble. There's always some people who like to harbor trouble at any given time. It's almost there up ahead. Ruan Yu looked over. There are quite a lot of zombies. Looking at the clothes should be mostly elderly people. The food market in the morning does have a little more elderly people. A few people far away from the car. Received the car into the space. Manhwa's side is a yellow hair received. Far from seeing Ruan Yu several people came over. Those zombies immediately with the discovery of a new continent. As straight over. Now the zombies Ruan Yu's tang sword can still barely cut. After a while the zombies will not be able to. Need to help strengthen the gold alien to be able to do. With Ruan Yu in the lead, the other several people also do not wimp out. A knife 1, Cut the slow two groups to help each other to watch. Cooperation is quite tacit understanding. At least we haven't seen anyone get hurt yet. They are all first-order zombies. Although there are about 100 of them, a few people quickly resolved. Ruan Yu looked at Mao Rui. What about the second-order zombies you mentioned? Sis, you trust me. It's definitely here. Although Ruan Yu believed that he wouldn't lie, she didn't dare to say anything without seeing the zombie, settling the last zombie with a single slash. She then saw another group of zombies immediately rushing out from the house next to her. Still there? Ruan Yu looked at this group of zombies. It seems that they were called out by the high-level zombies, otherwise they wouldn't have come out earlier or later. They came out just after the kill, and they all ran out of the house so neatly. Continue, Ruan Yu said and rushed up. Continue to cut. She must get the second-order crystal core today. Otherwise isn't it a waste to come out this trip? After chopping a batch, another batch came, but the number of zombies is getting less and less. It looks like we will soon see the second-order zombies. Finally, after this wave of hacking, no zombies ran out. Ruan Yu looked back at the people who were about to get down. You guys dig for crystals first. I'm going to find that second-order zombie. After saying that, Ruan Yu looked for it door by door. Finally in front of a door, he heard some movement on the second floor. Without any hesitation, he walked in and directly released vines to open the way. Ruan Yu just stepped into the second floor. The zombie immediately from the side toward Ruan Yu grabbed over. Ruan Yu reacted sensitively aside to avoid his claws, but behind the wall left 5 fingerprints. Ruan Yu is even more excited to see this. The power zombie Nguyen Nok harassed with vines while slashing with his knife. After a few rounds, Nguyen Nok kicked the zombie out, followed by jumping down from the second floor, directly stepped on the zombie, not waiting for the zombie to react. A knife down the zombie is missing half of the head. A knife does not work. Ruan Yu added 2 more knives, finally cut down the head of the zombie. Will be in the hand of the knife from the head to pick out a white crystal core. Mao Rui, several people are almost looked dumbfounded. Saw Ruan Yu raised his head, immediately lowered his head to continue digging crystal core. I can't afford to mess with you. After putting the crystal core away, Ruan Yu joined the crystal core digging brigade. After a while, finally finished digging. I'm tired of killing, and I'm tired of digging crystal cores. Ruan Yu put the dug crystal cores together with theirs. You guys keep it. These will be distributed when we go back. Collect the supplies first. Just now I looked at the house, a good number of dishes are not bad. After chopping for so long, don't let anyone pick up the pieces. Hearing Ruan Yu say this, the crowd immediately got up from the ground. Listen to sister. Go. We agreed on half of one side. I'll start from that end. You guys start collecting from this side. Mao Rui, several people looked at each other and nodded in unison. Okay. Ruan Yu gave them an appreciative look. Just like this kind of clean, not calculating people. Yellow hair's space is still not very big. Mao Rui, several people's cars were taken out. The crystal cores were all carried in Mao Rui's hand. Split up. Ruan Yu alone but can manipulate the vines to help. Before she tried it, the vines are now barely able to pierce the head partially, and then upgraded once more. It is estimated that you can use the vines to dig the crystal cores. Just finished putting everything away. Ready to go home. Those guys over there. Stop right there. Don't you know this is Lin's territory? Chapter 10 Robbery. The few people who were all ready to get on the bus turned their heads towards the direction the voice came from. A man with a big waist and 7 or 8 people behind him. A big brother-like man walked over. Seeing Ruan Yu, several people looking over. A little brother behind that person immediately said, "What are you looking at? It's you guys who are being talked about." Mao Rui, several people didn't say anything and looked at Ruan Yu, who just looked and didn't say anything. The big brother couldn't help it. A smile on his face. Lin Dong. I don't know how many of you are mixed over there. Ruan Yu's eyes were cold. Impatiently said, "Speak human language. If you have something to say." "Nothing. Do not delay my time." The smile on Lin Dong's face stiffened for a moment. "In that case, I'll be straightforward. This circle over here is all my territory. You guys directly barged in, killed my zombies, took away my crystal cores, and also took all my supplies. I wonder how you want to be counted." Ruan Yu was speechless. Is this a dog? And circling the territory. What she ate and she definitely wouldn't spit out. Count your bad luck. Who do you blame for not watching yourself? If you say it's yours, it's yours. If you call them, will they answer? Lin Dong's face directly blackened. Pretty girl, words can't be said like that. If it wasn't for me watching over here, could you guys kill so many zombies? I don't care about more. Take as much as you can and spit it out. I'll pretend I didn't see you guys. How about it? Mao Rui was directly exasperated by these shameless words. According to your reasoning, if we didn't kill so many zombies, how could you see so many crystals? It's not too much to charge us for our hard work, right? Besides, if we didn't kill the zombies, how dare you guys walk here? It's not too much for us to collect some more supplies, right? You guys don't toast to the fact that you're not going to be punished. Lin Dong said sorrowfully. Ruan Yu patted Mao Rui. Do you recognize this person? I don't know him, but sis, I swear that I really didn't see any brother Lin when we stepped on the spot yesterday. Morui's face was so sincere that he was close to swearing to the heavens. Do you guys think that just a few of you would be harder to kill than these 100 or so almost 200 zombies on the ground here? Ruan Yu didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly raised his sword and said. Mao Rui's few people didn't fall behind either. They all held their weapons in their hands and looked over with unkind eyes. They had been hacking for so long without seeing anyone come out, and as soon as they called it a day, they came out and tried to take advantage of the situation. How could it be so good? Ever killed anyone? No. Mao Rui and the others spoke in unison. Ruan Yu? Then I'll give you guys a chance. It's not good to not know how to kill in this world. Then a sidestep signaled a few people to hurry up. Why are you looking at me? If you don't leave the people behind, what if they go back and ventilate? Crowd, so reasonable looking. Lin Dong, who was ignored. You guys have good guts. No one has ever been able to walk away in one piece from my hands. Ruan Yu looked indifferent. Oh, I'll let you see it today. Carrying the knife forward, Mao Rui, several people were not willing to show weakness, rushed over together, and in 3 strokes, they knocked down Lin Dong's several people. It was true that people were not as durable as zombies. Ruan Yu stomped on Lin Dong's chest. How is it? Have you seen it today? Lin Dong was almost out of breath from her foot and looked at Ruan Yu with hatred. Without waiting for him to speak, Ruan Yu directly slashed down and his head split. Turning her head, she looked at Mao Rui's several people. Why don't you dare to kill? Several people nodded and shook their heads, although they were not serious people, but killing people had not really done it. You use a knife to cut a slit in their bodies, wait for them to turn into zombies and then kill them. Ruan Yu didn't care. How normal it was not to know how to kill. She had also been dragged to the room by a man she had saved, and that's how she learned to kill, without a teacher. Of course, she also had to thank Bai Cha, otherwise how could she just save someone, or someone who was unsuspecting? Hearing Ruan Yu say that, a few nimbly slashed at those little brothers. Big brother have mercy, we have no choice. If we didn't listen to him, we wouldn't have survived. I have an old man and a young man. Can a few of you let me off the hook? A black-clothed junior immediately conceded and begged for forgiveness. They just saw that these people didn't dare to kill. That's why they came over to get a piece of the pie. Who knew that this woman could come up with such vicious methods? Sister Ruan, this? A few other people were starting to turn black on their bodies. And as soon as this person begged for mercy, a few of Maurice hesitated a bit. Just decide for yourselves. You'll suffer the consequences. The man watched as the people who had grabbed him let their guard down, and a fireball was thrown towards a few of Morui's men. When one of them couldn't dodge in time, he was hit and his body immediately caught fire. Morui reacted in time and immediately condensed a water ball and sprinkled it on, so there was no danger. That person just ran a few steps before being tripped by a vine, and fell to the ground at once. Ruan Yu signaled them to handle it themselves. If they couldn't handle it well, she didn't see the point in continuing the group. The one who was hit immediately struck a gold system supernatural energy, took out a knife and stabbed that person. Watched the person cut off his breath before letting go. The remaining few fast-turning zombies, Maurice and the others didn't wait, directly cut off the head. Let's go. Ruan Yu also did not say anything, directly mounted the small donkey. This kind of thing is good to digest on your own. Anyway, you'll get used to it in the future. The whole way was silent, going upstairs and first dividing the crystal cores. This is what Ruan Yu proposed. No one's mood can affect her dividing the crystal cores. Ruan Yu is still more kind-hearted, divided a small half, the rest as a comfort to their broken hearts. Taking the crystal cores, Ruan Yu went home and washed up, then took out a hand pie for dinner. Back to the space, immediately began to look at the supplies collected today. Potatoes and onions, these long-preserved things naturally a lot more. Most of the greens are almost wilted, completely different from the greens in the supermarket that she had moved before, blaming her for the slow start. However, once she thought of the vegetable market, so many people, but also 4-way, she is really not sure to go, even if it will not be infected. Their own one person may not be able to cut over all. After thinking about it for a while, she took out a kettle and filled it with some water from the space, then sprinkled it on those green vegetables. She found that the hollow cabbage soaked with water in space before, still is alive. Some are beginning to sprout, so that's why she thought of spreading some up, in case it can be saved a little better. Exercised as usual, and then began to absorb the crystal cores. The healing faculty ability rose to the 2nd rank, and the water and wood faculties were both in the late 1st rank. Ruan Yu sighed. It seems like we still have to wait for the zombies to upgrade. Ruan Yu didn't plan to go out for the remaining days. The surrounding area was scoured clean. People were coming out of other neighborhoods, and there were more and more zombies around. The first order crystal cores were not very useful to her, so there was no need to take the risk. She still has to wait until the rescue team to come, before walking out. Now the road is full of cars. Are blocked. Walk cannot go far. Wait for the rescue team to come. At least there is a road can go out. 3 days later, completely cut off the electricity and internet. Halfway through the manhwa a few people came to find a few times, but Ruan Yu does not go out. Manhwa several people are also estimated to think of what? Also do not go out. Most of the people in the cell building is also watching Ruan Yu act, are shrinking in the home. Previously, everyone had stocked up on supplies, so staying for 3 to 5 days was no problem. Ruan Yu took out the binoculars to see, all around the car accident scene. Cannot wait for rescue plus a sudden power outage, directly as the last straw that crushed the camel. They desperately flee the city, do not care about anything, but all around are zombies. This is afraid, plus the heart of the panic, can escape out of very few. The highway is also full of vehicles. Walk cannot go. The last life of Ruan Yu in the villa area, but there is not too much panic. The villa has a backup power supply. There is also a generator. In the rescue team to come when the generator diesel are still a little left. This time looking around at the scene of the crash, Ruan Yu for a moment did not know what to say. No wonder the rescue was so difficult in the last life. It was all about warming up the zombies. In the last life at first the rescue trucks were driven directly to the neighborhoods, but there were too many zombies and some troublemakers, so in the end they could only set up rescue points and let the survivors rush there on their own. Chapter 11, you guys go on. Ruan Yu looked at it for a while, took out the solar energy storage panels that he had previously collected from the solar generator, adjusted them and put them on the rooftop. Before not putting it is the elevator still works, straight to the 24th floor. Now the elevator are out of power. 23rd and 24th floor stairwells are equipped with stainless steel doors. July and August weather. No electricity is really hard to get through. She was still able to hide in her space. The others didn't know. The first day of the blackout is not bad. People did not make much trouble. The next morning Ruan Yu found that the door of the unit building people make trouble. Quickly took out the binoculars and chose a suitable angle to look. Although I did not see the beginning, but probably know what is going on. The power outage cannot cook. Before Ruan Yu's unit building is the first to go out. Supplies are naturally the most, plus they are some will not cook. The power outage is not very much impact on the meal. People feel extraordinarily unfair when they see something that others have and they don't. Bang bang bang. The knock on the door. A group of deep merit Amazons. Keep tapping the door. Looking through the door down a lot of people. Tone of voice Microsoft face piled up a lot of smiles. Your unit building took so many things. Can you move a little to us? Or else it's okay to buy from you guys. The people in the building looked at each other in dismay. In the past, this group of Amazons were also like this, and they had suffered a lot of losses. So for a moment not a single person answered, and the group of Amazons thought that the people inside had been shocked and immediately exposed their nature. Speech also not polite up. If it wasn't for you units taking so many things, would we be hungry? Now you guys are the only ones who have something. Why don't you take it out and give us a hand? That's right. You guys took so many things. Why don't you share out a little bit? We are all in the same neighborhood. What's wrong with helping out a little bit? The voice is loud and clear. Through the door also does not affect in the slightest. Looking at the inside of the people ignore. Annoyed directly began to smash and kick the door. Manhwa several people down to see this picture. Lifting the knife to open the door to split out. These days they also experienced a lot. Have to admit that violence can solve most of the problems. They had fought tooth and nail to get back what they had hoarded. Splitting it up was definitely out of the question. Won't you go out and find your own food if you don't have any? What gives us the right to take out what we desperately took back? Hurry up and leave, or don't blame us for not being polite. Originally, the others were happy for a moment as they watched someone open the door, only to be greeted by a knife. They all knew before that this block of flats were basically youngsters. As long as they spilled moral abduction, basically anything can be taken. Before they basically take the rice, flour, grain and oil, water and gas has long been stopped. Who knows the sudden power outage is now empty food, no way to cook. Yesterday, the day is basically rely on leftovers to hold over, and now have the strength to definitely come first to make some noise. Why they are starving. This side can still eat a full meal. This side of the people they have seen before are taking some noodles bread or something, but also ridiculed them. Who knows actually so coincidentally. Seeing the knife, a few Amazons subconsciously to the side to hide, and then immediately straighten up again. You let me go, just go. I tell you, today, if you do not take some things out, we will not go. Manhwa several people also not spoiled, raised his knife and cut over again. Roll, if you don't leave again, you can just stay here. What do you guys mean? Ah, killing nah. I tell you guys killing is against the law. I'm going to sue you guys. The group of people dispersed at once. Ruan Yu intuited that they had a backhanded plan, otherwise how come none of the men came? Mao Rui a few people in a few other households discussed, then blocked the door. Then a few people took turns to watch the few Amazons, but also prepared a loudspeaker. In case someone bangs on the door they can still be notified in time. The first time there was so much unity in the unit building. Ruan Yu heard the bell she hung ringing, then went downstairs to look. Seeing Mao Rui, Ruan Yu raises an eyebrow. Why are you up here? Not going to watch the gate? We rotate shifts. I just happened to change shifts, and I brought back a loudspeaker from my last trip to the food market, so I'm just in time to use it now. Sis, your two door gods are quite chic. Every time he came up, he would be startled, and now the smell was quite strong. Ruan Yu looks at him with a wry smile. Want to take it to scare people? Mao Rui dryly laughed twice. Those few Amazons are just nesting. In fact, they don't have much guts. The previous corpses were all moved out and thrown away. I thought that you're the only one who has it here. Move it. It does smell a bit too much. After saying that, Ruan Yu turned around and walked away. It's not impossible to let those two big brothers play a little bit of residual heat. She is just too lazy to move. Okay, thank you sis. Then Mao Rui greeted behind him. A few people numbly moved the two bodies down and carried them down. Looking at such a hot day is still persevering in the trouble. They do not know what to say. Have this time to go out to find bad? Fear of zombies. Who is not afraid? Look at a few Amazons actually come together again to chat up. Mao Rui a few people directly opened the door. The body just thrown in the middle of a few Amazons. While they did not react, through another. A few Amazons immediately jumped up. Murder, murder. Everyone, come and see. This unit's murderer. Then a group of people temporarily dispersed. Big brother, or you will think of something. Mao Rui a smug expression. Still need you to say. Solar energy storage panels installed? Don't worry big brother. It's installed. You all keep a low profile huh? No air conditioning. Mao Rui nodded his head, but also did not forget to caution some. If this is open air conditioning, not to mention whether it can be brought. This building is estimated to know. That is not a living target? Ruan Yu nothing for the time being, back to the space to exercise. During the period also did not forget to wash several portions of fruit, peaches, plums, grapes are washed on some. Every time you want to eat and then go to the wash. She is too much trouble or time to wash a little more. In the evening, Ruan Yu wanted to go out to sea. First went to the rooftop to put away the storage board, and then walked downstairs. Just happened to see someone prying the door of the cell building. Ruan Yu is not polite. Directly opened the door. A knife slash over. When a person couldn't dodge, he happened to be hit by a slash, and the clothes on his arm were instantly stained red. Still busy at this late hour? Seeing that Ruan Yu was the only one, the person who had been a little weak-minded immediately straightened up. What gives you the right to hurt people? Hurry up and bring out supplies to cover your debt. Ruan Yu looked at the person at the front. Who are you? I'm the elected representative of the neighborhood. You also know that there's a power outage right now, and in the entire neighborhood. It's your building that's hoarding the most supplies. Now in this special period, we all help each other out. Don't you see that other neighborhoods are like this? The man's face was gentle, and there was a smile on his face when he spoke. If it wasn't for the distance, Ruan Yu would have slashed his way through. She recognized that face. She had seen it in her previous life, called Wang Lei, one of the white tea lickspittles, who hadn't sidelined her much after joining their team. Ruan Yu just wanted to say something. Mao Rui, several people, and a few other residents heard the commotion and also came down. Why did you come down? Sister Ruan? Wanted to go out for a stroll. Just in time to see someone prying the door. Ruan Yu pointed at the man in the middle. This is their elected representative. No electricity to cook and wants you to share some food out. The other one got a cut from me and wants to blackmail me. Looking at him and the others, don't you all guard the door at night? Mao Rui was a bit vain. I thought they all dispersed in the afternoon. I didn't think they would come to pry the door. Seeing the others come down, Wang Lei's face was piled with smiles. He let his mom bring people in the morning to make some noise and then go back. Just to let these people let their guard down thinking that they are afraid. These days to survive are not afraid of killing people probably. Since you all came down, I'll be blunt. Your building are some young and strong young people. No supplies can go out again. Look at our other buildings. Are some older. I see that you guys have taken a lot of milk and bread and such before, so share a little of it out and we'll all talk. This was a good thing to say. The rice, flour, grain and oil they took was indeed not much. Wasn't it because they couldn't cook? Before they went to the food market to take the vegetables, they all switched out and replaced it with bread-soaking noodles. They didn't expect it to be just right. Ruan Yu looked at him with a fake smile on his face. The hand holding the knife gripped a little tighter. Then you have a high life expectancy looking quite young it's less than 40. Wang Lei's face went black. He was only in his early 20s. Mao Rui lowered his head and asked Ruan Yu, Sister, do you have a good idea? Yes, killing them all will allow you to not have to guard the door for a few days. Mao Rui, when he didn't ask, These days it takes 36 plans to grab a supply. If Ruan Yu didn't happen to come downstairs today, are they all going to hemorrhage money tonight? Ruan Yu just watched. Once and for all a good way in a few days the rescue team will arrive. Mao Rui discusses with a few other residents. There are only about 24 people on their side, and a dozen on our side. What do you think? Why don't we have a fight and beat them all up? 20 or so people. Can they resist a beating more than a zombie? A fight won't do. We must beat them to death, or they will come back next time. Agreed. I also agree. Unanimously approved. Mao Rui first led the men to rush out, beating them on sight, not giving the other side a chance to speak. Ruan Yu watched as Wan Lei ducked to the side, saw the opportunity and slashed over. Wang Lei reacted sharply and only cut his arm. Ruan Yu was not polite and directly continued to cut. At first, Wang Lei was able to avoid a little. The back directly by Ruan Yu kicked to the ground, was about to cut over. The person a moment disappeared. Ruan Yu turned back to realize that the person has gone a long way. Looking at Wang Lei's back, Ruan Yu pondered. The original so early awakened supernormal capabilities that last life to pretend what's soft. This is not skilled, that cannot be. Found no sound behind him, which turned to look over. Is fighting a group of people with the same as pressed the pause button. Chi-Chi looked at her. You guys continue don't mind me. Chapter 12 Waiting for Rescue. Seeing that the leader had left, the 20 or so people that Wang Lei had brought with him, immediately turned into birds and scattered. They couldn't care less if they fell. They rolled and crawled and just wanted to hurry up and leave. It's so late, we'll go back to sleep first. They were beating them to death, but they didn't want to really kill them. This girl was really chopping them to death. True to form, she was the first to go out and look for supplies. In the end, there were only a few people left, Ruan Yu and Mao Rui. Mao Rui laughed dryly twice. Sister, they're just a bit timid. All down. Want to go out for a stroll? Ruan Yu suggested. She remembered that there was an office building nearby that not many people had searched. Sis, this neighborhood has literally been searched several times. Where else could it be searched? Office building searched? Isn't there a school not far from here? Have you been there? What's at the school? It's summer vacation. Mao Rui is not good to say directly. He dares not Instead, the yellow-haired patted Morui a little. Big brother. Seems to be a middle school inside the kiosk. Mao Rui immediately color. Sister, we can go now. This is not to blame him. Summer vacation. Who can still think that the school will have food? A few people mounted the small donkey and immediately set off, quickly arriving at the school. Schools on summer vacation were like this, empty and still empty. That also meant there were fewer zombies. Although they had left the school for several years, they could still easily guess the location of the cafeteria. A few people directly went up and removed the door, and after entering, they found that the shelves were basically empty, with only a few snacks. Ruan Yu wasn't surprised that there was usually a small storage room behind the commissary, so he led the people straight in. There were only a few boxes of supplies in the entry, all of which were mostly drinks and instant noodles, as well as a few household items. Split it equally. A mosquito is still neat even if it's small. Okay, listen to sister. Li Tian, come in. After a few times of dividing the things, a few people once again shifted the battlefield. The office building, parked the small donkey. A few people picked up the things and all went in. This side is sure to have zombies, although scattered, but still have to be careful. Turn on the strong flashlight. 5 zombies faced them directly. Needless to say, Ruan Yu flashlight. Mao Rui, several people directly toward the zombies pounced. The zombies also pounced straight over, but also counted two-way run to Mao Rui and their own flashlight. We look at layer by layer. Ruan Yu from the right side to start checking those office drawers. Mao Rui a few people from the left side. Do not really say. Some drawers really have everything. The girls are small snacks and tea and so on. The boys' workplace, that is strange. Daggers are normal. That what small toys are there. The president's office is all tea. Looking for several layers. Finally found a sell wine, but also a little more supplies here. Several people are not discouraged. Every layer has every layer of harvest. Office snacks or every layer will not be less. Sweeping to the 16th floor. There are several more zombies. Ruan Yu walked over and found that it was a psychological counseling office. There are some drugs, but not much. Ruan Yu is still very happy. She is now missing this part of the medicine. It was supposed to be collected for backup. How much didn't matter so much. Just have it. Further up there was a Netflix company that had quite a few snacks, presumably sent over by advertisers in preparation for advertising. The whole building is collected. The accumulation of less into more harvest is quite good. It is a pity that there is actually no boss to get a personal collection room. Sister, really follow, you have meat to eat. They also did not expect before the office building can also be scavenged, but also cut down dozens of zombies. You guys just didn't think of it for the time being. You'll be able to think of it after a few more days of starvation. Ruan Yu honestly said, the last life supplies are in the hands of Bai Cha. obviously a small team. Only she is hungry and full. Can eat enough also thanks to her ability to find supplies, each time to steal a little. There are not many zombies. Who cut the crystal core is who? Nothing to say. Originally, Ruan Yu was thinking of casually coming out to stroll around. After going back to the time is still early, Ruan Yu looked at the medicine collected. Antidepressant, anti-anxiety, antipsychotic, mood stabilizers, these all have. Ruan Yu nodded. The basic chi. Before the hospital received a lot of insulin, fast-acting heart pills and so on. As for the big disease, that is not a drug, can be treated. Afterwards and looked at the meat and eggs. These are some of the supermarket hoarding. Meat is very little. Pork and beef top 100 pounds. Did not cook, really did not pay attention. Frozen dumplings and soup dumplings, these are quite a lot. There are some frozen lobster tails, fish and so on. Supermarket live fish, she even aquarium together with the collection. But the water into the space of the water. Looking still alive. Meat can be hunted or something, but green vegetables cannot. Before the vegetable market basically generally cannot eat. There is not much left. Ruan Yu felt that she still had to grow her own to be able to do. A lot of bases have catalyzed vegetables, but that vegetable, always not as good as the actual planting out of the ground. Looking for the previous seeds, taking out a packet of small cabbage seeds. According to the way she planted her own flowers before, she scattered the seeds and watered them with some water. Only sprinkled a packet, although she felt that this space had a tolerance. But the first time to plant, insurance not to waste. After getting it done, took out a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and ate it with steamed buns. After washing and exercising, Ruan Yu was ready to rest. Early the next morning, Ruan Yu just came out of the space and heard noisy sounds downstairs. The reason was simple. The rescue team was here. In his last life, the rescue team did come at this time, but they couldn't hold back the group of people who had fled before, most of whom had turned into zombies, as well as some people who had made a death wish. Ruan Yu also walked down to see the fun. A lot of people saw the rescue truck at that moment, was so happy that they almost cried. Help is finally here. Ruan Yu looked at what they were wearing. Firefighters and SWAT together. She only remembered that in her last life the rescue point was set up by people from the army coming over. Strong-handed. The ones that spilled the beans were dealt with directly. This time Ruan Yu thought they should have a hard time rushing out. The loudspeaker remembered. Don't be anxious yet. We won't give up on each and every one of you. Everyone come one building at a time. Probably seeing the SWAT team. Some people thought they saw a savior. Comrade, I want to report that they are killing people in one unit, especially that little girl, looking so pretty, killed several people. My poor son just graduated from college, almost killed by her with a knife. Ruan Yu raised her eyebrows. Is this something she shouldn't have come down for? Is this Wang Lei's mom? Seeing someone start, the friends of the two previous door priors also started to say, Comrade, I'm also going to report him. My friend just wanted to borrow some food from her, and he was killed by him with a knife. Not only that, but she also sent it out to the owners group to show off. Several people agreed. Yes, we all saw it. Such a little girl killed, even if, but also cut off the head. Too vicious. You guys can definitely have her captured. A few SWAT officers looked at Ruan Yu, a little girl with a rosy, delicate face. They also looked at the other few who spoke. The large, impudent-faced, big men. The heart has a calculation. This kind of thing in the peace era is quite a lot, and now it is even more common. But there are not many that can be killed. Look at the face of the little girl with the end of the world before. There is no difference. On the contrary, those who complained about the face of the vegetable color, obviously not good life, before the end of the world are not seen to manage over. Now even more cannot manage. This matter is not under our control. You guys can go to the police. Alright, everyone line up. Come in order. Don't crowd. And then went to maintain order. See no one care. A few big moms and began to make a demon. Comrade, you should first transfer our old man and child before up. They are those young men strong. Hungry for a few days is also fine. Especially a unit of the, they robbed a lot of things, but also do not help us. Should be the last to save them. That's right. Comrade, did you all come without bringing us some supplies? We've been starving for days. Can you move us all today? The government came to our rescue and let you come empty-handed? We've been starving for days. The questions got progressively more outrageous. There were always some people who would take it for granted that others would save them. Ruan Yu didn't move, and neither did a few of Mao Rui's people, and the rest of the residents, except for the ones who said they had reported Ruan Yu, didn't move either. The loudspeaker voice sounded again. Everyone line up in an orderly fashion. We can't make it this time. We have another one in the afternoon. We will definitely get you out. Then will you guys bring us supplies in the afternoon? A group of people directly surrounded the car. The car was quickly filled with people, and looking at these people the firefighters and SWAT officers were helpless. A few bargaining down, finally successfully drive the car out. 3 cars, full of people, through the windows can see. The car is not a place to get down. Maorue looked at the face of calm Ruan Yu asked, "Sister, we do not go?" Ruan Yu looked at him. "I have a car, I can drive myself to the base. Why should I wait for someone else to save me? Then why don't we go now?" Ruan Yu sneered. Of course she couldn't walk out. In her last life she just heard that during the first rescue, there were survivors who had a big fight in the car, leading to the almost total annihilation of the rescue team this time. This time she watched. The car was full of bears and parents. A fight was a real possibility. Do you have binoculars? Yes. Then you'll know if you follow the rescue vehicle and look through. Chapter 13, Going to the Zoo. Ruan Yu finished and went upstairs, not forgetting to put the solar storage panels on the rooftop. She tried it last night when she went back, and she couldn't use these in space, which meant that if she wanted to take a hot shower whenever she wanted, she would have to stock up on more hot water in space to be able to do so. Life wasn't easy, but one was much luckier than her last life. Exercising a bit, Ruan Yu took out the electronic map she had saved earlier. She was going to drive herself to the base when the next rescue team came. The road wasn't always clear at this time, but it was going to be much better after the rescue team had gone through. But she was going to have to go to the zoo to have a look at it first. In her last life, by the time White Tea awakened her powers, the last wave of rescue had been gone for 2 days. They could only follow the route to catch up, passing by a zoo where Ruan Yu picked up a black cat. It was mainly because the black cat ate crystal cores that Ruan Yu brought it with her, only to find out later that it was a mutated black panther. Before Ruan Yu heard, "Is this side of the zoo with other places of the zoo borrowed?" After 2 days to return, did not expect to encounter the end of the world. Ruan Yu was picked up by Ruan Yu. White Tea and the others saw it and were sarcastic, saying that Ruan Yu couldn't even feed herself and still had the heart to raise a cat. But after discovering that it is a mutant black panther, immediately changed its face. But unfortunately, it holds a grudge. No matter how many crystals Bai Cha took out, it will accept, turn around and take it to Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu sometimes felt that it was the black panther that was raising her. Then Ruan Yu was sent to the laboratory. She never saw it again, as if there was a black shadow behind her when she saw her brother rushing into the laboratory. Nguyen Nok shook her head. She hoped it was it and she hoped it wasn't. This time, 2 days early to check it out. The afternoon rescue didn't come after all, because the morning rescue team got into a car accident and didn't make it out under siege from the walkers. The reason was that the bear parents got into a fight in the car and ended up injuring the driver as well. 3 mornings later, another announcement came from downstairs. All survivors, we have set up a rescue point on Hualan Road. If you need assistance, please go to the rescue point on your own. We have set up bases in both B City and C City, so you can also go on your own. Watching the car slowly drive past, a large group of people immediately became dissatisfied. Why do we have to go there on our own? We've been starving for days, how can we have the strength to go there? We pay taxes to support you. Is this how you do things? I don't care if you guys don't come to the neighborhood to pick us up. I'm not leaving. Of course this time it was military vehicles with loaded guns, obviously having learned their lesson from the last time or elsewhere as well. This time the people weren't so kind, and most of the bases back there didn't keep useless people. Anyone who could breathe had to work. Hearing someone say that, a man in uniform looked over coldly. It's your choice. We respect it. This is our last rescue. If you need it, please go on your own. It closes at 3 in the afternoon. After saying that, he directly left. His comrades are all pretty much dead because of these people, but these people will add to the chaos. Is to morally kidnap them? They are also human beings. Ruan Yu looked at the time, 10:30 in the morning, going to the rooftop to put away the solar storage panels. What she didn't see might be forgotten in a while. It's better to put it away first. Took out a porridge that she ordered earlier, and a vegetable bun. As breakfast, she realized that takeout is really forbidden to eat. Several hundred copies of takeout. Now it seems that all of them have been taken out by her, a gaping hole. Counted with her consciousness. Only a little more than 300 left. Blame her for eating too much. Nothing on the road, surely can't eat like this. Early to find brother. Let him cook a little more to stock up. Thinking about it, Ruan Yu mood a lot better. To help her brother pack things, always collect some interest. At noon Ruan Yu is still not hungry. Take out a peach. Eat and put all the furniture in the house into the space, which is slow to go down. In the morning, one by one, said that the rescue team does not come, will not go, and now the whole neighborhood is empty. Ruan Yu took out the Hummer and drove to start. These roads in the morning rescue vehicles walk through once. It is quite smooth. Just occasionally encountered a few zombies blocking the road. Ruan Yu drove directly into the past. Along the way basically did not stop. About 2 hours later, finally arrived at the zoo. Ruan Yu, this parking. I don't know if I can find the little black cat at this time. Ruan Yu muttered. Having been to the zoo before, he probably knew that some of the animals were over there. And even though they were all gone now, Ruan Yu still wanted to take a chance and took out the little donkey to ride on. The small donkey can go through trails. The Hummer is better to put in space. In case it is stolen, it is too much of a loss. She felt that she could appear at the zoo in a couple of days. She should be at the zoo or nearby for a couple of days, wandering around nothing, not a single animal. But when she walked into the office area, she saw a few zombies. Ruan Yu directly cut through. When pulling out the crystal core, found that the crystal core is missing too. Ruan Yu nodded his head. It seems that he did not look in the wrong place. Directly put those few crystal cores on the table, and took out a few more from the space, and waited for a while, which saw a black cat drilling out from a crack, and there was a trail of blood on its paw. Slowly walked to the pile of crystal cores, sniffed, only took the red one and put it in his mouth, swallowed it in 3 or 2. Seeing Ruan Yu was not afraid, Ruan Yu reached out and poked it and said, "Follow me. Every day there are crystal cores to eat, and how about meat?" Smoothly took out a piece of meat, still raw, and handed it to it. "Do you want to follow me?" The black cat slowly ate it, a few times finished eating it, and licked its paws, before it arrogantly jumped into Ruan Yu's arms. Ruan Yu hugged it and put away the crystal cores on the table by hand, before walking out. "I'll call you Black Yao from now on." The little black cat struggled twice before obediently rubbing itself. This was because Ruan Yu was treating the injury on its paw, holding Black Yao and riding on the small donkey ready to go out. Ruan Yu then realized that behind her a group of black dots chasing after her. A closer look was a group of mutated monkeys and squirrels, densely packed, about 60 to 70 of them. In a few breaths, Ruan Yu and Obsidian were surrounded by mutant monkeys with extremely strong bouncing power, plus the mutant monkeys were about 1 meter 5 or so, and there were more than a dozen squirrels that were half a meter long, eyeing the middle of the one person and a panther. Ruan Yu had a black line on her face. No wonder when she picked up Obsidian in her last life she was in such a sorry state. Her legs and body were covered in injuries. The mutant monkeys and squirrels were basically all in the late first stage, with a few sporadic monkeys in the middle to early second stage. A leading monkey, a moment towards Ruan Yu, pounced. Ruan Yu directly released 2 vines towards the monkey to hit. Throw Black Yao out at once. Take out the Tang sword. Pounce over a cut one. Little thing to mess with so many, just try watching? Black Obsidian directly closed its eyes and pretended to be dead. Ruan Yu did not let it go. Took the opportunity to kick it, and by the way, the monkeys that wanted to pounce on it, a knife cut. Black Obsidian, if you're still pretending to be dead like this, I'll just leave you here. Anyway, there's an injustice. It's not me they're chasing. Black Obsidian immediately opened his eyes pitifully and looked at Ruan Yu as if to say, "Weren't you the one who told me to follow?" Ruan Yu felt that this thing just belonged to the category of bullying, so she said in a cold and hard voice, "It's useless to act pitiful. If you still don't come to help, I'll do what I say." Black Obsidian slumped to the ground in mourning. She didn't believe that this thing had no combat power now. Otherwise, how could she have picked it up in her last life? Ruan Yu hacked at the pouncing monkeys and squirrels while pushing back. Still on the trail, Ruan Yu wanted to exit a bit to make it easier to drive. Although most of them are first order, but the flexible monkeys and that limbs are still uncoordinated zombies are completely 2 kinds of combat power. There are also squirrels that leap out from time to time to sneak attack. Ruan Yu can only keep swinging his sword to cut. Seeing Ruan Yu's thoughts, Black Yao finally stood up and turned into a 4-meter-long black panther to join the battle. 1 person and 1 panther, working in perfect harmony. A grade 2 mutant monkey suddenly sprang out of its body with a green vine, directly toward Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu swung his sword and slashed at the green vine. The other level 2 monkey also spat out a water balloon and threw it at Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu released 2 vines at the same time to draw towards the 2 monkeys and swung the knife in his hand towards the monkey that ran out of the vines. The monkey jumped up to dodge but failed to do so and had its head chopped off by the knife. The other monkey was jerked to the ground when it couldn't dodge and Ruan Yu immediately walked over to finish it off. Obsidian took on several monkeys and squirrels in one fight. One didn't dodge in time and was scratched on the back. There was also a bit of red color flashing on the back paw. Ruan Yu rushed over to help. The vines cooperated with her sword and quickly cut down a large number of them. Nearly an hour later, more than 70 monkeys were finally all cut down. Chapter 14, Zoo Follow-Up. Ruan Yu was paralyzed with exhaustion and took out a cup of water from space and drank it. Before she tried water from space to recover a little bit of her supernatural ability, but it was slow, but now it seemed to be a little faster than before. Maybe it had something to do with her alien ability level. Black Panther huffed and plopped down next to her, having turned into the appearance of a small black cat. The black cat's nose twitched slightly as it stared at the water in Ruan Yu's hand. "I want it written all over its fluffy face," just short of slipping a harangue. Ruan Yu found the cup from space, filled it up and handed it to it. Black Obsidian stuck out his tongue and licked it with a mesmerized face and glowing eyes. Ruan Yu held her forehead. This doesn't seem too different from the water outside. After lying down for a while, Ruan Yu got up and dug for the crystal cores. She had just looked at it. 2nd grade water system with system mutant monkeys. How can she not raise all of her special abilities to 2nd grade today before she sets off? Looking at the injuries behind Black Obsidian, Ruan Yu directly activated her healing powers and helped it heal. Little thing, ask you again, do you want to follow me? Being healed, Black Obsidian squinted its eyes with a comfortable face and looked at Ruan Yu, nodding its head haughtily. Seeing it like this, Ruan Yu directly hugged Black Obsidian's head and rubbed it for a good amount of time before she was satisfied and continued digging for crystal cores. She was working hard here. Black Obsidian was lying down with a cozy face. Ruan Yu could not see eye to eye. Black Obsidian, hurry up and come over here to dig up crystal cores, or else you won't have your share later on. Do you still want to eat meat? Hearing the last sentence, this small food goods this reluctant to get up. A claw headshot broken began to pull out the crystal core. Finally finished pulling out the crystal cores, Ruan Yu rubbed its head. Well done. Then she picked out all the fire-type crystal cores and handed them to it. Nah, this is for you. She had realized before that this thing was only in the late first stage now. No wonder it was being chased by a group of monkeys and squirrels. Black Obsidian is also not polite at all. A dozen or so crystal cores, of which there is also a second level, directly transformed and swallowed all of them in one bite, and then lazily lie down again. Ruan Yu helplessly poked and prodded it. It seems that tonight we'll spend the night in the zoo. Put away the little donkey. Walked to the zoo's warehouse. There are still several 100 pounds of rice, several barrels of soybean oil, salt and other seasonings are also quite a lot. Also found a lot of potatoes. Ruan Yu sighed, really, potatoes there is no shortage. As for the other dishes and meat, blackout for several days. The meat has a taste. Ruan Yu disgusted walk away, putting the tables and chairs that can be used in these, and the things that can be eaten into the space. He found a more secluded room, carefully sensed the surroundings with his spiritual power, confirming that there was no one and no other threats, before taking Obsidian into the space with the intention of digging a large pit, and then led the water in. Put Black Yao on the side. Do not run around. Play with water, can only play here. Dare to run around will beat you. The Black Obsidian in the last life can like to play with water. As long as it passes through the river will go down to take a bath. But the water in the space she still has to drink. Can only dig a big pit for it to play. Black Obsidian lazily looked at this pit that was 5 times bigger than its own body and nodded its head in satisfaction, indicating that it would not run around. Only then did Ruan Yu take out today's harvest. The water system would system crystal cores, ready to start absorbing them. Cha-Cha, are you sure there are mutated animals here? Yanzhi and Bai Cha had just parked the car and walked into the zoo. Bai Cha had a soft smile on her face and looked at Yanzhi with a few points of aggression in her eyes. Yanzhi, you don't believe me? The two of them did not look very good, and their clothes were somewhat wrinkled, completely different from their delicate and bright appearance before the end of the world. After eating half a month's worth of instant noodles, cookies and whatnot, no one's face would look good. Yanzhi looked around. There was nothing. Cha-Cha, of course I believe in you. It's just that you've only just awakened your psychic abilities. I'm afraid that I won't be able to protect you in case of danger. This side is a zoo. There must be a lot of mutated animals. Words, you trust me. In the dream I had there was only an injured mutated black panther. It won't be dangerous. Bai Cha gently looked at him and explained. She clearly remembered that what was written in the book was that Ruan Yu saved a black panther here. She came 2 days earlier than the book, so how could she not see it? Words. Let's go inside again. Zoos usually have a cafeteria. Even if there's no mutated black panther, it's good to collect more supplies. The two walked around for a good while. Bai Cha saw some impatience on Yanzhi's face and whispered. Only then did Yanzhi nod. Cha-Cha, or you're still thoughtful. Anyway, he felt that since he had come he couldn't suffer. He always had to bring something to go. Otherwise wouldn't it be a waste of effort to walk for so long? Later, Yanzhi suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked sideways to the side. Bai Cha hurriedly asked. What's wrong with Yanzhi? There's a smell of blood over there. Let's go take a look. Pulling Bai Cha's hand, he walked towards the place where Ruan Yu fought the monkeys. Suddenly seeing so many dead monkeys, as well as some squirrels, either having their heads smashed or having a hole pulled out of their heads, and the ground being covered in blood, Bai Cha screamed out without paying attention for a moment. Yanzhi immediately put her in his arms to comfort her. Cha-Cha is fine. It's just some corpses. Only then did Bai Cha raise her head, her eyes slightly red. Yanzhi, isn't it that I'm too useless to get used to it after so long? No, Cha-Cha, you're just too kind. It's okay, I'll accompany you to slowly get used to it. Yanzhi, I'll get used to it as soon as possible. I won't drag you down. Bai Cha looked at Yanzhi with a firm face and said seriously. After that, she ignored her fear and walked into the side of the mutated monkey's corpse and started to check it out, while Yanzhi watched on with relief. Suddenly Bai Cha with a surprised face pointed at a monkey with a shattered head and said, Yanzhi, come and see. These animals look like they've only been dead for a short while, and these shattered heads, do they look like they've been photographed? Yanzhi hurriedly went forward, squatted down and looked up. Indeed, but people shouldn't have this power. These can be mutated monkeys. People don't, but mutated animals do. Are you saying this is the work of that mutant Black Panther? YT nodded and said happily. Words of wisdom. Let's quickly and carefully look for it. It might be injured and hiding somewhere. Good. The two of them began to split up to look for it. Bai Cha was a fire-type psychic ability. Although it had only just awakened, his attack power wasn't weak, so Su Yanzhi wasn't too worried. Even if there was danger, he could still get there in time, and it was faster to split up and look for it. In case someone else got there first, then they wouldn't be losing money. After looking around, the two of them met at the staff cafeteria. Yanzhi, you didn't find it either? Looking at Su Yanzhi walking over empty-handed, Bai Cha said with some sadness. Looking at Bai Cha's lost look, Su Yanzhi reached out and rubbed her hair. Cha, don't be discouraged. Maybe it will show up on its own in a while. This is probably the cafeteria. Let's go look for any supplies first. Bai Cha could only nod helplessly. Could it be that only the heroine could get the heroine's things? Obviously not long ago that Black Panther appeared in the zoo. How come once they came out, the entire zoo was rummaged through and not a single shadow was seen? She was not willing. On what grounds? The two looked from room to room. Several in a row were empty. It was hard to find a room with a refrigerator. The two opened the fridge directly without defense. Vomit. Bai Cha and Su Yanzhi covered their mouths at the same time and ran out. The two only reacted after dry heaving for a while. Yanzhi, it looks like we've been preempted. With a hint of aggravation, Bai Cha looked at Su Yanzhi and said weakly. She could almost confirm in her heart that it was Ruan Yu, or else that space alien would have been so bored that he would have taken away the tables and chairs. Yanzhi, just now I seem to have a sudden image in my head that it was Ruan Yu who took the Black Panther, and she also used her healing ability to heal the Black Panther's injuries. Let's find her quickly, shall we? That way we won't be afraid of the zombies either. A dark light flashed in the bottom of Bai Cha's eyes. Since only the female lead in the book had healing psychic abilities, then don't blame her. Hearing this, Su Yanzhi said excitedly, Cha, are you sure? Of course, I won't be wrong. It's just that right now Ruan Yu is hiding from us. How can we get her to find us? I have a way. Ruan Yu also has a brother, although she had a fight with her brother before because of me. But now her brother is definitely looking for her and she is definitely looking for her brother. We can go to the base while claiming to be Ruan Yu's brother, and then put out the news that she has healing powers. As long as Ruan Yu isn't stupid, she'll definitely come to us for a hug. Otherwise, she'll definitely be threatened by a lot of people snatching her up as a healer. Su Yanzhi said with a confident face. As long as he found Ruan Yu, he said a few soft words, and the previous matter would not be taken up with her. Ruan Yu would definitely rush to the door. Bai Cha's heart burst with dark joy. Yanzhi, or you're smart. Unlike me who always misses every time I know what's in front of me. Cha, that's not your fault. You're just too soft-hearted. Let's go. First find a safe place to rest. Bai Cha nodded and followed Su Yanzhi out. Chapter 15, Changes in Space. Bai Cha and Su Xiangsheng had just left for a while. Ruan Yu had just finished absorbing the crystal cores. Her water and wood abilities had both risen to the early second stage, and her healing ability had already reached the late second stage, and she was just short of a third stage crystal core to be upgraded. After opening her eyes, the mountain in the space was full of fruit trees. Although it wasn't bare before, it wasn't much worse. There were a dozen or so fruits hanging sporadically on the fruit trees, growing similar to apples. Black Yao has long turned into the appearance of a Black Panther. Under the tree has been jumping. Strange is that the fruit tree looks not high, but no matter how Black Yao jumped, just can not reach the fruit. After looking carefully for a while, he realized that Black Yao was actually a third-order mutant beast. Ruan Yu was envious. Why did this bastard upgrade so fast? A turn of the head to look at the plot of land where the baby cabbages were scattered before, and found that it was already a lush green. Most of the leaves were as long as a finger. Ruan Yu a burst of joy. It seems that space to grow things, the growth rate is also different from the outside world. The water in the space is better than the outside world. Then this vegetable will certainly not be bad. The stream in space was also about a meter wider than before. Ruan Yu nodded. Looks like she's going to try to upgrade. Watching obsidian pop up for a while, Ruan Yu then walked over. Noticing Ruan Yu approaching, Black Obsidian hurriedly ran over and rubbed against Ruan Yu vigorously, turning into a kitten and jumping into her arms to make a fuss. Meow. Ruan Yu only felt funny. 2 lifetimes or the first time to see Black Yao so doggy, reached out and rubbed its head. Well, in a moment we'll pick for you to eat. Black Obsidian immediately jumped to the ground again, turning into a Black Panther sitting, looking at her with a haughty face. Ruan Yu reaches out and picks a fruit. It looks quite high. She can reach it with a single reach. It looks like the things in the space are only accessible to her. Taking the fruit, she washed it in Black Yao's thirsty gaze, put it to her mouth and took a bite, walked over and knocked Black Yao's head. How come I didn't realize before that you can still change your face off? The fruit looked like an apple, but it was a circle smaller than a normal apple. Ruan Yu finished it in a few bites. and after eating it, she realized that her psychic ability had grown from the early stage of the second order to the late stage of the second order in one go. Ruan Yu was surprised. So there is this effect, ah. No wonder Black Obsidian persevered and popped for so long. Black Obsidian stretched out his front paws and plucked at Ruan Yu's pants. His big pitch-black face actually had a few points of aggression and came over to continue rubbing against Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu reached out and picked two more, washed and threw one to it. Black Obsidian opened his mouth and bit down, chewed a few times, before swallowing it with a face of intoxication. Looking towards the rest of the fruits, his eyes were glowing. Ruan Yu ate the fruit in her hand, and her alien ability level became early third stage. Originally, there wasn't much fruit left, but after Ruan Yu upgraded her psychic ability, it became more visible to the naked eye. Ruan Yu looked back. Except for the hut with the yard, nothing had changed. Everything else had changed. The creek had once again become 2 meters wider, and the fruit trees on the mountain had also become more numerous, only that a good number of them did not have any fruit. It should be because her current level is too low. When she ate the second fruit, she could obviously feel that the fruit's effect on the level of alien energy is much smaller. It seems that she still needs the crystal core to be able to do it. However, the fruit could quickly restore the alien energy, which was considered a very good harvest. Not really hungry for the time being, Ruan Yu looked for a steamed bun and took a bottle of yogurt from the previous takeout. At this point in time, it was estimated that it was already dark. Ruan Yu decided that he would try out his alien energy tonight. After a few eats, after carefully looking outside the space and confirming that no one was there, Ruan Yu hugged Black Yao and exited the space, patting Black Yao's head. Why did those monkeys chase you in the morning? Black Yao ignored it, burrowed into Ruan Yu's arms and continued to sleep. You don't want to go take revenge? Don't want to eat the fruit? At that, Black Yao immediately opened his eyes and pointed in a direction. Suddenly his nose twitched and bit Ruan Yu's clothes. Meow. With the experience of his last life, Ruan Yu instantly understood what it meant. Are you saying that someone has been here? Black Obsidian nodded. Meow. No one is here right now. Ruan Yu raised her hand and rubbed Black Yao's head a few times. Walking around the cafeteria a few times, she suddenly stopped. She seemed to have stepped on something. Stepping back, a strong flashlight shone on the ground. Earring? Ruan Yu was well aware that there were no earrings here when she was collecting and scraping the tables and chairs, especially such bright, large pearl earrings. Picking it up and rubbing it on her hand twice. These earrings look a bit familiar. Isn't this White Tea's earrings? It's this time of the year and still wearing earrings. Doesn't seem to be having a bad time. In her last life, she was the one who saved Bai Cha with her supernatural powers. How did she avoid it this time? It seemed that the people who came here were Bai Cha and Su Yanzhi, and according to Bai Cha's character, she would definitely ask herself to hand over the Black Panther and the spatial ring. These two won't be looking for her under her brother's name, right? Her brother wouldn't be that stupid to make such a big deal out of finding someone. After thinking about it for a while, Ruan Yu didn't think about it. No matter what the situation, strength is the most important. Patting Black Yao, whose eyes narrowed again. No sleeping. Go back to sleep after giving you revenge. Black Yao dared to be angry. Taking out the small donkey, he soon arrived at a small hill. If it wasn't for the strong flashlight, Ruan Yu felt that his dense phobia was going to be offended. Hundreds of monkeys, all second order, there are a lot of third order. Turn off the flashlight, are densely packed with green eyes. After thinking for a while, Ruan Yu opened the flashlight again, only to find a group of monkeys around a tree. The tree has 2 or 3 fruits. It looked like it would be ripe soon. Ruan Yu felt sure it would be hers when she saw it. Releasing the rose vines, she was now able to control dozens of vines, each with a rose flower on it. Picking up Black Obsidian by the back of the neck, she threw it towards the pile of monkeys, took out her tang blade, and started the process of slashing one monkey at a time. A lightning struck towards Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu dodged in time to avoid it, but a vine didn't avoid it and was electrocuted. Ruan Yu hurriedly let go of the vine. Dead monkeys are quite good at thinking. Ruan Yu hit a column of water. All the monkeys around were hit. All the monkeys around were tied up by the vines, and those that pounced on them ran over them with the tied up monkeys. Tendrils are too many and too thin to strangle the monkeys. They can only tie her up and cut them one by one. The other side of the Black Obsidian is a very good mix. A claw one. Fight. Finally, then the monkeys level. Black Obsidian shot while releasing fireballs. Burned. A group of monkeys kept screaming. The monkeys that were still able to cooperate, completely messed up. After chopping up quite a few monkeys, Ruan Yu realized that the tied monkeys seemed to have fainted. After tying up a few more monkeys, he realized that it was caused by the scent of roses. Now Ruan Yu was happy, put out all the vines that he could control, saw the monkeys and pumped them over, pumping the ones that couldn't be pumped to hit the water balloon attack. Suddenly saw a monkey behind the ring out a purple ball. Nguyen knocks quick eyes and hands a big water ball and hit the past. Finally, after more than an hour of hacking, a group of monkeys have been resolved. Ruan Yu, also exhausted, paralyzed on the ground, washed his hands and picked 2 fruits from the space, threw one to black obsidian and slowly nibbled on it himself. Feeling that the alien energy has recovered most of the time, Ruan Yu released a few vines. Under Ruan Yu's control, the vines went straight through the monkey's head, and a crystal core was dug out just like that. Ruan Yu tried to control only 5 more will not be able to pierce the monkey's head. The zombie's head is estimated to be the same. Chapter 16 Encountered Robbers. With the help of the vines, it didn't take long for the crystal cores to be dug out. Nearly 100 second-grade cores, and 4 or 5 third-grade cores. Another rewarding day. Picking another fruit and eating it, Ruan Yu realized that after her psychic ability was depleted. After eating the fruit, the effect seemed to be a little better. Now her psychic ability was already in the middle of the 3rd stage. Looking up, she saw Black Yao sitting under that tree, his eyes looking straight up at the fruit above, just short of drooling. No wonder Black Obsidian didn't dawdle beside her when she ate the fruit this time, so she had a substitute meal. Walking over, "Want to eat?" Black Yao nodded. "It's not ripe yet, it'll take a while." Black Obsidian stretched out his paw and pointed down at the group of monkeys' heads, then pointed under the tree and pawed at it a few times. "Are you saying that you want me to bury the crystal cores under the tree?" Meow, meow, meow. Right. Ruan Yu decided it was better to listen to it and took half of the crystal cores, most of which were of course level 2, and also took out all the level 1 cores she had collected earlier together, dug a few small pits all around the tree, roughly divided them up and buried them. See, 3 fruits are almost ripe. Suddenly leaped out a group of squirrels, are half a meter long. Squirrels a little more to see almost 200. Are the second level of the 3rd level is the squirrels? A circle of a person, a leopard, a tree group surrounded. Kicked a foot, only no staring at the fruit. Flowing halo obsidian, hurry to work, or one are not for you. Black Obsidian whimpered twice and directly rushed into the squirrel group. Ruan Yu directly released all the vines, the strong fragrance of flowers. Looking at a squirrel affected, Ruan Yu went up and slashed. A squirrel pounced towards Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu dodged and avoided. Who knew that the squirrel next to the back hit a wind blade? Ruan Yu's arm was directly cut a slash. Ruan Yu directly a vine draw over. While it did not react, a knife cut over. Now the knife basically cannot cut the squirrel. Ruan Yu overlay a layer of supernatural ability to a knife a big squirrel. Still need to find a gold system psychic to be able to do. Otherwise cannot cut. Meet a group of zombies is too disadvantageous. 1 man and 1 leopard fought for more than an hour. A group of squirrels were eliminated. Exhausted, Ruan Yu felt that today's harvest is exceptionally large. Lying for a while and realized that the fruit on the tree are gone. Black Obsidian, holding a branch with a fruit hanging from it, walked to Ruan Yu and threw it to her. As for the other 2, no need to think that they were all eaten by Black Obsidian. Ruan Yu picked it up and received it in space, first digging up all the crystal cores before going back to the previous place. After observing herself once more, and letting Black Yao smell to confirm that there was no one around, only then did she take Black Yao back to the space. The dirty clothes on the body, changed down to play a bucket of hot water stored before to wash up. This is to pick up the fruit ready to eat. As for Black Yao, directly soaked in its exclusive pool, after washing, circled around Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu used her mind to make a bed for him, and this time was content to jump on it. Coiled into a circle. What a clean leopard. Ruan Yu picked up the fruit and took a bite. It was sweet and sour. The flavor wasn't too different from ordinary fruit. After eating it in 3 or 2 bites and absorbing several 3rd level crystal cores, Ruan Yu realized that her psychic ability had reached the early 4th stage. Taking a fruit in space, she ate it, and this time the fruit in space had no effect on upgrading her psychic abilities. That is to say, in the future, to upgrade her powers, she can only look for crystal cores or outside the fruits of her powers, and the fruits in space can only be used to quickly recover her powers. It's not bad that others are still struggling at level 1 or 2. She's already at level 4. And this time the small bamboo hut in space has turned into 2 levels. Ruan Yu walked in and found the biggest room, put the bed in and laid it out, and directly lay on it. She remembered that in her last life on the way to the base there was a small village raising zombies. She was the one who got the crystal cores but ended up giving them to Bai Cha. This time she couldn't cheapen Bai Cha. She has to get all these things and go to the base again, so she fell into a deep sleep thinking about it. Early to bed, early to rise tomorrow, still have to rush, although it is already early in the morning. At 8 in the morning, Ruan Yu was woken up by Obsidian. Meow-ow, meow-ow. It wanted dry rice. Ruan Yu had to get up and walk out, pointing to the small pile of meat she had collected from the supermarket. You can't take it? Black Obsidian nodded with a good face. Ruan Yu had to use her mind to take a piece of meat to it, not forgetting to pick a fruit. Looking at Black Obsidian thoughtfully, that is to say, even if someone entered her space, they couldn't take away the things in the space, and could only look at so many things and starve to death without giving food. Ruan Yu flipped out a plate of takeout order dumplings, took a bottle of milk, and after eating, also picked a fruit as an after-dinner fruit. Looking at the baby cabbages again, They seemed to have grown quite a bit more and were basically ready to go into the pot. Could it be that she had risen 2 levels in a row of her supernatural ability? And along with that, these things could also grow faster. It's a pity that it won't be able to rise so fast later on. After leaving the space, Ruan Yu hugged Black Yao and drove on the road. As soon as she got into the car, Black Yao was still very self-conscious and balled up in the passenger side. The car drove very slowly. Convenient to see the zombies. Ruan Yu directly released vines digging crystal core. Are 1 or 2 zombies. There is no need to get off. After driving for a while, Ruan Yu a sharp brake. Black Yao, face confused, raised his head and looked at Ruan Yu, as if to say, "What are you doing In front of the highway is full of nail boards. Ruan Yu wanted to turn around. 2 vans parked horizontally in the back. The way back is completely blocked. It turned out to be a robbery. Ruan Yu put Black Yao in his arms, walked out of the car, looked at the van. Down a dozen people. The dozen or so people were all in black clothes and pants. The leader was bald. The rest had hair. Their hands were either knives or wolfsbane bats. Only a few, 1 or 2, held baseball bats. The leader walked towards Ruan Yu with a 6-fold pace. A group of people walked extremely slowly, like they were enjoying the hunt. Looking at Ruan Yu, who was rosy-cheeked and holding a black cat, the group suddenly burst into laughter. Good luck. Or a chick? No, this is a beauty. It's a world away from those crooked girls before. Beautiful girl, good color? You haven't suffered yet? Be sensible. Follow your brother and you won't have to suffer for the rest of your life. Ruan Yu did not say a word, silently reached out in the car and actually took out the tang knife in the space. The group of people were a little surprised to see Ruan Yu pulling out her knife, but only for a moment. How does a beautiful woman like to play with knives? Or playing with guns suits you? It just so happens that we are the least short of guns here. Be sensible, you can play with that one if you want to. If you're not sensible, then that's the gun that wants to play with you. Ha 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 ha. The others also laughed when they heard the bald man's words. Ruan Yu did not get angry, only her eyes got a little colder. In her last life she was used to hearing these words, if you don't like it, kill it. So Ruan Yu threw the knife on the ground. I can play that one if I want to. Do you mean what you say? Of course, a beautiful woman like you who knows what she's doing. We love it the most and are most heartbroken, especially when it comes to playing with guns. Yeah, guess why so many of you have to live off of robbery, but I alone am still doing so well? Why? Ruan Yu smiled sweetly and froze the group in their tracks. A dozen or so vines instantly attacked the group, each one of them heavily lashed. A few or 2 shifters dodged but were dazed for a few seconds under the effect of the roses, and then tied up and heavily lashed a few more times. Only one should be a speed alien escaped. Ruan Yu didn't care. Just as well he didn't have to find it himself. The bald man reacted quickly, and also attacked the vines with fireballs, but unfortunately the level was too low, and in turn was heavily lashed several times by Ruan Yu's control of the vines, and lay on the ground with a breath. Ruan Yu slowly walked over with his knife, one by one. Soon only the bald man was left. Ruan Yu followed his earlier example, slowly approaching step by step. Now do you know why I'm still able to get by so well alone? 2 from the feet and then legs, slowly scratching to the root of the thigh. Still like me to play with guns? The color of the black pants seemed to darken a bit. Pretty girl, big sister, I was wrong. It was me who offended you by not recognizing you with my eyes. You are kind enough to forgive me. Spare my dog's life. Ruan Yu didn't say anything. The tip of the knife moved slowly. The cold tip of the knife landed on the bald man's warm neck. Sis, warrior, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please spare my dog's life. Ruan Yu looked at him with a smirk. Then are you prepared to spare my life just now? The tip of the knife slid. A jet of blood. A bus slowly approached in the distance. Big brother, that's her. Killed many of our brothers. Chapter 17, Eating Melon. Hearing the sound of the car stopping, Ruan Yu turned her head to look over. Came pretty fast. After the car stopped, more than 24 people came down one after another, all of them being exalts. Although the Xenos couldn't sense the level of the other party, the party with a higher level could still determine whether the other party was an ordinary person or a Xeno. Ruan Yu raises her eyebrows. This world's aberrants seem to be as worthless as the cabbages before the end of the world. A group of robbers have so many aberrants. A group of people at the head of the group is tattooed with a large flower arm bald head, then the ground that a lot of fat. The others were all dressed in black clothes and pants, similar to the dozen or so corpses on the ground. The group of people slowly walked towards Ruan Yu. Their faces were arrogant and disdainful. Lin Biao's face was full of smiles, but there wasn't the slightest bit of laughter under his eyes as he looked at Ruan Yu and arched his hand. My name is Lin Biao. I don't know where the beautiful woman is from. How did my brother offend the beautiful woman and make you lay such a cruel hand on her? Ruan Yu frowned. No wonder she looked at this person and felt familiar. It looks like it should be the big brother of that Lin Dong in the vegetable market. Can't talk about ruthlessness. It's just a matter of treating others the way they treat you. How come you're here to avenge your brother's death? Lin Biao still had that leathery expression. Beautiful woman. Seeing how easily you dealt with a dozen people, I think you are also an alien. It's just that you alone can deal with the 24 or so alterans behind me? Ruan Yu raised her eyebrows. Then do you have any good methods? After looking Ruan Yu up and down with lewd eyes, Lin Biao said, follow me and this matter will be cancelled. How about it? Not how. But you are ugly. Think beautifully with Lin Dong is really exactly the same, but unfortunately are all under my sword. Lin Biao's face instantly darkened. Since a beautiful woman likes to take a penalty, then we will not be polite. Lin Biao raised his hand and waved his hand. The 20 or so people behind him immediately ran towards Ruan Yu. Hundreds of vines leapt out from behind Ruan Yu, and the rich fragrance of flowers lingered around. This time all of them were exalts, basically stunned for a few seconds and then continued to rush over. Ruan Yu knew that his level wasn't enough, but the stun was enough. A gold-type alien, striking a golden light to cut through a vine, came at Ruan Yu, who sidestepped and kicked him in the face. The others reacted quickly and directly attacked the vines released by Ruan Yu with their psychic abilities. The vines were released too much, causing them to be easily chopped off by this group of second-order psychics. Ruan Yu slashed people with her knife while releasing her water-based psychic ability, Heavenly Maiden-like water droplets, attacking the people around her. Can't see that it's still a dual-system alien, so what if it's a high rank? It's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. You don't understand such a shallow truth. The person who spoke happened to cut off 2 vines of Ruan Yu coming towards Ruan Yu. Seeing the water droplets without a care in the world, he took his knife and slashed towards Ruan Yu. The water droplets cut across his face and a blood scar appeared. Seeing that the man didn't dodge at all, Ruan Yu directly hit more water drops towards his face, especially his eyes. My eyes. Seeing this, Ruan Yu directly controlled more water drops to hit towards the others' faces. Several other people had already been on guard, and even with the roses, Ruan Yu only hit 2 people in the eyes. The smart ones immediately left Ruan Yu at a distance and controlled their supernatural abilities to hit towards Ruan Yu. Wind blades, fireballs, flying daggers, many wounds appeared on Ruan Yu's body. Seeing that Ruan Yu was injured, the group of people loosened up a bit, and Ruan Yu made a look towards Black Yao. Black Yao understood and immediately turned into his body and pounced towards the group. Ruan Yu was controlling the vine water droplets in the back to harass them, and Black Obsidian directly hit them with a claw. 10 minutes later, only Lin Biao and the speed alien from before were left standing. Ruan Yu was covered in blood, but it didn't affect her aura in the slightest, slowly walking towards Lin Biao step by step. I have a better method. Do you want to hear it? Lin Biao was quite calm. He gave a wink to the alien next to him. A golden alien energy struck towards Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu dodged and dodged, then looked up again Lin Biao and the two of them ran far away leaving only a back shadow. Ruan Yu smiled. I'm afraid you guys won't run. When she saw Lin Biao, Ruan Yu had a plan in mind. If she remembered correctly, in her last life, it was Lin Biao's boss who was raising zombies, so he was already a third-order alien when others were only awakening their powers. It's just that White Tea was one step ahead of her. It wouldn't be such a waste to get caught. Took 2 fruits out and immediately put them in his mouth and chewed them up, feeling that the alien energy had recovered most of it, before he took another one to Black Yao. Patted Black Yao. Get up and work. Take you to do great things at night. Meow-ow. Meow-ow. You squash protected animals. More than 24 people were patched up before Ruan Yu started checking the vans, and the buses. The van had more supplies. 5 cases of instant noodles, 2 cases of beer, several cigarettes, and a carton of mineral water. It looked like it had only been looted not long ago. Ruan Yu also do not mind, according to the list, but the bus on a box of water, a few packets of cookies, presumably ready to rob did not expect to come to the delivery of food. Busy for a while on the noon, Ruan Yu on the ground of the nail plate are collected into the space. The difference between the stop by the side, which took out a takeaway, a box of rice, a green pepper shredded pork, a shredded potatoes, very usual dishes, but in the end times only a few big bases have them, and they are very expensive. At least the Ruan Yu of her last life didn't eat them. Her crystal cores were all given to Black Obsidian to exchange for meat as snacks. After eating, she picked a few fruits, one for herself and the rest for Black Yao. Black Yao's mouth that was about to flow with lahar immediately put away and rubbed against Ruan Yu with a fawning look. Quickly eat and work. Black Yao? What kind of work? Pinching its ears? Of course it's following the person who just escaped. Go step on the spot first, and do a big job at night. Black Obsidian plays dead. It just wants to sleep, not work. Meow. Protest. Watching Black Obsidian finish eating, Ruan Yu then drove on the road. In her last life she had been there and knew where Lin Biao's group's base was. It's just that in her last life, she was captured there and really wasn't very familiar with the road. Black Yao lead the way, just to a fork in the road. Black Yao twitched his nose and raised his paw to point to the side. finally drove for almost half an hour to the foot of a mountain. Ruan Yu was puzzled. How did that bus come so fast? She didn't use half an hour to chop people off. Ruan Yu followed Black Yao up the mountain, found a relatively lush and tall tree, climbed up and took out his binoculars. From afar, he saw a fenced-in area, only half of which had a fence, all built of stone, the other half of which a group of people were still building, all of which were men and some older people, next to a few people with a gun in the patrol. See to someone lazy, go up as a foot. Mouth also cursed. The other end is a group of women in the laundry cooking. A man smoked a cigarette, dragging a woman toward the house next to go. Other men face flirting. The woman's expression was numb. Her eyes did not have a ripple. Ruan Yu looked over towards the doorway, only to realize that Lin Biao had actually only just arrived, and the speed alien was already on the verge of fainting. Without a car it did go quite slowly. Fortunately, Ruan Yu's car had long since been received in space, and there was no need to worry about being discovered. Lin Biao waited at the door for a while and a woman came out before he went in. Ruan Yu took a closer look. It was Xia Ling, who she had met in her last life. That time she was caught in with Yanzhi and Bai Cha. That boss had his eye on Bai Cha. Yanzhi naturally didn't do it. In the end it was her and Yanzhi together that turned some of the people around to kill the group, only a little bit short of Bai Cha being done. Unfortunately, that group of survivors who were working, all felt that it was Yanzhi Bai Cha who saved them, and Xia Ling could be considered Bai Cha's most loyal follower, even though she was the one who saved her from every injury. It was only during the half-month she was sent to the lab bench to be tortured that she realized that Xia Ling was that perverted scientist's apprentice, and that every tube of potion in her body was infused by Xia Ling, and every tube of blood was drawn by Xia Ling. Ruan Yu muttered, it just so happens to be liquidated together. Anyway, this group of survivors hadn't given her a good face, and they actually celebrated when they were sent to the lab table themselves. After roughly observing the terrain, Ruan Yu didn't look around much, controlling a vine to hang the binoculars on a tree, adjusting it to make it easy for her to see the base without using her hands. From the space took out half a watermelon, a spoon. So many people is a good opportunity to eat melon. She felt that she went to learn lip reading, is the most correct one choice made in this life. Chapter 18, Healing Abilities. The afternoon was long, and after eating the melon, Ruan Yu even hung on a tree branch and squinted for a while. Surprisingly, it was only 6 in the afternoon, so Ruan Yu had to continue picking up the binoculars to look at it. A room door opened and a man and a woman walked out. It was Bai Cha and Yanzhi. They were neatly dressed. Their faces were average, but they didn't look like they had been bullied. And there was also Wan Lei who actually came out with Lin Biao. Ruan Yu got it. This was a collaboration with the boss here to screw her over? No wonder Lin Biao appeared so quickly. So he was waiting for her. Yanzhi, when do you think Ruan Yu will come? Bai Ti looked at Yanzhi. This time was a good chance for her to take advantage of the opportunity to get her space ring back. In the original book, Ruan Yu would be captured and locked up this time, and afterward, with her protagonist's aura, she turned a group of people against her and managed to kill the people here and escape with the survivors, who would be her most loyal followers. Now that she had reached a cooperation with the boss here, as long as Ruan Yu was captured, she would be able to get her space ring back, and Ruan Yu would stay here to be tortured properly. Yanzhi looked at Bai Cha favorably, counting the time. It should be soon. Cha, don't worry, this time we will definitely be able to catch Ruan Yu. I'm now a second-order lightning system psychic, plus there are so many people here. Are you still afraid that we won't be able to catch her? Don't worry, this time we will definitely force her to give you the mutant leopard, or else we will let her die here. Bai Cha's heart bursts with complacency. On her face she still has a gentle face and says with some reluctance, Yanzhi, will this not be too good? After all, it was Ruan Yu who saved the mutant leopard? Cha, how can you be so kind? Originally it was Ruan Yu who robbed you. Now it's just a matter of returning something to its rightful owner. There's nothing wrong with it, if she doesn't give it. Robbing someone always needs to be punished a little bit. Yanzhi immediately spoke out to explain, just afraid that Bai Cha would let Ruan Yu go because of her intolerance. Cha. Wang Lei had just separated from Lin Biao when he saw Bai Cha and Yanzhi, and immediately called out to Bai Cha. Yanzhi reached out and wrapped his arm around Bai Cha's waist, his eyes looking at Wang Lei in an unfavorable manner. Bai Cha quietly pinched Yanzhi's waist and asked with a smile on her face, what's wrong with Ale? Cha. Just now Lin Biao said that he encountered a woman holding a black cat that killed quite a few of their brothers, and he almost died somewhere too. That woman is a water and wood dual system psychic ability. I feel it's a bit similar to the woman in my previous neighborhood. It seems to be called Ruan Yu, the goddess asked. Wang Lei immediately explained seriously and carefully. Cha, this Ruan Yu wouldn't be the one you guys are looking for, right? Bai Cha was silent for a moment. Water and wood dual system psychic abilities. In the book Ruan Yu only had healing psychic abilities and a space ring, but intuition told her it was Ruan Yu. It should be the one we're looking for who has healing psychic ability. Hurry up and talk to Boss Zhao. Seeing that Bai Cha didn't say anything, Su Xiang took up Wang Lei's question. Seeing how Bai Cha was still thinking, Wang Lei had to go inside. What's wrong with Cha Cha? Su Yanzhi asked somewhat nervously. Bai Cha suddenly came back to her senses. Yanzhi, do you feel that Ruan Yu seems like a different person? Nothing has ever gone wrong in my dreams, but it seems to be different when it comes to Ruan Yu. Moreover, the Ruan Yu in the dream only had healing powers, but now Ruan Yu has also awakened water and would dual system powers. Everyone knows how much Ruan Yu liked you before, but as soon as the end time started, Ruan Yu hated to get as far away from us as possible, and even took away all the supplies we were hoarding. Listening to Bai Cha's words, Su Yanzhi also thought for a moment. Cha Cha, are you saying that Ruan Yu is dead, and that the current Ruan Yu has been returned by a borrowed body? It feels like it. If that's really the case, we have to snatch Ruan Yu's body back before we can do that. Cha Cha, you're always so kind. Anyway, Ruan Yu is dead. It's just as well we don't have to care about her. Su Yanzhi said indifferently. He didn't like Ruan Yu anyway. It's just right that she died. How can you say that? Yanzhi? We've known Ruan Yu for a long time no matter what. How can we let someone else occupy her body? Not to mention that Ruan Yu has healing powers. Okay, Cha-Cha, I'll listen to you on all counts. The healing powers are indeed a great help to us. The sky finally darkened. Ruan Yu looked at the sky breathlessly. Finally she didn't have to watch Bai Cha and Su Yanzhi's nutrient-less nonsense. Now that she has confirmed that Bai Cha Traveler is undoubtedly wanting her space, and also Black Yao, and also with a righteous face, wanting to help her snatch back her body, truly deserves to be the high-minded heroine. Looking at the sleeping Black Yao, reached out and hugged over and jerked a hand, which slowly went down the tree. Black Yao directly jumped into her arms, rubbed twice and continued to sleep. Get up and not allowed to sleep. Still want to eat fruit? Black Yao immediately spirit. Do not make a sound. Look at my face later inside the people are not spared. Ruan Yu pulled over its ear and whispered, then slowly approaching the fence. The roses were driven by the vines and slowly approached the house. The moment Lin Biao smelled the fragrance of the flowers, he immediately got up, and Ruan Yu, who had been waiting for a long time, directly wiped his neck with a knife. She had observed where Lin Biao lived before. The first one to kill was naturally the one who had seen her strike. As for the speed alien, it was left to Black Yao. Ruan Yu did not think about saving people, but still ready to first go to the place where the zombies and survivors are locked up. The last life has been there, can still find the way. Encountered a few, found that she wants to call people. Immediately go up to wipe the neck. The mountain blew a breeze, with the fragrance of roses walking across the base. Ordinary people immediately fainted. The alien dizziness for a few seconds and back to normal. Yawning, thought it was their own lack of sleep. In the afternoon, 2 waves of people. A wave of basically ordinary people Ruan Yu easily killed in seconds. But in the face of more than 2 dozen altars, Ruan Yu still seems a little overwhelmed. Obsidian does not help her to kill, but after the kill she has no combat power. Ruan Yu first walked into the place where Xia Ling lived, and killed all the people inside before coming out. The enemy that can be killed, or to strike first. After a few turns, Ruan Yu smoothly walked into the room where the zombies were kept, and the cages opposite the zombies held a lot of the old, the sick and the disabled, as well as a number of supernaturals, all of which were the zombies' rations. In her last life, she also walked in like this and let the group go first. Only in the end the only person they thanked was Bai Cha Su Yanzhi. Ruan Yu looked at the zombies in the cages. They were already level 3. In the other 2 cages were 2 level 2 zombies. Even if they rose to level 4 it wouldn't be of much use to her. What she needed now was level 5 crystal cores. So Ruan Yu directly controlled the vines to go through the zombie's head, rolled the crystal core and threw it directly into space. The zombie rations, there are still some primary alien. Ruan Yu does not care so much. Directly control vines tightly strangled their necks. Do not allow them to make a sound until they completely cut off their breath, and only then went up to make up for it. After the zombies feeding in the base, and the group of numb survivors were killed, Ruan Yu quietly left. Originally, she was prepared to lift the space, but she knew that Bai Cha was counting on her. So why would she still help Bai Cha kill people? The boss here she knew in her last life. Poisonous psychic ability. The kind that doesn't distinguish between enemy and friend. And her healing psychic ability could just solve his problem. But wasn't the prerequisite for Bai Cha to reach a partnership with the boss here her own healing psychic ability? So there was no need for her to show up. However, Bai Cha was smart enough not to expose her spatial ring, thinking that she wanted to wait for her death to make it easier to pick up the pieces. With Bai Cha's means, it is estimated that the people in the base now know that they have healing powers. In the early stages of the last life, all the major bases were busy looking for supplies, so they did not have much trouble, and in the later stages, when the supplies were sufficient, It was the beginning of their bad luck. Her purpose of going to the base was to inquire about her brother's whereabouts, but she could also not go and wait for her brother to come to her. Thinking as she walked, Ruan Yu quickly walked to the side of the road, took out her car and waited on the side for a while. A dark shadow leapt into the car. Come on people, quickly come someone, it's on fire, it's on fire, it's on fire, quickly come someone. Ruan Yu looked back and reached out to touch Black Yao. Good job. Driving straight back to the original A city, Ruan Yu decided that she would wait here for her brother to find her. The base would be left for Bai Cha to slowly raid. Hopefully she would come out of here in one piece. Chapter 19, Going to the Pig Farm. Originally it wasn't that far. Ruan Yu drove for 3 hours before returning to the zoo. After holding Black Yao and carefully observing him to make sure no one was there, Ruan Yu then put the car away and found a hidden place before entering the space. After picking 2 fruits for Black Yao, Ruan Yu washed up and prepared to sleep. There was no need for her to follow Bai Cha if she was going to the base. With Bai Cha there was no base that would be kind to her. The most frightening thing in the last world was never the zombies, but the hearts of the people. In her last life, those people in the base, while enjoying the benefits of her powers, felt that they should offer themselves to go to the lab on their own initiative. So much so that in the end, Bai Cha just casually instigated a few sentences, and a large number of people began to take action against themselves. Since she was starting over again, she should have gone ahead and seized the opportunity instead of letting those people at the base get the benefits she gave them and in turn deal with her. She knew that there was a military area in D City where all the soldiers had turned into zombies, and in her last life, when she and Bai Cha first cooperated with the base, their first mission was the guns and ammunition there. White Tea used the space to steal a lot of them. Relying on these, White Tea successfully established herself in the base. Tomorrow she will go to D City. Anyway, she is immune to the zombie virus. First get the stuff, then slowly wait for her brother. Ruan Yu reached for a thin quilt to cover her head, and fell into a deep sleep. Obsidian coiled under the fruit tree motionless. The next day Ruan Yu woke up already after 10 o'clock. Rare Black Yao did not come to pickpocket her. Wash up. Took 2 pieces of meat, 2 fruits to Black Yao. Ruan Yu looked at the meat in the space, already at the bottom. It seems that when she goes to D City this time, she also has to stop by to see if there is any meat. She remembers that on the way there she will pass by a pig farm on the outskirts of a city. So it seems that she has to try to see if the space can raise living things. Took 2 steamed buns and a bottle of milk. Ruan Yu ate while using her mind to pull out the small cabbages in the space. They have grown to a size that can be put into the pot. It is better to take them off. After some seeds are taken out, lettuce, feng tao, chrysanthemum should be sprinkled with some. Planted once. Do not dare to spread too much. Each of them are only half a packet of sprinkles. In a dozen packets of seeds, Ruan Yu turned out a packet of cherry radish. Raw and cold can be eaten. Insurance, Ruan Yu are only half a packet of sprinkles. Only sparse than the other dishes sprinkled some. After all the watering, Ruan Yu looked around. No one. This is out of the space. Take out the car, and drive towards D City. The people in a city either followed the rescue team or drove there themselves, so there was basically no one on the way. After driving for almost 2 hours, Ruan Yu saw the signboard of the pig farm from afar, pulled over and took out the binoculars to observe before putting the car away and slowly walking over. Only when he got closer did he realize that there were actually people inside the pig farm, which also meant that the pigs were still being fed. Ruan Yu just got close to the wall and heard some indescribable sounds. An enchanting voice rang out. Oops, brother Ruan Yu lighten up. It's still the first time for people Wan? The rough male voice picks up the conversation, not to mention reaching out and patting. No wonder like a dead fish, just 2 strokes and you're going to die like that. As for the person underneath him, he could no longer scream and was about to pass out. The man instantly felt bored, picked up the belt and wanted to whip it over. Bad luck. Hey, don't beat them to death. Right now outside can't even see anyone. It's not easy to come to 4. Beat them to death. Where to go to find someone to vent the fire? Another man spoke out to stop, but obviously not out of good intentions. The 2 men looked at the woman on the side in unison. She can't stand it the first time. I understand, and it's not your first time. Don't hurry over. The woman took 2 steps back in some fear, completely lacking the smug look she had at the beginning. What? Don't want to? I'll tell you. Serve our brothers well. You'll be able to eat and drink. If you think like her, you'll have to serve the 4 of us well. The woman was a little scared. She thought that as long as she pushed out her roommates, she would be better off. She didn't expect these people to be so perverted. Looking at Li Wan's bruised appearance, or being beaten in front of her, she was really a bit regretful. The man saw that she was still not coming over, walked over and pulled her hair. What? Scared? Weren't you screaming quite happily just now? A new round of screams resounded again. Ruan Yu was listening from the sidelines. If she wasn't mistaken, this was a pigsty, not a housing area, right? She hadn't heard of pig farmers having this fetish. Could it be that the end times people were perverted as well? The indescribable sound, coupled with the pig's grunting sound. Ruan Yu really can't listen to it. Ruan Yu directly released roses. The ground had fainted one, and now fainted two. Ruan Yu raised eyebrows. Original or alien? Ruan Yu counted the time. She wanted to see how long these people would faint. Hurry up and come out. Seeing his brother fainted as well, the man called Wang finally reacted. Ruan Yu intuitively pushed the door in. The scene was a bit unpleasant, but Ruan Yu had at least been baptized by the end of the world and was still able to stabilize. Seeing Ruan Yu, the man's eyes lit up. Beauty, is there something you need help with? Ruan Yu's face was expressionless. Her eyes were flat. Yes, I'm about to run out of meat. I want the pig you have in here. This is good to say. I just don't know what the beautiful woman took to buy it. The man rubbed his hands together, squinting his eyes and looking Ruan Yu up and down several times. Ruan Yu sneered. Do you have enough lives? She just wanted to inform him. It's not like she's here to negotiate. Ruan Yu struck over with a tiny vine. Still a shifter. No wonder you're so arrogant. Seeing Ruan Yu strike a thumb-thick vine, the man snorted and struck an ice blade. Ruan Yu's heart secretly regretted. It was August. There was no air conditioning. The ice ability would not know how popular it would be if it was in the base. Feeling carefully, Ruan Yu probably knew that this Wang's psychic ability was estimated to be in the late first stage. Ruan Yu sidestepped and dodged, kicked the man to the ground, directly released a few vines to tie up, not forgetting to put the rose at his mouth and nose. She didn't quite trust this rose. It could only stun a psychic for a few seconds, just so this test subject could be used. After tying it up, Ruan Yu stared at him, and a few seconds later the man passed out. So it's not concentrated enough. Every time she released the roses, the fragrance of the flowers traveled some distance before passing through. Ordinary people fainted instead, and the supernaturals were only a little affected. Now it seemed that her level was still too low, and the roses didn't come up under people's noses for them to smell. After watching the people faint, Ruan Yu puts Black Yao here to watch and approaches the pig pen herself. At a glance, 100 or so pigs, white and chubby, looking no different from the pre-apocalyptic pigs. Ruan Yu tried to put the pigs into the space. The space immediately circled out a piece of land surrounded by a pig pen, and the pig trough inside actually have cut grass. Looking at the grass looks a little familiar. Ruan Yu realized that she had collected in the vegetable market before. A little wilted vegetables, a little less. That means the space can feed the pigs themselves, provided they use their own stuff. Ruan Yu put in another dozen pigs, and by the way, put in the pig food outside the pig pen. Sure enough, the pig trough in the pig pen was full of pig food this time instead of consuming its own vegetables. That is, prioritizing the consumption of pig food on the premise of having pig food. Ruan Yu nodded his head, still satisfied. After collecting a dozen or so skinny pigs, Ruan Yu decided to kill all the rest. They were so fat it was too much of a waste of food to keep them. In the past, Ruan Yu would not be able to kill pigs at all, but the end of the world taught her how to survive. Killing pigs is sometimes much easier than killing people. Chapter 20, Killing Pigs. Ruan Yu collected the pigs, to experimenting with space to raise pigs, and only 10 minutes passed. Looked at the few people have not yet woken up. Black Yao is still using the prototype to watch, but also do not worry about it. Go out and wander around, which found a place to live. See Ruan Yu inside a person directly. A red alien energy toward Ruan Yu hit over. Ruan Yu is also not polite. Directly with a water balloon hit over, but also do not forget to hit the water droplets towards the eyes of the person hit over. Practice makes perfect. These water droplets were also a great killing weapon. Ruan Yu would practice it whenever he had something to do. You could never have too many killing skills. One hit. The man immediately covered his eyes. Ruan Yu seized the opportunity to release vines to tighten his neck, and in no time, the man snapped. Walking in, there was a girl inside. Apparently Ruan Yu killing people scared her. The man hid under the table. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The body was shaking slightly and her voice was trembling. Ruan Yu walked in and looked at her. I'm not going to kill you. You tell me first, how many people are here? Where are they respectively now? You really won't kill me? The girl lifted her head and opened her eyes wide in some disbelief. There's no benefit for me to kill you. Ruan Yu shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. The girl pursed her lips before she trembled and said, My name is Gu Ling. There should be 8 people here. Me and my roommate 4, who fled together to this pig farm. In the beginning, the boss here, and the other 3 treated us very well, except that the food was strictly controlled, only letting us eat half full, and we didn't think there was anything wrong at that time. Later, after Zhang Ting had a relationship with the owner, she changed completely. She kept encouraging us to do the same as her, and her food was also much better than ours. Slowly we got a little shaken up and the people here started to get onto us. At the back, they directly forced us. Only Li Wan was still resisting, but she escaped before Zhang Ting brought someone to catch her back. and now I don't know the situation. Zhao Lin is upstairs with another person. Gu Ling finished speaking and was silent for a while. Ruan Yu didn't say anything either, quietly looking at her. Haven't you guys ever thought about getting out of here? Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Gu Ling let out a bitter smile. We're scared, and there are zombies everywhere. There are at least 3 other exalts here. We only need to pay a small price to be fed and clothed. Why would we want to leave? A pretty one like you will definitely have a better life than us. Gu Ling looked at Ruan Yu, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Ruan Yu snorted. Someone like me wouldn't live in this way. In her last life, even if she had starved for 2 days, she had never thought of exchanging things in this way. Not to mention that she didn't need it even more in this life. After saying that, Ruan Yu released the roses and saw the person passed out. Then she went upstairs, just in time to run into a man coming down the stairs. Ruan Yu was also not polite. Directly before he could react, a knife to wipe his neck. The 3 aberrants were all estimated to be in the mid to late first stage. Otherwise she wouldn't have been so relaxed. As for the people in the house, they similarly released roses and watched the people pass out, before they started scavenging for supplies. Regardless of pig food, or human food, as long as it's edible, Ruan Yu collected it all into space. After walking around and realizing that there was actually a fully automatic hair removal machine here, as well as a few handheld electric hair removers, Ruan Yu satisfied. They only need to kill the pig to bleed. You can put the pig in the de-herring, and then collect it into the space to put it. The space to store things time is static. Want to eat when you take it out to open up the intestine and belly is good. Ruan Yu immediately ready to start work. This pig farmed 2 sheds. There are more than 100 pigs. Ruan Yu directly a shed to come. That fainted on the ground are dragged out. Control vines to tie up the pigs. Take out the scavenged pig killer knife. A knife down. Put a large pot of blood. The pig convulsed a few times. It is completely immobile. Take out the diesel generator from the space. Connect the de-herring machine, and directly put the whole pig in. In 3 minutes, a hairless pig was pushed out. Ruan Yu took a closer look. It's pretty clean. After killing a few more heads, Ruan Yu became completely skillful. After an hour, Ruan Yu finally karma'd all the pigs in a shed. It was the de-herring machine that couldn't catch up with her speed. Ruan Yu waited by the side and watched as she pushed one out and hurriedly put one in. When Wang woke up, he saw Ruan Yu next to the machine, constantly putting pigs in, and then the pigs disappeared again. Just as Ruan Yu looked over, awake, late first order alien, unconscious for an hour and a half, the man moved, then realized he was still tied up, his face filled with panic. You, what do you want? Ruan Yu shrugged her shoulders in a casual tone. Can't you see? I just want to eat meat. She didn't take it. After a while there were plenty of people to come and take it. Who was she to cheapen it for others? After another half an hour, the remaining 3 people slowly woke up, looking at Ruan Yu, who started to kill the pig again, and then looking at Wang, who was tied up. No one spoke for a while, afraid that if they made a sound, the knife Ruan Yu stabbed into the pig's neck would fall on them. All awake. Ha! Ruan Yu nodded. Ordinary people fainted for 2 hours. Just don't know if a high-level psychic, holding a flower and smelling it, has this effect. On the contrary, the one who fainted first, which should be Li Wan, bit her lip and said, "Are you here to save us?" Neither she nor Zhang Ting were tied up. Boss Wang and his brother were tied up with vines. Ruan Yu raised her eyebrows and said somewhat teasingly, "Do I look so much like a good person? This world people still need to learn to save themselves. There's a knife on the ground. Don't you want to take revenge?" Ruan Yu glanced at her and didn't care. She still had to drag out the pigs in the other shed to crunch them. Li Wan's somewhat empty eyes, firm up, slowly moved over, picked up the knife and slashed at Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting was quite quick to react and dodged a little, only scratching her arm, looking at Li Wan in some panic. "What are you doing?" Li Wan looked at her and shouted in hysterical rage, as if she wanted to shout out all the grievances she had suffered. "What am I doing? Wasn't it you who caused me to be like this? I said more than once that I wanted to leave this place. If you guys don't leave, I can leave alone. If it wasn't for you, would I have been caught back? Just because you enjoy the days when you can eat with your legs crossed like this doesn't mean I enjoy it too," Li Wan said as she slashed towards Zhang Ting, but unfortunately there was only one knife on the ground, in Li Wan's hand. If there was one more knife, Ruan Yu suspected that Li Wan would be killed by Zhang Ting in return, because Zhang Ting's speed of dodging was not like a normal person's speed. Maybe she had just awakened her powers. Li Wan was gasping for air. Zhang Ting had many more wounds on her body. Seeing that she couldn't kill the culprit for so long, Li Wan directly took the knife and cut on the 2 brothers on the ground. The 2 men ducked back in fear and said angrily, "You crazy person. She harmed you. You cut her. What's wrong with cutting us?" Li Wan held up the bloodied knife and laughed hideously. "If you guys didn't mean it, she could have harmed me. It's just a matter of a few hours. Have you forgotten? I still remember the taste of the belt hitting my body. I hope you guys also remember the pain of the knife cutting on your body." "Ah, crazy woman. Piss off. Get away! The two of them struggled to dodge, but the first thing Li Wan started with was cutting the legs. Crazy? I can be even crazier. With a death smile, Li Wan slashed at the two men, and whoever screamed louder got more slashes. Ruan Yu looked over, still a medical student, seemingly avoiding the vitals. In fact, every knife cuts at the aorta. Blood splattered on her face. Zheng Ting was directly stunned and paralyzed on the ground. Li Wan took a step over. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! It's not my business! Don't kill me! Zheng Ting kept shaking her head, holding her hand up and stepping back, fear written all over her eyes. Her voice was trembling. Li Wan directly stabbed a knife into her heart. Zhao Lin and Gu Ling walked over just in time to see this scene, holding Zheng Ting who was about to die, angrily shouting, Li Wan, are you crazy? Li Wan, with tears in her eyes, laughed coldly. Crazy? How can I be crazy just to take revenge? Rather, it is you guys who are really crazy. Clearly you guys hated Zheng Ting the most before, but now you have turned into her. Then he looked at the two angrily and said through gritted teeth, who said anything about me escaping today? Zhao Lin and Gu Ling both took a few steps back, their eyes a bit averted, too vain to look directly at Li Wan. The corner of Li Wan's mouth hooked up into a smile as she carried her knife step by step towards them. Since you guys like it here, then stay here. The two people who were still sane couldn't do anything to the madman after all. Gu Ling's eyes widened as she turned towards Ruan Yu for help. Hey, you said you wouldn't kill me. Li Wan is going to kill me. Come and save me quickly. Ruan Yu had a cold face, looked away and turned her head to continue killing the pig. This Li Wan is estimated to have awakened her strength powers. Looking thin and weak, the strength of two girls actually can't stand up to her alone. Gu Ling panicked, somewhat incoherently said, You should kill her. It was Zhao Lin who discussed with Zheng Ting to tell Wang, you fart. It was clearly you who conspired with Zheng Ting and took a lot of Zheng Ting's snacks. Zhao Lin became furious and directly pushed Gu Ling to the front. It's clearly you. Zhao Lin, Gu Ling and the two of them began to climb and bite each other, arguing with red faces and ears, and even began to bring up their hands. Li Wan coldly laughed, directly lifted the knife and went forward to understand them. Wang brother, two brothers lost a lot of blood. At this moment there is only a breath left. Li Wan walked over and cut another knife on the two. Ruan Yu was watching the fun while killing the pigs. In no time the pigs were finished. There was a piece of freshly dead pig on the ground. Looking at the speed of the de-herring machine, Ruan Yu didn't care, took out the pig-killing toolkit and prepared to open the intestines. Ruan Yu does not like to eat offal, only left the heart, liver and lungs, the rest are thrown away. She does not eat and do not want to wash. Waste of water. After a dozen or so planes in a row, the deherrer finished deherring all the remaining pigs. Ruan Yu directly put everything into the space, turned around and was ready to go. Li Wan looked at Ruan Yu's back and asked with some anticipation, Wait, can you take me with you? Can't. Chapter 21, Kind Villagers. After saying that, Ruan Yu did not look back and stride out, walking in the end of the world. Who would bring a tired person? The light of expectation in Li Wan's eyes dimmed, looking at her a little unbelievably, completely never imagined that Ruan Yu would actually be so heartless. You stop. It's your appearance that breaks the situation. Shouldn't you take me out? Ruan Yu stopped in her tracks and rolled her eyes. Are moral kidnapping so open-mouthed now? Luckily she didn't have any morals. Released vines to collect the knife in Li Wan's hand into the space. Go fend for yourself. Waste my knife. And then stride out the door. Didn't look back the whole time. And walked out of the pig farm. Directly took out the car and prepared to go on the road. Black Yao directly jumped in the passenger side, staring at her with wide eyes. Ruan Yu with a speechless face picked two fruits from space and threw them to it, reaching out to poke its head. Just know how to eat. Meow. Black Obsidian finished eating in a few bites and pointed its butt directly at her, tidying up her mood. Ruan Yu directly starts the car. A city is almost 1,000 kilometers or so away from D City. If it wasn't for the fact that there's a lot of meat here, she really doesn't want to delay this time. She and Bai Cha are both considered to have their hands on the script. This time it's up to who can react faster and grab the lead. There aren't too many cars on the highway. Occasionally there are a few blocking the road. Ruan Yu directly controls the vines to move away. When you meet a zombie, a few or two directly use the vines to dig up the crystal core. Most of them directly hit the past. Now in a hurry. The return trip to slowly kill is good. Delayed a few hours. Ruan Yu did not go long before dark. After pulling over, Ruan Yu took out a tomato egg, a white rice as dinner. Obsidian did not want to get out of the car, and could only eat crystal cores and fruits, and if he ate meat, the smell in the car was too heavy, which Ruan Yu did not like. Now is still August. The temperature is extraordinarily high. The end of the world did not have too much impact on the climate, but also spring, summer and fall temperatures than before the end of the world is higher than a 10 or so degrees, while the winter is lower than a 20 degrees or so. To know this is the south. Winter all rely on a positive energy, Can imagine how difficult to endure the temperature of -20 degrees. This life has space. Ruan Yu put their own before buying those cold clothes down jacket or put away. Sweeping the big shopping mall clothing stores, also did not forget to sweep the warehouse. Always some warehouses have down jackets. If not, rely on her own, can also be over the winter. After dinner, Ruan Yu look at the time is only 8 o'clock. So put on the night vision goggles to continue traveling. After another 3 hours of driving, Ruan Yu pulled over and looked around before entering the space to wash up, and Obsidian stayed outside to watch the car. After washing up and then back to the driver's side, the car is on the side of the road. There are no people around. Ruan Yu thinks it's better to sleep in the car. Plus Black Yao is sensitive to odors. Ruan Yu picked Black Yao up before closing her eyes to sleep. The next day, just as the sky turned white, Ruan Yu opened her eyes, washed up and got out of the car with bread and milk. Only then did she see what was around her. There were mountains on her left and on her right. Although it wasn't a tunnel, this highway did pass between two mountains. No wonder there wasn't a single household around, and there were quite a few zombie corpses on the ground, so it could only be said that she had chosen just the right location. Took a piece of meat to Black Yao, watched it finish eating before getting into the car to continue to rush. She is going to D City today. Tomorrow directly move that military district directly empty. Almost to noon, Ruan Yu found that this road is getting more and more difficult to go. The traffic jam on the road is also more and more. But there is no any zombie body. There is also no human. After another long walk, this time she saw a few people dressed as farmers and waved at her. Ruan Yu slowly drove and pulled up next to them. Ruan Yu rolled down the window and a simple-looking man asked, "Girl, are you going to D City?" Ruan Yu intuited that they did not have good intentions. Are there any good people in this world? So she pretended to be a bit scared and asked, "Yes, is something happening in front of us?" "Harm, girl, don't be afraid. It's just that the road in front is blocked, and the bridge over the river has been blown down." Seeing that Ruan Yu looked a little scared, the man immediately explained. Then he added, "Several cars have gone over today and then driven back, and now they are all in our village. If you want to go over, why don't you stay in our village and tomorrow we will drive a boat together to send you across the river." Ruan Yu was a bit helpless and said weakly, "I want to go over there first to have a look and then come back, can I?" The other man said cheerfully, "Of course it's okay. If the girl wants to come to our village, this is the only way to drive this road. Drive for about 10 minutes and you'll be able to see it." Ruan Yu said with some delight, "Really? Then thank you guys in advance. I just want to go and take a look." "It's okay, we don't know how many people we've told here, but every single one of them didn't believe in it, and in the end, they still came back in disgrace." Only after watching Ruan Yu drive away did the guys continue. "Another one, go back and inform them to get ready." Another person touched his chin and said a bit lewdly, "It's rare to meet such a big beauty, and such tender skin. You guys don't want to think of other pursuits? You kid, you only know how to think about this all day long. Village chief, don't you want to? The people but the four of us received it, then we can completely own the first." The village chief directly interrupted him. "Well, when the people come back, are you still afraid of not being able to enjoy it? First go back to set up, don't let people see it. After that, as long as the person is alive, it's still not just us?" Several people let out lewd laughter at the same time. It's still the village chief who was thoughtful. Ruan Yu drove some distance, and sure enough, the road ahead was blocked to death, with layers and layers of cars, like a small mountain, that looked man-made. I don't know what the village chief said about sending away a lot of people. Is that sending away? Ruan Yu put the car away, took Black Yao to climb to the top of that hill, took out the binoculars and looked at it. The bridge of more than 1,000 meters was now turned into several sections, solid piers standing in the water, supporting several sections of the bridge on the river. It had to be said that the bombing was quite skillful, and the piers were all still intact. But this cannot be difficult to Ruan Yu. Her space in helicopters, just got a driver's license in the past to learn, also took the certificate, and occasionally go to rent to play, because it is not often used so she did not buy it, has not driven for some time, but this does not affect her across the river. However, it is not good to take out the helicopter so early in the morning, the means of life-saving or to save until the end to be able to do. After crossing the river, it's basically just a half-day's drive, and tomorrow she'll still be able to get to the military base. The peace era cannot meet so many good people. Now of course to go to meet a moment law, in case they are assault boat or something, she can also be collected, so that the land, water and air transportation are all complete. Ruan Yu slowly walk down the mountain, get on the car and turn around to go back. Just now the reaction of the villagers is completely not the end of the world people should have. If they live in the mountains and old forests that still have some credibility. As for this bridge next to the traffic is considered to be a major transportation, it is impossible that there is still a paradise. But generally this kind of place should not lack of food, just she also has no seeds. To collect a little is not impossible. Chapter 22, An Oasis. Ruan Yu drove for a while and returned to the place where she had just met the villagers, and there was actually an additional signboard there. It seems to know that she will definitely come back. That cascading hill. Also don't know how many passers-by returned to this place, following that one path, driving for 10 minutes. I really saw a small gathering place. Basically are ordinary 2-story self-built small buildings. Occasionally there are 1 or 2 households 3-story small buildings. At this moment the sun had just gone down. It wasn't that hot. The fields were all filled with the sound of booming machines. It was August. It was indeed time to harvest the rice. But wasn't there acid rain some time ago? But as far as I could see the fields were golden, completely unaffected. A few people in the field divide up the labor. 2 people cut the paddy. 2 people put the paddy in the threshing machine. 1 person packs the bags. 2 people carry the paddy from the field to the shore, tie it to the wheelbarrow, and push it back to the house along the concrete pathway. The same situation was seen by Nguyen Ngoc in several fields. There were also a number of small green vegetables on the land in front of some farmers. Occasionally, a few older women were seen coming out to choose vegetables, and smoke was starting to come out of the chimneys of most of the houses. The rice that was beaten in the afternoon was usually not spread out. It was stacked on top of each other and spread out again the next morning to beat the leaves out. Nguyen Ngoc parked his car and watched from the sidelines for a while. It really did look like a paradise. Not at all post-apocalyptic. In addition to a young woman did not see. This point aroused the curiosity of Ruan Yu before she went out to travel. Such a village. It is true that there are very few young people, but it will not be no one. Ruan Yu saw the naive man he had talked to earlier walk over and stop beside her car. Ruan Yu rolled down the window. Girl, back so soon. The man's naive appearance coupled with his simple smile could easily make people let their guard down. Ruan Yu pretended to hold up his good intentions and said with embarrassment, "Yes, I didn't expect such a traffic jam ahead. Even the bridge was broken into several sections, so I could only come back to trouble you. Hiya, which has nothing to do with. I am the village head here surnamed Lee. You call me a old Lee on the line. I will first take you to the landing place. At this moment everyone is busy harvesting rice. Are not too free." Village Chief Lee was unconcerned, with a heartless look, guiding Ruan Yu to drive in. When they arrived at a wider dam with several cars parked inside, Village Chief Lee continued, "Girl, you can park your car here first. It's all small roads inside, so you can't drive in." Ruan Yu nodded her head with an expression of "I understand." After parking the car, she carried a small backpack, held Black Yao in her arms and got out of the car. "Trouble, Village Chief. My name is Ruan Yu. Village Chief, just call me by my first name." Village Chief Lee waved his hands repeatedly. "No trouble. No trouble. Let's go this way," guiding Ruan Yu all the way to a small 2-story building. This house was built quite a bit wider than the others, and there were about 10 other people gathered on the dam chatting. From the looks of it, it was assumed that they were all the same as her, and had no choice but to rest here, waiting for the next day when the village chief and the others would take a boat and send them over. A dozen or so people, 3 to 5 or so gathered together. There are men and women, middle-aged young people. There is also a little boy, looking at the appearance of about 10 years old. Seeing the village chief walk in with Ruan Yu, they all looked over. Village Chief Lee turned his head and explained to Ruan Yu, "These people are all like you. This used to be a farmhouse run by old Wang's family, but now it's been changed to a place for you passers-by to rest your feet. Everyone has picked their rooms right. Are there any empty rooms?" Village Chief Lee looked at the others and inquired. A man in his 20s picked up. "The room next to me is empty. The one on the left side of the second floor by the window." Ruan Yu nodded her head and said to the village chief, "Village Chief, I'll just go by myself. You go ahead and get busy." "Okay, then slow down yourself." Thinking of something again, he turned his head and called out to the village chief who was about to leave. "Village Chief Lee, where is dinner to be eaten?" Village Chief Lee answered without even thinking, "We will send it over at night. Today old Zhang's family killed sheep. We will send one over for you in a while, and make roasted whole sheep on the dam." Ruan Yu acted happy. "Good, then thank you, village chief." Watching the village chief leave, Ruan Yu collected her smile and scanned the dam before walking up the stairs. Finding the room with the most window on the left, Ruan Yu walked all the way there. All the room door locks were broken. Is this a convenient way to do bad things at night without having to pick the lock? Straight away, he pushed the door in. Ruan Yu walked in. The room was simply a 2-meter wide king-sized bed and a closet. Except that the specifications of that bed were completely inconsistent with the small room of less than 20 square feet. Ruan Yu looked at a few more rooms next to her, unlocked and unclosed. The same arrangement as this room of hers. After looking around and walking downstairs again, she dragged a chair and sat on the edge of the field dam. The youth who had just spoken came over. "Hey beautiful, are you also going to Qingchen?" Ruan Yu looked at him sideways in confusion. The man hurriedly added, "My name is Bai Yong. My brother is in Qingcheng base. I'm going over there to join my brother." Qingcheng base was considered one of the top bases in the previous life. and in the later stage, it was all militarized management, not leaving useless people behind. Only she remembers that it's almost 800 kilometers away from D City, right? Ruan Yu doesn't quite understand the purpose of this person rushing to this side on purpose. She just smiles and responds, right, I heard that the treatment of the base over there is better. Hearing Ruan Yu's answer, Bai Yang is a little excited. Then beautiful, you must be very good. I still see for the first time a person with a cat. The face is still so rosy, dressed similar to the pre-apocalyptic period. It's almost like coming to travel. Originally there was not much attention to Black Yao. Now all looked over. Ruan Yu smiled and looked at Bai Yang. That's for sure. You don't even know how many people I met along the way who want to hitchhike. Some of them also want to stop the car moral kidnapping. All were solved by me with a knife. Much easier than chopping a watermelon. And the zombies, I chopped them all one by one. Ruan Yu said while also taking out a short knife and gesturing a few times. Bai Yang's face changed and against his will, he complimented. That's very impressive of you. Then he silently walked to the side. Ruan Yu held up the knife and looked around, realizing that the others were either looking up at the sky or down to count the ants. Then she put the knife away. She just felt it as soon as she came in. There were 4 or 5 Xenos out of a dozen. Bai Yang was also one of them, but they all looked like they had only just been awakened. She couldn't feel anything at all. Or was it Black Obsidian who told her that? After holding Black Yao and resting her eyes for a while, that little boy came over. Hey, give me the cat to play with for a while. I'm out of toys. Ruan Yu opened her eyes and didn't say anything, looking over towards his adult, more than half a month and still able to bring a bear child alive. A bit of skill. The couple looked arrogant and glared at her. Although they didn't say anything, the meaning was obvious, telling Ruan Yu to hurry up and give the cat to her son to play with. Seeing this, Ruan Yu retracted the line of sight. No wonder so arrogant. Original 2 are alien. Even the Black Obsidian are only just sensed. That means not generally weak, but in front of ordinary people can indeed be arrogant. Looked at the bear child in front of him. Can beat the bear child, cannot be more. Cannot let go. Rubbed his hands, heavy slap on his face. Vegetable-colored face appeared 4 red and swollen fingerprints. The bear child. Wow. The sound immediately cried out. Mom, she hit me. That she hit me. Those two couples ran to the side of Ruan Yu. The woman held the bear child and rushed to comfort. The man looked at Ruan Yu with an angry face. What do you mean? He is a child. What right do you have to hit him? Is not just a small? Give my son to play how? Ruan Yu snapped Black Obsidian's chin. It rubbed it with a face of enjoyment. I also have no toys. What's wrong with playing with your son? Is not just a child? It's not dead. Chapter 23, Roasted Whole Goat. You. At the moment when the swords were drawn, Village Chief Li appeared once again, looking at the bear child who was crying, and then looking at the bear child's parents who are ready to make a move. His face is piled with smiles. What's going on here? Ruan Yu looked at the whole goat carried behind the village chief like it was nothing and greeted him with a smile. Village chief, ready to make roasted whole goat so soon? There's nothing going on. It's just that the bear parents ran out of toys and could only play with the child, which directly slapped the child into tears. The village chief swept around, with a look of sudden realization. Children, coaxing will be fine. Then he turned sideways to show the whole sheep. Come, put it on the right side. The whole sheep is here. Those who know how to bake can help lend a hand. A time all eyes are staring at the shelf-long sheep. Also the end of the world, half a month cannot even eat a hot dish. Looking at the whole sheep cannot stick their eyes on it. The two bear parents glared fiercely at Ruan Yu. Baby good in a moment mom will give you revenge The bear child cried while looking fiercely at Ruan Yu. I want that cat, and I want to beat it to death and skin it. Fine. I'll catch it for you in a while. Feel free to play with it. The woman obeyed the bear child's words and coaxed gently in a low voice. Let's go watch the roasted whole sheep first. We'll play later. Ruan Yu was about to laugh in anger when she heard this, and Obsidian's narrowed eyes immediately widened, staring at the bear child without moving. Meow. Can I slap him to death with one paw? Ruan Yu stroked Black Yao's head. Not now. Carrying Black Yao, he walked over and looked at the whole goat that was lit on the side and opened for roasting. By the looks of it, it was probably a home-raised black goat. Mayorly brought over. 2 people are preparing seasonings, cumin pepper, black pepper, a full range. The rack is also brand new stainless steel rack, but also can rotate and roll. Ruan Yu looked even more strange. She really had not seen the southern farmers have such a complete set of tools and seasonings. A full set of things like new. Those 2 youths, Ruan Yu saw the first time she saw it, is the alien, estimated in the second order of the appearance of these 2 people on the body of the breath than this inside the 7 alien breath, a lot stronger. Remembering that he still had to find seeds, Ruan Yu looked at Village Chief Li. Village Chief, do you have any green vegetable seeds on your side? Village Chief Li didn't react for a moment and looked at Ruan Yu with some confusion. Green vegetable seeds? Which kind do you want? All of them? What soybeans and green beans also want a little bit. Want to grow some vegetables by myself when the time comes. Leave village center to hide the disdain in the bottom of the eyes. Have come to send vegetables still planting vegetables. Face still face simple and kind look. These days will plant vegetables young people are not many. I will now go to get you. Ruan Yu smiles brightly. Then thank you village chief. When the beauty smiled, those youths couldn't help but look a few more times, and a few other ladies looked at Ruan Yu unkindly. Ruan Yu also did not care. First get the seeds in hand before saying, she went to rummage by herself, do not know how long to rummage. Besides, there are so many people. If anyone misses and burns down the village, then she won't even have a chance to turn over the supplies. A group of people gathered around the roasted whole sheep, brushing the oil from time to time, and in a short while there was a burst of meat flavor. Village chief Li also happened to bring back the seeds. Miss Ruan Yu, do you think these seeds are okay? The village chief handed Ruan Yu a large bag of seeds, soybeans, green beans, red beans, and fava beans peas. Green vegetable seeds are much smaller. Ruan Yu could not recognize them. Yes, thank you, village chief. Holding a large bag of seeds, Ruan Yu nodded his thanks. The source didn't matter, as long as it came to their hands. A middle-aged man with a rather impatient temperament took a deep breath. Marred, how much longer do we have to bake? The village chief walked over and looked at the roasted whole goat on the rack that was already giving off aroma. Soon. This kind of thing can't be rushed. How can it be roasted? Black obsidian in Ruan Yu's arm's eyes staring straight at the lamb, just short of drooling, gently biting Ruan Yu's hand. Ruan Yu lowered her head and locked eyes with it. She understood. This thing does not want to eat raw meat. It wants to eat cooked meat. Looking down at the whole goat that still needs to be roasted for a while, Ruan Yu sat back to her own chair again, smelling the meat and not being able to eat it. It's boring. Ruan Yu took a lollipop, just peeled open obsidian, stretched out its tongue and licked it. Ruan Yu had a heart attack, fancy jerking a handful of obsidian, which took the lollipop and gave it a slow lick. Ripe. The middle-aged man slurred with a piece of meat in his mouth. The others weren't polite either and just started talking about wanting that part. I want the leg of lamb. I want the rib. Hearing them finish, Ruan Yu then walked over and looked at the two youths roasting the sheep. What's left? There's one leg of lamb left. Just after one youth finished speaking, a middle-aged uncle next to him immediately shouted, didn't you say there was no leg of lamb left? How come there's one now? The youth ignored him and looked at Ruan Yu and asked, what flavor do you want? None of them. My cat wants to grab things. I don't put salt in anything I eat. Ruan Yu said with a calm face. She just didn't intend to eat it. If she put salt on it, Black Yao wouldn't be able to eat it. The youth froze, not understanding but still respecting, wrapping up one side of the leg of lamb and handing it to Ruan Yu. If you want to eat other flavors you can come and add seasoning. Ruan Yu reached out and took it. Okay, thanks. Holding the leg of lamb in one hand, with dragged out a chair from the house, Ruan Yu sat herself in one. Black obsidian jumped to the other chair, eyes fixed on the leg of lamb. Ruan Yu looked at it with amusement and handed it to its mouth. Unable to turn into a prototype, Ruan Yu could only hold it herself and wait for it to slowly gnaw on it. Seeing the village chief looking over and staring at himself, Ruan Yu reached out and tore a small piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Just as he swallowed it, he felt the energy of the healing powers moving. It's really spiced up. Poking Black Obsidian. You're not affected? Black Obsidian was eating. Meow. No. Sure enough, animals cannot be measured by people. Ruan Yu turned his head to look around. All like they have never eaten meat like wolf. Half a month just not to it. Seeing the village chief still staring at himself, Ruan Yu had to tear another chunk of meat and put it in his mouth. Seeing that Black Obsidian had finally finished chewing, Ruan Yu walked up and greeted the village chief, then went upstairs to her room. The others hadn't come up yet, so Ruan Yu took two fruits out, one for Black Yao and one for herself. After nibbling on it, she put the pillow under the quilt, tidied up a bit, and pushed the cabinet behind the door, leaving a gap where she could drill out, and closed the door behind her before picking up and going up to the rooftop. Too many people into the space is not appropriate, or wait on the rooftop. Taking out the recliner and putting on the night vision goggles, watching the village chief and the two youths walk away, Ruan Yu closed her eyes and prepared to squint for a while. Into the night there is no electricity, surrounded by a darkness, only a few fuzzy candlelight, quiet, and there is nothing to listen to the lively sound of frogs. Just after falling asleep, he was woken up by Black Yao. Ruan Yu hurriedly looked over. Good guy. The village chief with a dozen people just quietly walked downstairs. Ruan Yu took a closer look. There were the other three people she had seen by the highway, and the two that were roasting lamb. The others were all big strong men. Chapter 24. Are you looking for me? Ruan Yu hurriedly put away the recliner, hugged Black Yao and hid aside to watch. Village chief Li walked in the forefront and suddenly turned his head to speak to the group of people. The old rules: clean hands and feet. Male tied up and fed to the zombies. Female the old rules of the highest bidder first in line. If you have a fancy after playing, ask people if they are willing to stay. Those who are not willing are still left to turn into zombies and keep them. Remember to clean up the room. Don't affect the reception of other people tomorrow. After saying this, a dozen people spread out and walked into the unlocked rooms. A dozen people are all psychics. Look at the breath is estimated to be the second order. No wonder they did not appear during the day. This battle who see dare to rest here come to the people. Quickly come to people. Their child family is the first to wake up. Immediately called up. The other rooms of the people heard the sound also immediately get up. Began to fight with those villagers. Only that side of the villagers clearly had the upper hand. Not to mention the issue of rank. It was a dozen or more Ultrans against 7 Ultrans on this side. How could they not suffer? Ruan Yu watched their movements. The first ones to prepare to use their psychic abilities were the bear boy couple. But it was clear to see that they froze for a moment. What's going on? Why can't I use my psychic ability? Then he looked angrily at Village Chiefly. Did you guys drug it? Village Chiefly still had a warm smile on his face. Yes, but didn't you guys spit out all the mutton? They have always been prepared with both hands. Putting ecstasy for food. But it's not too much to light a little mosquito incense in August, right? Mosquito incense with a little bit of medicine that can make the supernatural powers ineffective for a while. The general public certainly can't find out. It is relying on this. They all the way to rob money and sex. But also do not forget to take these people to feed the zombies. Otherwise such a large village, where there are so many alien despicable. That impatient uncle gasped for air. His supernatural ability could not be used. And he suffered a lot with this group of people who could use their supernatural ability. It didn't take long before they were all tied up. Village Chiefly looked at them with a disdainful face. Letting you die in a confused manner. You are actually still unwilling to do so. You have to be beaten up before you are honest. Even if you can use your supernormal abilities. With your newly awakened supernormal abilities, what is the use? Xiao Yang, take an inventory. See if the people are all here? Yes, Village Chief. The same youth who had given Ruan Yu the leg of lamb answered and started counting the people. After counting twice and picking up the flashlight to take a closer look, he then turned his head to the village chief and said, Village Chief, there's one missing. It should be the one called Ruan Yu, and the cat is nowhere to be seen. Village Chief Li had some anger on his face. Have all the rooms and cabinets been checked? A few more people came out from other rooms. Village Chief has checked them all. No. I know she's there. She went to the roof. I saw it when I went upstairs. The bear child's mother immediately spoke out. If they're going to die together anyway, why should they be tied up here while Ruan Yu can hide out on the roof? Village Chief Li glanced at her. He had seen this kind of person many times, but sometimes he did like them. Xiao Yang, take 2 men to the roof to take a look. The rest of you take this group away first. Xiao Yang led 2 young men upstairs. The village chief led the others downstairs. Watching the people leave the second floor, Ruan Yu rolled the window in. The village chief led the villagers towards the house that was lit up not far away. Watching the people all go some distance away, Ruan Yu then waited at the stairway. Seeing Xiao Yang's trio coming down, Ruan Yu suddenly leapt out from the side. Are you looking for me? Xiao Yang's trio looked at the suddenly appearing Ruan Yu and were startled, but immediately reacted again. They were all second-order Ultrans now, so what else were they afraid of? Where did you go just now? Xiao Yang reacted and immediately asked. Ruan Yu very kindly pointed down the window of the corridor and said, just now I was lying on the wall outside. You saw it all? Yeah, I also heard it. To feed us to the walkers, right? Is there anything else but walkers? There's not a single zombie in this neighborhood. Can you raise so many of you shifters by feeding them alone? Ruan Yu replied sincerely, raising her own doubts in the process. But the 2 people behind Xiao Yang were obviously a bit anxious. What are you wasting your time with her for? Tie it up first. It's still early tonight? Maybe we can get our turn earlier. It's rare to meet such a beautiful person. Maybe how many people are waiting in line now? Before the words were finished, the 2 of them directly hit towards Ruan Yu with their powers. Looking at the powers that hit, Ruan Yu was a bit surprised. Your poison system powers? No wonder. She then said, where did the village headman get the medicine that could actually disable the psychic ability? Poison system psychic ability that would explain it. Her healing ability, though, just happened to be immune to these toxins. The man had an arrogant look on his face. Scared. Advise you'd better tie your hands and still suffer less, or else you'll have good fruit to eat. Xiao Yang's wind-type psychic ability, together with the poison-type psychic ability, there was also a gold-type psychic ability assisting at the side. But with 3 second-order psychics, it wasn't much of a problem for Ruan Yu. Black Yao. She just ate 2 bites of mutton. The big head was eaten by Black Yao. Of course, let Black Yao contribute la. If you can breathe, you can't eat white rice. Then it quickly retreated to the side. I have to say that the 4th stage mutant beast's fighting strength is really strong. A few slaps will slap the people on the ground. The trio tried to get up, and just as they got up, they were slapped to the ground again by Black Obsidian's claws. Ruan Yu walked over and looked down on the three, saying in a conspiratorial manner, "What's the use of poison ability? It's still not being beaten half to death. You, I advise you to better let us go. Do you know how many alterants like me there are in our village?" That poison alien said with a defiant face, itching to kill Ruan Yu with his eyes. Ruan Yu smiled. "Oh, tell me how many? Maybe I'll let you guys go once I get scared." "There are." The words were interrupted by Xiao Yang before he could finish. "Shut up. It's us who are less skillful than others. Kill or die as you wish." Xiao Yang's demeanor appeared to be a lot more calm, as if he could accept any kind of ending. Seeing that she couldn't ask anything, Ruan Yu naturally stopped talking nonsense and signaled Black Yao to shoot the person to death, not forgetting to ask Black Yao to spit a fireball, without mending the knife. She is still not quite sure. What if this person can revive with a severed limb? Watching the person was charred most of the way, Ruan Yu then left, heading in the same direction that the village chief went. Hiding along the way, she cautiously approached the wall. "Why isn't Xiao Yang back yet? Nothing happened, right? Village chief, why don't I bring two people to take a look?" Village chief Li didn't think anything would happen. After all, they hadn't missed a beat for so long, but still said for insurance reasons, "Wait for another 10 minutes. If it's not back yet, go and take a look." "Okay." The others nodded in agreement. "Why are you guys being so careful? If I say what could happen?" Maybe it's because Xiao Yang sees that the girl's family is pretty and wants to make the first move, not wanting to be behind us in the soup. Look at the people he brought with him. Aren't they all young guys? Village chief Li took a deep breath of smoke. "Well, Xiao Yang is not that kind of person. Just 10 minutes. Wait a while, what's wrong?" Chapter 25, Choose by yourself or we'll help you choose. None of these voices, except for Village Chief Li's, could be heard by Ruan Yu. However, after Village Chief Li gave his word, those people stopped talking and didn't discuss much. A person with no psychic ability, but able to make so many psychics listen, not a small skill. Ruan Yu quietly sneaked into the side house. There were two people guarding the door. When they saw Ruan Yu, they just wanted to call out before Ruan Yu wiped their throats with a knife. The guard's psychic ability seems to be a little lower. It should be like the first order. Ruan Yu just walked in and saw a staircase leading underground. Walking down the stairs, a basement the size of a basketball court appeared in front of Ruan Yu. 4 large, separate stainless steel cages held the women who had eaten mutton together today. There were about a dozen other females left with empty, numb eyes and little to no clothing on their bodies, separated behind several iron bars. There were several more large, freestanding stainless steel cages, and Ruan Yu guessed that all of these people had been separated into large cages to begin with, and then thrown randomly together in one piece after they'd all been persecuted. These large cages, not later to take out the highest bidder, right? So it seems that the auction ones are indeed treated a lot worse, and the single rooms are gone. That bear child's mom saw Ruan Yu and immediately called out loudly, "You're called Ruan Yu, right? Hurry up and come over to open my cage." Seeing Ruan Yu looking at her without moving, she screamed again, "Didn't you hear me? I told you to hurry over and open the cage? What if I don't?" This person was a little cutie. "Don't you know that talking loudly like that will call people over?" Ruan Yu, who was ready to save people, now wants to strangle her. Forget about being a good person. Save them but also hit them back. Go to your own destiny. Come on. Someone is trying to escape. Quickly come to people. Someone wants to escape. Quickly come to people. Seeing that Ruan Yu did not want to save people, the man shouted with a louder voice. Ruan Yu didn't know what to say anymore. And when she saw that the village chief hadn't come yet, the remaining 3 girls started to shout as well. "Village chief, someone is trying to escape. Someone come quickly." Ruan Yu, the heart that wanted to knife people, couldn't be hidden after all. Seeing that a few people had stopped blindly screaming, Ruan Yu turned around just in time to see the village headman appearing at the entrance of the stairs with his people. "Village chief, what a coincidence. Still not sleeping this late?" Ruan Yu greeted calmly. Village chief Li also kindly answered, and also pointed to the cage behind Ruan Yu. "I don't see that you can't sleep. Miss Ruan Yu, choose one by yourself or we help you choose one?" "Village chief, you are so old. How can you still not know how to take care of your health? Staying up all night will kill you quicker. Don't you know that?" Ruan Yu laughed coldly, then walked over to several cages and turned around, pointing to the biggest one and said, "Let's go with this one. It should be able to fit all of you in." Ruan Yu didn't care how they reacted when she finished speaking. She directly released vines to whip them over, and when she saw someone dodging, she swung out droplets of water at the person's face. Several people didn't react and several bloody holes appeared on their faces. Only one unlucky person was hit in the eye. Both eyes were hit. Ruan Yu was hitting while still not forgetting to talk to the village chief. "Village chief, you have to stand farther away. In case you get blinded too, what can we do?" Village chief Li stood to the side and dragged the one covering his eyes to the side. "That's not something you should bother about. You should care about yourself first." It just so happened that an ice blade grazed Ruan Yu's arm. Black blood immediately appeared on his arm. Ruan Yu looked at the man. You also know how to use poison, so powerful, how come you listen to a waste of space with no supernatural powers? Village Chief Li's face went black. Everyone together. She can't last long with the poison. Whoever takes it down first will get to enjoy it first. Looking at Ruan Yu, a group of people were like chicken blood, unceasingly releasing alien energy towards Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu's body appeared a lot of wounds, but every time a wound appeared, the opposite side at least 1 or 2 people must fall. Of the dozen or so second-order psychics, only the blind one was left gasping for air. Seeing this, Village Chief Li turned around and wanted to run, but was directly grabbed back by Ruan Yu releasing his vines. Village Chief, now you should care about yourself first. Ruan Yu took out a tang knife, all of them made up a knife, cut off the head. So many alien, if they turn into zombies, it is estimated that they are not the first stage zombies. It is better to find less trouble. Tie the village chief in the largest cage, the body on the ground. Ruan Yu also bit by bit slowly thrown in. Li village chief's face kept changing between green and white. The last person who covered his eyes and howled. Ruan Yu also cut off his head and threw it into the village chief's cage. Doesn't the village chief have anything to say? I advise you to let me go. The group of people you killed are just the lowest level in our area. Have you never seen a third-order alien? Even standing in the broken arms and limbs, the village chief was still able to calmly talk to Ruan Yu. This was something Ruan Yu still admired. No wonder he was able to make so many people listen to him without his powers. Never seen it. Ruan Yu honestly said. She herself is a fourth-order alien. The highest along the way is a second-order alien. The last time that base's boss Xiao was a third-order alien, but she didn't see the person, and it's not considered to have seen. My son is a third-order alien, and he's about to be promoted to fourth order. Village Chief Li looked at Ruan Yu with a disdainful face and said. Ruan Yu was very facetious. Wow, that's awesome. Can he beat so many second-order shifters? Village Chief Li froze and went silent. Why don't you say anything? Oh, that means you can't beat them. I told you. How can a loser like you give birth to a powerful son? Ruan Yu obviously knew how to speak to bounce off his thunderbolt. Hey, what are you wasting words with him for? Why don't you hurry up and release us? Hearing the voice, Ruan Yu looked over towards the other 4 cages. What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry up and release us? All 4 of them were looking at Ruan Yu with an unkind face, their eyes ablaze with anger. Ruan Yu tilted her head and looked at them. I'm not here to save anyone. Why should I let you out? Whoever imprisoned you guys, go find them. Don't bother me. After saying that, Ruan Yu's sight once again shifted to the village chief. Village chief, tell me the truth. Your village really only has zombies? Village Chief Li directly closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. And Ruan Yu didn't care anymore, opening the iron fence, then turned around and went out. As for the village head, he had already fainted under the effect of the roses. Just walked out. Black Yao jumped into Ruan Yu's arms. Eggs should not be put into the same basket. She must be split into 2. Touching Black Yao's head. How is it? Did you find it? Black Obsidian nodded and rubbed against Ruan Yu's hand. Ruan Yu had no choice but to take out a fruit for it to nibble on. Following the direction its paw pointed, it turned a few corners and arrived at another house. This house was a little more advanced. There was actually electricity. The house where the village chief stayed before was all candles and kerosene lamps. Ruan Yu put on her spirit, collected her breath and slowly approached. Chapter 26 Alien Energy Tree. Brother Li, why do you think the village chief and the others haven't brought the people over yet? The one called Brother Li slapped him heavily. What's the hurry? All you know is thinking about those things all day long. Brother, haven't I seen new faces for a long time? The one called Li is estimated to be the son of the village chief. Looks quite similar. Ruan Yu outside the atmosphere did not dare to come out, afraid of being found out, without full certainty or less to find trouble. Okay, the zombies are fed? Fed. This time also captured a few shifters. It is estimated that the zombies can be upgraded a level. There's also the mutant tree in the back of the mountain. We all took quite a few crystal cores to it. It's estimated that the fruits will be ripe tomorrow. By then everyone's psychic abilities will be able to level up. Li nodded. That group of women also look a go. Out of breath, let's first turn her into zombies to raise. This moment came several new faces. Enough to play for several days. I know. Isn't this waiting for Uncle Li to bring someone over? Ruan Yu listened to their words and probably understood. The men feed the zombies. The women play enough to turn into zombies to keep. The zombies are fed to the mutant tree in the back of the mountain. And the mutant fruit upgrades their powers. And then they continue to rob the passers-by. And they want all of the people's money in color. Ruan Yu heart a burst of admiration. Awesome, a complete industrial chain so out. That person really can't wait. Alas, Li brother want me to go and see. I'm not easy to save the crystal core. This moment want to mouth fresh. I can hear. This time there is a girl with star-like tender skin. Even if you can't rank first, at least let me enter the top 10 ah. Lee gave him a blank look and waved his hand. Go ahead, he. Thanks brotherly, then I'll go check it out first. After saying that, the person came out. Ruan Yu ducked to the side, letting Black Obsidian follow him, and halfway there, he saw the person being clawed to death by Black Obsidian, and that's when he retracted his sight. Ruan Yu looked around. Several doors were closed tightly, not leaving her any chance at all. Inside is also a dozen people. Several third-order psychics. The rest are late second-order. It is not easy to fight. Ruan Yu silently walked back to the previous house, the basement, except for a few people in the cage. Everyone else is gone. There were mutant trees in the back of the mountain. Ruan Yu decided to take Black Yao to the back of the mountain first. This kind of matter of looking for mutant fruits, leaving it to Black Yao is just right. As soon as she hears about this mutant fruit, Black Yao immediately wants to leap out, and if she didn't allow it, it would probably have disappeared long ago. Holding Black Yao, turning left and right, climbing the mountain to open up the road, and finally saw a mutant tree near the top of the mountain. A person can barely hold the trunk of the tree. The dense crown of the tree is full of fruit. No wonder the people of this village's supernatural ability to upgrade so fast. It looked like those fruits were ripe. As for why they weren't picked, it should be because this tree wouldn't allow it. Ruan Yu took a level 2 crystal core out. The mutant tree stretched out a branch and rolled it over, then handed Ruan Yu a fruit. Ruan Yu took another third-order crystal core, this time exchanging it for 2 fruits. After rummaging through the space again, she finally found a first-order crystal core and took it out. The mutant tree rolled away as usual and then there was no more then. Well, it seems that only level 2 or higher crystal cores can be exchanged for fruits. No wonder the village is raising zombies. Domesticated ones can be much better to kill than wild ones. Ruan Yu roughly counted several hundred fruits. This is to be exchanged to the village. That is not the Buddha came to ask for a good day? Although the fruit is not useful after eating too much, but this can be taken out to exchange. The village is so strong can still be blackmailed. Giving the 3 fruits in her hand to Black Yao, she needed to think about how to take them all away. Robbing hard doesn't seem to work. There are several third-order psychics in the village, and so many second-order ones. The people aren't the same as the monkeys she encountered before. After thinking for a while, Ruan Yu took a cup of water from space and poured it on the roots of the mutant tree. The mutant tree shook its crown excitedly and threw a dozen fruits to Ruan Yu at once. Ruan Yu's eyes lit up. She knew that the water from space couldn't be just a little bit useful. Finding a large basin, she pumped a basin full of water and poured it all over the roots of the mutant tree. The mutant tree rolled the basin over, and in a short while it was filled with a basin full of fruits. Ruan Yu put the fruits into the space, and took out another basin of water. After repeating a few times, there were only a few scattered small fruits on the tree, and the quality didn't look too good. Ruan Yu felt that people cannot be too generous, so took out a few crystal cores to the remaining fruit all changed away. Not only that, but also split with obsidian in the tree under the circle a few times, to confirm that none of them, which is satisfied to go. Just walked to halfway up the mountainside, found the village all messed up, are holding torches everywhere shouting people. Ruan Yu had no choice but to take Black Yao into the space, and it was important to raise the alien ability first. The fruit of the mutant tree is not big, only the size of a sugar orange. Ruan Yu ate 5 or 6 in a row, which began to absorb energy. It took a while for Ruan Yu to open her eyes. Early 5th stage. Just after opening her eyes she saw Black Yao staring at her. Ruan Yu was a little embarrassed and hurriedly took several fruits and gave them to Black Yao. She seemed to have forgotten that if she didn't take the things that went into the space, no one else could take them either. At this moment, the village is probably in chaos. Ruan Yu think first sleep. There are things tomorrow. Black Yao ate 10 or so fruits in a row. Then he balled up. After poking the black dumpling twice, Ruan Yu went back to the small bamboo building to sleep. The next day Ruan Yu woke up very early. Before dawn Ruan Yu took Black Yao out of the space, took a bun and a steamed bun with a bottle of milk, slowly finished eating, which slowly walked down the mountain. Just as she walked into the village, she watched the village headman leading people around to check. Ruan Yu hurriedly greeted, "Good morning, village headman." Hearing her voice, the rest of the people all gathered around, not forgetting to greet the others. "People are here. Stop looking and come over." Village chiefly looked at Ruan Yu and didn't dare to say a word of nonsense, directly greeting people on and hiding himself to the side. "How dare you show up? Everyone get on together and tie up the person first." The others responded by hitting their psychic abilities towards Ruan Yu. All the psychics, minus the ones that Ruan Yu killed yesterday. There were still more than 2 dozen of them. Ruan Yu happened to want to try out her powers as well. The water and wood powers struck out together. The penetration of the water droplets was much stronger, and it didn't need to be deliberately controlled like before in order to make bloody holes in the body. After hitting the first person, the rest of them started to defend themselves. "Everyone, watch out for the water drops." and attack directly with your supernatural abilities from a distance. The wood vines didn't seem to change much except for being able to control them more. Ruan Yu didn't care about directly controlling the vines to work with the water droplets. The third-order aberrations were really much stronger. The vines were interrupted by the aberrations, and there were also quite a few aberrations that were hit by the vines, with the spikes sticking into their flesh and blood. Be careful of the spikes on the vines, they're poisonous. A second-ranked aberrationist fainted just as he finished speaking. Earth spikes, water balls, fireballs, and lightning powers all came towards Ruan Yu. All the other psychic abilities could be dodged, but only the lightning hit the vines, and Ruan Yu was electrocuted and trembled a few times. That brotherly seemed to have noticed this and told that thunder alien to attack the vines. Ruan Yu wasn't polite either. Seeing him condense a ball of lightning, an oversized water balloon hit him. The man directly lay on the ground and convulsed. Yikes, so the thunder system exalt can be electrocuted too. A wind blade slashed across Ruan Yu's face, and a bloodstain immediately appeared on his white face. Ruan Yu's face was black, retracting the vines to directly control the two thigh-thick vines, pumping them over at the sight of the person, and the water droplets that didn't get hit made up for it. Chapter 27, Battle against a fourth-order zombie. In less than an hour, the 24 or so exalts were pretty much dead. A few sporadic people were lying on the ground out of breath. Ruan Yu was also not polite, directly controlling the vines to go through the brains of those people. The vines upgraded. No need for her to take a knife to cut the head herself. After the alien all-GA drop, Ruan Yu then realized that the village chief disappeared. Have to say that Ginger is still old and hot. The moment there is something wrong, hurry up and run. And look at the ground, there is no Lee's body. Ruan Yu thought that they might want to go to release the locked zombies. As long as the people are still alive, the zombies slowly raise. Taking advantage of this time, Ruan Yu began to go door to door to collect supplies. It is true that the village is good. Basically everyone's home has a stock of food. Grain, these are not a lot. Only from the field to hit up the grain. Ruan Yu also looked at, more or less still a little bit of pollution. So left, fruit and vegetable seeds and so on. Ruan Yu also did not let go. Some families also raise chickens and ducks. Ruan Yu also do not care through into the space. Just collected a lot of grain can be fed to chickens and ducks. Rice bran, these also did not let go. Space is also raising a dozen pigs. Day and night to eat a lot of things. After looking for several families, Ruan Yu found a thatched hut in a corner. Compared with other houses, look a little shabby. Look like a pile of firewood. However, based on her experience in her last life, the more inconspicuous the place, the more good things there were. So Ruan Yu did not hesitate to go in. Pushed the door in. No one guarded the door. Inside is indeed also neatly arranged firewood. Ruan Yu carefully look around. Found that there is a place of firewood compared to the rest of the place is much cleaner. After removing the firewood, he realized that there was a cellar, and after shining his flashlight, he found that there were several cigarette butts at the entrance, and he saw that they had been stepped on several times. So Ruan Yu jumped down, after walking a few steps, only to see the size of a basketball court, which is piled up with rice, flour, grain and oil, bread and so on. Most of the noodles, oil and salt, these seasonings are only a small part. Looked around. Ruan Yu found that there is actually an assault boat, presumably that unlucky guise have not been unpacked, obviously can cross the river, did not expect to still be harvested. As for those food, at a glance, I know that it is which fleeing people bring. Ruan Yu see are shocked. Generally fleeing people do not have too many supplies on the body. Can collect so much? Visible village killed how many people? Cheap others, why cannot be cheaper? Reach out and wave. All received space, but also carefully check a number of, which turned to the next family. Just walked a few steps. Ruan Yu felt there is danger. A jump sideways to avoid. Only after standing still did he realize that the place where he was standing before was frozen by an ice blade, and there was a thick layer of ice on the ground. Then saw a group of zombies. Basically are 2 or 3 orders of appearance. The leader is estimated to be the 4th order zombies. Domesticated zombies are different. The clothes are still good. The face has not yet rotted flesh, but this zombie looks a bit like that Lee brother. The clothes are actually almost the same look. Roughly estimating that there are about 40 to 50 zombies. Ruan Yu once again admired the village chief. Village Chief Lee was standing on the rooftop of a house not far away. Village Chief Lee, why are you standing so high? Don't you know that the higher you stand, the faster you die? That's not for you to bother about. You'd better think about your own situation. Ruan Yu alone against the 4th order zombies. The rest of the obsidian turned into prototypes to fight. Originally the level is 1 order higher. Plus they will not be infected. So the battle against the serious vines and water drops were released at the same time, hitting towards the zombies. But the zombies were no cuties, reacting much faster than ordinary people. Luckily, Bugwinnock was winning in numbers and still managed to hit the zombies. The zombies also kept hitting the ice blades. 1 person and 1 zombie fought back and forth. On the other side of the black obsidian that is completely crushing dominance, its own speed is faster. The level is also so high. The second order zombies directly a claw A. The third order zombies will be 2 claws. Third order zombies just 2 claws. Occasionally there is a reaction is not timely. Was scratched a small mouth? Overall not a big problem. Ruan Yu side of the zombie just hit a foreign energy. Ruan Yu dodged, but do not know where to hit a wind blade. It was probably from the third order zombie next to Black Yao. In a moment of reaction, Ruan Yu's hand was cut by the wind blade. The zombie reacted quickly and immediately pounced towards Ruan Yu. Without reacting, Ruan Yu was scratched. Miss Ruan Yu, being scratched by a zombie can turn you into a zombie. Why don't you just stay in the village? We promise to feed you the freshest human meat every day. Seeing Ruan Yu being scratched, village chief Li gloated. A small cut is just a small cut. Ruan Yu doesn't care. While battling with the zombies, he strikes up a conversation with the village head. Then thank you village head for your kindness. But the zombies are released. How does the village head shut them back off? If I remember correctly, the village but any alien I've ever seen is gone, right? Immediately thought of something, continue to ask. Village chief, your son? Wouldn't you feed your son to the zombies in order to upgrade the zombies to the 4th stage? Or did you turn your son into a zombie in order to kill me? I don't know why, although it was far away, but Ruan Yu could feel the eyes of village chief Li who wanted to kill. Ruan Yu was not polite and continued to say in a conspiratorial manner, no way, no way. In order to kill me actually turned my son into a zombie? Seeing that Ruan Yu was scratched by a zombie and still looked like he had no fear, village chief Li was a bit shocked. Could it be that this person was a half-morning corpse just like him? But then he thought it was impossible. These were the only people they escaped from at that time, and now they had all been killed by Ruan Yu. Could it be the people who came out of the institute again? None of your business. Why don't you think about how not to turn into a zombie? Or properly explain to the others why you haven't turned into a zombie? Just as Ruan Yu controlled the vines to slap the 4th order zombie on the ground, Ruan Yu seized the opportunity to directly tie up the zombie. 5 thick vines. That is, the 4th order zombie can't break free. At the same time, he also did not forget to control the water droplets towards the zombie's body. Head hit over. Seeing the zombie basically no ability to resist, Ruan Yu controlled vines directly through the zombie brain to roll out the nucleus. 4th order crystals, although she cannot absorb, but those alien trees can like it. Black obsidian side there are not many zombies left. Quick battle. Ruan Yu directly joined the battle. Not a moment zombies all fell. Ruan Yu first control the vines to collect the crystal core, and then hold the Black Yao continue to rummage from house to house. But also do not forget to black obsidian body of the small mouth to heal. As for the village chief, he once again ran out of sight when Ruan Yu slapped the 4th order zombie on the ground. It was just as well that she wanted to see how many more backstops the village chief had before she wasted her time by going slowly to find them herself. Finding the house where the women were being held again, Ruan Yu didn't even want to go down there, so she rummaged through the upper floors, not sparing anything that could be eaten or fed to the pigs. After searching for several houses in a row, she found the house where the men were being held, and it goes without saying that this side is still a place where zombies are kept. There are no single rooms here, they are all locked behind iron bars. Chapter 28, The Half-Mourned Corpse. What surprised Ruan Yu was that the village chief was actually here. Seeing Ruan Yu come without the slightest intention to run, Miss Ruan Yu finally came? Seeing Ruan Yu leave, village chief actually managed to greet him with a smile. Not affected at all by his son's murder, Ruan Yu was on guard the first time. Her face was still all smiles. Not just pretending? Who wouldn't? Why doesn't the village chief run? I'm slowly finding my way over here. I just don't intend to chase you. Li village chief's face was filled with an unintentional smile, and said to the group of people who were locked up, did you guys see her arm? Just now, I saw with my own eyes that she was scratched by a zombie, but you guys see that she actually didn't turn into a zombie. Don't you want to know why? These words made Ruan Yu frown, while the group of men imprisoned in the basement also looked over, looking at Ruan Yu with probing, curious, and more often than not, unsuspecting gazes. Village chief Li stayed with so many zombies and actually managed not to get infected, and didn't explain the explanation? Village chief Li, an ordinary person, would have been attacked by the zombies the first time he released them, and Ruan Yu was completely unconvinced that he would be able to dodge the attack of a 4th order zombie. Didn't you just guess it all? That 4th order zombie is my son. Of course he won't attack me. Village chief Li was kind enough to answer, but this answer was obviously not what Ruan Yu wanted to hear. Are zombies still considered human? Still have humanity? Can they still recognize you? Ruan Yu asked 3 questions in a row, and village chief Li fell silent. However, he released those passers-by he was holding captive. Your families are in the basement of the house not far to the left. Don't you want to go and take a look first? Hearing this, those people didn't rush out first, but looked at Ruan Yu, because they wanted to seek revenge on the village chief. But Ruan Yu was able to force the village chief into this situation without killing anyone, so obviously there were other things to ask the village chief, and this matter was something they probably couldn't intervene in, nor did they have the strength to do so. A rather dignified-looking older man, with undisguised worry and anxiety in his eyes, looked towards Ruan Yu. Hello, I want to ask once, did he lie to us? Are all of our families still there? It's true that there are still quite a few people locked up over there. As for whether there are any of your family members, I don't know. Winnock honestly said that she really didn't know. Okay, thanks. After saying that, the uncle and a group of people rushed out, leaving Bai Yang and a few young men still there. Ruan Yu raised her eyebrows and looked over. You guys aren't going? We don't have any family left, so we just happen to be over here to watch over the village chief, lest he escapes. Bai Yang replied and looked at the village chief as he spoke. Sister Ruan, is what the village chief said true? You were really scratched by a zombie. Ruan Yu glanced at him and didn't answer but asked the village chief. Village chiefly, the people are almost gone. Tell us your story. You waited for me to come. It can't be that you want me to watch you release people. Probably having organized his mood, village chiefly returned to that simple look and found a chair to sit down. You want to know why I won't be infected with the zombie virus? Ruan Yu nodded. Right. Then you answer me a few questions first. Go ahead. Did you pick the fruit from the mutant tree back there? Hearing the village chief ask this, Ruan Yu also froze for a moment. Last night they actually went to the back of the mountain to look for her? No. Ruan Yu was telling the truth. Those fruits were picked by the mutant tree itself. She was just handing a pot. And there were still a few people from Bai Yang around. Even if it was her, she wouldn't admit it. Although village chiefly intuited that it was Ruan Yu who did it. But looking at Ruan Yu's appearance and does not look like lying. It does not matter anyway, he cannot get it. Just want to let Ruan Yu be embarrassed one more time just. Are you a half-mourned corpse too? Also? Ruan Yu looked at the village chief. No wonder he wasn't infected. Ruan Yu wanted to say she wasn't, but on second thought nodded obediently. His own suspicions confirmed. Village chiefly smiled. No wonder you're so emboldened. Ruan Yu didn't want to continue with the nonsense. Village chiefly, the questions are done. Please tell your story. This time the village chief didn't ask anything else. He just cleared his throat. I'm a half-mourned corpse. Everyone in the village is. Is there really such a body? Bai Yang asked a curious question. And a few other people also looked curious. Village chiefly ignored it and just looked at Ruan Yu and continued. We escaped from the Qingqing base, which researched a potion to awaken our supernatural abilities, and we were the experimenters, the failures who didn't awaken, but they discovered our special physique, so they started to do research on us, all kinds of agents, hormones regardless of the dose directly injected towards us, so we escaped to this village. Just when the village was surrounded by zombies, we helped to clean up the zombies, so we were quickly accepted by the village, and all the zombies near the village were cleaned up by us. And in the process of cleaning up we also exposed our physique. At the same time, we also discovered the mutant tree in the back of the mountain. And the mutant tree needs to eat zombie crystal cores. Even though the cores were obtained from killing zombies, the original villagers did not want to share the mutant fruit with us, and even threatened to go to the Qingqing base to report our physique. As a result, this village has become ours, and the villagers have all turned into zombies, and we have dug up the crystal cores for the mutant fruits. After eating the mutant fruits, most of us have awakened our supernatural abilities, and our physique can be better hidden. In order to get more mutant fruits, we started feeding the zombies, and the people passing by were the best targets to do it, so we blew up the bridge as well. Ruan Yu listened and thought, how did you guys escape? Ruan Yu didn't believe that they could escape so easily, unless there was something else going on. That potion, there was another special squad that took it as well. Same as us, but they awakened their psychic abilities and have a better physique than us. Village chiefly looked at Ruan Yu as if he remembered something and then added, with better subjects, there was a lot less control over us, and with the help of that squad, we lost nearly half of our men to death, and that's how we escaped here. That squad had someone who looked quite similar to you, and as for what happened after that, you should all know. Ruan Yu froze. Quite similar to her? Wasn't that her brother? No wonder her brother didn't come to her in her last life. But she didn't dare to go to her brother now. If she did, it would be more of a troublemaker, right? Ruan Yu thought she'd better ask that fourth-order zombie. A half-mourned corpse wouldn't turn into a zombie. So that zombie is really your son? Village chiefly didn't hide it. Only his tone still had a bit of sadness. Yes, because he awakened his powers. He didn't take the potion. So the suffering you have suffered, you have to take it out on others? Seeing that Ruan Yu didn't speak anymore, Bai Yang raised his own question. Chapter 29, Cold and Heartless? Village chiefly let out a cold laugh. His eyes were filled with hatred. When we took the potion, it was for the sake of all mankind. But now that all mankind can use it as blackmail, what's wrong with us venting? Whoever first lobbied us was the female doctor in the lab. What's wrong with us venting on a woman? Bai Yang. Several people were silent. This matter Ruan Yu did not want to judge. In her last life she also died in the lab. I'm curious, why didn't you run? Originally I didn't want to run. It's best if I can kill you. It's our lives if we can't. I didn't expect you to be like us. Village Chief Li looked at Ruan Yu. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. I just told the others on purpose. Even if I can't kill them, for the sake of your own secret you still have to kill them. Ruan Yu smiled carelessly. Did she still have secrets? Do you guys have any other questions? By young several people looked at each other. That half-mourned corpse, is it different from ordinary people? Village Chief Li said with some anger and some helplessness. There's no difference, just that it won't be infected with the zombie virus and won't be attacked by zombies. Yes, obviously there is no difference, just won't be attacked by zombies. In the eyes of other people is a foreigner. Then isn't this potion considered a success? Why isn't it popularized? Bai Yang continued to ask questions like a curious baby. Hearing this question Ruan Yu laughed coldly in his heart. The original intention was not to solve the zombie virus, and the results naturally could not be for those at the bottom of the masses. Turning into a half-morning corpse will be captured for research, even if it's promoted who dares to drink it, and there's no one who's turned into a half-morning corpse after us. Alright, words are finished. Give a pain. Speaking of this, Village Chief Li was bashful, with a look of generosity. Sister Ruan, want to kill? Why not? Said to give a pain in the ass. Ruan Yu was unrelenting, released the rose and waited for him to pass out, and then directly went down with a clean cut. Turning back to see Bai Yang's somewhat white face, smiled. You don't think I was joking with you before, right? Bai Yang nodded and shook his head again. He was really scared. He hadn't killed anyone yet? After taking care of the village chief, Ruan Yu didn't care about the others and checked around the basement to make sure there were no leaks before leaving. On the other side, the temperamental uncle and a group of people quickly rushed to the house where the women were being held. The iron fence that Ruan Yu had opened last night was locked again, and none of the people inside had left, their eyes all empty and numb. The first thing the older man did when he rushed in was to rush to unlock it, take off his coat and cover his wife, reaching out to hug her. That very mature flavor of the woman. This is some reaction. Empty eyes have a little change. Raised his hand and touched his face. Zay, brother, is you? Brother Zay, also known as Yuan Zay, had a face of grief. Tears couldn't stop flowing. Chochi, it's me who's useless. It's me who's sorry for you. For a while the entire basement was filled with a sad atmosphere. Those like Yuan Zay were after all a minority. Most men's eyes were filled with disgust and loathing when they saw their unclothed significant other, only to quickly hide it. Mama Bear was very excited when she saw her own child's husband and shouted, Husband, I'm here. Looking at Mama Bear's intact appearance, Papa Bear breathed a sigh of relief, which led to a look of concern. Wife, are you alright? I'm fine. Where is my son? Come baby, show mommy if you're hurt. While saying this, he pulled the bear child around twice, and only then did he feel relieved. The other three youths also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that their girlfriends were fine. Glancing at the others, unclothed, probably knowing what they had experienced, they hurriedly hugged their girlfriends tightly and told each other their feelings together. Mama Xiong was the first to break the atmosphere. Hubby, how did you guys run out? It's that Nguyen knock, kind of like she let us out. Papa Xiong thought about it and said. The bottom of Mama Xiong's eyes were all disgust and loathing. Why her? Husband, I'm telling you, last night you don't even know how excessive that Ruan Yu was. You guys saw her last night? Papa Xiong asked with a puzzled look on his face. The others also looked over this way. Mama Xiong immediately started explaining loudly, just in case the others couldn't hear. Yes, look at these people on the ground. They were all killed by that Ruan Yu. She finished killing all the people. She just wouldn't let us come out, and a few of us begged her for a long time. And the opposite side of the iron fence, she obviously can take away all the people, but only open the door, let people go by themselves. You see, their clothes are not how to go well. If it wasn't for the fact that she killed so many people last night, those people wouldn't have been tortured so badly. If it wasn't for our good luck, the ones lying over there now would be us, said, still a little scared, shrinking in Papa Xiong's arms. Of course she knew that if it wasn't for Ruan Yu last night, how could several of them be in one piece? But who let Ruan Yu be so cold and heartless that she didn't actually let them out? She had seen how Ruan Yu killed people yesterday, so if she didn't bring the others with her, how could she give herself an outlet for her anger? If you don't believe me, you can ask the others. The group of men all looked towards their women, who nodded as if they had all agreed. It was only then that one of the men next to him learned that his wife had died, and with a sad face, he asked, Are you saying that Ruan Yu could have saved someone yesterday? But she didn't, so that's how my wife died? Mother Xiong said with a look of righteous indignation. Of course, can I lie to you? If she hadn't been so indifferent, we would have escaped last night. The other three women chimed in together. We all saw it yesterday. If it wasn't for her, the village chief wouldn't have gone on a killing spree. As for the others, most of them had found out what was wrong with their other halves. and they all clearly knew that their presence was a sign of the others' incompetence. They had guilt in their eyes and would carry themselves, but how long would that guilt last? They needed a common enemy to divert their attention and find an excuse for their own incompetence. Yanzhi is somewhat silent. He is somewhat disbelieving and can only ask in a low voice, Shou-chi, is everything they say true? Shou-chi was silent for a moment or nodded. Brother Zhe, will you dislike me? No. Yanzhi did not hesitate. His tone was firm and serious. Shou-chi's face pulled out a stiff smile. Regardless of whether Yanzhi would dislike her or not, they all needed an enemy and outlet at this moment. Why were they so miserable while some could remain shining? She only needed to move her hands to take them away, and there was a chance that their men didn't know what was going on. But she was just so cold, saving people only to leave them to their own devices. Chapter 30 Pawn of the Bear Child Family. Ruan Yu had wanted to go alone, but by Yang several people followed her like a follower, making it hard for her to collect the supplies, but fortunately she had collected quite a few before, and it didn't hurt that much. Ruan Yu turned her head to look at the several people. Do you guys have anything to do? No, several people said in unison. Bai Yang looked at Ruan Yu with some anticipation. Sister Ruan, last night you said you were also going to Qingqing base. Why don't we form a team and go together? Ruan Yu looked at him like a little cutie. Like looking at him, you seem to be a little big sick. Are you a goldfish? Only 7 seconds of memory. Aren't you guys all going to the Qingqing base? It's just as well you guys can team up. She was crazy to go to the Qingqing base to deliver food, although she was now a 5th order alien. According to the time point of her last life, most of the aliens were now in the 2nd or 3rd order, and the more powerful ones were in the 4th order. But there are a lot of people, and a group of crazy researchers, even if her brother is there. In the last life, her brother was able to survive for so long, he must have found a way to escape long ago. It is better for her not to go and add to the chaos. She didn't mind exposing the half-zombie physique. After all, there are quite a lot of these people. Unlike the healing powers realistically only she has, that's the real danger. A few people had just stepped out of a house. When they went out they saw the Bear Boy family, and 3 other women walking in a group with their men. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow. It was directed at her. Hubby, that's her. We begged her for a long time last night and she wouldn't let us out. The remaining 3 females chimed in. Hubby, we were close to begging her on our knees yesterday. She just wouldn't let us out. Obviously she beat the village chief's men to death. If we had been let out earlier, you guys wouldn't have been locked up for so long. Mom, I want her cat. Give it to me quickly. I'm going to skin it alive today. The bear child was also not willing to join the crusade. Ruan Yu looked at the little cutie. Expression as she looked at them. Say something. Don't delay me. You clearly could have saved us last night. Why didn't you? You hid on the rooftop. Why didn't you warn us? Those who were still hollow-eyed and numb, at this moment all exuded the aura of a common enemy. You obviously have the strength. Why didn't you save us? Since you opened the door, why didn't you take us away? It's better to leave us to fend for ourselves like this than not to save us. Dad, Auntie, if it wasn't for her killing so many people from the village head yesterday, little Auntie wouldn't have died. The men and women all looked justified, plus angry, as if they had forgotten that if it wasn't for her, these people would still be locked up in the basement right now. And if she remembered correctly, the people she'd seen in the basement yesterday were all here now, weren't they? Dead people still pressing on her head? What business was it of hers? Her own incompetence and the face to trouble her. Ruan Yu sighed. She actually didn't like killing people, but it seemed like she had killed quite a few since she was reborn. Firstly, why should I save you guys? Secondly, isn't the death of your family members because of your incompetence? Thirdly, I understand if you guys want to find an excuse for your incompetence, but please don't get involved with me. Also, what gave you guys the illusion that I'm easy to bully? He then looked at the 4 women who had eaten mutton together last night. His eyes filled with indifference. Without me, you guys should still be in the basement right now. And also, if it wasn't for the fact that I killed so many people last night, do you think that the 4 people would still have intact clothes to wear? A group of people seemed to get even angrier. The uncle who asked before also brought his wife over without saying anything. A few other people were instead holding their wives and daughters, their faces all angry, as if the suffering of his wife and daughter was all caused by Ruan Yu. Girl, you're so powerful. Why didn't you come to save us earlier? If it was earlier, my wife and daughter wouldn't have committed suicide. Hearing Ruan Yu with a speechless face. You are so useless. Why didn't you die earlier? If you are even a little bit useful, you should have accompanied your wife and daughter earlier. Looking at that bear child's family with a smug look, Ruan Yu only felt bad luck. This time Ruan Yu understood. This family instigated, coupled with the pain of losing a loved one, habitually blamed others. In short, this time everyone was extraordinarily united and would never internalize themselves. Ruan Yu didn't bother with nonsense, directly releasing Black Obsidian. This one had wanted to slap the bear child to death for a long time. Black Obsidian was very fast, a slap down. the bear child's head was flattened. Watching the bear child's brain being slapped out by a claw, the mother bear let out a scream and rushed towards Ruan Yu regardless. "Ah, my son, ah, you returned my son." Black obsidian once again made a claw, and the family of bears lay neatly on the ground. Ruan Yu pulled out her ears. "What did you guys just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Is there anything else you want to ask? Come together, ah. I'll settle it piece by piece." The group fell silent, but that older man Yanzhi spoke up. "Miss Ruan Yu, the village chief said that you were scratched by a zombie. Can you explain why you didn't turn into a zombie?" Ruan Yu sneered. "Of course I was waiting for you to ask me, otherwise you would have been eaten by me long ago. So, what do you want to say?" Yanzhi looked at his wife in his arms. All the way there his wife was talking about how excessive Ruan Yu was last night. He originally didn't believe it, but at this moment he seems to have some faith. Being so arrogant, that village chief who couldn't catch anyone would definitely take it out on someone else, and the ones who suffered would naturally be them. That alone wasn't enough to arouse the hatred of the others, so he remembered what the village chief had said, that Ruan Yu had been scratched by a zombie, that there was a mutant tree in the back of the village that bore fruit that could enhance psychic abilities, and that the village chief had said that the fruit had disappeared when he went to look at it. "I just want to know if you have a half-mourn body like the village chief said and won't be bitten by a zombie." Ruan Yu was somewhat glad that these people hadn't been to the base yet and didn't know that there were healing powers. As for the explanation, it was completely unnecessary. Sometimes once suspicion arises, the charge is established. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Ruan Yu looked at him with a wry smile. She didn't believe that was all the village chief had to say. "That's not something we care about. It's just that there's a mutant tree in the back of the village, and the fruits on it can enhance psychic abilities. Since we're the victims, shouldn't those fruits be given to us?" Yanzhi was also quick to state his purpose. The physical damage had already been done. It was only natural to maximize the benefits now. This was what Qiu deserved. He must get it back. "You all believe whatever the village chief says. No wonder all these people almost went into the belly of a zombie." Ruan Yu took a few steps back and said with a disgusted face, "You guys should talk less. I'm afraid of being infected with a low IQ. What comes into her hands is naturally hers. Even if this group of cuties, is there any use in finding the mutant tree? 1 or 2 orders of mutant ability. Take out the second order crystal core? Death doesn't even know how to die. As for hard robbing, the mutant plant can still bear so many fruits. Ruan Yu herself wouldn't dare to mess with it, even if she is now a 5th order alien. Those few lads in the back, you've all heard the village chief's words. What to choose? I'm sure you all know in your hearts." Chapter 31, Survivor's Pawn. All the gazes converged on Bai Yang's few people, and Ruan Yu also looked back at the few people. Bai Yang was inwardly speechless. Wasn't there any use in dragging a few of them along? No self-awareness. They became survivors because of Ruan Yu. If it wasn't for Ruan Yu they would have been victims. Even if you want to ask for compensation, you should also look for the perpetrator. Look for the benefactor of life-saving. What is the matter? Besides, are they blind? How many corpses did they not see along the way? Even if there is the fruit of ability, why didn't the village chief pick it? Because they didn't want to? Looking at the meaningful expression on Ruan Yu's face, Bai Yang immediately said, "Sister Ruan, don't worry, I'm definitely on your side." A few others nodded in agreement. "So are we, having just come back from the dead." They didn't want to send themselves to death. Seeing these few people on her side, Ruan Yu was still relatively satisfied. She couldn't afford to meet people along the way that were not in their right mind. She actually kinda disliked killing people. Looking at Yanzhi, her eyes were full of disdain. It seemed that her vision still needed to be improved. According to this logic of his, if the police had gone through all the trouble of rescuing them out in a peaceful era and had to compensate them instead, it would have been better to throw a bomb and kill them all in one fell swoop. "Did you all say that you are the victims and I am the perpetrator? Did I cause your injuries?" Yanzhi's expression didn't change much, still speaking in a declarative tone. "Ms. Ruan, although you are not the perpetrator, but you killed the village chief and all of them and took all of their inheritance. By all rights shouldn't this inheritance be divided among us? The victims?" Ruan Yu gave him a blank look. "Where did the cutie come from? The premise of your saying this is that you guys killed the village headman back. The village headman stuff is naturally yours. Of course now that you guys have killed me, all those things are naturally yours too. So which one of you will go first?" Ruan Yu took out her tang sword and propped it on the ground. Black Yao turned into a 4-meter-long black panther and stood next to her. One person and one panther with full momentum. The opposite group of people looked at each other in dismay. The corpses of the bear child's family were still lying on the ground. In their hearts, they knew very well that even if the people present joined forces, they couldn't beat Ruan Yu. But letting all the benefits go to Ruan Yu, they were not willing to do so. Ruan Yu looked at them with a mocking smile. "Why don't you say anything? The strong have a way of living, while the wastrels have to recognize their position and not try to challenge the strong." "Wastes? Have you thought about it? If you turn around and leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Ruan Yu looked over one by one. Those people didn't dare to meet Ruan Yu's eyes. Only Yanzhi was still strong enough to meet Ruan Yu's eyes. If we don't let you, do you dare to kill us all? This sentence directly amused Ruan Yu. Why don't you dare? Is there not enough corpses on the ground to make you guys think that I don't dare to kill? Yanzhi looked emboldened. He didn't believe that Ruan Yu dared to face the pursuit of a base. My brother's name is Yanzhi, one of the leaders of the Qingqing base. Are you sure you dare to kill me? Ruan Yu smiled, did not answer. Yanzhi, she was a bit impressed. Last life he was sent to the lab, he did not contribute much. It seems that this person must die here. Since the benefit of the brother, the debt should naturally be a scourge to the brother, and looked to the others. Is there anyone else who is like him, with a big backer behind them? Between words the aura also weakened a few points, letting people think that she is afraid. My brother is from the Qingqing Research Institute. So is my cousin. My sister is the captain of a squad at the Qingqing base. Every person who spoke had a condescending look on their face. Seeing as Ruan Yu had been arrogant for so long, finally being able to pin her down. After listening to them attentively for a few minutes, Ruan Yu turned back to Bai Yang and the others. If you guys are fine, hurry up and leave, or else I won't be able to guarantee that you'll be able to leave in a while. Black Obsidian bared his teeth at the few people with a fierce look. The few people were so scared that they hurriedly ran away from the side. Looking at the few people walking away, Ruan Yu then said, originally I wanted to keep you guys alive. Now it seems that you can only keep company with the village chief and the others. I believe that you can ask for favors from the village chief. After saying that, Ruan Yu stopped talking nonsense and directly controlled the vines to tie the person up. The barbs on the vines stuck into the skin. The person just struggled a few times and fell to the ground. Too late to care so much. All the people who were ready to run away fell to the ground under the effect of the roses and barbs. Only Yanzhi and Qiuqi were left standing. Looking at Yanzhi, who had no intention of escaping at all, Ruan Yu let out a light laugh. You really have no fear. Have you thought it through? Killing me would be making an enemy of the entire Qingqing base. Yanzhi pretended to be calm and said, it's not that he doesn't want to run, but obviously he can't run. He also didn't think that Ruan Yu can really kill at the drop of a hat. How would the Qingqing base know that I killed you? Are you that valuable? Yanzhi's breathing was a little heavy. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Looking at Ruan Yu killing without hesitation, he understood that his proud background was no deterrent in Ruan Yu's case. It was only then that he became truly afraid. His body trembled a little unconsciously and his face was pale. Ruan Yu picked up the tang knife and patched up all the fainted people on the ground one by one, right in front of Yanzhi's two men, one by one, and then walked over to the two. Is there anything else you want to say? No, then let's hit the road. Ruan Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense, directly controlling the vines to wrap around the two people. The barbs quickly pierced through the skin, and in less than 3 seconds the two people fainted. Just now she was curious. Is this the benefit from upgrading? Much faster than roses. Just don't know if it's useful for zombies. Lifting her tang knife to chop off the heads of the two men, Ruan Yu then walked away. She had to continue gathering supplies. She had only found a large portion of them. There were still a few homes left to find. Black Obsidian transformed back into a kitten and jumped into Ruan Yu's arms, narrowing its eyes and rubbing against it. Ruan Yu pulled its ears. Just know how to eat. Let's talk about it in a while. Look for supplies first. Meow. Black Obsidian barked in dissatisfaction, but finally succumbed to Ruan Yu's eye kill. The remaining few houses Ruan Yu went through, the supplies were only half collected. She remembered seeing a woman's when she came in yesterday, but today she searched all the houses and didn't see any. The corpses on the ground, except for the group of survivors, the dead villagers are all men. She does not believe that there is really not a single woman in the village. If she couldn't figure it out, she didn't want to think about it. If the others in the village could still replicate a village out of it, that would be their skill. Anyway, white tea would surely come. Consider it as a gift. Taking Black Yao with her, she found the place where she had parked before. Ruan Yu drove straight away. Not long after driving, he saw the blocking cars piled up like a small mountain. Putting away his Hummer, Ruan Yu slowly climbed up. Sitting at the top of the hill, she picked up her binoculars and looked around before taking out a few exotic fruits for Black Yao. Unconsciously Artanoon did not want to eat anything. Ruan Yu took a dumpling, a bottle of yogurt. I hope that there will not be ungrateful people in the afternoon. After eating, Ruan Yu did not stop, drove directly to the bridge. By Yang, several people are crowded in the wooden fishing boat. Look at the distance, is just leaving the shore soon. Look. Seeing Ruan Yu also waved and greeted. Sister Ruan, do you want us to come back to pick you up? Chapter 32, The Arsenal. No need. Ruan Yu walked to the front of the car and pretended to take out the assault boat in the trunk and also took out a bucket of gasoline. After slowly dawdling for a while, he finally couldn't see Bai Yang's several people's boats, and only then did Ruan Yu put the Hummer away. The assault boat is very fast. But Ruan Yu does not want to meet Bai Yang's several people again, so driving very dawdling, see the shore is nothing. Ruan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Lazy gas, directly put the submarine into the space, jogging all the way to the road, took out the Hummer directly start. After driving for a long distance, Ruan Yu did not encounter a single zombie. It cannot be another place to raise zombies, right? However, this place is too clean. There is not a single corpse on the ground, no matter whether it is a human or a zombie. Ruan Yu shook his head. Forget about it. First go and get the hot weapons, and then come back to talk about other things. Ignore those abnormalities. Occasionally heard the sound of distress Ruan Yu also has not heard. Focus on driving seriously. Finally, when the sky darkened, Ruan Yu arrived near the military base. In his last life, Ruan Yu has been there, know the specific road, also know how many zombies, so did not want to go at night, but early to the heart a little more peace of mind. Find a relatively sturdy tree, take obsidian climbed up, looked around, to determine that no one, Ruan Yu this into the space. This time, she didn't even have time to take a good look at the space. It felt as if nothing had changed. Ruan Yu first went to look at the vegetables planted in the ground, and they all sprouted a long green seedling. Sure enough, her upgraded psychic ability could accelerate the growth of seeds in space. If this was left outside, these seeds would probably only have sprouted. There were also the hollowed-out vegetables that had been soaked in water in the pit before and had already grown all over that big pit. Ruan Yu looked at it thoughtfully. She remembered that in her last life not long after, there was a continuous rainstorm for half a month. It seems that it is still necessary to go back to their own apartments. It is just that you can also fry these vegetables. Otherwise just look at the strange gluttony. Walked to the bamboo building and looked up. Or 2 floors have not changed much, but there is an additional bathroom. There is a shower. Ruan Yu tried. Actually can put out hot water. This is a big surprise. In the future do not need to hoard hot water. Just do not know next time cannot change a kitchen out. The grove is still the same. The trees are full of fruits. Black Yao dragged his bedball bar under the tree. Another look at the pigsty. A dozen pigs are raised white and fat. A few live chickens were collected. There is also a chicken coop. The feeding trough is filled with grains collected by Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu turned over the seeds. Vegetables are planted quite a lot. Do not need to plant for the time being, but there are a lot of corn seeds and beans. Ruan Yu is ready to try to plant. Using his mind to control the soil, he turned over a few columns of relatively neat little pits, then put a few seeds in one nest, covered it with a thin layer of soil, and then watered it. There were also cowpea seeds given by the village chief, also planted a row. Having seen the northern bean pegs flooding the area, Ruan Yu did not dare to plant too many. After they were all packed up, Ruan Yu then rummaged through the barbecue he ordered earlier, taking a handful in his hand and eating it while looking at the supplies he had collected. Clothing, food, and shelter were completely enough for herself and her brother to eat for a long time, and there were still a lot of seeds that could be planted. But the important thing right now was to hide well and not cause trouble for her brother. She was sure that when her brother could fight against the base, he would definitely come to find himself. Black Obsidian, who had been asleep, smelled the barbecue and came over to Ruan Yu's feet, looking at the barbecue in her hand. 3 words on his furry face. I want to eat. You can't eat it. It's salted. Meow. I want it cooked. Obsidian pawed the ground with some excitement. I'll roast you when we get back. Patting Black Obsidian's head and taking a dozen or so mutant fruits before the creature walked away, Ruan Yu felt that it was just here to cheat for food. Crawling next to Ruan Yu, he ate the mutant fruits in a couple of bites. Only then did Black Obsidian ball up under the tree again. Space with hot water. Ruan Yu beautiful soap for half an hour before lying comfortably in bed. The next day, Ruan Yu was woken up by Black Yao. It looks like she overslept again. Taking the meat and the mutant fruit to Black Yao, Ruan Yu then started to wash up. Breakfast: a skinny egg congee and a bun. Ruan Yu finished eating before leaving the space. Looked at the time, 10:30 a.m. A rare sleep to wake up naturally. Ruan Yu found a higher tree, took out the binoculars and looked towards the base. Outside the base are zombies wearing green uniforms. There are hundreds of them. It should be left behind by the untimely evacuation. If it is really a complete military base, it is not possible to have only such a small number of people. After observing the level of the zombies, when they came here in their last life, the highest ranked zombie here was at the early stage of the 4th level, and at that time, she was only at the early stage of the 2nd rank. By virtue of not getting infected, coupled with a desperate fight, they were able to take down this base. Ruan Yu observed a circle. There was no one around, and no cars drove in on the nearby highway. Only then did Ruan Yu bring Black Obsidian, and directly killed up. Wrist-thick vines under Ruan Yu's control, like stringing candy canes, it went straight through the heads of the zombies. Even after turning into zombies, these zombies were still more powerful than ordinary people. Seeing Ruan Yu so powerful, Those zombies directly began to use their supernatural abilities to hit towards Ruan Yu. They were all second and third stage zombies. The vines couldn't react. Ruan Yu directly controlled the water droplets to go directly through the zombie's brain. The zombie that was entangled in the vines directly collapsed to the ground under Ruan Yu's gaze. Ruan Yu was surprised for a moment, and just like that, he was directly scratched by the earth thorns that came out of the ground. Cannot care so much? Had to first zombies are resolved. Vine roses, constantly thrown out, also mixed with water droplets that can penetrate the brain. Black obsidian followed next to Ruan Yu from time to time to make up a claw. Finally the fourth order zombie appeared. Ruan Yu directly controlled vines up as a bit. This zombie than the previous one reacted much faster, directly avoided, but also toward the Ruan Yu hit a purple alien energy ball. Ruan Yu saw the purple color for a moment and hurriedly dodged. She was scared by the electricity, although she will not die so easily, but it hurts did not dare to attack with vines, can only control the water droplets that can be far away from the body, who let the starting point of the vines is her body, but also conductive. One person and one zombie dodging each other and not forgetting to attack each other. In the end, the zombie's brain is not as good as a human being. Ruan Yu gave Black Yao a look. Black Yao directly spat out a fireball and hit it towards the zombie. Ruan Yu simultaneously hit water droplets towards the other side. The zombie froze a little bit. Ruan Yu directly controlled the vines to whip over. After hitting, hurriedly retracted. Constantly controlled the water droplets towards the zombie's hands, feet, neck and other places to hit. Soon the zombie was solved by Ruan Yu. Black obsidian face as if inviting credit in Ruan Yu's lap rubbing. Ruan Yu first went up to take a look at the zombie that had been entangled in the vines and hacked open his head, finding that it was full of dense holes, the same as the barbs of the vines on his body that had hooked out. Is it parasitic? Ruan Yu muttered. Ruan Yu looked around again. The crystals that had been passed through his brain by the vines were all gone, and they hadn't gone into space. Looking at obsidian, meow, not me. A rose leapt out from Ruan Yu's shoulder, and the two leaves on the flower path even shook, as if waving. Ruan Yu reached out and poked the flower. Did you eat all the crystal cores? The rose shook twice, and one of the leaves pointed down at the walker, then at the flower, then scuttled upward. You mean you need to eat the crystal cores to upgrade? The rose nodded. Ruan Yu was helpless. Another snacker, and poked the petals twice. The rest is for you. Go eat. Rose Blossom couldn't even greet. Directly leapt out. Ruan Yu picked two fruits, gave one to Black Obsidian, which then nibbled it up to recover her powers. After hacking for almost 3 hours, not to mention the alien energy, even the strength to stand was strong. Rather, it was the rose that reacted quickly. Not long after the zombies on the ground were all harvested, Ruan Yu then realized that his wood system psychic ability had actually risen to the middle of the fifth order. This is the unexpected joy. I did not expect the little rose to eat the crystal core, but also can feed back to her, recovering her psychic ability. Only then did she bring Black Yao to walk into the base familiarly. Occasionally there are zombies, directly by the rose vines to solve the problem. The reaction is much faster than her. Open an ammunition depot, which is full of guns and ammunition, grenades, and these are placed in boxes. Ruan Yu directly waved his hand and turned to the next room, turned around and collected all that can be collected. There is also a place to park the aircraft. 2 Wuji 10 directly into the space. Aviation fuel naturally will not be spared. After collecting and then go to the ammunition depot to check some. This is satisfied with the walkout. Who knows, just walked to the door, just bumped into a gasping breath hurried people. Ruan Yu looked up to see the man's face. Isn't this his brother's captain? Why is he here? At once, he shouted out with some delight. Xie Xingzhou? Let's talk later. Hurry up. Chapter 33, Brother's News. The moment he saw Ruan Yu, Xie Xingzhou was a little surprised. Looking up and seeing the empty ammunition depot, he had to pull the people to run first, all the way with the people turning left and right. Sensing that the pursuers behind him were still a little distance away, he turned to look at Ruan Yu. Give me 2 grenades. Ruan Yu reacted quickly and gave him 2 grenades. Xie Xingzhou took the grenades and stuck them on the door in 3 or 2 strokes, gently releasing them and doing the same when walking to the next door. After getting it right, then took Ruan Yu to another exit. Ruan Yu immediately took out his Hummer. Xie Xingzhou directly into the driver's seat. Ruan Yu followed holding Obsidian sitting in the passenger side. The car just walked out of a distance. Heard the military area. Bang! The sound of a bang. Ruan Yu couldn't help but look back and then once again heard. Bang! The sound of. Silly. Jumping into a pit twice. Xie Xingzhou glanced sideways at Ruan Yu. What? I said the person chasing you behind. Then with a straight face, he looked at Xie Xingzhou. Why are you here? Where's my brother? Xie Xingzhou controlled the steering wheel with one hand. A foot of gas down. Cornering also did not see deceleration. I'll tell you slowly later. A strong sense of thrust. The car on both sides of the tree sped past, Through the rearview mirror Ruan Yu found that there is actually a car behind them, but also know that now is not the time to talk, had to keep their mouths shut. Black Hummer all the way speeding. In the end, our Xiaxingzhou car skills better, behind the car away from them more and more far. After 2 hours of continuous speeding, Xiaxingzhou finally parked the car in a small river, looked around, no one. Ruan Yu only then looked at Xiaxingzhou. Xiaxingzhou also looked at Ruan Yu and said, "You took all the weapons in that military area? Aha, that's good. Then can you answer my previous question?" She had met Xiaxingzhou before, the leader of her brother's squad, but he appeared here. So did that mean that her brother was over here as well? Gulp. Xiaxingzhou, who was just about to speak, was interrupted by the sound his stomach made, awkwardly rubbing his nose. "Do you have food in your space?" Ruan Yu was kind enough to give him 2 sandwiches and a bottle of milk. Xiaxingzhou ate 1 sandwich in 3 or 2 strokes. Only then did he eat while looking at Ruan Yu. "You're alone? Love brain is fine?" Ruan Yu's face instantly darkened and glared at him. "Cut the crap. Hurry up and say where my brother is." "I don't know. Aren't you my brother's captain? You don't know?" Ruan Yu's eyes went wide and her tone was somewhat disbelieving. Xiaxingzhou pondered for a moment before continuing. "Our squad all took a potion that awakens our powers, and we all turned into half-zombie physiques. The people from the institute wanted to experiment on us. We were scattered and escaped. I only know that none of them were captured. I don't know the rest. If one of them had been caught, he wouldn't have been chased to death so much. He had attracted most of the institute's pursuers himself when he was on the run, and with the strength of their team members, it would have been easy to get rid of that group of losers." Ruan Yu nodded. She had probably guessed it before. "Is there anyone else taking it besides you guys?" Seeing Ruan Yu not surprised at all, Xiaxingzhou looked twice more. "There was a group of survivors who took it on their own accord, but they were all let go by us to draw attention to themselves, and that group of people aren't good people either." "You encountered it?" "Well, I encountered them on the way over here. They were all killed by me." Ruan Yu didn't have anything to hide. Her brother's comrades she still trusted. In the last life they were still looking for themselves together with her brother. Xiaxingzhou was surprised, looked Ruan Yu up and down. Seeing her alone was already shocking, but also able to kill so many people. But on second thought, it's normal. The end of the world is a month old. Won't be able to kill people doomed to not go far. Good job. Ruan Yu gave him a blank look. "You still haven't said how you're here." Didn't I escape here? Was thinking of borrowing the ammunition over here to leave the institute behind." Looking at Ruan Yu's somewhat unkind eyes, Xiaxingzhou pulled out a note from somewhere and handed it to Ruan Yu. "Here, Ruan Yan wrote this." Ruan Yu half-heartedly took it and carefully spread out the note. Seeing the familiar script, Ruan Yu's eyes widened with a look of delight. "Did my brother ask you to come this way? Just why did her brother tell her to hide and not to go to the base, especially far away from the Qingqing base?" "No, he left a note on a few of us. Originally thought you would go to City B, or City C's base, but suddenly someone said you have healing powers. So Ruan Yan thought you might be hiding somewhere, just as we had to spread out and run, so we had to take our chances. But it's true that thanks to you, they relaxed their supervision of us, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to run out." Xiaxingzhou didn't hide it and told the truth. It was true that the healing powers were transmitted so that they could escape so quickly. Originally the squad had 6 people, did not expect to return from the mission with only 4 left. And was also tricked into drinking the potion for the awakening of psychic abilities, but also his dereliction of duty as a captain. The chaotic world actually dared to believe in the hearts of the people. "Then you guys don't have a way to contact?" Ruan Yu was a bit reluctant. He was obviously close to finding it, and now he was suddenly so far away. "No, if someone gets captured, we'll probably get together quickly to save them." Ruan Yu sat back. No means no. At least she knew her brother was alive. She didn't want her brother's teammates to be taken back. "Brother is half-mourned corpse too?" "Yeah, a few of us are." After knowing her brother's news, Ruan Yu then seriously surveyed Xiaxingzhou, a pair of peach blossom eyes, with handsome features, black work pants, Martin boots, 2 red marks with blood on his face. There is no difference with normal people. Looking at Ruan Yu did not say anything. Xiaxingzhou reached out in front of Ruan Yu's eyes shook. "How was my handsome face attracted?" And then pointed to the injury on his face. "Don't you have healing powers? Help me heal it? I charge for it. What are you taking to ask me to heal?" Looking at the gangly smile on Xiaxingzhou's face, Ruan Yu helplessly held her forehead. At that time when her brother brought her to meet them, she couldn't figure out how this person who exuded a gangly look from time to time would be her brother's captain. Everyone she guessed once, only Xiaxingzhou she directly skipped over. "Where's your boyfriend?" Ruan Yu was a bit confused. "I don't have a boyfriend." Xiaxingzhou's smile enlarged quite a bit. A swishy face. "I'm so handsome. Is it okay to give my body in return? You want to be a gigolo? It's not impossible." Ruan Yu was speechless and had to change the topic in a raw manner. "You've been resting for a while. Why don't you hurry up and go? In case you get caught up again." Xiexingzhou said with some pity. Okay, but where does this road go? D city. Then where are you going to go back to? My home. A city. Chapter 34 Villa Rest. The two of them just asked and answered questions and got in the car and set off. Ruan Yu ended up helping him heal his face. Half-mourned corpse. Does it still hurt? My essence is still human. Do you think it hurts? Oh, I should have known to press it and try it. She and Xiexingzhou hadn't been dealing with each other well. She always felt that Xiexingzhou was looking at her in a bad way. But it didn't seem that way. But at that time she had been chasing after Su Yinji, so she didn't care that much. Both of them didn't say anything along the way. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Xiexingzhou started to force the topic. You have a cat? Called Black Obsidian. It seems to be living well. Actually still able to raise a cat. Average. Never went hungry. Xiexingzhou was silent for a moment. He felt as if Ruan Yu was connoting something. Then as if he suddenly reacted. He looked at Ruan Yu with some surprise. You have healing powers, and spatial powers, dual system powers? That's not right. You should have killed all the zombies outside the military area. So what other psychic abilities do you have? I have wind and fire dual system powers. I'm good at fanning the flames. Ruan Yan is a control ability. When we go out to kill zombies, he directly controls the swish of the crystal cores and receives them in the bag. Ruan Yu pulled out her ears. She seemed to remember why she was a bit at odds with him. So noisy. You can actually drive seriously. Don't ya? Let's keep nattering. Don't you want to know more about your brother? I still need to learn about my brother from you? Xiexingzhou thought for a moment. It seems like it's not necessary. Then what are we going to eat tonight? The topic jumped a little fast. Ruan Yu was confused for a moment. What do you want to eat? It was rare to meet someone she could trust. Ruan Yu felt she could still tolerate it. Plus this was her brother's captain. Her strength was definitely not bad, and she could let him go first when she encountered a zombie. There are pots? There can be. Then how about I show you my hand? Xiexingzhou looked at Ruan Yu with a smile on his face. Looking at him, Ruan Yu nodded furtively. Seeing Ruan Yu agree, the arc of Xiexingzhou's mouth became even bigger. My bag is still in the back seat. Help me put it away. It's all the things I brought for you. Ruan Yu reached out and took the bag over. Pulling open the zipper, Ruan Yu looked at him in amazement. Not a big backpack. Inside are all the crystal cores and exotic fruits. The crystal cores are basically white. All the third and fourth order almost all have 20 or 30 of them. Where did you get them? Xincheng based to here almost 800 kilometers. I collect some things along the way. That is not easy. Just institute that group of losers, slipping them like a game. Xiexingzhou had a haughty look on his face, and his tone was full of disdain as he spoke. Although there was nothing wrong with what he said, Ruan Yu just felt a little offended, being even more arrogant than her. Then why did you still run into the ammunition depot with a lousy face? Of course it was to meet you. Ruan Yu was speechless. It was true that she couldn't expect this man to be decent, but since it was something for herself, Ruan Yu naturally put it away nonchalantly. But she was curious as to how he was able to meet so many fourth-order zombies. Why do you have so many fourth-order crystals? Are the zombies outside upgrading that fast? Hearing Ruan Yu's question, Xiexingzhou still answered seriously. I haven't encountered any fourth-order zombies along the way, and there aren't many third-order ones either. Those crystal cores were all stolen from the institute when I was escaping. Ruan Yu, it's a bit hard to comment, but let's still say a good job. Suddenly thought of what Xiexingzhou said. There seems to be some conflict with the village chiefs, the half-zombie people I met before. They took over a village. A village chief surnamedly said that they escaped because of the alien ability awakening potion that you guys took with your help. It is reasonable to say that the time isn't that much different. How come they don't know about healing alien ability? Xiexingzhou gave her a sideways glance. He's right, but after they escaped, the Institute's watch over us was a lot stronger. We didn't find a chance to escape, and stayed for almost half a month before your psychic ability was transmitted and we escaped. You don't think the zombies only broke out in mid-July, do you? Ruan Yu nodded. She really wasn't too sure about all this. The first zombie appeared in March. At that time I led the team to kill it. After that the Institute was set up to keep researching. In June someone started to awaken their supernatural abilities. Our squad was tricked into drinking the potion because we hadn't been able to awaken our supernatural abilities. Now I guess the Institute is going crazy. The half-morning corpses all ran away, and none of the half-morning corpses appeared in the subsequent potions, so we have to hide. Ruan Yu was surprised for a moment in her heart. So there was a zombie outbreak this early? No wonder the people in charge of the base in the last life were all powerful people before the end of the world. She thought that this was the heritage of the powerful families, so it was just poor information. Some of them were able to fight against zombies, and they themselves were still like flowers in a hothouse. Then how do you guys enhance your powers? Or do you absorb crystal cores? This point Ruan Yu was really curious. No, half-morning corpses can only eat those fruits borne by mutant trees to upgrade, and some of the fruits have different functions. Most of them can be upgraded. There are also a small part of the fruits that can cure zombie poisons. And this kind of eating is also useless. Ruan Yu nodded. I didn't realize that half-morning corpses have limitations. Then you still give me the alien fruit? It's not like I'm short of those few for upgrading. There's a villa up ahead. Will you rest there tonight? Ruan Yu looked up and over, and then looked at the time. 7 o'clock in the afternoon exactly. Good. The two slowly walked into the villa, pushed open the front door and found no one there. The two split up and checked again to make sure no one was there, which led them to meet up in the hall. I looked at the kitchen with liquefied gas. What do you want to eat? I'll go do it. Xiaxingzhou looked at Ruan Yu with an expectant face. He hadn't eaten hot food in a long time. Thinking that he had just collected so many fourth-order crystal cores, Ruan Yu first took out a pot and spatula, and took a large piece of pork, as well as onions, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings, and then took a handful of baby bok choy, as well as a few potatoes from the hollow cabbage. Originally wanted to take a fish, but the fish is alive ultimately did not take. Had to take a few eggs and tomatoes. Also counted meat dishes. Xiaxingzhou is not too concerned, as long as it can be cooked. Even if the noodles, he is also very happy. Did not expect Ruan Yu can come up with so many good things. A hand grabbed it from Ruan Yu's hand. Boss, have a good rest. Call you when it's ready in a while. Carrying the stuff, he headed towards the kitchen, occasionally pawing it twice. Since Xiaxingzhou said so, Ruan Yu gladly accepted. Went upstairs to find 2 rooms to change the sheets, probably cleaned up a bit, and then lie down. Although it is a trustworthy person, but Ruan Yu does not want to expose the matter of space can enter the living. Dazed and confused, fast asleep, Ruan Yu suddenly smelled an aroma, immediately rolled over and went downstairs. The table has been set up, a few dishes, tomatoes and eggs, stir-fried cabbage, oiled dregs of cabbage, braised potatoes. There is also a plate of shredded meat and potatoes. Xiaxingzhou happened to bring the dishes over, and seeing Ruan Yu come down so quickly, he said with a flirtatious face, "Are you smelling the smell coming down?" Looking at the lack of staple food, Ruan Yu silently took out 2 large white steamed buns and handed one to Xiaxingzhou. Yeah, I didn't realize you had this. Picking up the chopsticks and taking a taste, Xiaxingzhou hurriedly followed up. How is it? Ruan Yu gives a thumbs up and praises without mincing words. Good craftsmanship. Hearing Ruan Yu's words, only then did Xiaxingzhou pick up his chopsticks and clip the food. Because of various reasons they couldn't eat the freshly fried food. Both of them ate this meal to their heart's content. A knock sounded on the door. Both of them looked over at the same time, and a soft voice came from outside the hidden door. Hello, may I come in please? Chapter 35, Flame Squad. Before Ruan Yu's words of refusal could be uttered, the man had already pushed his way in, followed by several others, looking like he was probably in a squad. The moment she saw the people, Ruan Yu and Xiaxingzhou looked at each other and silently emptied the dishes on her plate. After confirming that there was nothing but oil on the plate, Ruan Yu then took out a paper towel and wiped the corner of her mouth. Looking at the people at the door, if I say can't right now, will you guys leave? The girl who first inquired looked at Xiaxingzhou with some embarrassment, her eyes revealing anticipation, and said with a soft face, I'm sorry, I saw that none of you said anything, so I thought that you had acquiesced. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, a man in the lead spoke up and said, I'm bothering you too. It's just that this is the only house in the neighborhood that's relatively intact in the middle of the night, so that's why we came in. My name is Ji Chu. I'm the captain of the Flame Squad, and they are all my team members. After saying that, Ji Chu pointed at the girl who had spoken at the very beginning and said, This is my sister, Ji Jishi. Turning around, he pointed at the 2 men and 1 woman behind him, Bai Jian, Fong Fong, Su Mu. Seeing this, Ruan Yu couldn't say anything, so she had to signal Xiaxingzhou to pick up the conversation. Nice to meet you. My name is Xiaxing. This is my sister Xiayu. Ji Chu had been observing Ruan Yu between Xiaxingzhou's words. Normally when a teammate introduces their name, if they say it wrong they will subconsciously look at each other. But Ruan Yu hadn't been reacting much, so he thought there was nothing wrong with it. The 2 of you think you're also going to the botanical gardens, right? Hearing this, Ruan Yu was a little surprised in her heart, but her face didn't show it. Xiaxingzhou was even more open-mouthed. Naturally, it's rare that there are good things one must go and see. Ji Jishi's eyes lit up when she heard Xiaxingzhou's words. Does Mr. Xia want to team up with us? Our squad are all Xenos, except for my brother who is a 3rd order Xenos. The others are in the late 2nd order. The strength is considered very good. Zaishi, don't talk nonsense. Ji Chu's seemingly reprimanding words, but his eyes also revealed a sense of superiority. With a squad like his, more than a few people were rushing up to form a team. Xiaxingzhou had a calm face. This kind of strength is indeed considered strong, but compared to the Qingqing base's pursuers, it's not a star and a half point worse, but he still said in a very cuddly manner, Then you guys are so strong, why do you still want to team up with us? Not afraid that we're dragging you down? Won't just go together. There are dangers of course still need to solve by themselves. Ji she hurriedly said, and also glanced at Ruan Yu. She didn't want to bring a drag. Ji Chu didn't say anything, obviously also acquiesced, and then looked at Xie Xingzhou. How is it? Has brother Xie considered it? Seeing that you guys can still cook, I think you have spatial adepts. That means you only have one combatant, and it's safer to team up with us. Ji Chu was bent on pulling someone into the group. Their team was short of space adepts, but unfortunately they hadn't encountered many along the way, and he didn't want to give up on the rare sight of one. Xie Xingzhou and Ruan Yu didn't say anything. They looked like they were considering, but in reality, they were both thinking, what would be good to eat tomorrow morning? The most difficult thing about idleness is what to eat for the next meal. Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou. The meaning was clear. If you take it, you have to be responsible to the end. Xie Xingzhou said with an embarrassed face, thank you Captain Ji for your kindness, but our siblings have no intention of teaming up with anyone for now. That's fine. We won't force it. We won't force it. Ji Chu said without a care with a smile on his face, but we all have the same purpose, so how about joining together on the way? It's fine, but we got up late in the morning, so I don't know if we'll be able to catch up with Captain Ji's departure. Xie Xingzhou spoke politely. Ji Chu didn't know if he really didn't hear Xie Xingzhou's words, but still smiled and said, that's fine, we're not that bad, just wait for a while. Seeing that Xie Xingzhou didn't refuse, he continued, then it's a deal. We'll wait for you tomorrow. Although their team has some strength, but the most important thing in the end of the world is the supplies. No space alien. More supplies are not good to keep this time, no matter what to say also have to bring these two people. Anyway, his sister also like good looking. If you can take Xie Xing that would be great. As for the other one is not sure if it is a drag, then find a mission to get rid of the people will be good. Seeing this, Ruan Yu and the two of them couldn't say anything else. It was just time to go and see what the botanical gardens actually had. And in the meantime, see what this group of people really wanted to do. That, since we've agreed, it's so late we'll go up and rest first. After saying this, the two of them, Xie Xingzhou and Ruan Yu, went upstairs. Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou with a puzzled face. Why are you going with them? Since the botanical gardens have good stuff, there must be quite a few people going there. It's not that noticeable to be with them. Ruan Yu yawned. Alright, you have a lot of heart anyway. I'll listen to you for now. I just packed the two rooms in the far corners. The one on the right is yours. Xie Xingzhou blankly glanced at him. What do you mean by having a lot of hard eyes? He is clearly called smart. Looking at Ruan Yu ready to close the door, he immediately stretched out his foot and stuck it. Ruan Yu looked up at him. You still have something to do? Nothing? Just inquiring about what to eat in the morning. So what do you want to eat? Just about anything. Ruan Yu took a deep breath, took a basin, filled it with a small handful of noodles, also put a few eggs and tomatoes, handed it to Xie Xingzhou. You can do it yourself. If you don't want to eat it, stand on the balcony and open your mouth wide in the northwest direction. Hanging noodles, that's fine. I'll call you tomorrow morning when it's ready. After saying this, Xie Xingzhou turned around and went back to his room. He just wanted to show off his wealth in a low-key way. Hanging noodles are fine. Ruan Yu into the house straight into the bed. Upstairs and downstairs are people. Ruan Yu is not good directly into the space. Took a cat's nest behind the door. Obsidian consciously went into the group bar up. The good thing is that while Xie Xingzhou cooking time fed it a lot of things, and now did not rub to ask for food, Ruan Yu rubbed off his shoes, took the blanket over his stomach and closed his eyes. Someone in dare not sleep through. In the morning, Ruan Yu was once again attracted by the aroma. It is true that in the last life, you can smell the aroma of food from hundreds of meters away is not bragging. Simply washed up, then carried Black Yao downstairs. Xie Xingzhou carrying 2 pots of noodles on the table. When he saw Ruan Yu, he greeted him. You came down just in time. Come and see if there is enough to eat. Looking at the 2 pots of noodles, Ruan Yu's mouth twitched. The difference between male and female students' meals is still quite large. Do you have enough to eat? Not enough to pick half over. Hearing the seriousness in Ruan Yu's tone, Xie Xingzhou had to pick half of the past, and then handed the basin to Ruan Yu. The two of them comfortably ate the noodles. Ji Chu several people just sat on the sofa nibbling on the bread and watched, inhaling hard and biting heavily on the bread. They have not cooked and eaten for a long time. Collecting rice, flour, grain and oil they do not have the space and it is not cost effective. Looking at the two people Ji Chu is even more determined to recruit. The two siblings looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Chapter 36 Emptying the mall. Ji Chu's several people quickly finished eating, cleaned up a bit and stood outside waiting. Xie Xingzhou Ruan Yu two people slowly cleaned up upstairs. Ruan Yu, do you have toothpaste and toothbrush? And face wash? Ruan Yu gave Xie Xingzhou a strange look and handed him everything. You still need to take care of your face? Of course I need to take care of this handsome face of mine. Where are you going to go first in a while? Xie Xingzhou washed his face while talking to Ruan Yu in a casual tone. Didn't you say to follow them? I didn't agree. Besides, we're here now. Why don't we go around the city? I don't mind if you want me to keep whoring around for nothing. Speaking of going to collect supplies, Ruan Yu became more interested. Everything taken out from me has a price. There's no way to whore yourself out. Hurry up and pack up and go find supplies. As for how to talk to Ji Chu, that is the matter of Xie Xingzhou. If she has long run away, half do not want to deal with people, unless there are benefits. Sweep up and down Xie Xingzhou, as if a bit of human flavor. Although yesterday there is no way to take a shower, but she has changed clothes. Thought for a moment to throw him a set of clothes. With him on, the style is similar. Seeing the clothes, Xie Xingzhou flesh eyes visible happy. You can rest assured that today must take you to collect all the D City, the entire D City supplies. Ruan Yu think it is not impossible. Even if you cannot finish a daytime, can still collect a lot of. Just her original intention is to collect D City supplies and then return to the A City. After a while, it was almost 10 o'clock before the two of them went out. Seeing Ji Chu, several people are still waiting. Ruan Yu raised eyebrows, quite patient. After greeting the two, they got into the car and prepared to leave. Xie Xingzhou looked at Ji Chu and said, Captain Ji, we're going to the city to look for supplies. If you guys want to hurry, you can go first. Don't wait for us. Ji Chu of course won't agree. Looking for supplies of course can also be together. Coincidence not. It just so happens that we don't have many supplies left. Together. See, a few people cannot get rid of. Xie Xingzhou also do not force. Want to grab things from his hands. There are really not many people have succeeded. But also Ruan Yen flung two teammates together before succeeding once. Close the window. Start the car and set off. Ji Chu, several people driving two vans also followed. Ruan Yu hugged Black Yao and sat in the passenger side. Looking at Xie Xingzhou, are you preparing to get rid of them? As long as it's still in a city, it's impossible to get rid of them, and the Qingcheng bases are probably going to chase them over. It's only by strolling around that they won't be able to find us. Southering Ruan Yu, he knew what she was thinking and explained. If we kill the people from the Qingcheng base directly, next time they will send more people. Not necessarily stronger, but more people is troublesome. Right now, the other bases don't know about our physique. They only know that Qingcheng base is looking for us. If more people die, the other bases will definitely send people to get a piece of the pie as well. Ruan Yu lowered her eyes, her hands unconsciously smoothing Black Yao's hair. In her last life, it was indeed 3 years before it was revealed that she had this kind of physique. Of course, it was not ruled out that the people at the bottom knew about it 3 years later. As for the top level of the base, she had no idea. She is very clear that even if she lives again in a new life and has a spatial golden finger, playing with her brain is still almost interesting. At best, she can rely on the information she knows to see some opportunities and avoid some trouble. Since Xie Xingzhou thought farther than her, then listen to him first. If there is a disagreement later and then leave is fine. The big deal is that she hides in space and does not come out. It's fine if you have a plan. I don't have any opinions. How many more supplies can you fit in your space? Xie Xingzhou looked at her. He had heard of space alien space before. In fact, it was also divided according to the level. The initial are 50 cubic meters. Rising one level increases ranging from 10 to 50 cubic meters. It all depends on luck. Intuition told him that Ruan Yu's ability level was not low, at least when he rushed into that base at that time. Immediately several hundred zombies were lying on the ground. Ordinary second or third level aberrations could not do that. Ruan Yu pondered for a while before replying. It's kinda empty. Thinking of something, Xie Xingzhou continued. I haven't asked you about your alien ability level before. I'm in the late 4th order. There's also Ruan Yen and the rest of them who are now estimated to be in the late 4th order as well. I'm lucky, early 5th order. Ruan Yu felt that she could say a little more, but she still had to keep her hand in the pie. Luck was also considered strength. If she hit her, she also had to weigh herself. Xie Xingzhou gave her a surprised look and didn't say anything, although he would definitely protect her if he met her. But in turn, being protected, he felt he could. The two chatted all the way to the city, and soon arrived in the city. Xie Xingzhou pulled over. Get off when you arrive. Have you been to D City to shop before? No. Both of them were silent. Ruan Yu took out the tablet. Although the space can't be used, but it doesn't affect the saving. Flipping through a few times to find out the city plan that was saved before. Handing it to Xie Xingzhou. You lead the way. In the past, when she was able to use navigation, she followed the indicator around in a circle to know the direction. Now she is asked to look at the map. She can't understand it at all. Xie Xingzhou smiled and took the tablet, looked at it for a while and said, there are still 2 kilometers from the nearest big shopping mall here. Drive there? Ride a small donkey. The sound is small and can still run separately. The sound of the car is really too attractive to the zombies. Before Ruan Yu passed by and felt so clean, really drove in to realize that this is all an illusion. The two people completely crashed all the way over. As for Ji Chu team, which have time to care about them all, riding on a small donkey. Encountered a zombie attack, small Rose directly scurry out to solve. Encountered more. Obsidian directly pounced on. Looking at a relaxed Xiaxingzhou, suddenly envied some half-dead bodies, directly hiding zombie pile, who dares to find ah. Soon arrived at the big shopping mall. Ruan Yu looked over. The nearby zombies do not seem to be a lot. Get out of the car and control the small Rose with a string of sugar gourds. Zombies at once to solve several. Now the zombies are basically in the second order. The third order of zombies than before, a lot more. Xiaxingzhou walked in front to open the road. Ruan Yu followed. Is there a zombie inside? No. A person with a strong flashlight. Xiaxingzhou look around to see if there is no leakage of zombies. Ruan Yu see things to collect. Clothes, shoes, bags, cosmetics and skincare products and so on, as well as gold and silver jewelry. Bedding, a little something left, which went to the first floor. Generally large shopping malls are in the underground floor to sell food of a kind. A few steps down, or Xiaxingzhou walk in front. Ruan Yu with the back. Into the eyes is messy shelves, although there are still a lot of things, but most of them fell to the ground. Shelves are also crooked. Ruan Yu does not mind. Directly control the vines to move the shelves away, not forgetting to shake the food to the ground, and then a thought all into the space. Now Ruan Yu would not be so kind as to leave a little for those who came after her. Who would want to leave it for others if she could empty it? What's more, won't those people come to get her when they're full? After collecting, Ruan Yu familiarly led Xiaxingzhou to the warehouse. Boxes of supplies, living supplies, toiletries, rice, flour, grain and oil, snacks, canned food, hundreds of boxes. Looks like it has not been moved. Ruan Yu directly stepped on the warehouse trailer, sliding all the way through. Each walk around the supplies less a column. 10 minutes after the warehouse is finally empty. Took 2 bottles of soda and handed one to Xiaxingzhou. Xiaxingzhou was a little surprised, but thought of Ruan Yu's level of psychic ability. It is not difficult to load these things, and more he did not want to look into it. Anyway, it does not matter if it is his own people. After resting for a while, the two of them then walked out of the mall. Ji Chu saw the two from afar and shouted up, "Xia Xing!" 2 vans drove to the door of the mall. The body is a lot more wretched than before. Looks like it is also after a bad battle. You all collected the supplies? No, I don't know who is so big a mall all empty. It's hard to come in. It seems that you can only come back next time to collect supplies. Xiaxingzhou opened his mouth to answer. Ji Chu's face was full of surprise. It's all been emptied. Nothing left? Xiaxingzhou's tone was full of helplessness. Not a bit left. Some of the shelves are empty. I don't know if it's that base that came out to look for supplies. It's so excessive. Thanks to the fact that we killed so many zombies before crashing in. Ji Chu, several people looked through the glass door towards the inside. Indeed, there was nothing left except the walls. But he felt that Xiaxingzhou's space shouldn't be able to fit so many things, which meant that they really didn't find the supplies. Ji Chu was quite open-minded. They had encountered it often. It's fine, just as if we're out shopping. Does Brother Xia still want to keep looking? Xiaxingzhou had a look of being exasperated. No more searching. We still have supplies. We'll look in a different place in the next 2 days. Then let's go directly to the botanical garden? Well, let's go. Xiaxingzhou stood next to Ruan Yu. The two of them were very close to each other. Ruan Yu took out the car. Chapter 37, Entering the Botanical Garden. 2 people get into the car and start the car. This time it is Ji Chu. Several people walk in front. They've been here once before, so they're quite experienced, and when they meet a zombie, they just run right over it, and soon they're on the quieter ring road, and the botanical gardens are generally farther away from the city. It happens to be on the other side of the city, so if Ruan Yu and the girls want to go there, they have to go through the city. I don't know if it's because there are more people going that way, but there are zombie corpses everywhere along the way, which kind of opens the way for those who come after them. Seeing Ruan Yu's listless look, Xiaxingzhou said, "Why don't you squint for a while? I'll call you when we get there. It looks like we'll be driving for more than an hour." "That's fine." Ruan Yu nodded her head. At night she might have to take turns to keep watch. It's good to take a rest. After adjusting the seat, Ruan Yu closed her eyes. Black Obsidian rubbed himself and changed his position, also squinting his eyes. When Ruan Yu opened her eyes, it was already 3 hours later. "Why didn't you call me? Seeing that you were sleeping quite soundly." "I didn't call." Xiaxingzhou leaned on the car. Ruan Yu looked out. The entrance to the botanical garden had already parked a dozen cars. Just now a squad came out from inside. Their clothes were covered in bloodstains, and there were quite a few congealed bloodstains on their faces, but the whole squad looked quite happy. Presumably they got what they needed. Seeing that Ruan Yu had already sat down, Xiaxingzhou then said, "I asked around. There are quite a few mutant trees in there, and quite a lot of mutant fruits, and I heard that there are ones that can cure the zombie virus. All of these people seem to be defaulting to well water. If the ones that come out are not very strong squads, then they will all have a few tails when they leave." Ruan Yu tilted her head to look at Xiaxingzhou. "Then what's the situation in the garden? Robbery was no more unusual in the end times. It didn't matter if there was something, what mattered was whether or not it could be defended. There are quite a few mutated plants in there. Many of them will attack humans and some can release toxins, so most of the squads will cooperate to go in together. Xiaxingzhou replied. The Flame Squad is probably teaming up with someone as well. There were also quite a few squads that came to ask about us in the past 2 hours and left when they heard that there were only 2 of us. These squads are all about the same strength as the Flame Squad, and a few of them have a 4th-order alien. Ruan Yu listens while nodding her head. It's true that one more person is different. Taking out 2 peaches and handing one to him, what do you want to eat? Or she realized that she was a bit hungry, and only then did she remember as an afterthought that they hadn't eaten lunch yet. Xiaxingzhou looked around before saying, it's better to nibble on bread. There are too many people or keep a low profile. Ruan Yu nodded approvingly and took out a few loaves of bread, 2 bottles of milk, and also took a packet of jerky together and handed it to Xiaxingzhou. After nibbling on the peaches, he also gave Black Yao a few mutant fruits, looked at Xiaxingzhou and handed a few over as well. This is what I exchanged with the mutant tree earlier. Xiaxingzhou looked down at Black Yao and then at Ruan Yu. This cat of yours has always eaten these? Yes. Looking at Ruan Yu's bland face, Xiaxingzhou somewhat doubted himself. Was he locked up for too long to keep up with the trends? The pets raised by others in Xinjiang base also don't eat crystal cores. As for the exotic fruit, they don't even have it themselves. Whereas the pets share, can only keep comforting himself in his heart. Those who can eat these things are probably not ordinary cats. Calm down, don't act like a bumpkin. Then this cat of yours should be very powerful, right? Not bad. Ruan Yu's tone was casual. Looking towards the other squads, those squads don't have much of a problem beating up a random one. You might as well just say you can beat me up. Ruan Yu laughed and didn't say anything. Seeing that Xiaxingzhou finished eating, he handed a few more over. Xiaxingzhou wasn't polite. He took them and ate them. How much did you change? Xiaxingzhou ate while saying, exchange mutant fruits he had heard of. Generally mutant trees like to eat the crystal core, but most people feel that the crystal core should be kept for upgrading. Not to mention that he can directly grab why he also want to exchange. So every time those people picked the mutant fruit, they would suffer a little bit of flesh and blood. Some of them were directly injured. Quite a lot. The whole tree was given to me. A few hundred I think, but along the way Black Obsidian ate a lot. This Ruan Yu didn't hide it, even if she didn't tell the truth. She felt that Xiaxingzhou would definitely be able to observe it. It was better to tell the truth and reduce the trouble. Xiaxingzhou was silent for a while. In the end there was nothing to say. Sit for a while longer. We'll leave at 4:30. A little earlier we might still be able to come out before dark. Ji Chu and the others are also leaving at 4:30? I don't know. They're with the other squads and didn't notify us to let them fend for themselves. Xiaxingzhou said with an indifferent face. Ruan Yu felt it was also right and nodded in agreement. Soon arriving at the point, Ruan Yu hugged Black Yao and got off the car. The two of them walked towards the botanical gardens. Seeing 2 people around are curious to look at the eyes. Unsuspecting is a lot less. The end of the world so long 2 people can still drive such a good car. The face is also rosy with essence. A look is big brother. Cannot afford to mess with. Ji Chu hurriedly went up. Brother Xie, you guys are ready to go in? Well, go early and come out early. Xiaxingzhou nodded his head as he looked at the few people and said. Ji Chu was with another squad and didn't have an awkward expression at all. We are also planning to go in. How about joining together? It's also good to have a caretaker. What does Brother Xie think? Feel free, it's fine if you guys are willing to follow. After saying that, Xiaxingzhou walked in with Ruan Yu. Ji Chu's few people and another squad followed closely behind. Brother Xie, I haven't asked what all of your supernatural abilities are. Our squad just happens to have all the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth together. Ji Chu followed behind, probably just couldn't be bothered, and kept looking for topics. My sister is a wood system psychic ability, and I'm a space system ranked at the 3rd order. Xiaxingzhou also does not hide, directly say, if not say Ji Chu certainly want to sidestep for a long time, might as well just say it. Anyway, it is all nonsense. Ruan Yu silently followed along, with a look that you are right about everything. Ji Zhishi was a little disdainful when he knew that Ruan Yu was a wood system ability. The wood system ability in their team could only catalyze the planting of the ground, and it was so slow that it usually took days to catalyze a vegetable. If they come across them out on a mission, they can only nibble on bread, and don't dare to let him catalyze the growth on the road at all. I don't know if it was because her eyes were too burning. Ruan Yu looked back at her as if he felt something. A few people walked for a long time in a row and didn't encounter anything. Xiaxingzhou looked at Ji Chu and said, Captain Ji, is this your first time here as well? Is there really something in here? How come we haven't seen anything after walking for so long? Ji Chu was experienced and smiled as he explained. Brother Xie, don't be anxious. Usually the good stuff is in the back. Besides, the botanical garden is so big. How long have we been walking? Hearing this, Xie couldn't say anything, so he had to continue walking, but the more he walked, the stranger it got. Not only were there no alien fruits, there were even very few mutant plants. Chapter 38 Botanical Garden 2. Ruan Yu hugged black obsidian. Suddenly it was gently bitten by it. The little rose also quietly burrowed out a little bit from its collar. Ruan Yu reached out and touched it. Who knew that the little rose spit out 3 small fruits, just the size of a small finger. After spitting them out, the little rose burrowed back in, and black obsidian lifted its paw and pointed down to its mouth. Ruan Yu fed it one, and only then did black obsidian squint and lie down in her arms again. She herself has healing powers, but since little rose gave it, it must have a role to play. She ate one herself, and the other took advantage of the others not paying attention to stuff Xie hand, signaling him to eat it. Xie took the opportunity to cough, directly into the mouth. Ji sees Xie coughing as soon as he pushed away Ruan Yu, rushed forward. Xie, what's wrong with you? Is not uncomfortable do not want us to rest for a while Xie hurriedly avoided her hand. No need to bother, the throat is a little uncomfortable only. Looking at Xie avoidance of her, Ji was a bit overwhelmed. She all eyes hinted at Xie several times. Who knows that this person is like a wood? If not to see that he has spatial supernormal ability, she is lazy to care. With her strength, there are many people pursuing her, but the spatial ability she really do not want to let go. There must be a solid relationship, in order to better retain people. After thinking for a moment she looked to Feng Baijin, signaling them to approach Ruan Yu. The two looked at each other helplessly and could only quietly follow behind Ruan Yu, thinking of finding a chance to strike up a conversation. After walking for a while, an aroma drifted over. Looking at the other people's lack of reaction, Ruan Yu curiously asked, "Don't you guys do anything about it? What if there is something wrong with this aroma?" Ji looked at Ruan Yu with contempt. "We all came in prepared. This aroma has a psychedelic effect, but its fruit is the antidote. Before we entered the door, we exchanged some with the other teams." Looking at Xie, "Isn't this her chance?" Looking to Xie, she said, "Xie, do you need it? We can exchange one for you." Xie directly refused. "No need, we have our own." Just a few steps away, a member of another squad suddenly laughed wildly to the sky with a look of being possessed. Next to him a face full of redness with a lewd smile on his face. Their captain's quick eyes and hands. One person stuffed a small fruit. Only then did it subside. Maybe afraid of other people continue to lose face. One person gave a fruit after. This is embarrassed to say, "It's okay, we continue to walk." Suddenly a person rushed out in front, running while yelling, "Help! Help! The mutant tree has gone crazy." Ruan Yu hurriedly dragged Xie to stand to the side. Little Rose was also attached to Ruan Yu's shoulder at some point. The man ran in front of their eyes and Ruan Yu realized that there were quite a few mutant trees behind him chasing him. Even the mutant saplings on the side of the road stretched out their branches to trip him. Ruan Yu was curious as to how this man had offended the mutant trees. She remembered that mutant trees were very nice to talk to as long as you didn't go too far. What did you do? Why are so many mutant trees chasing you? The man was breathing heavily while explaining. "I didn't do anything. It was all my teammates who did it. Who knows, these trees are chasing me without reason." "What about your teammates? All got killed by the mutated trees." "Ruan Yu, then you deserve to be chased." When they were still some distance away from Ruan Yu and the others, the mutant trees stopped, as if they were somewhat scornful. Jichu also looked curiously at that person. "What's your name? What exactly did your squad do?" "My name is Jiang Yu. Our squad is just escorting a few people in and giving those people a hand in the process." Jiang Yu's eyes were a little evasive and he said in a small voice, "Playing what hand?" Before Jichu could say anything, Xie asked first. Jiang Yu lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him. Xie directly took out the aura of a soldier king. "If you don't tell the truth, I'll directly throw you to the mutant tree." Ruan Yu thought of something and whispered in Xie ear, "Did they set the mountain on fire? I smell a little gasoline odor." In the last life, there were also many smart people. The mutant tree did not give fruit, directly burned the mutant tree. Then the mutant trees directly pulled all the humans black. Give as many crystals are useless, and the mutant tree itself can kill zombies. On the contrary, Obsidian picked up a lot of cheap, every time to secretly bring one to her. More than this goods cannot hide. Thinking of this reached out and rubbed Black Yao's head. This time it will be her turn to feed this snack food. Seeing everyone looking at him, Jiang Yu's face was red, stammered and sputtered, but did not say what they did. Xie was not polite and directly lifted the back of his collar and walked towards the group of mutant trees. Jiang Yu instantly trembled with fear. He had seen how these mutant trees punished his teammates, directly tied his hands and feet and split his body alive. See, Xie was not joking, immediately begged for mercy. Don't go over there. I'll say. Xie looked at him with an unkind face. Look at this bear, like will not really dare to set fire to the mountain. Under the gaze of Xie Xingzhou's eyes that wanted to eat people, Ruan Yu then stammered, "We also didn't do anything, just helped pour a little bit of gasoline. The fire was lit by them, and then these mutant trees went berserk." Ruan Yu's face was weak, hurriedly shrugged off the pot. "Big brother, we don't want to those people are all from Qingqing base. Where do we dare to offend If we don't listen to them we have to be sent to the lab to do experiments." Ruan Yu Xie Xingzhou had a thoughtful look on his face. Qingqing base could really do this, but Qingqing base's researchers can be treasures to come out how could they find such a waste to escort them? Everyone else is dead, of course just how you dump. Since you said it was the people from Qingqing base, how do they look for your squad? Your psychic ability is at several levels Xie Xingzhou still looked at Ruan Yu with an unkind face and said. The small tree by the roadside stretched a branch in front of Ruan Yu, scaring him and making him shake even more. "Our squad except the captain is third order. All the others are second order alien. Those people several fourth order alien. They said that they are from Qingqing base. We don't dare to disbelieve them I'm a spatial ability. I usually hide in the back, and I watched it go wrong before I hurriedly ran out." Hearing the spatial ability, Ji Chu's eyes lit up. This one person must be much better than Xie Xing, two people to pull together. Ji Zhishi also breathed a sigh of relief. Cannot have to rush up to take care of that wooden head. Ruan Yu Xie Xingzhou glanced at each other, presumably unable to ask anything. Xie Xingzhou looked at Ji Chu. What does Captain Ji think should be done? Setting a tree on fire. This is not a good thing. If the mutant tree retaliates collectively then it will be more than worth it. Ji Chu naturally didn't want to let go of this space alien, thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we take it with us for now and think about how to deal with it when we get out? What does Brother Xie think?" Xie Xingzhou glanced at him and instantly understood what this man was trying to do. "Since Captain Ji has plans then I won't get involved. It's just that I've always disliked going with these people who commit crimes. So why don't we just leave it at that?" He is not stupid. Since Ji Chu wants to leave the people behind, then stay. That group of tigers eyeing the mutant trees is not a good fight. He is better to hide far away. With a substitute meal Ji Chu also didn't stay. Since Brother Xie has an idea, then we won't stay. Seeing this, Xie Xingzhou Ruan Yu two people hurriedly walked towards another path. I don't know why he felt that the mutant tree was jealous of Ruan Yu. Maybe it was Ruan Yu's high level. This is good. At least they will not go empty this trip. There are only two people. Ruan Yu also does not hide. Let's go. Follow the path that Obsidian pointed out. It is gifted in this aspect of finding mutant fruits. Chapter 39 Botanical Garden 3. Since Ruan Yu said so, Xie Xingzhou didn't have any problem with it. Sometimes animals do find things much faster than them. Black Yao ran ahead. Ruan Yu jogged to keep up, and Xie Xingzhou followed behind Ruan Yu. I don't know how Black Obsidian led the way, always leading the way to some nooks and crannies. When Ruan Yu stopped, he saw Black Yao sitting under a tree, licking his paws and waiting for her, and immediately jumped into her arms when he saw Ruan Yu. Xie Xingzhou walked up and looked at the small tree in front of him. Still really found it. Reaching out, he wanted to touch Black Yao's head, which it dodged. Xie Xingzhou was not embarrassed and turned his head to ask Ruan Yu, just 4 or 5 fruits, pick them directly? He himself encountered mutant fruits are directly robbed, but here seems not quite applicable. After all, he previously encountered are single mutant trees. This botanical garden mutant trees can be too much. Ruan Yu directly blanked him. You can try if you want to be surrounded. Not knowing if it was because of the wood system's supernatural ability, this mutant tree did not like the proximity of humans. Ruan Yu had to take out several crystal cores and give them to Black Obsidian. Black Obsidian naturally carried them over, stretched out his claws and paws to dig a pit and buried them under the mutant tree. The mutant tree shook its crown in a very reasonable way and shook all 5 fruits down to Black Obsidian. Of course in the end, Ruan Yu only had 2 in her hands and handed one to Xie Xingzhou. Try it. I don't know if it can cure zombie virus. Xie Xingzhou very natural to take a direct bite. Ruan Yu only then reacted as if not washed. Never mind, not dry and clean, eat no disease. Half of the zombie body is not afraid of this thing. Enhancement of psychic abilities. Eat a few more, I can almost rise to the 5th level. Xie Xingzhou finished and looked at Ruan Yu seriously. Can you wash it when you give it to me next time? There seems to be Black Obsidian saliva on it. Black Obsidian directly exploded and pounced on him, and Ruan Yu didn't hold back her laughter. Okay, I'll remember next time. It's all because that group of people burned some tree. Now these trees don't like us to come near them. The cheapness was all earned by Black Yao, the treacherous merchant. At this moment, Black Obsidian directly relies on Xie Xingzhou. Ruan Yu does not care. In the past 2 days Black Obsidian is a lot heavier than before. She can hardly hold it. Ruan Yu put away the rest of the fruit. The two walked side by side, Black Obsidian face arrogant, lying in Xie Xingzhou's arms, from time to time to lift down the paw to point the way. In this way turn several places, looking for about 4 or 5 trees. The two are afraid of this time to upgrade the alien energy delay. They did not eat the mutant fruit. all received space. On the contrary, Black Obsidian ate his fill, lazily rubbing himself in Xie arms. Is it full? I feel as if it's gotten heavier. Don't mind it, it will come alive when it sees the mutated fruit later. The two of them walked to a small river under the command of Black Obsidian. Across the river was a huge mutant tree. The trunk of the tree would take at least 2 people to hug to hold it. There was a small bridge over the river, but on it stood 2 large gold tapers, both mutated by their size. On this side of the river stood hundreds of people who were confronting those 2 gold gradient layers. Ruan Yu was curious why they didn't pass through the river. Looking to Xie, she whispered, "Did we come at a bad time?" With so many people, she still wanted to quietly change away all the fruit on that tree. It looks like it won't work. Xie looked at her with some amusement. Why don't you take 2 submachine guns out and we'll raid them all? Ruan Yu thought seriously for a while before saying, "That's fine." It was Xie turn to be silent. He was just joking. Can you be normal? So many people, we do not get together and pick up the slack at the back. I'm normal. I think you're right, but also once and for all. So many people, a big half may be trying to pick up the leakage. Directly solve the problem, also do not have to hurt the brain. How good However, people have not offended themselves. It seems that it is not good to directly raid. Ruan Yu can only secretly sigh in the heart. Come to an ungrateful person. She can also find an excuse. Say what you want. Ruan Yu just walked to the side and stood up. There was a woman came up. It's you? Ruan Yu looked up with a puzzled face. Li Wan? Raising her eyes and taking a closer look. A long dress with high heels, a slightly open neckline, and a big greasy hand on her waist. Ruan Yu heart a sigh of relief. After all, she still went on the road of clothes and food that she disdained the most. You have something? Before Li Wan could speak, the owner of the hand on her waist spoke first. Baby, is this your friend? Eyes that looked like goods sized up Ruan Yu for a moment, and when he saw the face, his eyes lit up. Xie didn't move and stepped forward to separate his sight, staring at him with a displeased face. If it wasn't for the large number of people at this moment, he would have long ago sent the person to fight the black and white irregulars. Brother Dong, this is not my friend. This is the one I told you about. The female bandit who emptied the pig farm. Li Wan looked wistfully at Ruan Yu. Her tone was coquettish as she came to the man's ear and whispered, and as for how loud it was, it shifted most of the people's eyes over. Hearing this, Dawn's not so large eyes narrowed into a slit. So it's Ms. Ruan, nice to meet you. I don't know where the hundreds of pigs in the pig farm have been transferred to by Ms. Ruan, can I get a piece of the pie? Black Obsidian bared his teeth. Share your sister. That's it. Ruan Yu with a disdainful face swept him a glance. Is quite a big face. Are you negotiating with me or are you teaching me to do things? Coldly sweeping a glance at Li Wan. This look. No wonder she was able to morally kidnap her at that time. I didn't expect. Li Wan, you also like this kind of lying down to be able to clothe and feed yourself. Then what kind of chaste martyrs did you still pretend to be at that time? Li Wan looked like she was being told something and said in annoyance. It's none of your business. At least Dawn was able to bring me out. Unlike you, who was so cold-blooded and saved me and then left me to fend for myself. Dawn's expression didn't change much. Still smiling. Ms. Ruan, this is the end of the world. Supplies are naturally available to all who see them. Besides hundreds of adult pigs. Ms. Ruan can't eat them all. So why not let them out to provide relief to our compatriots? The surrounding alien ability squads all perked up their ears for fear of missing any news. Xie frowned and looked towards Ruan Yu. Why not cut off the roots and leave such a big hidden danger? Sweeping a glance. 100 or so people. The highest level is only the early stage of the fourth order. The problem is not expected to be too big. You can destroy all of them. His eyes signaled Ruan Yu. Wiped out. Ruan Yu nodded. Annihilate them all. Obsidian also followed suit and raised his head and nodded twice. All approved. A more elegant-looking man came over and said with a smile, Ugh, isn't this Captain Lin? How come you also came to get a piece of the pie? Did I hear it wrong just now? Hundreds of adult pigs? Where are they? Although he was speaking to Lin Dong, his eyes never left Ruan Yu, who rolled his eyes speechlessly. Lin Dong also knew that he alone might not be a match for Ruan Yu, so if someone shares a piece of the pie, just share a little bit. The big head is still his on the line. Naturally, it is in the hands of this beautiful Ms. Ruan. Chapter 40 Botanical Garden 4. With the first squad stepping in, the squads behind them weren't silent. Who wouldn't want to share a bit of this? Captain Lin isn't lying, right? So many pigs. Even if we hide them, where can we hide them? Are you stupid? Wouldn't you kill them all and put them in space? How much space would it take? There are some other supplies to put in. The average person's space would have been full long ago, right? Some bold ones directly called out to Ruan Yu. Ms. Ruan, is it okay for us to trade crystal cores with you? They're all second-order crystal cores. Swap them for dead pork. You won't lose out. Ruan Yu didn't say anything and looked towards that mutant tree. Before it was her and Xie who were watching the fun. Now it has turned into those two golden gradient layers watching their fun. You're not me. How do you know I don't suffer? Ruan Yu said with a look of disgust. Level 2 crystal cores? Dogs don't even want them. How can you have the nerve to take them out? That elegant man smiled and rounded up the situation. Miss Ruan, they are just giving you a step. Why do you take it seriously? You can't eat that much anyway. There's nothing to lose by exchanging it to us, isn't there? Miss Ruan Yu probably doesn't know yet. There is a kind of auxiliary ability that can ensure that everything in the space explodes when you kill a space alien. A blatant threat. Just said it with a smile. And with a look of I'm looking out for you and you're taking advantage of it. Ruan Yu looked at her with a cold face. What is your name? My name is He-Won. Oh, you're the He-Won who pushed out his wife's brother to block the knife. Then rolled in bed with his sister-in-law. And in order to get to the top and then introduced himself to the bed of the top brass of the Aurora base. And finally managed to get a firm foothold in the Aurora base? Ruan Yu, with a look of sudden realization, hurriedly added, long time no see, long time no see. The elegant smile on He-Wen's face immediately changed into a horrifying killing intent. Xiaxingzhou stared at him for a while with a look of having eaten a big melon. Does this melon keep ripe? The other people around them were also curious. So many of them only He-Won, a fourth-order alien, could be godly, to know such a big melon. They didn't want to miss it. This time it was Ruan Yu's turn to look at him with a smile on her face. She still remembers a few big melons from her last life. Isn't this such a coincidence? It just happened to bump into it. Do you know how to read people's faces? Just look at their eyes that want to eat people. You know it can't be fake. Xiaxingzhou nodded in agreement. Seems to be true. If eyes could kill, I'm probably piecing together a corpse for you right now. There was also a burst of whispers around them. I said how he upgraded so fast, so it's because he slept his way out. I'm in a base with him, and you can't say that his sister-in-law is really charming. I'm still in the same neighborhood with him? When they got married together, many people said that these two brothers were looking for the opposite of each other. Yes, although it is a brother, He-Won can be much better looking than his big brother, but the daughter-in-law really can't compare to his big brother. He-Wen's face is getting darker and darker. Looking at Ruan Yu grimly, Ms. Ruan, even if you want to change the topic, I'm sure we won't forget about those 100 pigs? Ruan Yu waved her hand with a disinterested face. I know I just want to gossip about it. It's all true, Captain. He won't be so petty. You, Miss Ruan may not be clear. That auxiliary alien is here right now. If Miss Ruan can't part with it, we can help you. Ruan Yu looked at him with an unnecessary face. It's not like she counts as a spatial alien. Besides, a bunch of little party animals really take themselves seriously. Since they all say it doesn't count, let's have a fight. Whoever wins says it counts. As soon as the words fell, Ruan Yu directly threw out vines to whip at He-Wen's face. Although He-Wen reacted quickly, a little bit of flesh foam still hung from the vine's barbs. Xiaxingzhou launched his attack almost at the same time as Ruan. Fireballs accompanied by wind blades. The clothes of the alien who didn't react in time caught on. Ruan Yu gave him an appreciative look. He was indeed a good hand at fanning the flames. After all, He-Won is a fourth-order alien. Reacted in time. Immediately struck a thunderbolt towards Ruan Yu. But fortunately, Ruan Yu saw the purple body reacted quickly and dodged. Seeing this situation, Xiaxingzhou took the initiative to fight against He-Won, while also fighting against several third-order Alterans. Although he did not say anything, but He-Won felt that he was insulted. Black Obsidian ran straight to the bridge and didn't know what he gesticulated with those two golden gradient layers, and the two actually rushed out together to attack the Alterans. Black Obsidian also turned into a prototype and looked at Ruan Yu with a smug look on his face. Ruan Yu helplessly held his forehead. This price is probably for her to bear again. More than 100 alien energy users. In the end, they are not as capable of fighting as the hundreds of zombies in the military base. In half an hour, they were all trampled under their feet. Seeing that the situation was not right, Li-Wan turned around and wanted to run, and was directly slapped back by Black Obsidian with a claw. The two golden gradient layer is quite measured. After the fight, go back to sit. A look of none of my business. Ruan Yu mended the circle one by one, and finally left Lindong. He won, Li-Wan, and the one who said he wanted to change the pork. Xiaxingzhou kicked the people to a piece. This time, do not leave any survivors. Such a big news knower should be killed, including you? Xiaxingzhou really thought for a while before saying, we are now tied together, and my battle power is still good. There is no need for this. It's not too late to kill when we have a conflict. For a moment Ruan Yu didn't know how to answer. No, his own life is seen so casually. Lazily ignoring him, he picked up his knife and slapped Lindong's face. Didn't your family's baby tell you about my battle power? Lindong was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak, but Ruan Yu also stomped on the gaping hole in his thigh where a large piece of flesh was missing. Seeing that Lindong only knew how to scream blindly, Ruan Yu shifted her target and looked down at Li-Wan, who had not exerted any effort but only received a light slap on her paw. I didn't do it on purpose. If I didn't say anything he would have killed me. I couldn't help it. It was you who saved me. Then you have to be responsible to the end. Otherwise how would I be reduced to this state? It's all your fault. Since you saved someone, why don't you take responsibility to the end? Ruan Yu rubbed her ears and looked at her with amusement. If I remember correctly, you have psychic abilities, right? Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Li Wan's eyes became even more resentful. You know I have psychic powers. Why didn't you bring me along? How is my power alien ability as powerful as your vines? Is there any difference? Because you're a waste. Those in the base who haven't awakened their powers know to desperately kill zombies while you only sit back and enjoy the benefits. So no matter what powers you've awakened, you'll only be able to climb on others. So why should I bring a liability? Ruan Yu looked at her with contempt from the bottom of her heart. In her last life she was still just a small auxiliary, were able to go up and kill zombies. She just wouldn't get infected. It didn't mean that the zombies wouldn't gnaw on her flesh. Counting it down, she hadn't actually been scratched by a zombie except for being pushed out by Bai Cha to block the knife. For those who can't be reasoned with, Ruan Yu's hand is still very dry. A knife ahead, and walk towards the next person. You said you'd trade second-order crystals for my pork? But I see that you're a third-order alien. How can you have the nerve to trade second-order crystal cores with me for something? Feeling the cold touch on his neck, the man trembled even more. Don't kill me. I don't mean any harm. I just want to exchange some supplies. Is that so? Is this your first day living in the post-apocalyptic world? Who exchanges supplies would say it in front of so many people? A knife sealed his throat directly towards Hwan. Xiaxingzhou looked at Ruan Yu such a dry maneuver and subconsciously touched his neck. Sure enough, for he had been locked up by the Qingcheng base for a long time. That delicate and weak sister was actually so ferocious. Hwan, do you think your sister-in-law knows that you drugged her? And killed her son? How do you know? Hwan held his breath and looked at Ruan Yu with anger in his eyes. Of course it's the last life when your sister-in-law killed you that burst out. I don't know if your sister-in-law can stand her ground when you GA so early. Just ask when you fight the black and white impermanent landlord, said Ruan Yu, directly cut off the person's head. There is no way that this person in the previous life has pitched her once, since encountered that early to send away. Turning her head to look at Xiaxingzhou is hugging Black Yao. Why are you hiding so far away? Xiaxingzhou gave Ruan Yu a wimpy look. If you kill Red Eye, hiding far away is faster. Ruan Yu raised her knife and glared at him, looking behind her at the two golden tapers. Black Obsidian, come here for me. Say, what kind of deal did you make? Chapter 41, Botanical Garden 5. Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Black Yao's two front paws clutched his head and burrowed into Xiaxingzhou's arms, and Ruan Yu's eyes looked over with a mischievous look. Xiaxingzhou looked at Ruan Yu, and then looked at the big black dumpling that was drilling into his arms, and very sensibly placed Black Yao on the ground in front of Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu grabbed Black Yao's ears. Say it, if it's too much it will be deducted from your rations. Meow. Don't, I'm wrong. Black Obsidian plows the ground with a sheepish face, and eventually succumbs to Ruan Yu's pressure. Meow. With a flurry of beast language, coupled with Black Obsidian jumping around and gesticulating, Ruan Yu probably understood. Xiaxingzhou was confused and looked at Ruan Yu. What is it saying? It said that you are a traitor and that it won't give you the fruit next time you find it. Xiaxingzhou, that's not because you're too fierce. Ruan Yu walked to the two tigers and took out the whole pig that had already opened its intestines, rinsed the knife with water and casually chopped a few pieces and threw them to the two tigers. Turning her head to look at Black Yao, your 3 days of rations are gone. Seeing the whole pig, Xiaxingzhou's eyes lit up. Very sensible not to ask. Turned around to scavenge the corpses on the ground. Not all of the alien squads have spatial aliens. Most of them still don't. Coupled with the fact that they have just heard such a disgusting auxiliary alien ability, it is estimated that many squads will bring some of the supplies on their bodies in order to protect the spatial aliens. Xiaxingzhou rummaged around and only turned up 5 loaves of bread, 5 boxes of cookies, and saw a backpack excitedly rushed over. As soon as he opened it, the smile at the corner of Xiaxingzhou's mouth tightened, awkwardly looking at Ruan Yu. Do you want to take this thing? What? Ruan Yu walked over with a puzzled face. Good guy. A backpack was only half full of small umbrellas. Ruan Yu was silent for a good while and put the stuff away in space. In her last life she remembered a big guy who was a gangster opened a trading market that was powerful but neutral and didn't get involved in any struggles between bases. This kind of stuff is considered a sought-after item there, although there is no shortage of supplies, but no one would mind having more supplies. With a straight face, Ruan Yu said very seriously, put it away. You can exchange it for supplies later. Xiaxingzhou, who had been thinking a little too much, doubted himself a little. Was he too nasty? You have the space, you say. After saying this, Xiaxingzhou turned around and continued to rummage through the corpses. 2 short knives. Xiaxingzhou put away himself. Bread, cookies, cigarettes and other things to Ruan Yu. You don't smoke? Good men don't smoke. Ruan Yu gave him a blank look. just as the two golden gradient layer also finished eating pork. Ruan Yu walked over. Eat also finished, can you let us pass? The two big ones shook their heads and nodded again. Ruan Yu looked at Black Yao with a confused face. Black Obsidian sheepishly arched at Ruan Yu's feet, with a few pleasing touches on his furry face. Black Obsidian immediately stretched out his paw and pointed at Xiaohe, and then pointed at his mouth. Ruan Yu reached out and rubbed Black Obsidian fiercely for a bit before she took out a large basin, filled it with spring water, and handed it to the two golden gradient layers. Xie came over. What's so special about this water? Ruan Yu looked at him with an inscrutable face and spat out two words. You guess. Xie blame him for being talkative. Is this something that can be inquired about blindly? The two golden tapers looked like they had been drinking and eating, naturally making way. Ruan Yu walked over and didn't forget to reach out and touch a tiger's head. In view of the plant's malice towards humans, Ruan Yu controlled the vines to fill a cup of water and pour it on the roots of the tree as she walked towards it. Watching the big tree shake its crown, Ruan Yu was then relieved to walk over. Let's go. It's fine. Reaching out to greet Xie over. So many fruits, at least 200 to 300. Isn't it bad to pick them all? Those two tigers guarding here will definitely want to eat this fruit as well. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to pick all of them and walk out. Xie stroked his chin with a thoughtful look. Then pick half of it, and by the way, give this tree all the crystal cores you collected before. Ruan Yu took out two large pots filled with water, and took out a large bag of crystal cores, about 100 or so, and distributed them to Black Yao and Xie. You too, go bury these crystal cores in the soil, spread them out a bit. Good. Xie received the crystal cores with one hand and didn't forget to lift the back of Black Yao's neck. Don't be lazy. Black Obsidian turned his head to look at Ruan Yu, then looked at Xie who was lifting it, and resignedly stretched out his claws and began to dig the ground. Ruan Yu's face was relaxed as she controlled the vines to water the big tree, and the little rose directly wrapped itself around the tree trunk to rub against it after watering. After some strange exchanges, the big tree stretched out its branches and filled the two big pots that Ruan Yu had placed on the ground with fruits. Ruan Yu looked up at the crown of the tree and then looked at the two large pots on the ground. This was something that the big tree volunteered for. It wasn't something that she grabbed. When Xie brought Black Yao over, he saw 10 or so fruits of not so good quality hanging sporadically on the tree canopy and two large pots of fruits on the ground. You wouldn't have robbed the big tree, would you? Am I that unethical? This is what people's big trees gave me. Xie smiled and silently spat in his heart. You are. Looking at the roses wrapped around Dashu, he then said with a sudden realization. So you let the little roses sell their sex in exchange for this? Ruan Yu glanced at him unkindly. She kind of knew what it meant to say that a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Shut up if you can't talk. Another large pot of water was poured to the big tree, and only then did she put away all the mutant fruits and threw two to Xie for him to take and feed to Black Obsidian. The little rose rubbed against the big tree and very quickly returned to Ruan Yu, and when she walked across the small bridge Ruan Yu didn't forget to throw and feed the two golden gradient layers. Xie was so playful that he picked up the mutant fruit and threw it to the two tigers like walking a dog. The two tigers looked like they dared to be angry. Ruan Yu felt that if Xie ran out of fruit in his hand to feed them, the two tigers would just pounce at him. Ruan Yu, do you think these two will eat the crystal cores? Ruan Yu thought for a while before saying, they should eat it. If there are fruits, they will definitely prioritize the fruits. As he spoke, he also looked at Black Obsidian who was stealing the fruit. Xie laughed. We took all the fruits. Won't we compensate them a little something? Looking at the somewhat familiar bad smile, Ruan Yu subconsciously shivered. The guy with a bad stomach took a small bag of crystal cores and gave it to him. She heard it. Several alien squads coming this way. It's better to pit others if you can. As for the corpses on the ground, when Ruan Yu and the others crossed the bridge, they were divided up by the mutant plants on this side, and if you look closely, you might be able to see some small shrubs next to them with bloody clothes. There's no use in living. It's good to die as fertilizer. At least the mutant plants are still very reasonable. As Xie threw the last two crystal cores to the two tigers, a few squads finally came over. What did Brother Xie take to feed the tigers? Chapter 42 Botanical Garden 6. Hearing the voice, Xie Ruan Yu both looked up at the same time. So it's Captain G. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Xie politely picked up the conversation and looked over at the several people of Jichu who were in a sorry state, as well as Zheng Yu as well. These mutated plants were also too merciful. He thought that he would never see these few people again in his life, even though he was in a mess. Jichu's face was piled with smiles. Brother Xie hasn't said what he fed the tiger with? Xie sighed helplessly. What else can it be? Of course it's the crystal cores. We came a little earlier. It was also the other team that told us to take the crystal cores to feed them before they let us go over to pick the mutant fruits. Each person can only pick one at a time. He also pointed to the bloodstains on the ground. See? That's what's left behind by the people who tried to break in hard. And as for the bodies, see those little shrubs? The clothes on the ground are what those who tried to break in hard left behind. And the sapling over there. There. Xia Xingzhou pointed to several places in a row to prove that he wasn't lying, shaking the empty bag in his hand. Of course I wanted to feed a little bit of crystal cores to make the two tigers let me through. Who knew that they were so good at eating? All of my crystal cores were eaten by them, and they still wouldn't let me through. Ruan Yu also had a helpless and pitying look on her face. A look of heartache that I paid so many crystal cores and ended up getting nothing. The two tigers licked their paws and stared at the later dozen or so people, with a little piece of meat hanging from their inadvertently leaking teeth. The others weren't sure, but Ji Chu's few people believed most of it. On the contrary, there were other experienced people who directly opened their mouths to question. Kid, you're not lying? Then shook the machete in his hand. The machete in my hand can't tolerate a liar. The 5 big and 3 thick figure, with Zhang Fei's same style beard, holding a machete, for the average person is still very intimidating. But for Xie Xingzhou, there was no threat. He hadn't encountered many of them during his previous missions, and this kind of person tended to die the fastest because of the relative simplicity of the mind. This big brother, if you don't believe me you can feed some crystal cores to try. Anyway, my crystal cores are all given to them. Xie Xingzhou spread his hands and said with a disinterested face. He didn't have any crystal cores anyway. Most people who have been in the post-apocalyptic world for so long have their own judgment, and the other team that followed them had already started feeding the tigers while they were talking. After feeding roughly dozens of them, it was obvious that they didn't have much stock left, before the two tigers nodded their noble heads again, making way for a gap that was only big enough for one person to pass through. That small group of people instantly got excited and lined up ready to go through. Plants and animals are usually very trustworthy, unlike people, thus a few people quickly passed through. The people in the small group seemed to be very experienced, and directly buried the rest of their crystal cores under the large tree. The big tree shook its crown and one person gave them a fruit before waving its branch for them to leave. A few people were not greedy, and one took a fruit and left. Seeing that someone had succeeded, the one with the machete also stopped talking and turned his head to discuss with his teammates, and Ji Chu and the others were similarly discussing. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at Xie Xingzhou. Didn't see it coming, quite good at it. You're not bad either. The two of them chatted in whispers. There were only a dozen of these fruits. Now there are only 9 left. There are still 3 squads, but there are still 18 people here excluding the 2 of them. Let's not watch this hustle and bustle, Ruan Yu said with her chin propped up. Although she loved to gossip, she was still able to distinguish between those that could be watched and those that couldn't. These 3 squads were all about the same strength, so if they fought they would definitely attract a lot of people over. So they would take this time to look for mutant fruits elsewhere. Then why don't you go quickly? The 2 of them had already walked quietly for a while as they spoke. Xie Xingzhou looked sideways at Ruan Yu. Going back to a city now? There's no rush to go back after collecting the supplies. Besides, didn't you and my brother agree on a time? How can we not collect more things in D City? Not to mention such a big botanical garden. There must be other good stuff. After saying this, Ruan Yu reached out and poked Obsidian, who was lying in Xie Xingzhou's arms. Hurry up and point the way. I'll give you an extra meal tonight. Anyway, now that he knows about his brother's news, there is no harm in storing more. Wait until the winter is 20 degrees below zero. Is it not good to lie at ease? Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Black Yao's originally squinted eyes instantly opened. Xie Xingzhou nodded his head with an amused face as he looked at this man in leopard. Who would have thought that such a docile kitten would actually be a large black panther? But looking at how ferocious Ruan Yu was, it wasn't surprising that he could take it in. Hearing the additional meal, Black Obsidian moved his nose, raised his paw and pointed in a direction. Although it was the end of the world, Ruan Yu 2 people still walked the concrete path, did not dare to cross from the lawn. After all, who does not know this foot down will step on whose seedlings, and then be chased by a large group of plants? Think about it, is quite scary. Didn't take long for the 2 to walk to a small pavilion. Outside the pond is a large area of lotus leaves interspersed in the gap between a lot of lotus seedling. Now is August, is the lotus blooming season, but the lotus from the shore has a distance, and the shore stood a number of people, are watching none of them go down to pick. Xie Xingzhou stopped. This is for us to pick the lotus? Ruan Yu looked around before picking up. There are really no other fruits around here besides the lotus seed pods, but with so many people, and boats, how come no one is going down? This is a good question. Xie Xingzhou couldn't think of why for a moment. Let's walk over and take a look. 2 more? Are all the young people nowadays so crazy? 2 people dare to come out and mix it up? Who knows? Maybe they are strong and not afraid of us crooked people. Alright, stop it. People are coming over. When the 2 of them approached, the people who were still whispering instantly quieted down. Ruan Yu was a little confused. Was she that intimidating? Look down at his own clothes, and then look at Xie Xingzhou's. In addition to a little blood. No problem. The end of the world. Who does not have a little blood on the clothes? Xie touched out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to a kind-looking uncle. Uncle, how long have you been standing here? How come no one has gone down to pick the rosettes? Looking at the handful of a box of cigarettes, the already kind uncle looks more amiable. We have not come long, just everyone is afraid to go down. In case there is something in the water to attack the boat, then we are not sending food to the door? Then pointed to a squad not far away. Those came early, you can go and ask. After saying this, he took his cigarette and walked towards his companion. Ruan Yu walked next to Xie. Wasted supplies again. Right, didn't ask anything. I thought he would say that there was something in the water, but it turned out that he also added a word of what if. As for going to ask the other Ruan Yu selectively ignored. If you can ask out, everyone would still be standing here? It was recovered from the group before. We're not that far off. What's your solution? At least they have known each other for many years. As soon as Ruan Yu opened her mouth, Xie knew she had a solution. Ruan Yu didn't answer, just pointed to a step. No one is over there. Let's go over there. Xie looked over and saw that there was no one at the far end, and the riverbank over there was also the highest. Glancing at the small rose lying on Ruan Yu's shoulder, Xie instantly understood. But it's not easy to get away from being seen by others. Ruan Yu will definitely not work for others. And besides, the little rose has got it, so it is not her to get it. Then it's hers. Xie quickly followed up. It's almost dark. Why don't we wait? Chapter 43, Lotus Pond. Ruan Yu found a spot to stand. Of course we have to wait a bit. Now taking the lotus is a living target. Dry waiting is a bit boring. Ruan Yu took out 2 bunches of grapes, 2 packages of jerky, divided half of it to Xie. What do you think is in this water? Why is everyone so scared of it? Xie very naturally took the grapes that Ruan Yu handed over and tasted them. They were very sweet, not much different from those fruits before the end of the world, but after the end of the world they were hard to find. I don't know, but there are usually toads and frogs and such in this kind of pond. Right, I don't know if this kind of large botanical garden will have them. Ruan Yu nodded. That's also true, but nowadays all the critters have mutated right. I wonder what a half-meter long toad looks like. Xie looked at her with some horror. A half-meter long ugly thing? You're still looking forward to it? Ruan Yu tilted her head and imagined that image. A group of half-meter long ugly toads, jumping and chasing them behind, and couldn't help but shiver. It's better not to. Let's wait for us to leave before jumping out. Summer is indeed different. It's now 7 o'clock to see that the sky doesn't look like it's going to get dark at all. Ruan Yu was bored and looked over towards the opposite side. There was another group of people coming. 4 men and 3 women. Looking at everyone just gathered around to watch, so they casually found a corner spot. A somewhat cute-looking girl took out the tools for cooking, and another woman who looked to be in her mid-30s started cooking. The clattering sound of choppers and chopping boards was accompanied by hot oil, and in no time at all 2 small stir-fried dishes were served. The people around them didn't know how long it had been since they had eaten a meal like this, and one by one stared at the small fried dishes on the small table and gulped. After frying 2 more dishes of vegetables, the cute girl brought over a pot of processed fish. Ruan Yu's sharp eyes saw that there were still sauerkraut on the chopping board and probably knew what kind of fish she was going to make. After looking at it for a few moments, Ruan Yu stopped paying attention. Nowadays a lot of space aliens don't dare to expose themselves freely. This group seems to be a bit high profile. However, it was thought that their strength should be very good. Looking at their skillful appearance, this was definitely not the first time. Seeing Xie keep staring over there, Ruan Yu patted him. What? Want to eat? Yes, want to eat. If it wasn't for the fact that I only ate it the day before, I would have wanted to pounce on it. If I had known that I should have made a little more yesterday to put in your space. How can there be that much early knowledge? You, a wanted criminal, still dare to be so high profile? Ruan Yu mercilessly hit him, but thinking about the fact that he really couldn't eat these things at the Qingqing base. After all, it's pretty good for an experimental subject to come out alive. She remembered that she still had dumplings in her space. Her consciousness probed into her space and looked up. There were still the last 2 boxes left. Ruan Yu took it out and handed it to him. Here, eat quickly while no one is paying attention to us now. Seeing the dumplings, Xie hurriedly reached out and took it, looking at her with a happy face. You still have dumplings stored, or boiled, He looked around before opening the box. Take away? Ruan Yu nodded. Take out ordered before the end of the world. Open the box. Xie first handed to Ruan Yu. Just ate a large bunch of grapes. Ruan Yu only ate 5.20 a box of dumplings. The rest were all eaten by Xie. Looking at Xie finished eating, Ruan Yu pointed to the dumpling box and said, the last 2 boxes. When you go back to a city, you have to pack a little more to return me. Xie had a satisfied face and even burped. No problem. As long as there are materials, brother will give you a lifetime of rapping. After chatting for a few sentences, the sky finally darkened. Quack. Ruan Yu immediately looked at Xie. Did you hear that? Xie nodded. The surrounding area didn't hear a second frog sound except for some small groups whispering and chatting. Ruan Yu directly controlled the vines to quickly and carefully roll a few rosettes back. As the vines came back, Ruan Yu clearly felt that the vines shook twice and there was a little bit of blood on the barbs. Something is attacking the vines. Did you see what it was? Ruan Yu looked at him with an expression of what the hell are you talking about? Didn't react for a moment. Xingzhou rubbed his nose in embarrassment before reacting. If Ruan Yu had seen it he wouldn't have said that something was attacking the vines. This time Ruan Yu released two vines at the same time, entangling them together and releasing them, separating them when retrieving them. As a result, both vines received an attack, stronger than the first time. After reeling in a dozen or so rosettes twice, Ruan Yu decided to call it quits. Let's go. I feel like something in the pond is going to jump out. The two of them walked side by side towards the way they came. Just as they reached the opposite bank, the kind-faced uncle from before came up to strike up a conversation. Brother, leaving so soon? Xingzhou turned his head to look at that uncle and told the truth. My sister is a bit timid. Just now she heard a frog call and got scared. There must be more than one frog in such a big pond. And then she scared herself. Ruan Yu lowered her head and reached out to tug on the corner of Xingzhou's coat. A look of I'm afraid to hurry away. Uncle smiled. Two less people competing is of course good. Just afraid that they don't have the life to walk out. Then brother you guys walk slowly Who knows that Ruan Yu and the two of them had just taken a few steps when a toad jumped out on the pond, interspersed with some frogs. Hurry up, ugly things are jumping out. Hearing Xingzhou's words, Ruan Yu looked back. Good guy, half a meter long toad. It was already ugly. Now it was big and ugly. It looked a bit hideous under the sporadic light at night. It's a good thing that the guys are not sleeping. Seeing something coming ashore, they immediately called out, get up, there's a mangy toad jumping out. Holy, is the mange bot this big? Don't worry about it first. Hurry up and hit them Be careful, their urine is poisonous. Don't get sprayed. The person who spoke happened to catch a glimpse of a person who had been sprayed with urine by a toad and fell to the ground. Watch out for their tongues. These ugly things have poison on their tongues too. Can you guys stop talking? Can't you see that there are more and more of these ugly things? I don't know who. Seeing Ruan Yu, Xingzhou immediately running away fast, directly shot a toad in front of them. Those two over there, how can they run away from the battle? All are survivors, share the same difficulties. Several people followed suit, slapping toads over towards Ruan Yu and the others. Black Obsidian didn't want to work, so he relied on Xingzhou. Ruan Yu had to control the vines, stirring up the heads of those toads in front of him, and if some of them had crystal cores, he controlled the vines to collect them. Now the vine's demand for crystal cores was not that great. Most of the time it would leave a little bit of crystal cores for Ruan Yu. The two obviously didn't want to get involved in the fight, so they stood still and waited for the others to shoot the toads over to get the crystal cores. After a while there were a lot less toads coming out of the pond. Ruan Yu took out his two night vision goggles, and only then could he see that the squad that the uncle had said was the first one to come before, pushed an assault boat down to the pond, quickly rushing to the lotus bushes. One of them picked the lotus flower while the rest of them attacked the toads. These people are pretty smart, knowing to let the others attract the toads. Originally, these toads were going to come out at night to forage for food, and now that they were being attacked by so many people, there definitely wasn't much left in the pond. No wonder they had to wait until night. They just didn't know if they had told this group of people who were attracting the toads. Seeing that group of people come back holding a large handful of lotus pods, Xingzhou said mockingly, they're not the only ones who are smart. Chapter 44 Lotus Pond 2. Ruan Yu looked over with some confusion. Several squads had only two people driving away the nearby toads. The rest were raising their spirits to stare at the punch bowl in the pond. It was she who was shallow. What does that have to do with us? It's not like we're stealing from them. Dividing the rosettes has nothing to do with us, but hitting the toads must pull us down. Xingzhou explained with an indifferent face. After the submarine returned to shore, the toads reacted and all retreated back into the water. Watching Ruan Yu tsk, it's really worthy of being a mutated animal. It actually grew a brain. But is just this little bit of lotus seed pods enough to share? The punching boat seemed to be full, but the remaining toads in the pond weren't weak either. After picking 30 or so, the group returned to the shore. Just returned to the shore. The people who just hit the toads all gathered around. Brothers, a bit unkind let us draw fire. The benefits are for you to take. Ruan Yu, two people looked at each other, also walked over to watch the fun. How to say they are also counted as a contribution? On the contrary, the few people who took the submarine boat were not too happy. This kind of thing was originally based on their own abilities, and they were also attacked by a lot of toads in the water. It's just a matter of each person's ability. Besides, you can also do this. Those people were instantly offended. Bull asterisk. If it wasn't for us attracting the toads, you guys could have gone into the water. And now that the toads aren't coming out, How do you expect us to pick them again? This is your own business. It has nothing to do with me. Ruan Yu and Xiexingzhou glanced at each other and tacitly stepped back. It seemed like they were going to fight. Hey, why are you two starting to run again? You all contributed just now. Now you won't stay and share something? Xiexingzhou had a fake smile on his face. You were the one who beat the toad over just now, right? Yeah, so what? The man looked at Xiexingzhou with an arrogant face. We have no intention of fighting each other. It's useless even if you pull us down. Xiexingzhou was still kind enough to say. Besides, 2 less people won't have any effect on you guys. You're overthinking it. You didn't get anything. What if you go out and tell the rest of the squad? Either take the rosette and go, then stay here. Ruan Yu was a bit speechless by these words, but what exactly is the lotus poupon for? Xiexingzhou also understood that the lotus seed must have some other function and did not say anything. This mutated lotus seed was nothing more than an antidote to zombie poison. But, he seemed to hear people coming around, and there were quite a few of them. Seeing Xiexingzhou 2 people are not going, that person also went back, but there are still people around from time to time to look over. It seems to be unable to go. That side of the fight continued, talking and starting to fight. You guys picked so many. There are only 10 or so squads here. 2 for 1 squad is still too much? Won't you guys keep picking without them? Hearing this, Ruan Yu even made a point of counting around. Excluding the 2 of them, there were 18 other squads here, some with a dozen or so people, some ranging from 5 or 6. But it seems excessive to share 2 rosettes. A dozen or so is not enough to share, and 2 squads of 5 or 6 people is a bit of an advantage. That team themselves have 8 people. If so divided they may not have their own. The pond is full of eyeing toads, now not out at all. Can say there is no chance to pick again. Then why don't you go and pick them yourselves? The punch bowl will send you, and you'll go down yourselves. You all went down once to offend the toads. Let us go down what heart? To go down is also you go down. Stalemate, that squad of space adepts directly put away the rosettes. Each took out their weapons and prepared to fight. Some other weak squads also went first, but were stopped. Ruan Yu frowned. What kind of people are surrounding this back? Xiexingzhou felt it for a moment before he said, it might be from Qingqing base. Glancing at Ruan Yu's expression he knew what she was going to say and hurriedly explained. It's not the wave that's chasing me. These are probably out looking for supplies, and mutant fruits. Ruan Yu looked at him sideways. She hadn't been here in her last life. She didn't know if there were any people from the Qingqing base coming. All she knew was that there was no potion to cure the zombie virus that had been passed out even when she died. Then they took away the lotus seeds to be able to research a potion to cure the zombie virus? Xiexingzhou sneered. If you're like these people, all wandering soldiers, then you definitely can't research it. If you're in the higher echelons of Qingqing base, then naturally you know that they can research it. Ruan Yu nodded her head in agreement. The words were also right. The half-month she was in the lab in her last life, those people would only do experiments on her to upgrade her powers. Ordinary people are prone to self-detonation, but she has healing powers. She is simply the perfect experiment subject. If it's all publicized, those who are in power at the base, how can they still buy people's hearts with supplies? How can they still be in power? Xiexingzhou gave Ruan Yu an appreciative look. Not too stupid. Giving Xiexingzhou an unkind look, Ruan Yu continued to pursue. Then are any of the 18 squads here from Qingqing base? There are. Looking at the ones that are hugging the group, basically all of them are from the same base, and the Qingqing base is self-conscious of being superior, with a little contempt in their eyes to a greater or lesser extent. Xiexingzhou used his hand to quietly point in a direction and whispered in a low voice. They've heard of me. They haven't seen me. It's normal that they don't recognize me in this big night. Ruan Yu was silent. She just wanted to ask this. It was not her style to sit back and wait for death like this. While chatting with Xiexingzhou, she controlled the vines to burrow into the ground. Hundreds of tiny vines, slowly drilling towards the feet of the people who had quietly surrounded them nearby. Taking a look at the noisy, fighting crowd, all the vines wrapped together towards those people's ankles. What had been a good ambush now all jumped out en masse. What people? The group of people who had been fighting immediately paused and looked over towards the sudden appearance of people around them. Only those from Qingqing base were a bit confused. Hadn't they agreed to wait until they were both defeated before coming out? How did the plan advance? The people present were not cuties. Naturally, they knew that someone wanted to reap the benefits, and the group of people who were still hostile originally leaned together to defend their surroundings, with only a few squads from the Qingqing base still standing in place. It's you guys? That kindly uncle was also one of them. Seeing someone questioning him didn't make him angry. Didn't you all say it just now? Take something each according to their ability. This is what we have. Nearly 50 people in uniform were holding guns in their hands. Their black holes were pointed straight at the crowd. Xiexingzhou came to Ruan Yu's ear and whispered, "This is not the pre-apocalyptic army. It's the post-apocalyptic Qingqing base itself that was formed. They will only carry out the mission. They don't talk about feelings." Ruan Yu seemed to understand and nodded. Everything has changed in the end times. Do you think they will blow up all the pawns and kill us to silence us in the process? So that no one will know who actually took these lotus seeds that can cure poison. Chapter 45 Old Acquaintance Fenglan. It's not impossible. Originally there were not many good people in this world. Just now there was actually someone who asked them to stay and share the lotus flower. Now it seems that they want to silence them only. Ruan Yu shrugged her shoulders indifferently. The sky is collapsing. There is a taller person. Anyway, she and Xiexingzhou are just a number. If I had known to collect the lotus seed pods, I would have rushed to run away. However, they should not be able to run away. There are people watching every step they take. Even when they were fighting the toad, they were watching to see who wanted to run. So now just mingle like this and see when they fight? Xiexingzhou rubbed his chin. This is the only way. If he ran at this time, then he would probably be everyone's public enemy. Ruan Yu lifted Black Yao over and hugged him, looking at the group of people with some anticipation, silently wondering how come they haven't fought yet. Suddenly a leader walked over with a gun. Colonel Xia, long time no see. Ruan Yu subconsciously wanted to walk away, but thinking about it seemed like there was no use. She could only glare at Xiexingzhou, said no one knows you. Where did this come from? The slap in the face came too fast. Xiexingzhou didn't know what to say. Hell knew that Qingcheng base would actually send Fenglan out, and coincidentally so many people. He was the only one who knew him. It hasn't been long. Also only met at your father's funeral. Ruan Yu's eyes were thick with the fire of gossip. Her eyes couldn't stop glancing at the two. Fenglan's face that was originally wearing a fake smile suddenly became expressionless, except that he couldn't tell if his face had turned dark at night. He looked at Xiexingzhou with a look of hatred that he could not wait to eat him. How did his father die? This person does not know in his heart. If it wasn't for Xiexingzhou's unwillingness to go up and block the knife for his father, would his father have died? Colonel Xia has a good memory. Xiexingzhou stared at him without giving in. He was also a human being, and if it wasn't for Fenglan's father's messy orders, their teammates wouldn't have died to save a good-for-nothing bear child. And not only did those who were saved not appreciate it, but they felt that they had given too little. A pampered young lord. How could he know how hard they worked? And even if he did, he probably thought it was what they should do. I can't talk about it. It's just a little better than you. After all, I've been discharged from the army for a long time. The two confronted each other for a while. Fenglan's line of sight shifted to Ruan Yu, feeling the line of sight on her body. Ruan Yu was confused for a moment. How come this fire shouldn't have burned to her head? This young lady looks a bit familiar. Quite similar to Ruan Yen. Fenglan's tone was playful, her unsuspecting eyes unabashedly sizing up Ruan Yu. Seeing that Xiexingzhou's expression didn't change much, he then blurted out in a sudden realization. Oh, I remember. Isn't this the Ruan Yu who has healing powers? This time all eyes were attracted over. Healing psychic ability? There really is one. You're silly. It must be true. If it's not, how could this news be spread? Then if we take this person away, then is it that we no longer need to worry about being infected by zombies? Nonsense. Ruan Yu's face was bland, her tone cold. No need for you to tell me again. I know myself what my powers are, and talking like this makes you, who are already stupid, look even more stupid. Your next sentence won't be, you can't run away. There are my people all around. Stupid. The man must have recognized himself at first glance, and with the castle base out to get him, how hard could it be to find a picture of himself even in the end times? It would just be pretending. Stupid thing. She now had some doubts that when she and Xiexingzhou walked into the botanical gardens, these people had already followed them, and these people's psychic abilities should all be at the third or fourth order, and being far away plus being able to camouflage caused them not to notice. Xiexingzhou didn't hold back his laughter for a moment, and Fenglan's already dark face was now so gloomy that it looked like a rainstorm was imminent. If you want to fight, then fight. Cut the crap. Ruan Yu gave them a contemptuous look. Fenglan turned her head to look at the rest of the squad. Friends, we are researchers from Qingcheng base. These two people are half-morning corpses and the other has healing powers. If we have their help, then the potion that inhibits the zombie virus will soon be available. I wonder if you friends can do us a favor. With the healing adepts, these lotus seeds are just dispensable to Qingcheng base. On the one hand, they were going to get their hands on the lotus seeds, so naturally they couldn't spit them out. But then again, there were so many people grabbing them that not only would they be beaten up, but they wouldn't be able to get their hands on the lotus seeds either. They are not every day to kill zombies, and not so easy to infect. Lotus seed is just a preparedness. Two people who have nothing to do with it. In exchange for the goodwill of the Qingcheng base, the group is still divided. Immediately, someone came out to snort. This captain is overstating it. Since it is for the purpose of researching the antidote to the zombie virus, it is naturally everyone's responsibility. And we are naturally willing to help these two special aberrations to voluntarily return to Qingcheng base. We are also willing. Us too. The people who were still in a sword fight against each other are now all united in battle. Only the person who picked the lotus seeds before has stepped aside, as well as the squad that was cooking before. It looks like none of them intend to get involved. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow at them. You guys are neutral? Fenglan also looked over. Neutral is fine as long as he doesn't help Xiexingzhou, everything else is fine. What does the consequences afterward have to do with him? Ruan Yu reached out and patted Xiexingzhou. Hey, why do you think they chose to be neutral? Not afraid of being liquidated afterward? Xiexingzhou looked at Ruan Yu and then at the dozen or so people on the side. You could have just asked them. Ruan Yu didn't care. To put it nicely, it's neutral. To put it bluntly, it's both sides don't want to offend. If there are benefits, no matter which side wins, they can rush to get a piece of the pie. How can you be neutral in a world where you are dead or alive? He poked Xiexingzhou. How to run? Xiexingzhou seriously thought for a while. Put some smoke bomb tear gas? Although there are many of them, their strength is just that. Do you want to keep your voice down? I feel like they are starting to shoot knives in their eyes, especially the one that was looking for you to pull the strings in the beginning. Then why are you still so loud? I'm afraid that you won't understand me without insulting the others. Xiexingzhou, you really are a good hand at pulling hate. Breathlessly looking at Ruan Yu, he looked at the neutral group of people on the side. You guys fend for yourselves. Just finished. Ruan Yu threw 4 or 5 smoke bombs out. Buried vines broke out of the ground, swept down the people near the pond. Anyway, a whip cannot die. 2 people dodged. Directly draw people down with the ugly toad as a companion. Gave Xiexingzhou a submachine gun. Xiexingzhou is not polite. Directly swept up. Hearing the sound of gunfire, Fenglan's furious voice rang out. Who told you to shoot? You're responsible for people dying. Then pointed to a poison system alien. None of you are allowed to shoot. You directly release the poison. Hurry up. That person stammered a little. Old boss, the healing alien can't be killed, and she can't be poisoned with poison. Let you use. You use? Where's so much nonsense? Chapter 46, Successful Escape. Hearing Fenglan's words, the man had no choice but to release his poison ability. His ability was indistinguishable from the enemy. I don't know how many antidote potions he will have to drink after going back this time. Ruan Yu originally ran a distance. Heard Fenglan want to stay alive. Directly threw 2 grenades over. Afraid to throw not far, but also use vines to send over. Hearing the sound of bang bang, Ruan Yu smiled with satisfaction. As for the other psychic teams, except for the ones in the pond, the rest of them directly ran away when Ruan Yu released the smoke bombs. It wasn't like they were little cuties. They were just saying some bull ********. Love to believe it or not. Xiexingzhou held the submachine gun in one hand and pulled Ruan Yu's wrist with the other. Run! The 2 of them don't have time to care about other people. They directly ran towards the exit. Halfway through the run, Xiexingzhou stopped. Go to the other side. Over the wall to get out. Ruan Yu had some doubts in her mind, but immediately understood. She said that those uniformed people reacted a bit too slowly, so they were waiting here. If they had rushed out directly, it wouldn't have been a proper food delivery. Sure enough, just as Ruan Yu and the others ran, Fenglan got up from the ground. All get up, quickly go to the door. The rest of the Qingqing base's squad discussed how to pick the lotus pods. Xiexingzhou brought Ruan Yu. The 2 of them circled around for a long time, which led them to the back of the botanical garden. The fence wasn't very high. The 2 of them directly tumbled up. The good thing is that outside the wall is a concrete highway. As for the back door of the botanical garden, the 2 did not think about it at the beginning. Ruan Yu took out the Hummer. He got into the driver's seat. Xiexingzhou sat in the passenger side, holding up his gun from time to time to observe whether there are people in the vicinity. Fortunately, all the way there was a scare, because it was difficult to read the road signs. Ruan Yu did not know where she drove to, and managed to miss the ambush on the road in D-City. It wasn't her fault that she didn't recognize the map, and she couldn't be blamed for not being able to see the road at night. In the end, the car somehow drove into a family's yard. Ruan Yu was a bit confused. Xiexingzhou lowered his head and smothered a smile. As long as you don't know the road, those ambushes won't be able to catch up with you. Ruan Yu glared at him. She just doesn't know the map, not a road idiot. The 2 of them got off the bus and walked into the small 2-story building on the courtyard road. There was nothing inside the house and a layer of dust had accumulated on the ground. It looked like it hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Just rest here for the night. Too lazy to clean the room. Xiexingzhou nodded in agreement. If he continued to let Ruan Yu drive, he felt that he would not be able to find his way back tomorrow. Ruan Yu took out 2 large lazy sofas, one for each person. Xiexingzhou could barely lie down and didn't really care. After sleeping for too long in the afternoon, Ruan Yu was a little sleepy and turned his head to look at Xiexingzhou. How did you know they had an ambush at the door? The leader one is called Fenglan. I've known him for a long time. He always likes to make dirty tricks and is especially shy about his life. How could he only bring 50 people out? In the past when he was at the base, he would bring at least 100 people with him every time he came out. There's no way for the others to have an opinion. Who let his own father, Feng Yu, die for the sake of saving people, for the sake of the Qingqing base? Hearing the mockery in Xie Xingzhou's tone, Ruan Yu became even more curious. Specifically, what does it have to do with you that his father died this way? Xie Xingzhou was silent for a moment before continuing. It's nothing special. Feng Yu used to be more neutral, so Ruan Yan and I were more trustworthy, and we always tried our best to complete the missions he arranged, until he arranged for us to rush into a hospital full of zombies, and it was to save a bear child who made a fool of himself and ran in. At that time we did not have supernormal abilities, so 2 teammates died. After that, we thought carefully about all the things that happened after the establishment of the Qingqing base and decided to be discharged from the army. Later Feng Yu changed. First tricked us into drinking the potion that awakened our psychic abilities, and after that, he kept hinting that the base people were using us for experiments. And during that time, he also let us carry out a lot of dangerous missions. And the reason for each time was that this was your last mission, until we really don't want to endure it. There was a zombie siege. Qingqing base was established for so long. For the first time there was no sign of the outbreak of zombie siege. And the reason is the bear child that we saved. Our first reaction is to kill the bear child. But no one will not let the bear child's parents even take the knife to cut people. Feng Yu without supernormal ability was cut to death. Died when looking at us or not good intention to smile. Ridiculous is that the base of the researchers found the bear child's physique. Promised a little benefit. The bear child was sold. The back of the rumor is that Feng Yu in order to protect this bear child to body block knife. And then behind that is Feng Yu died to protect the base. And we, the group of people who fought to the death, became the culprits who didn't protect Feng Yu. And in the end, we just rightly attracted the wrath of the people and entered the lab. Speaking of this, Xie Xingzhou was somewhat skeptical that Feng Yu was not prepared to die at the beginning. The Feng family did not suffer half a bit because of his death. Instead they became the guilty party because of this reason. Xie Xingzhou's flat tone, listening to Ruan Yu a face of anger. Then that Feng Lan why so against you? Is not that Feng Yu has long been ready, just waiting to die, after arranging for you to do so many things? Isn't it just to make you angry and dissatisfied? Xie Xingzhou looked at the angry Ruan Yu with amusement. We were thinking that way. We didn't realize that we woke up the next day and were sent to the lab. It was too late to run away. You know what? There were more than 100,000 people at the Qingqing base. Almost all of them came out and blocked the road to the base. Each of us was carried in sober. Ruan Yu fell silent. It seemed like she was also carried in at that time in front of tens of thousands of people at the Qingqing base, and those who she had saved had even visited her. At that time, a mutant vine in the base's research lab had suddenly rioted, injuring quite a few people, and many 6th and 7th order Alterans had been injured, not to mention ordinary people. In the end, she teamed up with an 8th rank alien, which killed the plant, and just before she got off the battlefield and had a chance to rest, those injured people came begging for her treatment. Ms. Ruan, please, I only have this one son. My family has 3 single generations. How can I live without him? Sister Ruan, can you save my father? Old voice, childish tone. Looking at the people's hopeful gazes, she could only sigh helplessly. It's not that I won't save him, it's that I'm also seriously injured. There's no way I can use my powers. Those people took out quite a few more crystal cores. Then you can absorb more crystal cores. So won't you be able to use your powers? There were a whole bunch of red, green, and blue ones, only there were no white crystal cores. I can't absorb these crystal cores. If you don't want to be saved, just say so. How could there be someone as cold-blooded and heartless as you? At that time, she thought that these things had passed, but the next day the roads around her place were blocked. Ruan Yu, come out. Since your powers can't be used anymore, why don't you just go to the research institute and let those researchers study it? Maybe they can even research an antidote for the zombie virus. That's right, you're useless anyway. Why don't you contribute more? They were all old people and children. The young and strong were hiding behind, and the first one to strike at her was a child of 8 or 9 years old, taking a dagger and ruthlessly plunging it into her chest. The wound wasn't deep or big, but it really hurt. She still remembers that little girl's cold and hateful eyes, because her father died from a serious injury by a mutated plant, and everyone blamed her for the deaths of those people, those old people and children, those familiar faces. They were actually all brought back on her one mission at a time. Many of these people were found with not a single part of their bodies intact, but sadly it seemed as if everyone had forgotten who brought them out of hell. It's all in the past. Now if you're strong enough, no one will dare to force you. Ruan Yu then digressed. So is there a potion in the Qingqing base that can cure the zombie virus? I don't know. I only know that when the first zombie appeared, it scratched a professor but he wasn't infected and none of the people who came out of the institute have ever been infected. After Xie Xingzhou finished speaking, both of them fell silent. Not all of the mice in the lab died in the experiment. It was more of those students who simply found it fun, and the strange potions they wanted to try. So those mice died. Maybe the zombie virus was all researched by those people. The darkened room suddenly recalled such a sentence. Ruan Yu said in a daze. Maybe. Go straight back to a city tomorrow. It's good to hide, so you can encounter less trouble. Xie Xingzhou said this sentence, did not wait for Ruan Yu's reply, and then fell asleep. With obsidian guarding, the night is still quite at ease. The next day, the sky was slightly white. The two of them got up at the same time. Morning, chapter 47 Dead. Ruan Yu put away the sofa and took out the toiletries from space. Xie Xingzhou naturally took it in hand. The two of them washed up in a few moments. Ruan Yu searched in space and took 2 porridge, and a few meat buns. Here, eat it, it's all takeout ordered earlier. A trace of doubt flashed under Xie Xingzhou's eyes. How much takeout did you order? You keep out of rich people's business. Ruan Yu glared at Xie Xingzhou. She felt that this person was becoming more and more blind. It was good to have something to eat. If you don't want to eat, go chew your bread. I was wrong. The brain didn't catch up with the mouth. Xie Xingzhou was able to bend and immediately admit his mistake. After saying this, he hurriedly changed the topic again. Going back to a city today? Haven't you known Fenglan for a long time? Would he set up an ambush on the road? Ruan Yu said in confusion. Normally shouldn't she hide for 2 days before going back? If you go back now and bump into him, how bad luck would that be? He has some brains and will definitely set up an ambush. So let's take the side roads and not the highway. Xie Xingzhou explained. The ambush is definitely there. But Fenglan, that brain, it is estimated that it will only be ambushed on the main road, maybe even at the bridge. Take the small road as long as you go to the river, where you cannot cross the river. The place where you can get down, that is the road. That's fine. Listen to you, but do you know the way? Ruan Yu looked at him with some skepticism. This mountain village highway. There are no signposts. There are no people. How to walk there? Know the general direction. Just follow the road. Any way to cross the river. Just drive that way. Xie Xingzhou didn't have anything to worry about. When they used to carry out missions, they relied on their own orientation. Hearing Xie Xingzhou say this, Ruan Yu didn't care. At least the king of soldiers could still be trusted a bit. But the bridge is broken and blown into several sections. Will Fenglan and the others go over to look for supplies? This is not very clear. But he would have gone to City B City C base to hang out. Hearing this, Ruan Yu looked at him with wide eyes. Then you still said to go back to a city. It's so close. How dangerous. He won't go to a city. Why? Xie Xingzhou's face quickly flashed a smile. Looking at Ruan Yu's curious baby look. Very kindly explained. Because the A city has a lot of people. Although a lot of people rescued. But how many people can be rescued by those few rescue vehicles? So now a city is actually the world of zombies. I also overheard before that Qingcheng Base sent a number of people there, and they were all wiped out. Ruan Yu was even more confused now. When did you hear about this? Just 10 days ago. I was still in a city at that time, and I live in the city center. There are basically no zombies in that neighborhood, okay? Xie Xingzhou gave her a meaningful look before saying, not everyone dares to kill zombies. Now those at the top of the ivory tower at the base. There are still quite a few people who still scream when they see a zombie. There aren't any near you. Are there really none? Or have they all been cleaned up? Ruan Yu was a little embarrassed and laughed dryly. She did seem to forget that it was her house that had no zombies around it. Not that there were no zombies in a city. In the last life, no one did dabble in a city because there were more zombies than in other cities, and they were still powerful. Just a city's virus outbreak so late, but the zombies seem to be more powerful. Kinda makes people curious. Looking at Xie Xingzhou, he changed the topic and said, so what? Let's hurry up and leave after eating. Seeing that Ruan Yu did not say, Xie Xingzhou also did not pursue the question. Directly get on the car. After seeing Ruan Yu sit down, directly start the car, immediately stopped again. It seems like there isn't much gas left. Did you collect the gasoline? Oh, there is. The two got out of the car. Ruan Yu directly handed a big bucket of gasoline to Xie Xingzhou. Luckily when she collected the supplies before, she didn't forget to collect the oil jugs and buckets. After filling up the gasoline, the two of them then started to set off. Looking at the somewhat new interior, Ruan Yu then remembered that her car was still parked in front of the botanical garden. Some grudgingly looked at Xie Xingzhou. The car in front of the botanical garden. I didn't confiscate it into the space. Although it was the one she grabbed at the gas station at the time. No matter what, it had been driven for a long time. It was cheap for those people. Anyway, they were purchased with $0. Just go back and get a few more. You can't say it's Ruan Yen's. He only has 3 cars. License plate number I remember. As for your car should not have this model. Xie Xingzhou had a face of I know what you're going to say, but I won't take it. Don't want me to pay for it. Ruan Yu stopped talking and directly closed her eyes. She just wanted to find an excuse to pit Xie Xingzhou, but it seemed like she hadn't succeeded even once after knowing him for so long. The countryside. The mountain road 18 turns. although not as dangerous as those mountains, but all the way around the corner. The feeling is really not good. All the way to sleepy. Finally at 12 o'clock, Ruan Yu with binoculars to see the bridge. Observed a circle. Nothing around. Cannot hide people. Xie said. Want to come down to rest for a while? Good. Xie drove all morning and really should take a break. Is there still takeout in your space? Ruan Yu looked at Xie. Yes, on the night of the zombie outbreak. I ordered takeout for 2 hours, and I still have half of it left. Then you're quite the eater. Xie smoothly picked up the sentence. Only then did he react. So what brain reacts slowly? How did you order so much takeout? Ruan Yu took a deep breath. First memorize the small book. Wait to go back and slowly settle the score. Lost love. Squandering money can get satisfaction. I have money anyway. Ruan Yu said while taking out a grilled fish from space. And 2 boxes of rice. Looked at the milk tea, did not move much. Took 2 cups of lemonade. Smell the fragrance. Xie came over and took the lunchbox and put it on the front of the car and opened it. And grilled fish, you this takeaway point really good. There is no barbecue, Ruan Yu gave him a blank look. You think you're ordering from a restaurant. It's good to have something to eat. Xie started to gossip while eating. What about that Su Xiangye? I've long been curious as to why you guys didn't go together. Ruan Yu said without lifting her head. Dead. How did he die and where is he buried? Ruan Yu for the first time felt a man gossiping. Especially also gossiping about herself. In the grave, you think there? Oh, I heard Ruan Yan say that Su Yinji had another goddess. Did that one die? Ruan Yu was silent for a moment. She suddenly felt that the silent brother should have been brought down by this person. His brother would definitely not take the initiative to say, dead, 2 buried together. Are you going to burn 2 incense sticks? Ruan Yu said with a disinterested face. And when she met the person in person, she would just say that they swindled the corpse. If it wasn't for the end times coming, she was high and low on going to apply for a death certificate for the 2 of them. Chapter 48, just one turn? Xie ate the grilled fish and didn't forget to observe Ruan Yu's expression. For the first time he felt that the grilled fish tasted so good. It's good that it's dead. If it's not, I'd like to go up and make up for it. There's a chance. Eat your food. Ruan Yu looked at Xie with a mischievous face before this person honestly ate. For a while Ruan Yu felt that her ears were cleared and looked at Black Yao looking at her blearily from the side. Ruan Yu took several mutant fruits and also took a large piece of pork out. Only then did Black Obsidian happily jump to rub against her. After eating and recuperating for half an hour, Ruan Yu and the 2 of them then got into the car and set off. Should I drive? Ruan Yu looked at Xie and asked. With me there is no reason to let you drive. Sit properly. What if you drive in case you get lost? Don't want to find your brother. Ruan Yu, she kind of knew what is called a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Who cares about driving like? Last night as the dog let her drive. Looked very close to the bridge. In fact, still drove for 40 minutes or so, which arrived at the river. Ruan Yu directly put away the car and threw the punch boat to Xie. Where do we launch from? Xie looked around and found a place that was relatively flat on both sides, which was where he put the assault boat down. All the way is very smooth. Ruan Yu 2 people just went ashore to see the opposite side seems to be someone over. Poked Xie in the deflated. The person over there is a bit familiar said directly took out binoculars to look over. Quite a coincidence this is not the 2 squads that engaged in neutralization last night? Seeing Xie packing up, Ruan Yu directly collected the space and handed him the binoculars. Xie took it and looked at it. It's really but these dozen or so people seem like scavengers, as if they're fleeing from a disaster. Ruan Yu laughed unkindly. We all ran away. They aren't just out of breath. It's people's choice. There's nothing wrong with being neutral. Xie looked at it for a few moments before returning the binoculars to Ruan Yu. The 2 of them turned around and walked towards the road. Ruan Yu spoke with some disapproval. What's so good about neutrals? To put it bluntly, they are greedy and want the benefits of both sides, wanting to reap the benefits. Most of the opponents are unevenly distributing the benefits, and the neutrals just want to take it all for themselves. Xie thought about it as if it was true. If they lost both sides with Fenglan and had no fighting power, would those 2 teams really turn around and leave without taking anything? Just like Feng Yu has always been neutral, but the 2 factions fighting, the one who benefits the most is him. Now the only one who has the most say in Qingqing base is the Feng family. On the contrary, it's the 2 factions that have always been opposing each other that have fallen short, saying that they don't fight, but in reality, they can't see those small profits, and have been looking for an opportunity to directly open a big bar. You are also right. Where is there any neutral person, but just want to get a bigger share of the pie? But the way they're half dead right now, they're really quite neutral. Xie helplessly glanced at Ruan Yu, opened his mouth, and finally said nothing. Ruan Yu took out the car and the 2 of them got in before saying to Xie, take a different road. There were a bunch of cars blocking the road when I came that way. Xie naturally has no problem with it. Anyway, we are going back. Which road is the same? On the road. Ruan Yu continued to sleep. Xie drove in silence. Suddenly a sharp break. Ruan Yu was startled and almost jumped on the front window. What's wrong? Ruan Yu looked over sideways. Xie shouldn't have intentionally parked like this. There's a robbery. Xie raised his chin, signaling Ruan Yu to look over. Ruan Yu looked up and looked over. On the already untidy road, there were a dozen or so pegboards. The nails were still a bit reflective and looked like new. Quite neat. This robber should have obsessive-compulsive disorder, but unfortunately does not have a cleanliness fetish. You're observing quite carefully. Xie tone was all helpless. What could he do? Not far away a dozen or so people came over. Second-order psychics mostly. The leader was a third-order psychic. The leader is a third-order psychic. He has a strong body, and his dark skin looks a little scary. And he approached the car and knocked on the window. Xie rolled down the window. Something wrong? The man's tone was quite kind. Brother, this road was originally not open to traffic. Are some of the car blocked on the road? Is my big brother with the brothers a little bit of cleanup? Charge a little toll is not too much. Not too much. Xie also answered very kindly. Ruan Yu took the opportunity to use her mind to put some dry food, rice and noodles in the trunk. Hearing Xie words, the little brother behind the man immediately pointed to a sign on the side. Xie looked over. Toll. 30 pounds of fine grains such as rice and noodles, and 60 pounds of coarse grains. Brothers, you guys just pick one to give. We're only charging this time. This road will not be charged again until the A-City fork. The man looked at Ruan Yu through the car window, and his eyes didn't change much. He just somewhat curiously sized up black obsidian. Ruan Yu and Xie looked at each other and felt that it was better to pay the toll. Being able to clear such a long stretch of road meant that there must be a lot of manpower, and not ripping off the customers meant that it was better managed. Plus the man's eyes didn't make people feel uncomfortable. It was better to pay more than less. It was better to honestly pay the grain. How about we pay half as much? Ruan Yu picked up the conversation. She had collected a lot of potatoes before, and these dozens of pounds were as good as nothing. Seeing Ruan Yu said so, Xie directly get off and open the trunk. Things are not a lot. This toll is basically considered to be half of the blood. Xie took a bag of 10 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of noodles, plus 30 pounds of potatoes, originally full of a bag, now flattened down half. The big man took the potatoes and weighed them, and smiled brightly. Brothers are quick. Xie also followed the laughter. Stuffed half a pack of cigarettes to the man. Big brother to inquire. This side of the past people? Receiving the cigarettes, the man laughed even more happily. Average, just 4 or 5 waves a day, as many as 10 waves. Then whispered a couple of sentences. Brothers, our big brother management is strict. Naturally will not appear to violate the situation of women, but other people cannot be said. Collected the toll this section of the road to ensure that there is no threat, but also only to protect this section of the road. If you don't want to be targeted by others, take your girlfriend and keep a low profile. Xie was very appreciative. Thank you big brother. When he got into the car, he looked at his clothes. He just changed in the morning. The car was also new. The two people's complexion wasn't bad. It seemed to be a bit high profile. What did you guys say? That big brother told us to keep a low profile. Then he looked at Ruan Yu with some curiosity. You didn't encounter any color robbers when you came over before? Encountered all dead. Xie is that he forgot that Ruan Yu's alien ability level is higher than his. After thinking about it Ruan Yu added, there is another one towards B City. The boss is surnamed Zhao. I went around and left. Forgive her for never having heard of Boss Zhao's full name in her previous life. Just took a turn? Set a fire. Chapter 49 Crossing Through vs. Rebirth. Xie looked at her with some horror. This turnaround is really killing people. The two had a chat along the way. I have to say that this dozens of pounds of food is really quite worth it. There is no obstruction along the way. After driving for some time, Ruan Yu they found that there are actually dry toilets on the road, and some places have patrol points. Can guard such a long road in the end of the world? The boss does have something. And so many people, relying on road tolls alone should not be able to feed. These people must have other sources of income. Already crossed the bridge, the two men were not in such a hurry, driving for 2 hours to take a break, and in the meantime, solving the 5 valleys of reincarnation. The car was parked on the side of the road. The two of them got out and walked around. Ruan Yu spoke up. The boss here is quite powerful. Such a long stretch of road is cleared out, and still able to ensure that no one is robbed. The corner of Xie mouth hooked into a smile. Indeed powerful. Thinking for a moment before asking Ruan Yu, when you go back to a city, you won't just stay home all the time, right? It won't, but it's true that you have to stay for a while. Why? Xie asked with some confusion. Look at the temperature now. Isn't it higher than normal? What about winter? and it hasn't rained a single time for so long in the end times, which is a bit abnormal in the south, so I'm afraid that it will continuously rain all the time. And summer rain is most likely to cause flooding. There's always a place to take shelter. Xie Xingzhou was silent for a moment. He had to say that Ruan Yu had a point. The temperature in summer was almost 20 degrees higher than before. If the temperature dropped to minus 20 degrees in winter, it would be considered a disaster for the south. With no water, electricity or gas, plus the possibility of snowstorms. I wonder if those base leaders have thought of all this. You make a good point. Let's go back and gather a little more protective supplies. The location of a city usually doesn't have floods, mudslides and all that. Plus it's the city Ruan Yu is most familiar with, so it's not a problem to go back here. What about after that? Xie Xingzhou continued to pursue. After that, of course it's to come out to collect supplies while waiting for Brother Ah. Most of the time I still wish to stay at home. Xie Xingzhou thought about it and didn't say anything after all. It's been a while since we rested. Let's keep going. Good. The two of them walked for nearly an hour more, when they were greeted by a large white tiger running wildly, its silver-white fur covered in blood, and carrying a cub in its mouth. Seeing Ruan Yu and their car, the tiger directly ran towards the nearby mountain. Xie Xingzhou hurriedly stopped the car, and then saw a pickup truck parked 100 meters away. 4 people came down from the car, and when they saw the tiger's figure, they directly chased after it, not even pulling out the car keys. Ruan Yu hurriedly took out her binoculars to look over and also talked to Xie Xingzhou about the situation. That big white tiger is really miserable. So many wounds on his body, he probably won't survive. Sideways glanced at Xie Xingzhou and took another telescope to him. Here, you also look. Maybe you can also pick up a companion for Black Yao. Xie Xingzhou picked up the binoculars, looked at it, and then looked at Ruan Yu strangely. You didn't look at the 4 people chasing after the white tiger? No, those people are not as important as the little tiger. It just so happened that Black Obsidian reached out his paw and rapped on the door of the car, and Ruan Yu was kind enough to throw it out of the car. Black Obsidian lay down on the ground and looked around, with a bit of confusion still in its eyes. Its nose twitched, before it leapt out in one go. Only then did Ruan Yu ask, what happened to those 4 people? Xie Xingzhou said with a little speechlessness, it seems like they crawled out from the grave. Ruan Yu then suddenly realized that he thought, picked up the binoculars and looked over, but he could still barely see a little figure, and said with some embarrassment, maybe they are not dead through swindling the corpse. Ruan Yu was really surprised that he could actually run into Bai Cha and Su Yanji here. It's weirdly bad luck. Reaching out to touch her chin, she said with some mischief, it seems like no one is in their car. Why don't we go and take a look? Xie Xingzhou didn't say anything, directly started the car and drove towards the front, parking next to the pickup truck. Just parked. Ruan Yu can't wait to get out of the car. The not-so-big pickup truck is full of supplies. Ruan Yu directly nonchalantly collected into the space. Watching her movements, Xie Xingzhou directly hit 2 wind blades, 1 front tire and 1 rear tire deflated in a short while. How come all 4 have a grudge against you? Xie Xingzhou asked. Hearing Xie Xingzhou's words, Ruan Yu pondered for a moment. Sort of all of them. Su Xiang Bai Ti is too lazy to say. Wang Lei alone targeting himself. No, he is not a good person. I did not expect to be alive. Yu Ting previous generation also indiscriminately attacked themselves and Bai Ti. How do you not count as having a grudge? I really did not expect that a fire. These people actually one did not die. Yu Ting this time actually joined Su Yanji's team so quickly. Xie Xingzhou sighed helplessly. Bring 2 grenades. Ruan Yu hurriedly handed them over. Watching Xie Xingzhou skillfully jam the grenades onto the seat of the car, Ruan Yu smiled brightly. I'll drive the car a little farther. It'll be convenient for us to leave at that time. Saying this, Xie Xingzhou drove the car back another distance before walking back again. Looking at Ruan Yu, he circled around the car a few times before walking towards him. Don't go over there. Go to the car and wait for Black Yao. Looking at the somewhat silent Xie Xingzhou, Ruan Yu asked, don't you ask why? Too lazy to ask. You will naturally say it when you want to. Ruan Yu smiled. This person is still quite good at reading faces sometimes. I separated from them the day before the end of the world. Probably because my mind suddenly cleared up and I felt that Su Yanji was just like that. Only before the end of the world. White Tea let Su Yanji instructed me to buy a lot of rice, flour, grain and oil and other supplies. All exist in the basement of my villa. The entire basement is stuffed. You've been to my villa before. You should know how big that basement is. And there's also a small cold storage room that's also stuffed. Xie Xingzhou frowned. He felt that Ruan Yu wasn't telling the truth. Did you awaken your spatial ability ahead of time and take all those supplies with you? Ruan Yu nodded. Yes. Then the 2 of them should have tried everything to trick you into going back. You guessed correctly, but I didn't go back. I also tricked them into strolling around the villa area. The streets were full of zombies at that time. I didn't realize that their lives were quite hard. Xie Xingzhou carefully observed Ruan Yu's expression. There was no half sadness. It was all about being happy for pitting Su Yinji. He felt strange. Even if he suddenly figured it out, he wouldn't have no feelings at all, unless experiencing something else. And Bai Cha actually knew to stock up on supplies ahead of time, obviously knowing something in advance as well. To buy tea, that kind of hard work little white flower identity, generally will not know in advance zombies this kind of news. Otherwise Ruan Yan has long told Ruan Yu, but it is not because of the need to keep it a secret, so they cannot do anything about it. Novels written the end of the world have come. Then if someone crosses over, or reborn is not impossible. Ruan Yu's change is most likely to be rebirth, and the death of the last life is certainly not unrelated to Bai Cha Su Yinji. As for white tea is either reborn or crossing over, but the probability of crossing over is a little bit bigger, although he cannot see white tea. But in some small schemes Ruan Yu really cannot play with white tea. Chapter 50, Meeting White Tea Again. Seeing that Xie Xingzhou hadn't spoken for a while, Ruan Yu reached out and poked him twice. What are you thinking about? Xie Xingzhou immediately gathered his emotions. Nothing, just wondering if Bai Cha knows something. Otherwise how would she know to stock up? She doesn't have money and still knows to let Su Yinji instruct you. She's quite smart. Ruan Yu suddenly looked at him very seriously. Then what do you think she should know? Didn't I tell you everything before? The zombies appeared in March. It would be normal if she knew in advance. Ruan Yu had a look of disbelief. This person must have thought a lot since she was so smart. She might even be able to guess that she was reborn. It was true that people who liked to play with their brains, she hated them all. Are you thinking that I'm a rich and powerful young lady? I'm not as well informed as a little green tea? Xie Xingzhou turned his head sideways, not looking at Ruan Yu, as if he was a little bit smarter. It was not even good enough to lie. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to speak, a black shadow leaped out. Ruan Yu called out with a surprised face, Black Yao? Looking at black obsidian with a small white ball in its mouth, Ruan Yu reached out and cupped it. The small ball seemed to be a little hungry. Ruan Yu didn't know what to feed it, so she had to hit a bowl of spring water and lick it first. Xie Xingzhou, what do you feed this little ball? Before Xie Xingzhou had a chance to speak, for silhouettes suddenly leapt out. Give us the little tiger, or don't blame us for not being polite. Only after saying this did he see Ruan Yu's proper face. Bai Cha called out with some delight. Ruan Yu? Ruan Yu was holding the little tiger in one hand and a bowl in the other, impatiently saying, let go if you have a fart. Black Yao walked up to Ruan Yu, his eyes unkind, staring at the four with a defensive face, looking at the big black panther that was covered in oil. Bai Cha's eyes were full of greed. She must get this black panther. Ruan Yu, long time no see, huh? How have you been? Bai Cha's face was full of tenderness and her tone revealed concern. Xie Xingzhou's face was full of displeasure. Ruan Yu looked like she had been at odds with them for a long time. What kind of kindness is she pretending now? Or do you think Ruan Yu will go with them just because of these few soft words? She's doing well, at least much better than you. As he spoke, Xie Xingzhou also looked at the four with a look of disgust. He had observed, these four people's psychic abilities were at best late third level. No threat, but unfortunately this was someone else's turf, not good for fighting. But unilateral killings were hard for him to beat, and he could also cremate a one-stop service. Su Yinji seems to have calmed down quite a bit during this time, but his speech is still so obnoxious. Ruan Yu didn't expect you to find a new love so quickly. Does he know about the things you did for me in the past? Do you want me to help you remember? TT is just caring about you. Why don't you dare to respond? Is it because you've done something to make your heart weak? Although she didn't know the other party's level of psychic ability, it was easier to get the little white tiger by separating the two. And this black panther couldn't be spared. Ruan Yu looked at Su Yinji. His eyes were cold. He knows more detailed than you know. As for what is Bai Cha, what qualification to care about me? Being vain? What do you think I've done that I need to be vain about? On the contrary, I remember Bai Cha attended a banquet. Right, although the grade is really a bit low, but she still wore a $500,000 dress. I wonder who sent his Isn't it just stirring up trouble? Who wouldn't be the same? Hearing Ruan Yu's words, white tea some hard week, but the face is still a face of Frank. Are the end of the world? As long as there is no evidence that is not happening. Our slander. Who does not love money in this world? Why some people do not do anything, can have a huge amount of wealth? She originally family or small assets. Who knows to come here actually became an orphan. She paid a little price to climb up just, nothing wrong Words, you have to believe me. My person, you are still not clear? Slightly red eyes, watery eyes, a tear still hanging in the corner of her eye when she looked at Su Yinji. Ruan Yu, 6. Handing the little milk ball to Xie Xingzhou, Ruan Yu took out a tablet from space and slid it a few times. Unpleasant sounds came out. Afraid that they wouldn't be able to see it, Ruan Yu had Black Obsidian come closer with the tablet in his mouth to show them. The video was of Bai Cha and an old man, and it ended with Bai Cha walking away with a gown. Hearing the voice, Bai Cha froze for 2 seconds. A coldness leapt out of her heart. Then reacting, she lunged towards Black Yao. Don't broadcast it. It's a fake that you synthesized. Fortunately, Black Yao is not stupid. Directly avoided, ran to Yuting and Wang Lei in front of them, but also raised his head for fear that they would miss any images. The surroundings were silent, except for the flat panel that made some strange noises from time to time. Bai Cha bit her lip and lowered her head, unable to hide the resentment in the bottom of her eyes, not even realizing that her nails had sunk deep into her flesh. Yuting like Su Yinji, see the enemy of this look. Although the face does not show but in the heart cannot wait to give Ruan Yu applause. Yanzhi, you quickly comfort tta. Young and ignorant to go down the wrong path is also normal. At least now she has changed for the better. Wang Lei saw Bai Cha suffered so much. A moment of anger. No matter what, he rushed over with a knife and hacked towards Ruan Yu. Go to hell. If she hadn't released these videos, Cha-Cha and Su Yinji's feelings wouldn't have been affected. Xie gaze was always on Ruan Yu, and when he saw Wang Lei strike, he dodged to Ruan Yu's body and kicked Wang Lei over on the ground, and his foot rubbed heavily on him a few times. Ruan Yu froze for a moment. She seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking, especially the hand that was holding the knife was also focused on a few kicks. Wang Lei screamed miserably and directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Bai Cha looked at Wang Lei, who was lying on the ground, unable to even make a sound, and was in a bit of a trance, but quickly reacted and looked at Su Yinji. Yanzhi, this isn't me. It's a video synthesized by Ruan Yu, definitely wanting to stray from our relationship. Bai Cha looked as if I had seen her, reaching out and pulling Su Yinji's hand. Yanzhi, we haven't gotten our little white tiger yet. We haven't arrived in D City yet. Hearing Bai Cha's words, Su Yinji lowered his eyes to hide the disgust under his eyes. He had always been clear about what he wanted. Strength was more important than feelings in the end times, and he needed Bai Cha's foreknowledge, so he reached out and wrapped his arm around Bai Cha's waist. This little trick wants to separate TT and I. Ruan Yu, aren't you taking things for granted too much? Bai Cha looked at Ruan Yu with eyes full of provocation. So what if there was evidence? She couldn't leave Su Yinji, and Su Yinji didn't see fit to leave her, and interests would always take precedence over feelings. I didn't want to separate you guys. Talking as if you can live and die together. Since your feelings are so good, then I'll give you another gift. Saying this, Ruan Yu took a few more large posters from the space. The content, well, is the essence of the video just now, the enlarged close-up version. Of course these things are not hers. They were quietly hidden when they were raiding the office building in his city before. Who knows, that old man likes to put these things in the office safe. Afraid of being discovered by Maurice and the others, she was still sneaking around and putting the safe away, thinking that she could pick up the pieces. Xie suddenly came over and covered her eyes. Look less at these unhealthy things. Directly waved a breeze. 4 posters, 3 people personal face each pasted one. Even Wang Lei were taken care of, directly covered in the body. Yuting is also very kind to him. That one up. Let Wang Lei see clearly. Taking the poster, Yuting's eyes are all watching a good show expression. Su Yan one face pig liver color. White tea eyes back to the original color. All resentment. Only Wang Lei a face of heartache to look at the white tea. Can only be said to be worthy of the white tea in the last life of the most loyal licking dog. Bai Cha looked viciously at Ruan Yu, hating to kill her immediately. Ruan Yu, you like destroying my relationship with Yanzhi so much? It can't be that you're still thinking about being with Yanzhi. Does the new love next to you know about it? Does this new love of yours know how you got your spatial ability? Does he know that you have healing powers? What would he do if he knew how your space was awakened? Ruan Yu said with a disinterested face. Then tell him. With Xie brain, it is estimated that he has guessed almost everything. It makes no difference if he says it or not. Besides, she didn't want to hide it. Every day in the same room can hide what? Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Bai Cha is a bit confused. Normal people should not be afraid of other people, no? She is not afraid of being robbed? Su Yinji didn't want to continue to lose face. Although there weren't many people, but it's not okay to lose face in front of Ruan Yu. That white tiger was the first thing we saw. I hope you give it back to us, as well as the supplies that were hoarded before. There's also a share of TT and I. You return it all together as well. Xie looked at Su Yinji with a sneer on his face. Where did a bunch of little trash get the bottom of this? He had been looking at Su Yinji unfavorably for a long time. What if we don't return it? Chapter 51, Fighting. Su Yinji frowned, glancing at Bai Cha and then at Wang Lei, who was lying on the ground. He also looked up at the man beside Ruan Yu. His intuition told him that this man was not simple. Wang Lei, a late second-stage alien, was actually defenseless in his hands, and the aura on his body was very similar to one of his uncles, like he came out of the army, but Ruan Yu's brother he had seen before. Why did he have no impression of this man at all? If he wasn't wrong, this person's psychic ability should be in the late 3rd stage. He and Cha-Cha were in the middle 3rd stage, and Yuting was in the early 3rd stage. The chances of winning were still very good. Plus here, someone had said when they came in that there was to be no fighting and brawling on this road. thinking of a way to get him to strike first and hide for a little while longer before doing so themselves. He thought it would be easy to get the favor. Ruan Yu, this is what we deserve. How do you count those supplies? It's me and Cha-Cha and you. The three of us hoarded them. Is it too much for you to share 2/3 of them out? And you have healing powers? Why don't you save Wan Lei? This is a living human life. Even if he did something wrong, then aren't you okay now? After Su Yinji said this, he directly made a wink towards Bai Cha. Bai Cha cried and continued. Ruan Yu, I know you don't like me, but Wan Lei, he is innocent. Can you save him? He is also trying to take it out on me. If you have any grievances you can vent them on me. Don't take it out on innocent people. Ruan Yu had a constipated expression on her face. These two people have a pit in their brains, right? She just wanted to strike out and punch someone but then calmed down. Just now Xie that was a one-sided beating. If he shot himself, surely he couldn't slap the two people with the protagonist's aura to death in one go, so it would count as a brawl. After all, it was someone else's turf, and although they didn't say it explicitly, Su Yinji and Bai Cha were so irritating to themselves that they must have wanted to make themselves fight. Notre Dame de Paris burned down. You guys are homeless, aren't you? Venting on you? Fine. How about you let Su Yinji beat you up like this, and I'll save both of you together? The big deal was to save it and have Xie Xingzhou beat it back up again. Su Yinji and Bai Cha fell silent at the same time. Ruan Yu walked next to Wan Lei. Dead? Oh yo, not dead yet. That can only slowly wait for death. Your goddess is not willing to save you. What kind of relationship do you think you have with Bai Cha? It won't be the same as that old man, right? Or you licked for so long and still have nothing, then you are really miserable. You say if you die, your family goddess can do Just now Su Yinji look at her eyes hate to immediately kill her. And Yu Ting looks like with white tea do not deal with. You die let white tea how to live Ruan Yu said while observing Wang Lei, the chest that was slightly heaving, the amplitude was much larger, more blood came out of his mouth, and his face and neck were full of it. Wan Lei forcefully raised his left hand slowly and suddenly dropped it straight down. Well, there's no need to beg me, the people are gone. Looking up to see Su Yinji's two faces were a little pleased. Ruan Yu looked over towards the other side. It was a van slowly coming. Ruan Yu understood. It was the people who came to administer justice. Xie Xingzhou looked away and directly released a large fireball to hit Wan Lei. Late fourth stage fire powers just burned fast. When the van approached, Wan Lei was only left with dregs. A leader of the big brother down, smiled and snorted. Friends, sorry my humble Nan, we do not allow fighting here. Maybe no one said clearly before. Folks in gas to make money. What contradictions, go out and slowly solve Look like a good boy. How to fight. Stretching his hand does not hit the smiling face. Xie Xingzhou is also a polite smile. We do not have a brawl. Just these three people blocked us not to go. Reason with them, they still want to hit us. Su Yinji looked at Xie Xingzhou sorrowfully and looked towards Nan. Big brother too. It's these two people. Not only did they kill my brother, but they also snatched the mutant beast that we have been chasing for a long time. Big brother, when we came in we had a record of it. Chasing a big white tiger over. Nan glanced towards the junior brothers behind him. A junior brother who looked more resourceful immediately stepped forward. Big brother, he didn't lie. There was indeed a large white tiger that ran in. Black Yao had already returned the tablet back to Ruan Yu and stood beside Ruan Yu without half converging. Xie Xingzhou was still holding the small tiger in his hand. Nan looked left and right. Brother, didn't you say he killed someone? Where is the corpse? Where is the big white tiger? Still not going after it? White Tea had a shy face, looking towards the talking Nan, her cheeks slightly red. Big brother too. The big white tiger is dead. Entrusted the little tiger to us before he died. I didn't expect it to be robbed. As for our teammates, that man is a fire system psychic. He has already burned the people away. The corner of Nan's mouth twitched twice. Big sister, your big sad frog eyes, don't pretend to be petulant. Your teammates are dead and you are still laughing. The three of you just watched the man being killed? The big white tiger was killed by you guys, right? People are animals, not cuties. They are animals, not cuties. Who would entrust their children to an enemy who is going to kill them? In looking at Ruan Yu's side, the two of them had a straight face and there was already a big black panther by their side. If the big white tiger entrusted its cubs to these two, he thought it was a little more likely. I'm just here to maintain order. Your own conflicts should still be resolved by yourselves. This mutated animal, naturally whoever gets it first is the one who owns it. If people can grab it, you guys can grab it back too. As for the dead, there are no corpses here either. We still have to pay attention to evidence when we speak and do things. He is not a little cutie. He is not a cutie. The fire ability can burn so fast. That level is certainly not low. People are not intentional. How dare he care? Although the boss will give them revenge, but can live. Why give the boss trouble? White Tea is still not willing. But he was just in a brawl. This violates your rules. Big sister, we did not see. and talk to have evidence before otherwise nonsense is to pay the price. Brawl is to be more than 2 people are considered a brawl. A few of you clothes are good. No wounds on the body. This can be called a brawl? Nan is full of helplessness. How can this person not understand the words He is not here to preside over justice, just to persuade them to go out to fight only. If anyone comes here to fight, then they still do not do business. A fight road are ruined. If all dead they look for who to cry to. The winning party is so powerful. They cannot for a few dead people to ask for money to repair the road They have to support a large group of people. Busy very. Bai Cha still wanted to say something. Su Yanzhi directly covered her mouth. Sorry she's a bit out of her mind. We'll leave now. After saying that, he looked at Ruan Yu with a look of indignation. Sooner or later he would get it back. Chapter 52 Eating Barbecue. Seeing Su Yanzhi gone, Xingzhou handed Nan 2 packs of cigarettes. I'm sorry, I met the stupid ex to give you trouble. After that, Xingzhou got into the car and directly started the car. A foot of gas car rushed out a long way. Nan took the cigarette and looked at the Hummer that ran so fast. The whole person was confused for a moment, until he heard a voice of gnashing teeth. Ruan Yu, I'm going to kill you. Then they saw the 2 women and 1 man running back again. The 2 women looked towards the car that was only a small black spot left and stomped their feet anxiously. Ruan Yu shall not die. The 3 people's faces were all a burst of green and white Nan took a deep breath of smoke and said with an intoxicated face, if you guys turn around quickly you might still be able to catch up. Good smoke Before the end of the world he hadn't smoked much, turned his head to look at the group of minions behind him. It was really cheap for them. Su Yanzhi hands pinched creaking. Looking into the distance eyes cannot hide the murderous intent. Go, first drive away. This side is closer to the D city. First go to find some supplies. The side of the van against the crowd. No one forward to remind. Their side also have a salt boat. The price is a little expensive. And only tube to go, regardless of the return. Su Yanzhi 3 people only focus on anger. Completely did not pay attention to the pickup tires. Get on the car just sat down and did not have time to start the car. Bang! Nan directly pinched the cigarette, and led the people to rush over. 3 people lying on their backs in 3 directions. The pickup truck is still burning. Nan realized why the Hummer ran so fast just now. Quickly see if anyone is still alive? Several junior brothers immediately went forward to check. Big brother seems to be all still alive. Bad luck. Take away. When the time to let them work to pay off their debts. If anyone asks, just say they were unlucky to be struck by lightning. Really bad luck. If it wasn't for Big Brother not letting people die on the road, he wouldn't bother coming over. Yes, Big Brother. Nan picked up the cigarette and sniffed it twice, then put it into his pocket. Asterisk. Bad luck. I should have known to let the others come. Xingzhou heard the explosion, which slowed down. The feeling of pushing back disappeared. Ruan Yu then took out a bottle of milk and poured a small half bowl to the little tiger. The little tiger licked it happily. His beard was covered in milk, and after drinking it, he coiled it into a ball again. Ruan Yu reached out and nicked it, before he opened his mouth and asked, have you been thinking about this for a long time? What? The grenades in the car once you get on the car, racing, long counted it, how do you know that you cannot fight here Xingzhou laughed, guess, all the way so clean, it looks like it was cleaned up. If someone fights in case of death, then is not still have to clean up again. So here is certainly not allowed to fight and kill people on other people's turf. Is not that provoking people? Ruan Yu has an I get it expression and continues to ask, then why did you still kill Wan Lei? So I killed him? Wasn't that killed by your anger? Speak properly. I call this the charm of language. Hurry up and speak. Xingzhou lightly coughed twice. Although you can't kill anyone here, but no one saw that is no killing. You're quite good at drilling holes. Average. There must be quite a few people who operate like me. This is something Ruan Yu still agrees with. The rules are dead. People are alive. No one wants to offend Just now those people's meaning was obvious. They don't participate in the fight. So you guys hurry up and get out and fight slowly. But this time they shouldn't swindle again, right? Xingzhou looked at Ruan Yu with a meaningful face. What are you thinking? Haven't you heard of the scourge of the dead? Which is so easy to die. Ruan Yu said with a disinterested face. Su Yanzhi and the others may have been hurt badly, but they definitely didn't die. Yu Ting was a little bit hungover. As for Wang Lei, he did die a bit easily this time, but he didn't live long in his last life, so it's good to die early. Black obsidian coiled in the back seat. White donut on Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu looked to Xingzhou. You give this little donut a name. Me? Ruan Yu nodded. What's the problem? Xingzhou looked at the silver-colored little donut. Call it Silver Moon. Well, she and Xingzhou both took their names based on their fur color. Okay, I'll call you Silver Moon from now on. Poking the little group. Silver Moon twitched her ears and flipped over to continue sleeping. There were no problems along the way. Xiaxingzhou drove for an hour and a half before driving to the A city fork. Ruan Yu suggested, "This side is not much farther from a city. Why don't we find a place to rest for the night and go in tomorrow?" Although she wasn't afraid of zombies, the zombies at night were really rampant, and it would be hard to find out if there was someone behind her with a cold arrow. Xiaxingzhou nodded. "Okay, we should be able to drive for more than an hour to the suburbs. Let's rest for the night over there." "Yes." Xiaxingzhou continued to drive. Ruan Yu closed her eyes and rested her mind, and soon arrived in the suburbs of a city, about 50 kilometers from the city center. Xiaxingzhou found a villa that looked relatively complete, parked the car and walked straight into the door. Ruan Yu held the two dumplings to follow. "Anyone?" Xiaxingzhou shouted. Ruan Yu felt strange. Generally there is no one Xiaxingzhou can judge out. After shouting 2 more times, the two of them looked all over the house together before they started to rest. Ruan Yu looked at the sofa. There didn't seem to be much dust. It looked like someone had cleaned it. "Let's just make do with the hall for the night. In case of a sneak attack, run faster." Ruan Yu nodded. She was too lazy to clean. "How long will it take you to upgrade?" Xiaxingzhou then remembered that he could have leveled up to 5 with his psychic ability, but he had been delayed by phone lawn and he had almost forgotten about it. "An hour or so." Ruan Yu took out a dozen or so fruits, which were also mixed with 2 fruits from space, and handed them together to Xiaxingzhou. "It's only after 6 o'clock, so you can upgrade your alien ability first." Xiaxingzhou was not polite. The higher the level, the more their safety is guaranteed. "Seize the time to upgrade is the right thing to do." Xiaxingzhou directly on the opposite side of the sofa sat down cross-legged. Ruan Yu put obsidian next to him, in case someone really sneak attacked during this period of time. There is still obsidian watching. Silver Moon woke up again and looked at Ruan Yu, blinking her big eyes with a cute face. Ruan Yu poured another bowl of milk for it. "Little tiger seems to be able to eat raw meat, but this one does not seem to have good teeth. First feed 2 days of milk to try it." Silver Moon drank the milk and balled up again. Ruan Yu was a bit bored, took a packet of jerky, and took out the tablet, looking for a movie to watch. Smelling the smell of meat, Black Obsidian stretched a paw towards her. Ruan Yu hurriedly threw 2 fruits over. When Xiaxingzhou opened his eyes, he saw a black donut on his left, a white donut on Ruan Yu's right, and Ruan Yu was watching a movie with milk tea and jerky in one hand. Realizing that Xiaxingzhou had put his feet on the ground, he then looked up and over. "You're so fast? Physical qualities are different. I'm kinda slow here." Xiaxingzhou touched his stomach and sat on Ruan Yu's left. "What are you eating tonight?" Thinking for a moment, Ruan Yu remembered that she also ordered quite a lot of barbecue and took a big bag out. "Eat barbecue." In passing, she also took a cup of boiled spring water, and both fruits were placed on the coffee table. Xiaxingzhou looked at the barbecue, secretly nodded his head. He guessed correctly. Ruan Yu is reborn. It is estimated that it is still reborn in the end of the day before the end of the world. Otherwise, according to Ruan Yu's character, those lobsters, hairy crabs, hot pot and so on, surely have to do a good job to put space. Unless there is no time. "It's been a long time since I ate barbecue." Xiaxingzhou couldn't wait to open it, handed a chicken wing to Ruan Yu, which began to eat up, drank a mouthful of water, froze for 2 seconds, or when nothing to continue to eat. "It smells so good. Is someone eating barbecue? Seems like I smell it too. Walk over and take a look." Xiaxingzhou and Ruan Yu looked up towards the door at the same time. Chapter 53, Meeting Old Friends. 2 young women pushed the door in, looking a bit lousy in their attire, and their faces also had a vegetable color. One of them, who looked a bit snarky, saw the two on the sofa and exclaimed, "Ruan Yu?" Ruan Yu looked away, originally wanted to lower her head to continue watching the movie, heard this voice and raised her head to look over. "Who are you?" Seeing that Ruan Yu didn't remember her, that person became even more agitated. Me, Li Yi, don't you remember?" "No impression. Don't remember." Ruan Yu frowned. She really didn't remember. She didn't need to work. The people she knew were basically her classmates. After recalling the whole thing, she didn't have half an impression. How could that be? "You must have done it on purpose? We met at Su Yanji's birthday last year. I came with Cha-Cha. At that time you even got smeared all over the cake by me. Have you forgotten? I even took a lot of pictures down. At that time you were covered in cake and your hair was covered in a thick layer. The next day when you went to school your hair was cut half short." Li Yi pulled her companion to sit directly on the sofa opposite Ruan Yu. Good thing Black Yao had already run next to Xiaxingzhou when he smelled the barbecue. Another somewhat cute girl. Her eyes lit up when she saw Xiaxingzhou's face. "Hello, my name is Wen Li." Then she looked at Ruan Yu and said, "Ruan Yu." Yi Zi was just a little too excited to suddenly see a familiar face. "I know you definitely won't mind, right? I was also at the birthday party at that time and you didn't even lose your temper." Xiaxingzhou gave her a somewhat displeased look, meaning that Ruan Yu can't lose her temper now, can she? What the hell? Hearing Li Yi describe it this way, Ruan Yu then remembered that last year at Su Yanji's birthday party, She wore a high-definition dress that cost her almost $3 million. Who knows just walked in? Was this person splashed a cup of red wine? After that cut the cake, is directly into the cake, not only that, but also sent their own ugly appearance to the campus forum, as well as the confession wall. Those people at the banquet, in addition to the ridicule of it, did not reach out to help a little, if not brother over to pick her up. She did not know how to go back. Thinking of this, Ruan Yu smiled. If she remembered correctly, if Li Yi likes Su Yinji, right, but also the male lead, how can only the female lead a person like? With a cold smile, this said with a look of sudden realization, saying, "Oh, I remembered. You are the two followers of Bai Cha, right? So it is not dead yet." Ruan Yu, what do you mean? Literally, she hadn't even seen this person in her last life, but now that she had, she naturally couldn't let it go. If she wasn't wrong, the three Bai Cha people should have been taken back by Tu Nan. Quite a coincidence that she could send these two people to Bai Cha. Death is still too cheap. Living in the end times is the most painful. Li Yi obviously didn't expect Ruan Yu to say this. It's nice that she's Bai Cha's follower, but it doesn't mean that she's willing to be talked about like this. No wonder Su Yinji doesn't like you. Deserved it. On the contrary, Wen Li still had a gentle look. Ruan Yu, this one next to you? Naked gaze, almost explicitly saying this is my dish. You hurry up and introduce me. I'm Xie Xingzhou, Ruan Yu's boyfriend. Hearing this, Ruan Yu glanced sideways at Xie Xingzhou and didn't say anything after all. Ah, so, you guys are quite compatible. But Ruan Yu, don't you like Su Xiangju? Where's Su Xiang? Wen Li's tone was a bit low, but on her face she still said with a gentle face. Seeing Xie Xingzhou frowned, Wen Li's eyes flashed a trace of triumphant smile, and then as if she just reacted, reached out to cover her mouth and said in embarrassment, "Ah, Ruan Yu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I just thought you would be with Su Yinji." Ruan Yu glanced at her and said in a flat tone, "It's okay, my boyfriend isn't that petty. Anyway, he's already killed Su Yinji, so feel free to say whatever you guys want." "What? You killed Su Yinji? What about Bai Cha? On what grounds did you kill someone?" Li Ye's piercing and unpleasant scream sounded again. Ruan Yu looked at her with a cutie pie face expression as she looked at her. "Bai Cha must have died as well, by virtue of me being able to kill someone. I want to kill someone." Li Ye's face was red with a look of being infuriated. Wen Li looked like she was frightened and whispered, "Ruan Yu, even though it's the end of the world, it's not good to kill people. This I don't know. It's all my boyfriend who killed. Why don't you ask him? He has a long mouth and doesn't have an ear infection like you guys." Ruan Yu breathless rolled his eyes. "These two people are sick. She said it was Xie Xingzhou killed. The human language cannot understand, or hurry to send to White Tiet." Wen Li laughed awkwardly twice. "That we are just too surprised." A moment did not react. "Ruan Yu, you are lying to us, right?" Hearing Wen Li's words, Li Yi looked like she suddenly reacted and said loudly again, "Definitely, just the way she likes Su Yinji to death. She dares to kill someone?" Ruan Yu looked at her with a smile on her face, killing intent in her eyes. "When have I ever lied to anyone? Li Yi, you surely know best, don't you?" With such a loud voice, she was somewhat skeptical of how these two people survived. Hearing Ruan Yu's flat voice without much rise and fall, Li Ye's body couldn't help but tremble a little. Ruan Yu really hadn't lied to anyone. She didn't know why she actually saw killing intent in Ruan Yu's eyes. When she looked over again, Ruan Yu was already eating with her head down. Half of the horrible look that she had just seen. She was somewhat skeptical if it was her illusion just now. Not only Li Yi, Wen Li also have this illusion, but she is not as stupid as Li Yi. Are the end of the world? People, a little change is normal. And Xie Xingzhou looked than Su Yinji good looking. At that time, Ruan Yu chased after Su Yinji because he looked okay. The reason for this is the fact that Su Yinji is a very good looking man. And it's just that Li Yi can't see that he's one of them. Like is not as important as interest. In the end of the world, they need to find a backer with strength, not a face. Looking at the barbecue on the table, when Li's eyes turned, she had observed from the time she entered the door. Ruan Yu, every time she ate it was Xie Xingzhou who handed it to her. Did that mean that Ruan Yu didn't dare to get it herself? When Li straightened the neckline of her dress and revealed a smile that she thought was beautiful as she looked at Xie Xingzhou. "Ruan Yu, how can we be considered friends? Can you share some food with us? Li Yi and I haven't eaten for almost a day. Or is it okay if we trade for crystal cores?" As he spoke, he also directly took out a white crystal core and placed it on the table. Unfortunately, it was a first-order one. Ruan Yu and the two of them didn't even lift their eyelids. Now a first-order crystal core can't be exchanged for food. Li Yi reacted with a hand to take back. "What to change? This is my desperation to kill zombies to get. The end of the world was supposed to help each other. Eat her a little something how?" Glancing at Ruan Yu, just now must be her illusion, directly stood up, reached out for the barbecue on the table. Before she could touch it, she was hit by the two small mini fireballs that Xie Xingzhou swung out. "Ah, help! Ruan Yu, Li Yi cried out in pain while clapping his hands and rolling on the ground. Too many fireballs. One smashed on the back of his hand and one ignited his clothes. Li Yi's right hand was red and swollen. It still smelled a bit like roasted meat. His already wretched clothes now looked like a large portion of them had been burned, and his waist-length hair was also half burned. Ruan Yu? It's none of my business. When Li looked at Ruan Yu meaningfully, she really did not guess wrong. Ruan Yu is only Xie Xingzhou's dependents. If so, then before Ruan Yu said that Xie Xingzhou killed Su Yanji, that is a little credibility. Men love beauty. Ruan Yu's face can really look. The gloating look at Li Yi. This way, if it is not Li Yi's mouth that talk but not brain, they have long been teamed up with someone. Which like now, can only two people hiding? Although not starving, but also can only barely live. Basically there is a meal without a meal. Who let her speed ability? Cannot kill zombies. Can only rely on Li Yi's gold system ability to kill zombies. But now that someone more powerful had appeared, it was time for her to change her partner. And even if Ruan Yu had changed, it wouldn't be easy to pin her down. Li, what are you doing? Still help me up. Li Yi hatefully glanced at Ruan Yu. If it wasn't for her, how would she have made a fool of herself? When Li hurriedly went to help her up, whispered, "You say less. That man is very powerful at a glance. Offending people is not good for us." And then looked at Xie Xingzhou with a compensating smile. Li Yi is just too hungry. Can you change a little food for us? Chapter 54, Tuanan's Doorstep. No, I don't have enough to eat. Xie Xingzhou reached out to protect the barbecue with a cold face and refused. When Li pursued without giving up, "Then can we team up with you guys? 4 people are definitely faster than 2 people killing zombies." "Neither can we. I'm afraid that you guys are dragging your feet, and the 2 of you don't have any food to eat. Isn't teaming up with us just like trying to rub it in?" Li, this day can't chat. Blame Li Yi. Brain was eaten by the zombies. If you pretend not to know, maybe people did not think about it, and now may have eaten a barbecue. Looking at Xie Xingzhou, his eyes turned around and said again, "Are you going to stay here tonight? This place was cleaned out by Li Yi and I. Shouldn't you guys pay a little rent if you want to live here?" Only then did Ruan Yu raise her eyes to look over. "Are you saying that this villa is yours?" "Right. It's mine now. You guys hurry up and get out." Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Li was dumbfounded. How could there be such a person? Isn't this a living bandit? If you want to roll, it's you guys who should roll. Didn't you hear me? This is my villa. Barbecue, stay and hurry to roll. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. Li Yi, while talking, his hand also coalesced a ball of golden supernatural energy, looked at Ruan Yu's face and raised his hand wistfully. "Xie Xingzhou, Li and I can both be alien energy. Taking us with you is much better than Ruan Yu." "This punk, are you sure you don't want to team up with us?" Li looked at Li Yi with a stunned look on her face. "If you want to die, go ahead and die. Why bring her along? Even if Ruan Yu is just an accessory, but right now it's still someone's favorite. Where is the one who rushes up to offend people like this?" Ruan Yu just wanted to speak, suddenly heard the sound of parking far away, and Xie Xingzhou looked at each other. "Someone is coming. Lazy nonsense." Directly released the roses, wrapped the 2 around, the barbs deep into the flesh. When Li was surprised and looked at Ruan Yu with a face full of disbelief. "You are also an alien?" Li Yi only reacted when the vines touched her, directly swinging the gold system psychic ability in his hand towards the vines, but unfortunately the level was too low to be of much use. This was followed by looking at Ruan Yu with a horrified face. There was still some fear in her eyes. "What rank is your ability at? Why can't my gold system ability cut it? I didn't say I'm not an alien. It's you who's thinking too much. As for my rank, who am I to tell you?" Thinking about the killing intent she saw earlier, which was not an illusion, Li Yi had some regrets, especially since she felt her body slowly start to run out of strength. You can't kill me." How arrogant she was just now is how scared she is now. Ruan Yu didn't even give a single look and directly urged the vines until both of them fell to the ground with shock and fear. "Dead?" Xie Xingzhou coalesced 2 fireballs in his hands and asked with an indifferent expression. "No," preparing to give it to white tea. Hearing this, Xie Xingzhou silently put away the fireballs. "What a pity, but it's not impossible to send it to Su Yanji, a man with 4 females, and I don't know what kind of sparks will rub off. Late night visit, disturbing you too." A somewhat rude voice came from the door. A big and thick man walked in. Behind him there were a dozen or so juniors. After seeing the man enter the door, one of the juniors consciously closed the door and guarded the door. Seeing the visitor, Ruan Yu raised her eyebrows. It was actually Tu Nan that she met in the afternoon. Xie Xingzhou's face was calm and natural as he picked up the conversation. "What is Big Brother 2's business in finding over here?" Tu Nan swept around, completely ignoring the 2 people on the ground. With a sad look, "Brothers, the 2 of you ran away in the afternoon, leaving behind such a big mess, which can make me clean up for a long time. Those 3 people are still alive? Not dead. Good arms and legs," Tuan Nan said without a trace of anger. Hearing that people didn't die, Ruan Yu's expression didn't change much. The protagonist's halo, how can it not be stronger? Xia Xingzhou glanced at Ruan Yu, although he believes that Ruan Yu said in the afternoon that people cannot die, but now here are some surprise, especially actually good arms and legs, that is 2 grenades, or in the car explosion. What luck too big brother to come, that must be cleaned up, right? Xia Xingzhou face hung a fake smile, handed a handful of barbecue to Tu Nan. The man entered the door, eyes are almost glued to the barbecue. That's for sure in principle we are not allowed to die on this road. Of course if you die of old age when I did not say, the two of you are giving me a direct warning, said Tu Nan fiercely jerked a large mouthful of barbecue, face satisfaction. He has not eaten barbecue for a long time. What big brother Tu said, little brother Xia Xingzhou, this is Ruan Yu, just call us by our names. Big brother Tu surely didn't come for this small matter. Although Xia Xingzhou's face was smiling, there was not the slightest hint of laughter under his eyes. If he came to find trouble he didn't mind directly creating a bigger trouble. Reaching out, he took the beer that Ruan Yu handed over and handed it to Tu Nan. I don't know about those 3 people. How did big brother Tu solve it? Tu Nan also did not beat around the bush. Smothered a mouthful of wine, full of sighs of relief. This is the life that people live. Then the tone of voice turned. People we definitely brought back can't let people die there. And then said with a serious face, Xia brother, next time if you want to kill someone, just clean up a bit, so that both of us do not have to trouble killing this kind of thing. As long as you do it cleanly, generally they will turn a blind eye. But half-dead people bombing on the road, this is not looking for trouble? Unfortunately, he still has something to ask for, but he can only hold it in his heart. Yes. What big brother Tu said is right. Next time we will definitely be cleaner. Xia Xingzhou nodded repeatedly. His face was calm. What exactly did this person want? Come to teach him how to kill in the future? Or to ask for money to mend the road? Asking for money to mend the road is not the way to ask for it, and those 2 grenades shouldn't be able to blow up the road. Tu Nan looked at Xia Xingzhou's eyes, a little weak. He just want to rub a meal, not to collect debts. Natural looks cannot blame him First get acquainted with the person a little bit, so that we can talk about cooperation Brother Xie, the 2 on the ground are? Ruan Yu picked up. These 2 are the friends of those 3 people in the afternoon. Have been looking for them. Brother Tu can bring the people with him when he goes back if he is willing. This is simply dozing off and sending pillows, and her intuition tells her that this person has something to beg them. Letting him bring 2 people with him is definitely not too much to ask. Siblings have opened their mouths. That's naturally no problem I'll take care of it. Surely let them work together for me to pay off the debt. If he couldn't screw these 2 people, couldn't he screw others? The barbecue was almost eaten. Ruan Yu, Xia Xingzhou and the 2 of them stared at Tu Nan together, looking a little embarrassed. Brothers, I've come here this time to have a business to find you to talk about. Seeing Tu Nan finally say his purpose, Xia Xingzhou then got serious. What business? The end times? Naturally it's related to supplies. What supplies? How did you know? Xia Xingzhou pursued. He wasn't that easy to fool. Seeing Xia Xingzhou so serious, Tu Nan was startled and hurriedly pacified. Brother Xie, don't get excited. Don't get excited haha. It's just the mutant fruit. If there are other supplies it's fine. As for how to know, this we have to feed so many people after all. There is still so long a road to maintain. This news naturally have to be a little more informed. Right now the biggest fear is contracting the zombie virus. So the main thing is to hope that younger siblings will step in. After Tu Nan finished speaking, Xia Xingzhou's face directly blackened. She won't make a move. Chapter 55 Reaching Cooperation. Seeing Xia Xingzhou's black face, Tu Nan's heart beat straight back. It was all because of that group of black-hearted people at the base. After a moment of silence, drinking a large mouthful of wine, Tu Nan before continuing to speak. Brother Xie, younger sibling is a healing ability. You are a half-bereaved corpse. I'm sure you guys must not want to be disturbed when you come this way. Xia Xingzhou didn't say anything, just nodded. Tu Nan finally didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I came here today to find you guys to cooperate. We can block the news related to you guys. You only need to exchange supplies with us and keep the cooperation on the line. When there is a last resort, I hope that my younger siblings will come to the rescue. Don't worry, it's just 1 or 2 people at most. It's paid. We are not like those black-hearted bases. We keep our words. There are our strongholds all around this neighborhood. Our big brother has also opened a free trade market. You can rest assured on this point. Hearing trade market, Ruan Yu felt something familiar. After thinking about it, she looked up to Tu Nan. Is your boss called Shangzhe? Disciple sister recognizes. Wouldn't that be nice? What kind of person our boss is? Disciple sister must have a good idea in her heart. Ruan Yu glanced at Xia Xingzhou and nodded. In his last life Shangzhe did open a trade market for people to exchange things and no fighting was allowed. Many people from the base came to trade. The most important thing is that he does not take up that side of the base and treats everyone equally. Although he was a gangster before the end of the world, Shang Zai's reputation is really not bad, especially if he can still manage such a large group of people. It is obvious that his wrist, such a person cannot offend or not offend. She wasn't short of anything in the first place. Exchanging a little out for a little piece wasn't out of the question. It's possible. It's just that I don't know what you want to exchange? Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Tunan was so excited that he slapped his thighs. Brother sister is quick. We naturally want to exchange the mutant fruit This thing is good to look for but not good to pick and I don't know which sizes are lovely. Burning trees and chopping them down. So many plants attack us when they see us now. Although we have not done these unethical things, but suffered a lot of crime but also died several people. Younger siblings have with system supernatural ability. Think will be better than us to mix a little. Moreover, the fruit of the same tree. Eating too much is also useless. Younger siblings exchange out there is no loss, is not it? Ruan Yu was silent. There were still quite a few fruits in her space. Plus the space itself could still grow fruits. There was nothing wrong with exchanging a little out. It was her healing powers that she didn't really want to use. But with so many people knowing about it, it didn't seem like it would be impossible for someone to help cover her tracks if she took a shot once in a while. Tugging at Xie Xingzhou's clothes, her eyes signaled. Seeing Xie Xingzhou gently nodding his head, Ruan Yu only then said what she said. It's okay. However, where to exchange? Tunan thought for a moment. How about right here? With news conveyed by radio? I don't have a radio, Nguyen Nok said honestly. That's okay, I do. After saying this, Tunan clapped his hands and a junior walked in carrying a box, which Xie Xingzhou took with his hands. Ruan Yu was silent. This person was really well prepared. Cooperation reached Tunan with a happy face. Collected the stuff, then it's a deal Xie Xingzhou suddenly opened his mouth. Brother too, what you said about blocking the news. It's actually not very good to block it, right? Someone can pass the news. Brother Xie, this we can only try our best, but if someone comes to you, we will definitely be able to know about it and notify you in advance at that time, as well as all those other bounties related to the base. How about notifying them at the first opportunity? Ruan Yu smiled and nodded. That's more or less the same. Xie Xingzhou looked at Tunan and turned his head to look at the gate. Since Big Brother 2 has brought so many people with him, I think he must be ready to exchange some mutant fruits to go back tonight. But what are you guys taking in exchange for mutant fruits? Tunan also did not hide. The first choice is naturally crystal cores, but it's still up to you guys. What do you want to exchange? How many orders are the crystal cores? Third rank mostly, fourth rank also exists. As for higher ones, we haven't encountered any. Xie Xingzhou raised an eyebrow. The rank was a bit low, but there really weren't any fifth order zombies outside. Even if there were, they would have a hard time trying to kill them, right? But they did need to know the news outside at all times. The crystal cores were secondary. Tunan was also a bit helpless. He had summarized the news they had poked around before he came. These two really didn't lack anything. He felt that if it wasn't for the fact that they were able to provide news from the outside world, it was estimated that these two wouldn't even take care of him. 10 third-order crystal cores for 1. Fourth-order crystal cores will be 1 for 1 fruit. The price is set tentatively. The price can be renegotiated subsequently depending on the situation. If the two of you have anything you need, we can poke around for news for free. Ruan Yu and the two of them looked at each other. This price should be on the high side. Right. Will these people really not lose money? Or is the mutant fruit really bad to pick? That's fine, but the news must be notified in a timely manner. This is natural. A junior then came in and walked in carrying a large bag and placed it on the ground, carrying the two people on the ground out in the process. Tunan pointed at the large bag on the ground. There are 300 third-order crystal cores in here, and 10 fourth-order crystal cores. Brother Xie, point a little? Xie Xingzhou really poured the crystal cores on the ground and counted them. Ruan Yu helplessly held his forehead, watching him finish counting and nodding his head. Only then did Ruan Yu take out 40 mutant fruits, all of which she had picked before, as well as the ones she had exchanged in the botanical gardens before, mixing them together. Looking at so many crystals for this amount of mutant fruits, Ruan Yu was a little embarrassed and handed Tunan the half-pack of small umbrellas that she had collected earlier. I'll give you a discount for the first time. Tunan opened it and took a look. His eyes lit up. This is a good thing. The price is ridiculously high, but the demand exceeds the supply. Thank you, sister-in-law. After saying this, Tunan stood up and was ready to slip away. Then I won't bother you too. Big brother 2, go slowly, huh? Xie Xingzhou sent the person to the door before he closed the door and sat down again. Things can be exchanged, but it's better to have less contact with them. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. I know, then pointed to the radio. You can get this one, right? Xie Xingzhou nodded. Yes, then we really come here to trade next time? Xie Xingzhou thought for a moment before saying, first come here to trade a few times to try Try or not to let them know where we live. As if thinking of something, Xiexingzhou continued to ask, you haven't said where we live? Ruan Yu was confused for a moment. I didn't say? No. I lived in an apartment in the city center before and you even went to help check the decoration. Xiexingzhou thought for a while before this nodded. It's good to live somewhere. It's also convenient to run and stuff. The top floor usually does not have to worry about water accumulating from heavy rainfalls and is not afraid of snowstorms. Before that Su Yanji's birthday party, was it on June 15th last year? Ruan Yu looked at him with some surprise. Yeah, how did you know? Of course he remembers. Their team vacation get-together. Ruan Yan answered a phone call with a fiery face and left. Scared him as the captain didn't dare to speak. He could only drive and follow from afar. And by the way, he saw Ruan Yu's humanoid cake. Of course, he won't tell the truth. I counted it with my fingers. Then you can't. People are counting the future. What's the use of counting the past? Chapter 56, Departing for Home. Looking at Ruan Yu's smile with a different meaning, Xiexingzhou inexplicably felt his hands itching, rubbed his fingers, and while Ruan Yu wasn't paying attention, he directly went up and pinched her face twice. Feeling the soft touch on his hand, Xiexingzhou froze for a moment. This time actually so easy? The last time he called Ruan Yu to get up, he almost didn't get his head slapped off by her. Ruan Yu turned her head, eyes ghostly with him. Xiexingzhou, startled, quickly let go, ran to the opposite side of the sofa, directly on the back of Ruan Yu lying down. It's not early. Sleep. Looking at the quick reaction of Xiexingzhou, Ruan Yu was confused for a moment. When did she have such poor vigilance? Xiexingzhou reached out when she actually did not have any defense. People are running before reacting to their own molestation. Blaring at Xiexingzhou, I'm going to deduct your supplies. Exasperated, he reached out and put the two groups together, took a pillow and clothes to lie down. There were no words all night. The next day, both of them got up early and tacitly did not mention last night's matter. Ruan Yu took out her toiletries and handed them to Xiexingzhou, and walked to the side to wash herself. After washing up, she put the things away and handed Xiexingzhou 2 large steamed buns. Ruan Yu himself took a hand cake next to him to eat up. Meet his eyes glare back. Xiexingzhou helpless light laugh. Looking at the hands of the steamed buns, have to eat is good. Next time cannot mess with the parents. After breakfast, Xiexingzhou driving, Ruan Yu sat in the passenger side. The two groups were Ruan Yu put together in the back, patted Obsidian's head. You picked up the cubs, you are responsible for raising no? Meow. Protest. Protest is invalid. In the end, Black Obsidian still Group R next to Silver Moon. 1 black and 1 white, 2 lumps, coiled on the soft cushion prepared by Ruan Yu. After watching the 1 person and 2 beasts sit down, Xiexingzhou then started the car. Ruan Yu, do you have a generator in your space? Yes, there are solar-powered ones and oil-burning ones. That's good. After saying that, both of them were silent. Given that this was driving to the city center, there were more zombies. Ruan Yu didn't dare to sleep, holding binoculars to observe the surrounding situation. After driving for nearly half an hour, they only encountered a dozen or so zombies. The previous Ruan Yu saw it first and tried to avoid it. Now there's no way this road is the closest to the least amount of zombies. The zombies came closer. Ruan Yu realized that a dozen zombies actually had 4 or 5 fourth-order zombies. Is this zombie upgrading so fast? Ruan Yu said with an unbelievable face. How long has she only been out? No wonder no one dares to come to the city center. If she wasn't dipping into the light of her supernatural ability, she wouldn't have come. I guess it's only the zombies in this city that upgrade fast. Isn't that just right? Basically no one dares to come to us? Xiexingzhou said with an unnecessary face. The zombies wouldn't attack him anyway. Also let's go down to kill the zombies first. Ruan Yu said with some excitement. 4th order zombies, what a good companion. Getting off the car, Ruan Yu rushed directly towards the zombies. Even the sleeping Black Yao was also gripped out. I and Black Yao each 2. The remaining 1 and the 3rd order are given to you. Xiexingzhou helplessly followed. Good. Having killed 2 4th order zombies, Ruan Yu was quite experienced. The vines in the sky mixed with water droplets, simultaneously attacked towards the 2 zombies. This time the zombies were a lot smarter, releasing their supernatural abilities while also knowing to dodge. But even smarter than a human, one of the zombies was hit by a big fireball from Black Yao. The zombie on Black Yao's side was also slapped to the ground by a giant thick mine from Ruan Yu. In the end, the leopard's speed is fast. The zombie that was slapped on the ground before getting up was pounced on by Black Yao to hold down and beat. Ruan Yu's side saw the zombie was burned, directly control the vines to attack with full force. Looked at the zombie can hit the zombie. Ruan Yu a trance. The zombie dodged. The remaining zombie on Black Yao's side hit a water balloon to free the zombie that was about to be roasted. A man and a leopard confronted the 3 zombies. The corner of Ruan Yu's mouth hooked up a smile. Mental ability, that's all the more reason not to let go. The zombies of the 4th rank are not the opponent of the mutated animals of the same rank at all, not to mention that Black Yao is still 1 rank higher. The 3 zombies are very smart and keep hugging the group together. Every time they attack, they are all staring at Ruan Yu to fight. The good thing is that a person and a leopard work well together. Obsidian directly pounced on the harassment. Ruan Yu on the side looking for an opportunity to control the water droplets. Vines quietly drilled through the ground. Soon the remaining 3 zombies were all taken care of. Can't see you're so powerful. Xiaxingzhou walked over with about 10 crystal cores and handed them to Ruan Yu. You're not bad either. 12 or 13 third-order zombies plus a 4th-order zombie. And still a step ahead of her in solving it. Ruan Yu directly put water to wash her hands. And by the way, all the crystal cores handed over by Xiaxingzhou were cleaned. As for the ones on her side had long been eaten by little Rose. Xiaxingzhou was really a bit curious, so he asked out, "Do you have any other supernormal abilities?" Ruan Yu looked up at him. "No more." "That's good. It's already scary just like this." Xiaxingzhou lamented with a face of envy, comparing it to his psychic abilities. It was really enviable. "Your supernormal ability isn't bad either. How many people begged for it?" After gossiping about 2 sentences, the 2 of them got on the car and set off. "It's just such a little distance. It's better to go home earlier, and can clean up the house for a little while longer." On the other hand, Tunan brought Li Yi Wenli back to a stronghold, arbitrarily arranged a room for the 2. Li Ye's alien ability level was a bit higher and woke up faster, realizing that he didn't die. His first reaction was excitement, a kind of joy after the robbery, and finally hatred and killing intent towards Ruan Yu. Only after that did he begin to observe his surroundings. The dimly lit room, only a tiny candle on the table swaying with a small flame. Li Yi then realized that Wenli was lying on the side, hurriedly reached out and patted her face. "Wenli, wake up, we didn't die." After shaking for a while, Wenli then woke up leisurely, but her hands and feet were still a bit sore and soft. Squinting her eyes, she asked, Yi, where is this place? How do I know? I thought you knew before I woke you up." The person patrolling at the door heard the commotion and pushed the door in. Scared, Li Yi hurriedly covered his chest. The person said somewhat breathlessly, "All woke up, continue to rest. There is something to say in the morning." Said turned around and left, directly locked the door, lest these 2 come out to find trouble. Li Yi Wenli 2 people looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Li Yi first went to the door to look at the door, found the door locked. Through the gap can still see the patrol, so he had to return to the cot again. Can't run away. It's better to get well first. After 8 o'clock in the morning, Tunan walked into the hut with a little brother, and brought a little thin porridge and salted vegetables for the 2 of them. "Did the 2 of you rest last night?" Looking at the 5 big and thick Hans in front of them, both of them were a bit scared and could only nod their heads. Seeing the situation, Tunan could only slow down his tone. "The 2 of you don't need to worry. If I wanted to do something to you, I would have done it last night. We're not some unsavory place here." Li Yi, who had always been more courageous, pushed Wenli and dodged towards the back herself. Wenli cursed in her heart, "Then can you let us go?" "It is possible, but not now." "Why?" Tunan smiled. His whole person looked even more intimidating. "Because I saved you guys and consumed the supplies here, so you have to make up for that before you can leave." Wenli had a bad premonition in her heart, but still said stiffly, "Then how are we going to pay it back in?" Chapter 57, Paying Off Debts. If you have supplies, offset them with supplies. If you don't, you'll have to work to pay off your debt. Don't worry, we don't force virtuous women to sell their bodies. My humble self Tunan still has a lot of prestige in this area. "Then big brother Tunan, you are from that base?" Li Yi heard Tunan's words. Then he poked his head out and asked, "I'm from the Green Dragon Society. This is the branch of the Green Dragon Society. You guys can leave after you pay your debts." Looking at the 2, Tunan seemed to see supplies beckoning to him. He must ask for more, and send the 3 over for a reunion when they woke up. "Then how much supplies do we have to pay back?" Tuanan smiled and took out a list of 800 pounds of fine grains, 1,000 pounds of coarse grains, 500 milliliters of gasoline, 500 pounds of fresh vegetables and fruits, 10 4th-order crystal cores, and 100 3rd-order crystal cores. "Just the ones on this list. You guys can just pick any one and return it." "So much, why don't you guys go and grab it?" Li Yi let out a cry of surprise. 3rd-order crystal cores. Her current alien ability was only at the early 2nd order. With so many supplies, she probably wouldn't be able to pay them back in this lifetime. Wenli pondered for a moment. "Big brother 2, was it you who exchanged us back with the supplies?" Tunan had a face of rightfulness. "Yes, the person who wants to kill you guys is called Ruan Yu, and there is a handsome young man with him. Last night that was a lion's share of the price. I'm still talking about the price for 2 hours. 2 people hard at the same time hate thought. Ruan Yu, you better not fall in my hands. Otherwise must let you look good. Supplies they probably can't pay back in this lifetime." Wenli had to continue to ask, Then how do you calculate that brother 2 we work for you? Tunan pulled out his ears. What will you guys do? I'm a surgeon. Interned for more than 3 months. Li Yi is a nurse. Also interned for more than 3 months. Tunan was so excited that he clapped his hands. What a coincidence. It's just right for you two to take care of those 3 people. In that case, our branch is just short of medical and nursing staff. You only need to work for 10 years basically. You can pay it back, and we'll cover the room and board. After saying that Tunan also has a face that you guys take advantage of a great bargain. Wan Li mouth corner twitching. She is not a little cute. So blatantly pit people, who can not see but there really is. Li Yi pushed her. Wan Li, let's work here. Don't have to worry about the zombies can still eat. Wan Li gave her a look. The words were right, but was there really such a good thing in the world? Tunan didn't care what these 2 people were thinking. He directly brought people to the aid point, which was actually 2 large huts that were put up, and the people inside were bandaging each other's wounds. An injured person in a corner suddenly went crazy and directly pounced towards the person next to him, opening his mouth and biting. The others reacted quickly, and both the one who bit and the one who was bitten had their heads chopped off. Big brother 2, there are no other medics here? No, just waiting for you 2 to come. Wan Li subconsciously shivered. These 2 sheds nearly 30 people, and all of them are big and thick men. From a long distance can smell the smell. Really want to work here for 10 years. She felt that it is not impossible to go out to find supplies. Tunan coughed twice. It's not all people like this. Let's go. There are still people in the house, said Tunan, took the lead and walked in. Didn't walk a few steps, directly pushed open a room. Inside is exactly white tea Su Yenji. 3 people, coincidentally, all woke up. Tunan walked in and let the 2 people behind him also enter the house, which said, are awake. Just as we come to talk about the issue of compensation. As soon as the words fell, Li Yi directly called out, Cha-cha, Su Shurian, is that you guys? Bai Cha also looked at Li Yi and Wan Li with some surprise. Yi, Wan Li, why are you guys here? Li Yi directly walked to the bedside and sat down. It wasn't Ruan Yu. She wanted to kill me, but I didn't expect that I was actually saved by Big Brother 2. Bai Cha followed her gaze to Tunan. Would this person really take the initiative to save someone? Cha-cha, you still haven't said why you guys are here. Ruan Yu said that all of you were killed by her. Now she's arrogant. I didn't even mess with her, so she directly controlled the vines to try to kill me. Speaking with some aggravation, Wan Li also nodded with a concurring face. Where did you guys meet Ruan Yu? Su Yenji suddenly interjected. In a villa on the outskirts. Just happened to run into it. Tunan couldn't listen anymore. He was busy. A few of you want to catch up. Slowly catch up later. Now let's talk about the compensation first. Haven't asked what several people are called? As he spoke, he looked directly at the other man besides him. Su Yenji, this is Bai Cha, and the one lying over there is Yu Ting. Seeing that Su Yenji didn't introduce himself, Li Yi glanced at him. Li Yi, Wan Li. Tunan smiled and snorted. All good names Next I'll talk about compensation. Su Yenji, right, the 3 of you had your car explode and blew a big hole in the road. My brethren wasted a lot of effort to find all the materials to patch up the road, and you were lying half dead on the road yesterday. It was only because I was kind enough to bring you back, and put in a lot of effort to find medicine that I was able to bring you back. Since you've all woken up now, let's talk about how to compensate me for these things together. Tunan directly handed Su Yenji the list as soon as he finished speaking. 1 ton of fine grains, 1 ton of coarse grains, 1,000 liters of gasoline, 1,000 pounds of fresh fruits and melons, 54th order zombie crystals, 300 third order zombie crystals, and 50 mutant fruits. You guys look at the things on the list and just pick 2 random things. Of course you can also work here with me to pay off your debts. Su Yenji's eyes widened when he saw the list Tunan handed over. After reading it, he handed it to Bai Cha, who in turn handed it to Yu Ting, and the 3 of them were all confused on their faces. Big brother 2, these things are really a bit much, aren't they? Tunan smiled and patted Su Yenji's shoulder, causing Su Yenji to let out a cry of pain. Brother, how can this be considered too much? Look at the injuries on your bodies. How much medicine is needed for such a heavy weight? How rare medicine is nowadays, and the manpower and material resources to bring you back to take care of you. Don't want supplies that way. I manage such a big branch. I always have to look at the big picture, and if I don't save you guys back, you'll die there. Compared to life, this amount of supplies is still too much? Hearing this, a dark aura flashed under Bai Cha's eyes. In the end, it was still Ruan Yu's fault. He had already avoided Ruan Yu. How could he still encounter him? Wasn't it just grabbing a little bit of chance? Ruan Yu is not bad at that little thing. Why should she rush to the end of the world? Such a heavy explosion, she did not die. That does not mean that the aura on her body is not worse than Ruan Yu. The original book Ruan Yu is the protagonist, and now she has crossed over. That is another book. Now the protagonist should be her. And the original protagonist Ruan Yu deserved to die. whether Ruan Yu was the same as her or not. She deserved to die. What is Cha Cha thinking about? Su Xiang asked somewhat inquisitively when he saw Bai Cha wandering off. Nothing. I'm thinking about how to go out and find supplies. Li Yi excitedly pulled Bai Cha's hand over. Can Cha Cha bring me along? I also need to return the supplies. If I have to work here for 10 years, I don't want to work here. I'm a second-grade gold system psychic ability. I'm also a nurse who can treat wounds. It's not a loss to bring up. There's also Wen Li, she's a doctor. Or speed psychic ability to run fast. Tu Nan said in a generous manner. Since you guys know each other, it's natural that you can team up together to pay off the debt. Apart from what's on the list, you guys can also find other things to pay off. I can consider it at my discretion. Su Yanji glanced at Bai Cha and gave a slight nod. They were now 3. Joining 2 more really wasn't bad. They were all in debt anyway. It didn't matter how much debt they had. Bai Cha lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. Big brother 2, can we use the message to offset the debt? Chapter 58, Foreknowledge Against Debt. Hearing Bai Cha's words, Tu Nan looked at her with interest. Oh, what news? Tell me, is there any news that their Green Dragon Society can't find out? Meaning Tu Nan's gaze, Bai Cha smiled confidently. If I'm talking about news about the future, I wonder if I can offset the debt. The future? This word alone is enough to arouse Tu Nan's curiosity. But who knows whether it is true or not if it is related to the future. If it is really predictable, will he still be picked up? Although he had long scoffed in his heart, he didn't show it at all on his face. If it's true, then naturally it can be offset. But have you forgotten that you were only half killed by the bombing? Even the supplies were robbed. How is Miss Bai going to explain this? Hearing Tu Nan ask this, Bai Cha's face darkened for a moment. How did she know that Ruan Yu would do this? It's not like there was this plot in the original book, and she had bad luck every time she met Ruan Yu. Thinking of this silently in her heart, she made a note to Ruan Yu. Since neither of them is the original owner, it's up to each of them. Brother 2 do not know. My special ability can through the dream foretell the back of a period of time the disaster, but foretell can only tell me the important things. The details of the dream will not tell me and the dream tells me the back of things. Not also side tell me. No matter what happens I will not die. As for what I said about the disaster, don't we know if it's true or not in half a month? Brother 2 has nothing to lose, right? Interesting, but half a month's worth of news can't compare to these supplies. Tu Nan is not stupid. Just a little bit of news to offset so many supplies. Want a fart to eat? Even if it is true, so what? When the end of the world came, they did not know ahead of time. Do not also live through it? This is natural. I can predict until the end of this year. I wonder if this can offset these supplies. Bai T began to add up. She was just a traveler who knew the plot. And before she traveled she was just a rookie just out of college. But right now she really needed to get out of here and back to the base. Tuanan pondered for a while. He was supposed to be here to pit people. How was it not a pit? You can, but you have to tell me first. What kind of calamity will appear in this half month? After we verify it, you can leave. But in this half month, you have to go out and look for supplies. I don't keep useless people here. When you leave, you have to tell me about the remaining months of calamities. If you lie to me, my Green Dragon Society's strength is no worse than those bases. I hope you think about it. Li Yi and Wen Li both stayed silent as they didn't know about Bai Cha's supernatural powers. But Bai Cha could just take them away. Yu Ting and Su Yanji were aware of Bai Cha's psychic ability, and this journey was indeed drenched in the light of Bai Cha's precognition. Except for meeting Ruan Yu. Big Brother 2 is joking. Whether it is true or not is only half a month. Bai T face a calm. The face of Tu Nan's fierce gaze is not the slightest bit afraid. This person appeared in the book, the Green Dragon Society. Although before the end of the world is a gangster, but the style of action is indeed very good. It can be said that it is more trustworthy than many big bases. This is the reason why she dares to say it directly. If it is in the base she has to hide it instead. But news doesn't ask for sources. Big Brother 2 should understand that, right? Seeing that Bai Cha was not the least bit afraid, Tu Nan probably guessed that this person wasn't lying. Since this was the case, he wasn't at a disadvantage either, wasn't he? Knowing ahead of time could avoid quite a bit of trouble. This is natural. I don't know what calamities are in this latter half of the month. Bai T smiled. Big Brother 2, we are going out to look for supplies. So before we say that, don't you want to show a little? A small pickup truck with a full tank of gas. I'll cover today's meal. The rest that's for you guys to go out and look for yourselves. Tu Nan opened his mouth. This point of things he is not lacking. But these few people car are scrapped. People actually only slightly injured. Coupled with the physique of the alien, it is estimated that tomorrow will be able to run and jump. As for escape, he is even less worried. The nearby road is basically the Green Dragon Club cleaned out. Run he cannot find? Big Brother 2 is cool. I don't know if Big Brother 2 has noticed that it actually hasn't rained once in so long. In summer this is considered abnormal, right? Seeing Tu Nan so refreshing, White Tea also said straight away. Dealing with people of good character is simple. As for running, she hadn't thought about it. Offending the Green Dragon Society is not a wise choice. Tu Nan was thoughtful. Is it abnormal? So there will be a rainstorm next? Bai Cha smiled sweetly. Big brother too is wise. I dreamt that there would be a continuous half-month of torrential rain for a period of time in the back. As for what torrential rain can bring, Big brother too must be very clear about it, right? This time Tu Nan had to be nervous. Heavy rainstorms, which can be a big or small calamity, must be prepared in advance. Even if White Tea is lying to him, some things are always prepared. Since Miss White has said so, then I naturally have to go to make arrangements. I won't bother Miss White. You guys have a good rest. After saying that, Tu Nan left and greeted his little brother to inform people of the meeting. Bai Cha glanced at Su Yinji. See, you can't stay away from me. It just so happens that I also need you. Some things are better to pretend they didn't happen. Yu Ting and Su Yinji bowed their heads at the same time. Not knowing what they were thinking, they clearly knew that if there was no Bai Cha, this time might really be planted here. As for Wen Li and Li Yi, they were already confused. But seeing that neither of Su Yinji said anything, they could probably tell that Bai Cha's words were correct. On the other side, Ruan Yu and Xie Xingzhou finally drove the car to the entrance of the neighborhood after killing a few more zombies. Instead of rushing up the stairs, they first cleared out all the nearby zombies and locked the gate before the two of them walked into the cell building. Find your way up one floor at a time and see if there's anyone there. Good. The coincidental idea that it didn't matter if there was someone. The fear was hiding from them and stealing home when they went out to look for supplies. The two divided the work. The first floor, Xie Xingzhou stood at the stairway. Ruan Yu opened the door one by one to check. The second floor, Xie Xingzhou went to check the room. Ruan Yu guarded the stairway. Although there are more floors, the good thing is that the two are both high levels of psychic ability. Physical strength is not bad. The delay of nearly an hour. The two finally climbed to the roof of the building. Ruan Yu took out 2 mutant fruits and handed one to Xie Xingzhou. Which floor do you want to live on? Which floor do you live on? Xie Xingzhou didn't answer but asked Ruan Yu first. 24th floor. It's faster to go up to the rooftop. Ruan Yu said without thinking. Then I'll live next to you, so I can take care of anything. As you wish, but there's nothing in the house. You'll have to install the appliances yourself. Ruan Yu opened her mouth and said. She seemed to have taken everything in the house with her when she left. Just rest and go. Keep packing. Ruan Yu took Xie Xingzhou to the house he lived in first. After putting the furniture and appliances, Ruan Yu then went back to the house she lived in, putting a lazy sofa in the hallway, throwing Black Yao and Tuan Zi on it. The two of them then felt relieved to clean up the house. Thinking that there was no water on Xie Xingzhou's side, Ruan Yu also thoughtfully put a large bucket of water. Only then did they walk to their own house. Ruan Yu looked around and mopped the floor before starting to place the furniture and appliances. First, the room was cleaned up. The bed, closet, nightstand, and dresser. These big pieces were placed first. Then the bathroom, the kitchen, and finally the living room with the big sofa, the floor air conditioner, and the air conditioning fan. Finally check a circle. See what is missing to make up for some small ornaments. No accident, at least to live until next year. Get comfortable a little, right? Just cleaned up and sat on the sofa. Xie Xingzhou came over. Ruan Yu, have you cleaned up? Chapter 59, Scavenging for Supplies. Alright. The gate was left open and Ruan Yu turned her head just in time to see Xie Xingzhou standing in the doorway. Come in. Only then did Xie Xingzhou walk in. Did you forget something? It was almost 2 o'clock now. They hadn't eaten lunch yet, and after killing zombies and climbing the stairs to clean up the house, he felt like he was starving to death. Who told you not to collect some food for yourself and put it in your bag? Ruan Yu spat. After this man left with her, he didn't even want the bag he had been carrying for a long time before. He was lazy as hell. Despite saying this, Ruan Yu still took a few home-cooked dishes, another boiled fish, and put it on the table. 1 white rice for each person. Without waiting for Ruan Yu to say anything, Xie Xingzhou had already gone over and sat down. Just after eating 2 bites, Ruan Yu saw 2 Fluffy at the door running in, and only then reacted. It seems like I forgot about you guys too. Ruan Yu dryly laughed twice, took a small table, put the 2 on it, Silver Moon a big pot of milk. Black Obsidian is now only eating fruit, waiting for Ruan Yu to give it roasted meat. Had eaten cooked roasted lamb, now it is a bit of raw meat. Do not eat. Isn't Black Obsidian a leopard? Doesn't eat meat? Xie Xingzhou, a leopard that only eats veggies, was genuinely curious. It wants to eat roasted meat. Don't I have no time to roast it here? Xie Xingzhou thought about it for a while. It did seem like there wasn't much time along the way. In the afternoon, first go around to see if there are other people. By the way, to find a hot pot store, barbecue store or something. Collect the liquefied gas. Should be free to make some meals tomorrow to put in your space. Ruan Yu nodded. She also had the same idea. And the outdoor store to look around. There are supplies to collect first. I wonder if there are any fireplaces for sale in a city? There's no heating or anything at -20 degrees. Relying on air conditioning is just too much for the generator and oil. It's better to think of something else to keep warm. Seeing Ruan Yu so serious, Xie did not say much. A reborn person said who dare not believe he is also afraid of cold. Thinking of the news he heard just now when he got the radio. Xie looked at Ruan Yu. By the way, just now Tu Nan came with a message saying if he could exchange the message for the mutant fruit. He said that this message is foretelling the future and can't be free like other messages. Ruan Yu looked faint. No need to think to know that this is what Bai Cha said. It seems that Bai Cha is being punked. Otherwise she wouldn't have exchanged the message for something. But unfortunately she is not an ingrate. What Bai Cha knows she knows too. It can't be exchanged. There's no need to waste the mutant fruit on news that we can all guess. Xie smiled. He did refuse. Originally he also thought of letting Tu Nan help find the fireplace. But in the end he let it go. They really couldn't find it before saying so. Directly letting Tu Nan look for it. Isn't it telling Tu Nan that they can also foresee it? Better forget it. It was already flashy enough. Don't worry. I refused when I heard the news. I'm not stupid. Ruan Yu lowers her head and dries her rice. Everyone knows it by heart. So be it. Black Yao will watch the house in the afternoon. We'll just go out. It's really not reassuring to have no one to watch the house. After eating and resting for a while, the two of them went downstairs and went out to look for supplies, riding on a small donkey. Although the sound does not have much effect on the zombies anymore, but the small donkey can drill trails and has a good view. It's more suitable for going out to wander. The neighborhood had been emptied out just as soon as they started, so Ruan Yu and the others headed straight for the streets a little farther away. Ruan Yu had wandered around before so she was familiar with it. This side led the way over. That street was full of hot pots and barbecues, grilled fish and meat and whatnot. The two of them pried the door's door from door to door. You've been here before? Seeing Ruan Yu's skillful prying technique, Xie was really a bit surprised. I live here. I've definitely been all around. I've eaten on this street. This hot pot restaurant. The base material is good, but the dishes do not work. Cut corners, the meal size is small to fit. Delicious. The one across the street, the base is average, but there are a lot of ingredients. Suitable for people with a large amount of food who don't have high requirements for flavor. Ruan Yu while unloading the gas canisters under the hot pot tables, while chatting with Xie after mastering the method more than 3 dozen tables were soon lifted by the two one by one. You still know quite a bit. Looking at the cluttered tables on the ground, aren't you going to collect 2 tables? It's just right for us to eat hot pot. After saying that the two skillfully walked into the back kitchen, looking at there are still a lot of sealed hot pot base, Ruan Yu directly into the space. There are also knives also collected a set of. This side of the table is not good. In front of the store is a new store. The table is relatively new. Collect that side of the table. Hearing Ruan Yu say this, Xie was relieved. He kinda wanted to eat hot pot. Collected 4 or 5 stores in a row. Xie walked into the next hot pot restaurant. Looked around. The table is indeed relatively new. These tables you collect a few? Ruan Yu did not lift her head. All collected. Still do not need to get the can down. The two men moved skillfully. Hands and feet. Soon a street was collected almost. There is still one last one left. Self-service hot pot restaurant. Here I remember there are ice cream machine and ice crusher. You first get the table. I'm going to take a look. Looking at Ruan Yu who ran into the inner room, Xie was helpless. Who let him have no space and could only do hard labor? For the collection of supplies Ruan Yu heart knows. Xie also lazy to say. Anyway, Ruan Yu then he knows comprehensively. All the way around the collection of supplies. The two are also pain and pleasure. Although Ruan Yu space enough to use her several lifetimes of things, but there is space, why not hoard a little more? Anyway, the zombies in a city in the last life were particularly fierce, and no one dared to come and take the supplies in a city, so she took it, and there was no burden. It can't be cheap for the zombies. This way occasionally encountered zombies, either 4th order or late 3rd order look, even if it is a single most of them are 4th order. Ruan Yu really cannot figure out. The last life she also did not return to the A city. How come the zombies in the A city is so powerful? Not only her, Xie was also curious. Maybe there's something in a city. Ruan Yu didn't know. He knew even less. But Xinjiang base seemed to have mentioned a city before. He didn't know exactly what it was. Cannot think if two people have tacitly decided not to think about it? As long as the strength is too hard to care what his reasons. What things? Directly killed forever. Scavenging for more than 3 hours. Ruan Yu felt that it was time to go back. Let's go. Go back first. And I don't know if there are other people in the neighborhood. Someone is probably not a match for Black Obsidian. What are you afraid of? That's true, but if he doesn't show up, what if he puts cold arrows behind our backs when we kill the zombies? Who can defend against that? Given that he was often pushed out by Bai Cha to block zombies in his last life, Ruan Yu hated people who hid behind their backs the most. Like the shrunken head turtle, they were also particularly good at feigning pity. Annoying. Let's go to the rooftop to roast meat at night. The The topic jumped a bit fast. Ruan Yu didn't react for a moment. Xie Xingzhou laughed. Aren't you afraid that there are still living people around here? Go up and roast the meat. Roast it every day. I don't believe they won't come to the door. The meat of mutated animals could be eaten, but it couldn't be beaten. So the people who could eat meat now were not ordinary people. There would always be people rushing up to befriend them. Your method is fine. Ruan Yu then responded. They were going to cook anyway. She didn't believe that the fragrance wouldn't come out to people. Let's go. Upstairs first. Chapter 60, The Temptation of Barbecue. When going upstairs, Ruan Yu also did not forget to take out 2 grenades. One stuck in the door of the cell building. The other stuck in the window of the building. She has vines can be from the 2nd floor over the window. Xie Xingzhou is also the king of the army this height of a small point. Just do not know when there will be unlucky people up. The 2 went home when the sky is almost dark. Upstairs more dark. Good, in the afternoon generator are installed. Only need to start on the line. Ruan Yu looked out through the balcony. Surrounded by darkness, leaving them alone with a bright light. From the space to turn out a dry pot. And took a few home cooking. Silver moon or a large pot of milk. Obsidian eating crystal cores and mutant fruit. Where to roast the meat? Xie Xingzhou asked while eating. Go up to the rooftop. Anyway, their place was already eye-catching enough at night, so it wasn't too bad. After a few eats, the 2 went straight up to the rooftop. Ruan Yu took an oversized light bulb, and Xie Xingzhou held the line. The originally dark rooftop was instantly illuminated. Ruan Yu took out the barbecue tools from space, and several tables. When she took out the firewood stove, Ruan Yu remembered that she hadn't collected firewood yet. There were still 2 broken open pigs left in the space. Ruan Yu took out one and put it on a long table. You watch and get it. Although she had seen Ruan Yu take it out before, but seeing such a whole pig again, Xie Xingzhou was still a bit surprised. You're not going to roast them all for Black Yao, right? Give it the fat ones. We'll also fry a little crispy meat up, as well as the ribs. Ruan Yu looked at Black Yao. How can he give it all the meat? Completely ignoring Black Yao's protesting eyes. Taking a big bucket of oil, and a big pot, Ruan Yu turned around and prepared to go downstairs. You get it first. I'll go find some firewood. Xie Xingzhou nodded and suddenly asked, how long before it rains? Ruan Yu said without thinking, about 2 weeks. Then we'll fry up a little bit every day during this period of time. And when it rains then we'll fry vegetables in the house. Good. Ruan Yu nodded. She was thinking the same thing. If it rained it would be too inconvenient to bake in the house where the place was too small. After saying that, Ruan Yu went downstairs, casually walked 1 floor, kicked open the door of the room, and split the wooden table, chair, closet, and bed inside. Ruan Yu took the tang knife. Really don't say. This tang knife chopping firewood really fast. Chopping for a while Ruan Yu just reacted. Xie Xingzhou just asked what? The cut harder. Actually said her words. The key she also said out without defense. When she went upstairs, Xie Xingzhou had already packed the back half of the pork, waiting for her firewood to roast the meat. Glaring at him, Ruan Yu then put the firewood on the ground. One person roasted the meat while the other continued to cut the meat into smaller pieces. Looking at the problem is not too big. Ruan Yu will black obsidian lifted over to watch the roasted meat, turning it over from time to time, and only then with Xie Xingzhou together with the crispy pork ribs fried. For a while the aroma was overflowing. Not far from a residential building, all 4 men came out of their rooms. You guys can't sleep either? You can sleep? It smells too damn good. How long has it been since we ate meat? You should say how long it's been since we've had enough to eat. The only person in the living room who hadn't said anything suddenly spoke up. Shut up all of you and hurry back to sleep. Boss, why don't we go change a bit of meat and come back? We're all craving for it. One of them, with a gluttonous face, said bitterly. The other man looked at him. Go out if you want to die. Hearing this, the people who had wanted to speak were silenced. They had fled here for almost 2 months, and had seen how this place had turned into an isolated city, and now 2 people suddenly appeared. What kind of good people could they be? Ruan Yu 2 people also did not want to get a night. 12 o'clock on time the 2 people to close, each back to their own home. Ruan Yu returned home and could not wait to pull the curtains, lock the door, and carry the 2 dumplings back to the space. She has not been inside for a long time to see. Before the planted vegetables are basically ready to eat. Beans are also full grown. Ruan Yu hurriedly pinched down the beans. There is also corn has already sprouted a little colorful corn whiskers. It looks like in a few days we'll be able to eat. Things in space really grow fast, and also more watery than outside. Ruan Yu released Little Rose and took all the crystal cores collected from 2 Nan and gave them to Little Rose to swallow. Little Rose swallowed the crystal cores regardless of color, and Ruan Yu could feel that all of her powers had risen to the late 5th stage. However, she should not be able to rely on Little Rose to ascend to the 6th level, but she has not seen any zombies of the 5th level, so she still needs to look for mutant fruits. It seems that we can only take 1 step at a time. Ruan Yu took the 2 dumplings out of the space and set the alarm clock before falling into a deep sleep. Even a week Ruan Yu 2 people are out during the day to scavenge the neighborhood, and come back at night to grill meat. Nearby residential buildings, office buildings, even the school library, these have not let go. All put Ruan Yu space. Just killed a fourth-order zombie. Ruan Yu sighed. When do you think those people will come out? In the past few days, they had searched the surrounding area and naturally found other people, but they didn't show up, so they couldn't find them. Looking at Ruan Yu with this look, Xiaxingzhou let out a light laugh. Soon, I feel like I know them. How do you know them if you haven't even seen them? Pinching your fingers again? The corner of Xiaxingzhou's mouth twitched for a moment before he said, the way they are hiding feels a bit familiar to me. It's very similar to me. Only then did Ruan Yu get serious. Are you saying that they could also be half-mourned corpses? Xiaxingzhou shook his head. It shouldn't be. There are several laboratories in the Qingcheng base. I'm not really sure what experiments the other laboratories are doing, but it certainly wouldn't be the same as me, and they are very familiar with this place. They should have come to a city a long time ago, maybe before the zombie outbreak. Ruan Yu listened a little clouded. She felt like she was reborn alone, as if she didn't know anything. She had to admit that in her last life, she did mix it up too badly. Then do you think they are enemies or friends? Xiaxingzhou thought seriously for a while before he spoke. Hiding from people just like us, that's a little more likely to be friendlies. He then looked at Ruan Yu with an amused expression. Why do you want them to show up so badly? There's no supplies around here. We definitely need to go farther away. What if we go farther away and they steal the house? Water parks are usually on the outskirts or on the edge of the city. There are rubber boats there. We can't cheap out on white tea. Ruan Yu said. Wasn't she trying to gather a little more supplies? You're missing the point. There's also a seafood trading market over there, as well as strawberry fields, vineyards and whatnot. The more Xiaxingzhou said, the more interested he became. Mutated animals could be eaten. Then mutated lobsters and crabs could definitely be eaten as well. Half a meter-sized crab. Thinking about it makes people drool. Ruan Yu gave him a blank look. Still have the nerve to talk about me. Isn't he himself a foodie? While joking and laughing while walking towards the neighborhood. Only to walk to the unit building, aside walked out 4 people. Seeing 2 people, some surprised shouted out, Xiaxingzhou? Chapter 61, Songli. Hearing the voice, Xiaxingzhou felt some familiarity, raised his eyes and looked over. Seeing the 4 people in front of him was a little surprised. Songru, why is it you guys? Songzhou was also a bit surprised, but he could not see anything with his always cold face. We also did not expect it to be you. You also escaped? Why don't you see Ruan Yan and the others? Seeing only Xiaxingzhou alone, Songji was a bit puzzled. It shouldn't be. Xiaxingzhou's squad was a bit more powerful than them. How could Xiaxingzhou be the only one to escape? There were too many pursuers at the time. We ran separately. Xiaxingzhou explained while asking curiously. He remembered that Songji's squad was completely wiped out, come to think of it. But why are you guys here? Hearing Xiaxingzhou's question, the 4 had some helplessness and some sadness. What did the base say? It says that you guys died for your country. Xiaxingzhou only told the highlights to say. As for the rest, it was now unimportant. You're also a half-mourned corpse. Right. Songru sized up Xiaxingzhou. The zombies in a city were all attracted by them from all over the place. The meat of those mutated animals that the zombies ate could also enhance their strength. Plus they could nibble on each other's crystal cores. It was only because of the zombie level and number in a city that there were more zombie levels than in other cities. And Xiaxingzhou knew the zombie level here, but still lived in, showing that he must have his own life preservation cards. All of them had stayed in Qingcheng base, so he couldn't think of anything else but half-mourned corpses. Also, Xiaxingzhou was also curious. The Qingcheng base's laboratory wouldn't just do one type of experiment. Hearing Xiaxingzhou's words, Songji knew that he had guessed correctly and let out a bitter smile. We are also, but also not. Xiaxingzhou? What's the difference? You just changed your physique. We are different. We are slowly turning into zombies and are able to control zombies of a lower level than ourselves. But our habits are still human. Isn't that a zombie king? Ruan Yu interjected with a curious face. Being like a human but able to control zombies. Isn't that a proper zombie king? Songji, several people have noticed Ruan Yu before. Also can feel that Ruan Yu is not the same as them. She is still a human being. Coupled with following Xiaxingzhou's side, also did not ask curiously. Seeing her suddenly interject, Songji then looked at Xiaxingzhou. This one is? Ruan Yu, my friend. After a brief introduction, Xiaxingzhou looked at Songji again, signaling him to continue, not knowing why he didn't want Songji to let them know Ruan Yu. Hearing the name, Songji's heart burst with ecstasy. Ruan Yan's sister. Wasn't this the person they were looking for? But on his face, he still narrated calmly. It is indeed similar to the zombie king in the novel. But we can't go around at our current level. After the zombies upgraded, the high-level zombies will attack each other. After eating each other's crystal cores they will upgrade, while we can only rely on the mutant fruit to upgrade. At first we thought it was nothing, But then there were more high-level zombies that attacked us when they saw us, so we could only hide every day. In the past few days, you must have also noticed that there are especially many fourth-order zombies, and they will only attack those of the same level, so we just happened to be all stuck at the fourth order. Speaking of this, Songji was still a bit helpless. The zombies were all brought in by them, and now the unlucky ones are actually them. Xie Xingzhou face suddenly realized. He said recently how there are also zombies attacked him, but as soon as the use of supernormal ability, no zombies actively attack. So it is. It turns out that this is how it is. They have grown a brain with a higher level and know how to become stronger, even if they are of the same kind. Then you guys are quite unlucky. The fighting strength of zombies is already strong, plus they don't know pain. It's really hard to beat the same rank, and zombies don't fall alone most of the time. Tim Su even said with a sniffle and a tear, and they also know that most of the time we will go to those places, all shrink in those supermarkets, convenience stores and so on, just waiting for us to deliver the goods to the door. Xie Xingzhou directly unkindly laughed out loud. He was guarding so many supplies, and still managed to starve himself to death. That was really not easy. Just talking about us. What about you? Song Ru looked at Xie Xingzhou and Ruan Yu. These two looked no different from even before the end of the world. It looked like they were living well. They even roasted meat for a week, which made them crave for it. I just escaped and got rid of all the people from the Qingqing base. Then I thought of coming over here. I was thinking that I wouldn't be attacked by the zombies. I didn't realize that the zombies had all grown brains. Xie Xingzhou casually said a little. The minutiae is not important, and these people have not seen each other for so long. It is better to be on guard. After catching up, both sides went home. Not seen for so long, Xie Xingzhou thought it was better to take it slow. Song Ji also purposely looked back at them when he left. Ruan Yu felt that this was looking at her. The two watched the person walk away before they climbed up from the second floor through the window. Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou and said curiously, "How come it looks like you don't trust them that much either? You can't be too defensive. I feel like they aren't telling the truth. The way they look at you isn't just curiosity." When he thought of the eyes of Song Ji's few people, he always felt that they would hit Ruan Yu's idea. After such a long time, they still went out to attract zombies over from time to time. How could they not have heard of Ruan Yu's name? Even his first reaction to seeing Ruan Yu was surprise, and more than that, curiosity about her supernatural abilities. But Songji's several people seemed to be completely unaware of Ruan Yu as a person, occasionally looking at Ruan Yu with eyes that were always uncomfortable. I know, but they weren't wrong about one thing. All of their supernormal abilities are indeed at the 4th rank. In fact, she herself was also curious. Her healing ability could heal zombie virus-infected wounds. So when the rank was high, was it possible to turn a zombie into a human being? But very few people were still alive when they were turned into zombies. Do you think there is a possibility that someone told them that my alien ability can remove the zombie virus from their body? Xie Xingzhou was silent. It wasn't that there wasn't such a possibility. It was just that the healing powers were really so powerful. Would Ruan Yu still be reborn? It's possible. Try to have as little contact with them as possible. Ruan Yu nodded, but in her heart, she was thinking, she knows that they don't have good intentions. It's better to find an opportunity to kill them. After eating dinner as usual, going up to the rooftop to grill meat, and cleaning up, Ruan Yu took Black Yao and quietly went downstairs. She always felt that Songji's last look was implying something to her. Just as she walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, Songji walked out from the shadows with a man. Ruan Yu wasn't the least bit surprised. She just looked up at them. Quite a coincidence. You guys aren't sleeping even this late? Songji smiled and opened the door. This is not a coincidence. It's us waiting for you. And then said with a certainty, "You're Ruan Yan's sister, and you have healing powers?" Ruan Yu had a calm face. "So what if I am? We were told that the healing ability can undo the zombie virus that is on us." "So?" Ruan Yu frowned. "Someone? Who was that?" She hadn't cured a half-mourn corpse of the zombie virus in her last life. "That person also told us that if you don't want it, your flesh and blood will have the same effect." Hearing this, Ruan Yu understood. This group of people were probably deceived. According to the time they escaped from Qingqing base, there was no zombie outbreak in the city. Where did the healing powers come from? Looking at them with some pity, she said disdainfully, "Do you think you can kill me with you guys?" Chapter 62, Cloud Mountain Appointment. Seeing Ruan Yu say that, Songji's expression didn't change much. They had also observed Ruan Yu for a few days now. A 5th-order alien. Did have arrogant capital. As far as he knew, even the Qingqing base didn't have a 5th-order alien now, so he was very self-aware and replied, "Naturally, I can't, but I have news about Ruan Yin here. I wonder if you're interested." He wasn't a cutie either. Can't fight but naturally can use ploys. First trick the person out before saying, preferably a person, but setting up some traps. Even if Xie Xingzhou followed him, a pit should be fine. Ruan Yu pretended to be nervous for a moment and asked with an excited face, "What did you say? You have news of him?" Seeing Ruan Yu's reaction, Songji knew that he had made the right bet. It had been so long. Even if Xie Xingzhou knew about Ruan Yan's news in the beginning, he definitely didn't know now. Lying to Xie Xingzhou didn't work, but lying to this little girl still didn't work. Tomorrow, at the top of Cloud Mountain, come alone. If you're late, you won't have news of Ruan Yan. Ruan Yu was angry, but there was nothing she could do. She could only look at Songji with hatred. Okay, but you better not lie to me. Watching the person walk away, Ruan Yu went upstairs as usual, turned the corner and ran into Xie Xingzhou, preemptively saying, "You're still not sleeping? Isn't this waiting for you?" Xie Xingzhou was a bit speechless. Obviously he came to arrest someone. How is it like he was caught doing something bad? What did Songji ask you to do? Ruan Yu gave him a blank look, said he has news from his brother and asked me to go to Yunshan tomorrow. So are you going? Go, why not? Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou with some doubt. Someone is rushing up to his death. Why not give him a ride? The two of them went up the stairs while talking. Hearing Ruan Yu's words, Xie Xingzhou wasn't surprised at all, but he felt it would be better to go later. Then you'd better go a day later. Why? Xie Xingzhou coughed dryly twice. I forgot to mention just now. Tu Nan came with a message saying that someone has asked us to meet at the top of Cloud Mountain. Also tomorrow. They also said that they knew about Ruan Yan's message and said that they had used your message to trick Ruan Yan before, but they definitely didn't catch it. Otherwise they wouldn't have come to trick you. Ruan Yu was speechless. How come every one of them knew about brother's news? Is everyone so well informed? When did brother become so incapable of hiding? No, what kind of people are over there? Speaking of this, Xie Xingzhou said with some embarrassment, I guess it should be Feng Lan who came over, and probably even met up with Su Yanji, and then, Ruan Yu instantly understood. That is, the enemies all got together and then there was a new enemy over here. Then let's go to the water park tomorrow and then go to the seafood market. Let's let the three of them fight the landlord for a day. Seeing Ruan Yu agreeing with what she said, Xie Xingzhou then asked curiously, why did they all pick Yunshan? How is the feng shui good? Given that Xie Xingzhou is not from a city, Ruan Yu kindly answered, because Cloud Mountain only has one way up and down the mountain. To the top of the mountain in addition to one side of the slope up the mountain, the other side is a cliff. May want to fight us to the death. If anyone throws a bomb it might actually destroy everyone in a group. Then didn't you say it's going to storm? Let's dry them out for 2 more days. Ruan Yu thought for a moment and nodded. That's fine. After chatting the two went home and slept separately. The next morning, Bai Cha Su Yanji, one of the pedestrians, climbed to the top of the mountain gasping for breath. Bai Cha turned his head to look at Su Yanji. Finally, we're here. Yanji, do you think Ruan Yu will come? Su Yanji hooked up a reluctant smile, his words revealing certainty. She will definitely come. Unless she doesn't want news of Ruan Yan anymore. I hope it's as you all say. Feng Lan picked up the conversation from the side. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to find Xie Xingzhou, but he didn't expect to get there without any effort. He just coincidentally ran into the one who had a grudge against Ruan Yu. Regardless of whether Xie Xingzhou comes or not, he won't suffer any losses anyway. If he comes, then leave him behind. Just when he wanted to say something, a soldier ran over in a panic. Captain, it's bad. A lot of zombies have come up around here. All of them are third order. Captain, this side is also. Feng Lan hurriedly walked over to look. Bai Cha and Su Yanji also followed, looking towards the road up the mountain. And sure enough, the surroundings were densely packed with zombies. They were also all of the third order. Feng Lan looked at them and was also a little panicked. He was a fourth order alien, but with so many zombies he was also wimpy. How can there be so many zombies? Bai Ti exclaimed out in shock. Her current alien ability was only late third order. It was hard to kill a fourth order zombie. She didn't expect it to be a thunder crystal core. She could only give it to Su Yanji to enhance her alien ability. This is being controlled, right? Su Yanji looked at so many zombies, running up in a well-organized manner, and felt that something was not good. But when he came, he didn't encounter a single one of them, and they suddenly appeared, obviously controlled by someone. Bang! 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 Feng Lan suddenly fired 3 shots in a row in one direction. What person? Hurry up and come out. The white Tfu turned to look over, while silently thinking, I really hope it's Ruan Yu, so that there will be a good show. Unfortunately it wasn't. Songji, several people walked out. Seeing Feng Lan was still a bit surprised. Feng Lan, how did you come over here? Seeing that it was Songji, several people, Feng Lan breathed a sigh of relief. This should be me asking you guys, right? Are you controlling these zombies? Thinking back to when Song Ru escaped the Qingqing base, those people lied to them that the healing ability could cure them of the zombie virus, and that eating the flesh of a healing alien had the same effect. Feng Lan was inexplicably a little weak. They also did not expect that someone would really awaken the healing ability, and Songji, several people are about to turn into zombies. How can they still maintain their sanity? Thinking that Feng Lan had helped them before, Song Ru also didn't hide it. Maybe they had the same purpose. We had an appointment with Ruan Yu here. The zombies were controlled by us to come up here. The 4 of them ran all night last night, which was how they controlled so many third-order zombies. Coincidentally, we also had an appointment with Xiexingzhou and Ruan Yu. Feng Lan sighed softly. He didn't realize that Ruan Yu was also so popular. Bending a glance at Su Yanji, there were quite a lot of enemies as well, so casually encountered. When Song Ji heard this, he shifted his gaze to Su Yanji's side again, and Feng Lan spoke out to explain. Together, with the same purpose. Only then did she ask, "You guys have met Ruan Yu?" With the same purpose. It wouldn't be good to fight now. Songru several people controlled the zombies to hide before answering. Seen, observed for several days, which is why I thought of tricking people out. Don't dare to go hard? Feng Lan said with some contempt. 4 people are all 4th order psychics. This doesn't dare to go on? Songru glared at him. If you're good, you go on. You're just going to blindly push, as if you can catch someone. Captain Feng, he is a 5th order psychic. If you were him, would you dare to go? Do you have a 5th order alien in your base? Chapter 63, Cloud Mountain's Appointment 2. Hearing this, Feng Lan fell silent. He really didn't dare to do so. Their Qingqing base had at most a late 4th stage alien ability. It's not that they couldn't raise it. It's really that the potions to raise the psychic ability could at most raise a person from the early stage to the late stage. Like this one level up where they need mutant fruits or crystal cores to be able to do it. Mutant fruit. Before they want to take a little more. Directly after cutting down the tree, those mutant trees look at them to attack. No offensive directly release poison. They then regret it up. Thinking of changing a place. Hell no, change a place. Those mutant trees seem to know that they have cut down the tree. See people attack. Xiexingzhou is also a 5th order mutant? He was relying on the potion. And there were more people to grab the mutant fruit. This is the only way to rise to the 4th order earlier than them. Now on the contrary, he was overtaken. Thinking of this he was even more uncomfortable in his heart. Why could Xiexingzhou, an experimental body and a wanted criminal, still upgrade so fast? Looking at Feng Lan's face, Songji decided to add fuel to the fire. Xiexingzhou was a 5th order alien from the time he entered a city. How come you're still at the 4th rank? Speaking of which, not to mention Feng Lan, he was actually uncomfortable too. Why was he being pressed by Xiexingzhou before? And now he still is. Even if he is a half-bereaved corpse, Xiexingzhou can still press him. Aren't you also a 4th stage? Feng Lan rolled his eyes. Both are 4th order. Who is just as noble than who? Aren't they all defeated by others? Then cooperate. My side can control the zombies. Your side has quite a few people. I see that you have also arrived with explosives? Song rhetorically swept a glance at the people behind Feng Lan. 100 or so hands all have things in their hands. A few 1 or 2 carrying explosive packages. Okay, anyway, if people die, the process is not important. Anyway, he did not say who knows that he killed Xiexingzhou. As for Ruan Yu, healing powers so easy to hang. Stay can be of any use. It is better to die. As for the white tea, few people, or very self-aware, know that they can only accompany the run, but can see Ruan Yu die. She is very relieved. When she heard about Ruan Yu's special ability, she was still a little jealous. Why should she be able to upgrade so quickly? But thinking that she was about to die, her heart balanced out quite a bit. When the time came to pick up the corpse while no one was looking, the space ring could only be hers, and no one else knew about it anyway. Feng Lan was a bit bored and looked to Su Yanji. Those few over there come over for a chat? By Su Yanji's few people looked at each other, but still walked over. What does Captain Feng want to talk about? After sizing up Bai Cha for a moment, he said, I heard that your psychic ability can foretell? Then you predict whether Ruan Yu will come or not? Bai Cha gave a dry laugh. This can't be predicted, but with my knowledge of Ruan Yu, she will definitely come. This was her intuition. If there was a chance, Ruan Yu would definitely come over to kill her. Just like she would definitely go and kill Ruan Yu if she had the strength to do so. There could only be one heroine in a world. Moreover, having Tunan pass on the message was also a hint to Ruan Yu that she, Bai Cha, would also show up, so Ruan Yu would definitely come. Feng Lan snorted. Then what's the use of your psychic ability? What can you predict? Bai Cha hated to strangle him in her heart. Didn't you use it and didn't kill Xiexingzhou? Still not letting people run away. More than 100 people and still letting people run away in front of their eyes. More wasteful than her. My psychic ability can only passively predict some disasters. Like what? Like the torrential rain that will fall for half a month in a row in a few days. There weren't many days left anyway. Bai Cha felt that there was nothing to hide. Tuanan was also preparing. The man wasn't stupid, he should be able to guess. Song just snorted. Heavy rain? It hasn't rained for almost a month. You say it's raining. The meaning in Feng Lan's eyes was also obvious. Funny? How can there be such precognitive powers? What kind of disaster is a rainstorm? The young master who doesn't eat earthly fire naturally won't know what is called disaster. But the river in D City will definitely rise. Whether this young master can go back or not is not known. On the other hand, Ruan Yu and the two of them realized that there were a lot less zombies around, and guessed that they were taken away by Songji. Driving directly to the water park, Ruan Yu still had a face that side. What a nice guy. Still knows to take the zombies away. Xiaxingzhou looked at her with an amused face. You made sure to leave them hanging for 2 days? Aren't you afraid they'll come back? If they come back, then they come back. Didn't they ask me out because they couldn't beat me and could only set up an ambush? I guess white tea they also went. 3 parties of people to hold out for 2 or 3 days is not a big problem. 2 more days of delay and wait for the rainstorm. I guess Fenglan did not die this time, to go back is also hard enough. Ruan Yu said indifferently. I really don't know what these people think day after day. Does she look so good to cheat? Chatting all the way to the two soon arrived at the entrance to the water park. Just parked the car. The opposite side also opened, several cars stopped. Tunan came down from the car, saw the two, immediately went forward and smiled to talk. Xia brother, this is not just want to go to a place? Comparing the strength of the two sides, Tunan said with a good eye. How about an equal share? Xiaxingzhou and Ruan Yu exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. The water paradise is mainly rubber boats, and some other water paraphernalia. After a few divisions, Tunan looked at Ruan Yu and said, Brother Xie, and sister-in-law, since we have met, is it not possible to exchange some mutant fruits? Supplies are important. Strength is also important. Otherwise how to keep the supplies? Otherwise the group of people with guns before would not talk to him about conditions, but directly robbed. Well, he is not a vegetarian. It's okay, but brother too doesn't talk about it. What happened to the news last night? Tunan was stuck for a moment, thinking for a while before he said, if I say I don't know either, do you guys believe it? No, Tunan, he really didn't know. I only know that it is white tea. A few people went out to look for supplies, brought back 100 or so people, holding guns in their hands. We cannot fight hard, and finally they shared a little ammo with me, so that I can pass the message to you. More words, but I didn't say a bit. Their original words were to ask you guys to go to Cloud Mountain, Tunan said with a bitter face. Ruan Yu nodded. 100 or so people with guns, that's really Fenglan didn't run away. I guess they are still waiting for them with explosives on Cloud Mountain. Well, don't pretend. How much do you want to exchange? Xiaxingzhou white Tunan a glance. Are 1,000 years of foxes to pretend what to pretend? He does not believe that this person did not guess anything. D City Botanical Gardens, he is not clear at all. News. Xia brother, understand is good. We are businessmen, not mixed with grudges and feuds, said Tunan with a collected expression on his face. Greeted a junior brother who came over and took out 2 bags of crystal cores. 203rd order crystal cores, 24th order crystal cores. Brother Xie, order some. Xiaxingzhou was really nonchalant, counting them one by one. Watching Xiaxingzhou finish counting, only then did Ruan Yu take out 40 mutant fruits and hand them over, collecting all the crystal cores in his hand. Seeing that there are no gifts this time, Tunan looked to Ruan Yu. Sister-in-law, I heard that there is a 5th order zombie on the way to B City, where there was originally a family named Zhao built a small stronghold, but I do not know who set fire to it, and the losses were heavy. I heard that a 5th order zombie showed up, the entire stronghold was wiped out, and that Zhao also turned into a zombie. Usually this kind of well-informed people heard about it. That's basically the truth. As for this look, she also understood, looked around in the space, took half a cigarette out. Give away. Okay, thank you sister-in-law. Chapter 64, Mutant Fruit Tree. After taking the stuff, Tunan left in a hurry. He was still busy gathering supplies? Only after watching the person leave did Xiaxingzhou say, want to go? Ruan Yu looked at him and nodded. The crystal cores of the 5th order zombies. Even though we can't use them, we can't let them go cheaply. In fact, she didn't really want someone to have the same level of psychic ability as them. It was too insecure. Being able to stop it for a while was a while, and with Bai Cha's luck, it would be too much of a loss if it was cheap for her. Then the one who set the fire was you. Right, far. Xiaxingzhou didn't object, but he still needed to know more before going. According to Song Ru's character, if they didn't go today, Song Ru will be able to find them tonight to irritate Ruan Yu in passing. And although Ruan Yu is also pretending, Yunshan and the others really need to go. Cannot let the people besieged in front of the house, in case the building is blown down, more dangerous. Short time and cannot find a suitable place. Before also mentioned to Xiaxingzhou, Ruan Yu also did not hide. I set the fire, but the white tea they are also in. Not far. Drive faster on 3 or 4 hours, like a day a round trip, no problem. That's good. Today we first go to see if we can collect some seafood. Tomorrow go to cut the zombies. The day after tomorrow and then go to Yunshan. The distance was not far. Xiaxingzhou agreed very directly. He also didn't want this crystal core to end up being cheaper for Fenglan. Although that person also didn't have this luck. But what if? He couldn't be given half a chance. The two of them discussed it while also going to the interior of the water park to harvest some. Alright, Listen to you. Then let's hurry up and look for something that can be used. Then hurry up and go to the seafood breeding ground. After saying this, he pulled Xiexingzhou and ran towards an office. The door was unlocked. Xiexingzhou pulled the person behind him and pushed the door in himself first. Looked around before opening the door completely. The two together rummaged through the box. Ruan Yu in a drawer took out a packet of flower tea, 2 packets of melon seeds, and a box of cold punch. Although there is no shortage of supplies, but also adhering to the principle of not wasting, Ruan Yu directly into the space. To confirm that there are no omissions before looking at Xiexingzhou, do you have anything on your side? There's a big box of small umbrellas. Xiexingzhou felt that he had a problem with these things. The last time he managed to find a big bag, it was also full of these things. Ruan Yu looked at him derisively. Looks like you're quite attached to these things. Put them away and exchange them for 2 nan at that time. You can also exchange them for more crystal cores for Little Rose to eat. Although there were these things in the space, this belonged to the extra income. Exchanging it for something else was just right. Hurry up and change an office. Xiexingzhou coughed dryly and hurriedly changed the topic. After collecting several offices in a row, they all received some scattered snacks. Ruan Yu was too lazy to dislike it and ate as she walked, commanding Xiexingzhou to scavenge more carefully in the meantime. Finally walked to the cafeteria. Ruan Yu looked at the empty hall. Except for tables and chairs, there is also one side of the food fighting table. Said with emotion, hurry up and find something. There should be some rice cooking oil or something. The two made light work of it and headed towards the warehouse. As for the refrigerator, there was no need to open it anymore. Walking into a small room inside, Ruan Yu said with some excitement, there's quite a lot of stuff. A dozen bags of rice, 4 or 5 large buckets of unopened cooking oil, a large box of cooking salt, and several boxes of soy sauce and vinegar, some bits and pieces of condiments. Putting the things away, Ruan Yu said with a sigh-like face, it's true that you have to use your brain to find supplies. You can't just focus on those superstores. Xiexingzhou didn't say anything, just nodded in agreement. After collecting their things, the two drove directly to their next destination. Before they reached the place, from afar, they saw several teams surrounding the entrance of the seafood base, and Tu Nan was among them. Looking at the two, Tu Nan didn't feel surprised and directly went forward to greet them. Brother Xie, sister-in-law, what a coincidence to meet again. As for why these two didn't go to Cloud Mountain, what did it have to do with him? The news he had passed on, the rest had nothing to do with him. But with so many people here, it's still important to greet them first and not let others take the thigh away. Although there was some speechlessness in his heart, Xiexingzhou still faked a smile. Indeed, quite coincidental. Big brother too looked like he came for quite a long time. Why didn't he go in? Is there anything inside? Just about to go in? I've been here for almost an hour. No one has gone in. I heard that someone has gone in before, but I don't see anyone coming out. Is there any danger inside? Such a big place. It's hard not to have any danger. Even if it's a zombie, it's not so bad that the whole squad was wiped out, and not a single person walked out. Tu Nan dryly laughed twice, obscenely rubbing his hands. This I have not gone in, how do I know? Xiexingzhou blankly glanced at him and handed over half a pack of cigarettes. Do you know now? Hey, or brother Xie, understand me. Put away the cigarette. Tu Nan beckoned the two to come closer. Which whispered, I also listen to their gossip. No, there is a mutated fruit tree inside. As for what is not no, but bear fruit. But as you know, mutant plants that attack on sight, it's not like there's always someone who thinks they're special. Then why are you still waiting here? Ruan Yu glanced at him. This person didn't want to go in at first glance. After a pause he reacted again. He couldn't be waiting for them, right? Sibling, I have this crystal core ready again. So you know. At that the two rolled their eyes at the same time. But where did the tree come from where the lobsters and crabs were raised? The master's family planted it? It just didn't sound or feel plausible? She was still more confident that the crabs would climb out and attack people. The mutated crab shells might be invulnerable to knives and guns. Under the watchful eyes of the other squad, the two of them, Ruan Yu, walked inside. The interior was a bit dilapidated, but there was nothing unusual. The wind was calm. There's no fruit trees, no crabs. Could it be inside? Be careful. I always feel that there is something odd here. Xiexingzhou pulled Ruan Yu behind him. The two of them walked towards the inside one after the other. Ruan Yu released Little Rose, while he himself observed the surroundings from time to time. Soon the two of them walked to the pond where the lobsters and crabs were farmed. Just approaching, the two frowned at the same time. The water was too muddy and there was also the smell of blood. Both of you, have you found anything? An inquiring voice came from behind them. The two turned their heads to look over. It turned out to be those squads from the doorway who had also walked in, but they didn't see Tu Nan's silhouette. No, we also just walked here. Xiexingzhou told the truth. There was nothing to hide anyway. Who on earth said that there are mutant fruit trees in here? Isn't there nothing here? The other grumpy squad members directly spat. The others looked at each other helplessly. They also wanted to know who had spread the news. The swarms of mutant trees they didn't dare to go to. The rare ones that fell alone naturally wanted to come and try their luck. Let's all split up and look for it. Maybe it's in that corner. We didn't see it. There were captains who did not want to give up easily and directly began to split up. Xie Xingzhou looked at them. I think it's better if you guys don't split up and slowly look for it together. Chapter 65, The Big Crab That Eats People. Thanks for the reminder. Some smart squad leaders immediately reacted. It would be disastrous if such a quiet place was broken down one by one. Some squads felt that it was Xie Xingzhou who was making too much of a fuss and were too lazy to care. Going straight to the mutant tree. Ruan Yu and the two of them were right where they were. Since someone had gone to look for it, it was fine for them to wait. But no one had come in before. Why did they all come in all of a sudden? Found it! Found it! Hearing the sound, everyone ran over that way. And sure enough, they saw a peach tree in the corner of one of the courtyard walls with about 10 fruits on it. It's really there. I thought it was a trick. All ready to go. But how do I pick this? This is really a good question. Ruan Yu looked over towards that side. A small peach tree, surrounded by circle after circle of crabs and lobsters, looking like they were all half a meter in size. There were also some limbs on the ground, looking like they were left behind by the people who came in earlier. Ruan Yu looked towards the squad that had thanked them earlier. Why did you all suddenly come in? Weren't you all guarding the outside for a long time before? Not long after you guys came in, a squad came out with the mutant fruit pinched in their hands. The other squad saw the mutant fruit and rushed straight in. So we followed. Speaking later, the man was still a bit embarrassed. So rash? Ruan Yu was a bit speechless as she listened. Not really. They said it was good to pick with a wood system psychic ability. Ruan Yu was too lazy to say anything else. Pointing at the circle of large crabs. Are you sure? Originally, he wanted to go up to the small building on the side and control the vines to pick them. But seeing the pincers on the second floor balcony, Ruan Yu silently dismissed the idea. Do you think these crabs can still be eaten? I don't think so. They seem to be eating human flesh. Xie Xingzhou looked at a thigh on the ground. The meat on it seemed to be missing a little. As soon as the words fell, a crab raised its pincers and clamped that thigh into 2 sections. Ruan Yu, this crab is dirty. The others also sucked in their mouths, and the squad that was still trying to rush over, somewhat fearfully patted their chests. Luckily, my old man reacted quickly and folded back. Xie Xingzhou hit a wind blade, hitting the innermost one of the crabs, as if it was of little use. The crabs were still able to run from side to side. Looking at each other, they nodded at the same time and turned around. Just 2 steps away, they felt some slight vibrations under their feet. Run! Xie Xingzhou reacted quickly, pulling up Ruan Yu's hand and ran. Not caring about that much, the two of them flew as if they were running for their lives. The shells that could not be pierced by the 5th level alien energy. The squad that answered earlier, seeing the two running so fast, hurriedly followed. What's wrong with them? The same as running for their lives? The other squads were still chatting idly, discussing how to pick peaches. Who knows? Regardless of them, isn't it bad to have a few less people to share the fruit? Also, the frequency of the ground vibrations gradually increased, and the others sensed it and looked outside, only to see a dense piece of crabs and lobsters running towards the side not far away. All of them were still half a meter in size. The crowd reacted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Run! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just now those people actually didn't even remind us? A group of people dashed towards the door. The crabs in the yard didn't move, still guarding the peach tree. And that dense group of crabs ran extremely fast. A group of people only left the courtyard for a while. The crabs have already chased here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of crab is this? Running so fast? You still have the mood to talk? Why don't you hurry up and run? I'm not running here. If you don't run faster, that pincer will pinch you on the butt. The man looked back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Your uncle. Why didn't you remind me earlier? One excitedly rushed to the front of the line, which was a relief, and turned back to look at the others. Hey, that girl over there, run quickly, that pincer is about to clip your leg. Ah, that girl screamed while rushing to the front. Looking at the others were dumbfounded. How come everyone is so potential? Turning her head to see that the crab pincers were about to reach her butt, an excited one ran to the front. A slightly fat person really can't run anymore, can only use his supernatural ability to attack the crab. Oversized fireball smashed on the nearest crab. The crab just paused for a moment, the pincers still smoothly clamped on his thighs. Ah, help, quickly save me. Such a big fireball smashed on the crab was useless. The others just wanted to save the man, but they were unable to do so, especially since they themselves were too busy to care for themselves. A living person just drowned in the group of crabs, being split up by a few crabs, and in the end, only a streak of blood remained. Seeing the scene, who originally had little strength, immediately ran towards the door as if full of blood. Ruan Yu, 2 people and the 2 squads that followed, ran out of the gate, directly on the car. Tunan wanted to talk to it was too late. The car rushed out. Only 3 words floated in. Hurry up and run. Looking at the 2 ran so fast, Tunan reacted quickly to greet the brothers on the car to go. In the car also did not forget to take out the far mirror to look back, just to see the other squad that went in before with the same as running for their lives to run out. Get on the car and run. Tunan was confused. Is there a ghost behind him? Just wanted to spit out a couple sentences. Just saw a large group of crabs rushing out of the gate, chasing after the car. Tunan's eyes widened. Hurry up and drive. All of you drive faster for me. Don't let the others catch up. The strong feeling of pushing back made Tunan, who had half of his body outside, had to shrink back and slap over. Accelerating doesn't even know to remind me. The little brother who drove the car was aggrieved, but he didn't dare to speak, so he could only furiously step on the gas pedal. 10 or so cars, on the road desperately chasing, behind the crab faster and faster, with the same as eating stimulants. Good thing it is in the suburbs. Xiexingzhou lead around the highway run, never into the inner city. After racing for almost an hour, Xiexingzhou slowed down. Ruan Yu took out the binoculars to look back. A group of crabs finally began to run back. Ruan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. No more chasing. Only then did Xiexingzhou pull over. Tunan also hurriedly commanded his little brother to drive the car over. What's going on, brother? Do you believe me when I say I don't know? Listening to some familiar words, Tunan very seriously said, believe. A whole 2 people will not. We really do not know. There is indeed a fruit tree inside. There are more than a dozen peaches, but all around are crabs and lobsters. Just this kind of you see. We found out that it's not right and rushed to run out. And then Tunan asked with a curious face. That crab was so powerful? Xiexingzhou pondered for a while before saying, it's sort of invulnerable to swords and spears, and my supernormal abilities can't do much to hit them. This time Tunan is really believe. No wonder these 2 people are running out as if they are running for their lives. Fortunately he reacted quickly. Originally followed by a dozen cars, now there are only 10 left, and now they are all parked on the side of the road to rest. Tuanan with a curious baby-like continue to ask, anyway, now there is no pursuer. Ask also nothing. This group of crabs will not want to eat people, right? Chapter 66, Gouging. You can remove the word won't. Hearing this reply Tunan sucked in a breath. Then are you guys still going back to pick fruit? Not going, just a dozen or so fruits. There's no need for that. Xiexingzhou just finished speaking. His voice changed. Big brother too. I heard that a squad ran out after we went in and took the mutant fruits. Did they run away? Tunan tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, there was that one squad, 7 or 8 people, all in a sorry state with the same as the beggars. The people who were hesitant to go in, were fooled by them, and I was almost fooled into it. After those people went in, that squad of people left. As to where they went I don't know. As soon as the words fell, the 3 of them understood. Together they were used as scapegoats. Before they could say anything, the person behind them let out a cry of alarm. Wang Chao, how did you get hurt? The person who was named then stretched out his injured arm from behind. A wound that was not too long and not too short. It didn't look too heavy, but the blood was black, and the person's face started to change towards bruising. You got caught in a crab? The crab is poisonous? The surrounding people quickly dodged a distance away. What kind of poison could a crab have? It could only be the zombie virus. Hearing the sound, Ruan Yu was holding the binoculars and looking towards the distance. Seeing several military vehicles from afar, Ruan Yu was silent. What luck! He poked Xiexingzhou twice and handed him the binoculars, signaling him to look over there. He quickly stuffed an ugly mutant fruit to Xiexingzhou and turned towards the car. Xiexingzhou picked up the binoculars and took a look, stuffing the fruit in his hand to Tunan. Big brother too, we still have things to do. If anyone asks about us, just say that we went to Cloud Mountain for an appointment. After saying that, no matter what Tunan thought, he directly got into the car and ran. Tunan looked at the ugly fruit in his hand with a messy face. Really stingy. There is no such thing as inviting someone to do something, but for the matter of moving his lips, he has no way to refuse. The side of the little brother looked at the ugly fruit. Big brother you do not like, you can give me. Little brother is very willing to work on behalf of. Go go go. Stay to the side. None of your business. Tunan glared at him. Ugly is ugly a little. At least it is a mutant fruit. He does not mind. Directly put in his mouth to gnaw up. In case of being robbed we'll lose. The car has just gone not far. That injured person looked like he was about to turn corporeal. Hey, quickly kill him your own team members do not kill themselves. Still want us to kill you and then blackmail us? He hasn't turned into a zombie yet. He's still human. Why are you guys like this? A female voice rang out. Some of her saintly words made people inexplicably uncomfortable. Captain, you quickly say something. Wang Chao is just infected. That captain also frowned. Xiao Yu. He's going to turn necrotic. Killing him now is the most appropriate. Captain, why do you say the same? Isn't there still a healing shifter? We'll just find her to heal. What about those two just now? The girl called Xiaoyu immediately retorted and even looked over in Ruan Yu's and their direction. But fortunately, the two of them had long since driven off. Xiaoyu turned her head and also only saw a small black dot far away. Those two people? You mean that man and woman just now? The woman is Ruan Yu? Yes, it must be. I still have her picture? Don't believe me, you guys take a look, said Xiaoyu. Directly took out a photo. It was a graduation group photo. Ruan Yu stood in the center, was very bright. You guys see? This is Ruan Yu. Isn't it the same as that woman just now? Xiaoyu pointed to the person in the photo and showed it to the crowd, not forgetting to light up the name behind it as well. It's really true. Then is Wang Chao saved? That's not necessarily true. What makes people save people? Shouldn't we all help each other? She dares not to save people. Isn't she afraid of being ostracized? That captain also looked and recalled Ruan Yu's appearance. Even if it's her, she's already gone. Wang Chao won't be able to last this long. Captain, don't you still have a mutated fruit? It can definitely slow down the infection. Let's chase after them now. We can definitely find someone. Xiaoyu obviously didn't want to listen to the others. She felt she was right. How could she give up her life so easily? Completely not noticing the displeasure in the captain's eyes. Captain, please save me. I will definitely be an ox to repay you in the future. Seeing that there was hope, Wang Chao hurriedly asked the captain for help. Their team only had the captain's mutant fruit uneaten. The other squads were just watching. As long as they didn't turn into zombies and didn't hurt anyone, they could still ignore it for now. Captain, what are you still hesitating for? Seeing that the captain was still hesitating, Xiaoyu became even more agitated. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the captain took out the mutated fruit, and after Wang Chao ate it in 3 or 2 sittings, the infection speed was really slowed down a lot. Thank you, Captain. Then Captain, shouldn't we set off to find Ruan Yu? Just now she was heading in this direction. Wang Chao wanted to set off after eating, completely not noticing that the squad members were still eating and didn't mention how to repay them. Xiaoyu was also excited and said, Yes, Captain. I haven't seen how healing powers heal. Let's hurry up and set off. The other team members finished the food in their hands in 3 or 2 clicks and directly got into the car and prepared to depart, looking at Wang Chao and the two of them with a somewhat unfavorable gaze. Captain Lin, is this ready to depart? Seeing that captain about to get into his car, the other squad called out to him. Lin Yu turned around, his tone flat. Yeah, there's an injured teammate who can't just ignore him. The other team members glanced at each other and didn't know what they were thinking. Although that mutant fruit was picked by them together, everyone shared one for their own safekeeping. This one belonged to him personally, and it was just Zhang Xiaoyu who pointed it out like that. For normal small wounds, eating one mutant fruit can basically counteract the virus on the wound, like Wang Chao's wound, which required several of them. And on the contrary, he was the only one in the entire team who still had his fruit. He was the captain and he could have given it voluntarily, but now he gave it as if the credit was all Zhang Xiaoyu's. Then I wish Captain Lin a safe journey. Thanks. After saying that, Captain Lin got into the car and the car raced off in the direction of Ruan Yu and the others. Tunan looked at them and shook his head. Pro brothers still settle scores. Look at this, appearance is ready to go for moral kidnapping. I don't know if they still have the life to come back. The remaining group of people, plus Tunan and his party, continued to rest. Not a moment Xinjiang base of a group of uniformed people drove over. Looking at the group of people on the roadside, the leader accurately picked out Tunan. Hey, that fat guy over there. Seeing that Tunan was still looking left and right, the man spoke again, locking onto Tunan. It's that dark and fat one. Don't look away, it's you. Tunan, who was looking left and right, hated to strangle that person. You are the black and fat. I can raise myself so fat is also the ability. Have the ability to raise one yourself to see? With a black face, he reluctantly walked over. What's the matter? The man took out a photo. Have you seen this man? On the photo is a man wearing a green uniform. Tunan glanced at it. His heart was shocked. His face was still black. Seen it. Wasn't this his brother Xie? Thinking about that mutant fruit. It turned out to be waiting here. Where is he? He was here a moment ago, but now he's gone down that way. The direction Tunan pointed to was the direction that Xie Xingzhou ran in. That road could go to the crab pile just now and also to Cloud Mountain. Hearing Tunan's words, the man was ready to close the window. Normally people wouldn't lie to a uniformed person like them, so he naturally believed it. Ugh, wait a minute. You guys are from Xinjiang base, right? Chapter 67. You quickly save Wang Chao. The man sized up Tunan again, his eyes revealing arrogance. Yes, this person in your picture is called Xie Xingzhou, right? Right. There was also a group of people dressed the same as you guys looking for him before, but the appointment was at the top of Cloud Mountain. This direction happens to be going to Cloud Mountain as well, so you guys can stop by and take a look. Tuan and Dahe's face was all pleasing smiles, with a little bit of fear, as if to say, how dare I lie to you guys? What is the name of the leader of that group? No. Seems to be called Feng Lan. Yes, it's called Feng Lan. Tunan pretended to think for a while before saying the name. Good to know. Throwing Tunan a can, he directly drove away. What a coincidence. Xiexingzhou, this time you can't run away. Watching the car go away, Tunan had a disdainful face. Bad luck. He casually threw the can to a junior. It's true that all the people in the base are so annoying. There's no telling where they'll go over there. But Brother Xia definitely won't be going to Cloud Mountain right now. I really hope that this group of people will be whisked away by the crabs as well, because he wasn't in a particular hurry. Especially because he still wanted to take the people from Qingqing base to slither around the crab pile. Xiexingzhou drove more slowly, and Ruan Yu took out his binoculars to look behind him. There's a car following behind. Is it from Qingqing base? No, it should be the squad that got pinched by the crabs, presumably to morally kidnap me. Say, how did they recognize me? Seeing that it wasn't from the Qingqing base, Xiexingzhou didn't speed up and asked Tunan to tell the people from the Qingqing base that they would be going to Yinshan. In order to increase the credibility, Tunan would definitely say that Fenglan was also there. According to those of them who knew themselves, they must know that they didn't go to Cloud Mountain, just so they could take them to feed the crabs. There's a girl in their squad that I've seen in your college graduation photo. Xiexingzhou gave her a blank look. How did this person get into college at the age of 16 with such a poor memory? How did you see my graduation photo? Your brother saw it there. That said, how did your memory get so bad? What's the point of remembering unimportant people? I'm too lazy to remember, not unable to remember. Ruan Yu retorted. College classmates she cannot recognize all. Graduation photo people went to the brain also did not go Who remembers so many people? Xiexingzhou hooked his lips and smiled. Did not refute. At least Ruan Yu can call out his name as soon as they meet. Others, indeed, is not important. Ruan Yu reached out and patted him. You drive faster. The people behind are catching up. Good. After saying that, he kicked the gas down, and the car soared out a long way at once. In front of that market, I see a few 6-story residential buildings. We'll go up and hide first. Okay. Seeing Xiexingzhou thought about what to do, Ruan Yu directly nodded her head and agreed. Looking at the car on the verge of catching up, all of a sudden and disappeared, Wang Chao immediately exclaimed. You hurry to catch up late I will not be alive. That is Brother Yu, you cannot how to chase more and more far away. Just now can see the car, now cannot see. Zhang Xiaoyu also lit a fire on the side. The one called Brother Yu blankly glanced at them. A broken van still want to catch up with other people's Hummer. You line you on and not my life. It's none of my business. He is not the captain of the team, and he can contribute his mutant fruits to the team with a little moral abduction. He is the best driver in the whole team, and the others are also good at their own jobs. But these two losers talk too much and are useless, and I don't know what the captain meant just now. No need to go around in circles. Ruan Yu and the two of them quickly arrived at their destination. After getting out of the car, Ruan Yu put the car away. The two of them directly ran up to the rooftop and picked up the binoculars to look towards the distance. Xiexingzhou, you're really right. The Qingqing bases really came this way. That said, do they have a grudge against Fenglan? Aren't they even going to Yunshan to rendezvous? Ruan Yu looked at a broken van in front of him. Not far behind were several uniformed special vehicles and asked curiously, if you can complete the mission alone, would you team up with someone else? The reward is just that much. Who would want to share it out? Xiexingzhou bluntly explained. All came out from the same place. Who doesn't know anyone? Looking meaningless, Ruan Yu looked over towards that peach tree again. The peaches were still there, and so were the crabs. But it seems like there's a little more limbs on the ground. Xiexingzhou, look over there. The limbs in that crab pile. It can't be the squad that let us lure the crabs away. It should be. Anyway, we've lured the Qingqing bases over. Those peaches should also find a way to pick them. It's not good to come empty-handed twice. The two found a place to sit down. Ruan Yu took out 2 handcakes and handed one to Xiexingzhou. Yes, if you stand on the roof of the next yard, can your vines stretch that far? I don't know. My vines can put out up to 30 meters now. Xiexingzhou took another closer look before saying, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'm just afraid that these crabs will jump up and attack the vines. Ruan Yu glared at him. Can't you say something nice? On this side, the two of them were talking and laughing, eating hand-pulled pancakes with a cozy face. On the other side, the Qingqing bases directly overtook the car and surrounded the minivan. The people in the van were confused. They didn't do anything wrong. Killing people in the last days isn't a crime. As the captain, Lin Yu directly opened the door and got out of the car. After all, hiding in the car wouldn't do. Hello, may I ask what's the matter with you guys? Looking at the person who came down was not Xiexingzhou. The leader was also a bit confused. Tell all the people in your car to come down. A minute later, all 8 people in the car came down, and the man even went to look in the car. "Why are you guys going this way?" "Sir, we came after Ruan Yu because one of our teammates was injured. It's that healing psychic." Before Lin Yu could speak, Zhang Xiaoyu directly interjected. Other than Wang Chao, everyone else frowned a bit. Xiaoyu seemed to be talking a bit too much. Then has this one been seen? Xie Xingzhou's picture was once again brought out. "Seen it before. This person is with Ruan Yu. Where are they, people? We chased them all the way here. We didn't catch up just now when they sped up." Xiaoyu spoke quickly, without hiding anything. Ruan Yu looked through the binoculars and said with some disappointment, "Thought they would fight. Alas, unexpected. But that girl who talks a lot seems to have some impression on me." Ruan Yu thought about it for a while and couldn't remember, so she directly rummaged through her graduation photos from space. After looking around, she finally found it in the corner. "Zhang Xiaoyu? It's changed quite a bit." "What?" Hearing Ruan Yu talking to herself, Xie Xingzhou was a bit confused. "That on my graduation photo? Zhang Xiaoyu? I haven't offended her. Used to be so timid and afraid of things. Now she talks quite a lot. People change." "That's true." Ruan Yu didn't bother to dwell on it. With so many crabs, it was probably hard for them to survive. Ruan Yu took out a grenade and handed it to Xie Xingzhou, using the wind to throw the grenade into the trading market from a distance. Bang! "What's that sound, Captain?" "It seems like the sound of a grenade exploding." Thinking of the military base they passed by earlier, which was empty, the leader immediately thought of Xie Xingzhou. "Quick, drive over. This time we must catch Xie Xingzhou." The explosions didn't just startle the people from the Qingqing base, but also the group of big crabs. Both sides were quick. The people from the base walked into the gate and the big crabs ran to the gate. Those people immediately shot at the crabs, but unfortunately it had little effect. The crabs just paused and ran faster. "By what monster?" The leader made an immediate decision. "Retreat. Get in the car and hurry." Lin Yu and his group hid in a nearby building the first time they heard the explosion, not daring to make a sound at all. Looking at the dense group of crabs, chasing after the people of Qingqing base and running away, Ruan Yu and the two of them then went downstairs, and Lin Yu's group of people also came out of the building. Seeing Ruan Yu, Zhang Xiaoyu directly shouted, Ruan Yu, it's really you. You quickly save Wang Chao. He's been infected by the zombie virus." Chapter 68, A Worthless Life. Ruan Yu was still wondering whether to settle this man first or go pick peaches first when Xie Xingzhou had already pulled her towards the gate. "Pick the peaches first, the rest will be solved slowly in a while." The two of them, one after the other, completely ignored those 8 people as if they were running straight away. Ruan Yu? Seeing the two ignoring, Zhang Xiaoyu was also a bit confused, thinking that the crabs were all lured away. The 8 people also hurriedly followed. They could remember that there were mutant fruits inside. Xie Xingzhou pulled Ruan Yu to go to the courtyard first to see, and sure enough, the crabs in the courtyard were all still there, and on the spur of the moment, he headed towards the small building in the next courtyard. The two just went up the stairs and saw Zhang Xiaoyu's squad also running in. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow and looked over. These people won't still want to pick up the pieces, right? If it wasn't for the fact that her space doesn't accept exotic trees, she would have wanted to just move the trees away. Well, there's no shortage of fruit trees in the space either. Forget about it for now. Try to see if you can pick peaches. Xie Xingzhou didn't even glance at the people, first observing the distance before opening his mouth for Ruan Yu to release the vines to pick the peaches. Ruan Yu also no nonsense, directly released 5 vines, stretching towards the peach tree. The distance is getting closer and closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Each vine is curled around a peach, for fear of damaging the peach. The barbs on the vines are put away. Before the crab reacts, quickly retrieve the vines. After placing the peaches, stretching out the vines again. Looking at the 8 peaches left, Ruan Yu directly released 10 vines. I don't know if it was an illusion. Ruan Yu felt as if the crab was discussing something big. Sure enough, when the vines were picking all the remaining peaches, the crab actually stacked up, ready to clamp the vines with its pincers. This crab actually has a brain? Looking at the crab playing Jenga, Ruan Yu looked at Xie Xingzhou with a face of novelty. You guessed wrong. The crab can't jump, but it can play Jenga. Xie Xingzhou gave her a helpless look without answering, only condensing a wind blade in his hand. No wonder the peaches that this tree bears are taller. It fits that the shorter ones are eaten by the crabs. If it was a little later, the taller ones would have been eaten. Ruan Yu was not paying attention for a moment. The vines were pinched off one, but fortunately reacted quickly and controlled the other vines to catch the peaches. Xie Xingzhou hit 2 wind blades in a row at the crab pincer joints, and the pincer that was ready to clip the vines again fell to the ground. Luckily you reacted quickly. Ruan Yu let out a sigh of relief and quickly retrieved the vines. This scene happened to be seen by Zhang Xiaoyu's squad. They're there. The mutant fruits have all been picked. Let's go find them. Zhang Xiaoyu reacted quickly and immediately ran towards the small building where Ruan Yu and the others were. The crabs downstairs saw that the peaches were all gone. There was a bit of a riot and they all ran towards the outside. As if they could smell it, they started running towards the small building where Ruan Yu and the others were. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyu, several people were running into the building. The two looked at each other and jumped directly from the second floor, and ran directly after landing. When Zhang Xiaoyu and the others ran to the second floor, they happened to see Ruan Yu and the two jumping off. Lin Yu reacted quickly and immediately followed, and the other team members also jumped down from the second floor. Just after running out the front door, Ruan Yu directly took out her car and got in and ran in the same direction as the crab ran before. The car started also did not forget to look back and said with some pity, "These people reacted quite fast. All got in the car before the crabs chased them out. I thought they would be planted here." Xie Xingzhou looked at her with some amusement. "Anyway, they will be planted in your hands. Where they are planted is the same." The Hummer drove on unhurriedly, like it was afraid that the van behind it wouldn't be able to keep up. Ruan Yu took out her binoculars from time to check ahead. "How long do you think the Qingqing base is going to sneak around with the crabs? After chasing them for almost an hour, how can they chase this group for half an hour? Shouldn't be able to chase them for long. This group of people's cars are better and run faster." After slipping around for a while with the people behind them as well as the crabs, Ruan Yu finally saw a large group of crabs coming back ahead. "That's really it. Back so soon. Find a tall building to go up." At the beginning when they walked they had seen this side. Although it was a suburb, there were still a few neighborhoods with higher floors. That's why they took those 8 people this way. If they were surrounded by crabs, they weren't afraid of being so high, and if they weren't surrounded it would just be convenient for them to run away after they finished solving the people. The main thing is that the people of Qingqing base will certainly come back. Find a high place, better defense. By the way, pack them a meal, so as not to be like a follower, chasing not to let go. To the doorstep of the house and then let go of it would be impolite. Xie Xingzhou observed some, which stopped at the door of a neighborhood. The two collected the car quickly upstairs. Behind the minivan followed closely behind. A little hope, do not want to give up. It is good that Ruan Yu they habitually walked the second building to go up. Zhang Xiaoyu several people climbed the first building. A few people soon met on the rooftop, but unfortunately it wasn't the same rooftop. "Ruan Yu! Ruan Yu!" Zhang Xiaoyu still persistently called out when he saw Ruan Yu. The nearest side of the two buildings was no more than 5 meters, and each side stood on one side. Ruan Yu said with an impatient face, "What are you shouting for? Who are you?" "I'm Zhang Xiaoyu, same classmate in college. Don't you remember?" Zhang Xiaoyu explained with an agitated face. There was a huge gap with the person Ruan Yu remembered. There was no semblance of resemblance. "Don't remember." Zhang Xiaoyu directly took out his graduation photo and pointed at himself. "Ruan Yu, look, I'm here. I didn't lie to you," and then pointed at Ruan Yu. "Look, this is you." "Well, I remember. What's the matter with you?" The tone of her voice was all about impatience. Ruan Yu felt like she had persecution paranoia. She felt like everyone who climbed into a relationship with her like this was trying to curry favor from her. By T Su Yanji to waste, not to mention, Li Yi Wen Li too. And now here comes another one. Meet on moral abduction. I said I don't remember, but I'm still trying to climb the relationship, as if I had a good relationship before. But if I really had a good relationship, I wouldn't remember? Ruan Yu, I know you have healing powers. Can you save Wang Chao? He was infected by the zombie virus. Zhang Xiaoyu was really nonchalant, directly pulling out Wang Chao and pointing at his arm, as if she was giving a big order. How do you want her to be cured? Xia Xingzhou suddenly interjected. Of course it's to be cured with healing powers, right? Zhang Xiaoyu said without thinking. The 6 people behind him tacitly stepped back several steps. Don't bring us along if you want to die. Then what about your payment? Xia Xingzhou lazily glanced at him. His tone was contemptuous. Just how did this brain survive? Ruan Yu, just move the matter. Why do you want to be paid? Isn't this what she should do? Ruan Yu was directly angry and laughed. People to Nan management, so many people, looking for her no first mention remuneration. This person is good, directly say this is what you should do. Before the end of the world, there was no free hospital. After the end of the world, how can there be a free doctor? Ha! Ruan Yu looked at her with scorn, as if she was looking at a dead person. What about you? Is your life so worthless? In a flash, Wang Chao felt several lines of sight fall on him, but Zhang Xiaoyu had said so he couldn't break it up. Ms. Ruan, I know that you are powerful and that you can save my life with a move of your finger. Don't worry, from now on, this life of mine, Wang Chao, is yours. I will go to the mountain of daggers and the sea of fire for you, but I will never excuse myself if I am commanded to do so. These words, Ruan Yu understood. That is, he wanted to whore for nothing. His life can be given, but not the things, and he wanted to hug her thigh. What the two didn't notice was that after Wang Chao finished speaking, the 6 team members backed up even further. It was as if they were telling Ruan Yu that we are not in the same league as them, saying it so beautifully, Doesn't it mean that your life is worthless? Chapter 69 Zhang Xiaoyu Wang Chaopan. Xie Xingzhou directly translated Wang Chao's words, his tone full of disdain. How did these people have the face to say it? Since they are all worthless, why are they still alive? Wasting resources? If you guys don't want to save it, just say so. Is it necessary to speak so harshly? Zhang Xiaoyu immediately retorted as if she empathized. The look in her eyes towards Ruan Yu was all resentment. Why should some people be born with everything, and she would have to serve her brother? In college she had obviously worked very hard, but Ruan Yu could always easily surpass her. Without a scholarship, she could only keep looking for a part-time job. There is no time to read, and the gap with Ruan Yu is instead getting bigger and bigger. Mom and dad not only do not understand, but also more deductions from her living expenses. But in a turn of events, she was able to buy her brother limited edition sneakers. Give her $500. They all feel wasted. As soon as she graduated she was either pushed to pay her living expenses or told to marry an ugly bastard who could pay the bride price. Ruan Yu clearly had no parents left, but there was also a huge inheritance of food and clothing. All kinds of brand name brands to buy when you want to buy. Why is the world so unfair? At the beginning of the end of the world she was very happy, because the family is the only one who has awakened the supernormal ability, or attack stronger fire system, and later also awakened the control system supernormal ability. But mom and dad still thought she was useless. Her brother still oppressed her like before. All the resentment exploded in this moment. She killed them all. At that moment there was only excitement in her heart, a feeling of pleasure at being free from control and mastering other people's lives. The moment she heard about Ruan Yu's healing powers, she only gloated. So what if she was the pride of the heavens? Now she was still being hunted down like a dog. So the first moment she saw Ruan Yu, all she could think about was how to suppress Ruan Yu and how to get back her sense of superiority. Is it hard to hear? As unpleasant as your dog's bark? Ruan Yu laughed coldly. There are always some people who think that after awakening their supernormal abilities, they can control other people's lives, and they think that they can give orders. Wang Chao's face changed, a little blue and purple. Ruan Yu looked over. Presumably the mutant fruit could not suppress the zombie virus. Ruan Yu, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Ruan Yu with an angry face. If you don't want to be saved, it's fine to hand over the peaches you just picked. It's useless to take so many, you eat them anyway. Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes turned and thought of those peaches. Anyway, she was just saying that Ruan Yu could be wanted by the other bases, so she definitely wouldn't be able to come to the rescue. Throwing out conditions that the other party could not possibly agree to first, and then lowering the requirements. She felt that Ruan Yu should easily compromise. As for Wang Chao, it wasn't like he had much to do with her. Or the lotus seeds you picked earlier can be given to me. Those lotus seeds can also cure the poison. This sentence she was just swindling Ruan Yu. She only knew that Ruan Yu had been to D City Botanical Garden and there were lotus seeds there. Although she didn't know if Ruan Yu had any. But Ruan Yu didn't look like someone who would return empty-handed. Ruan Yu's expression remained unchanged. Her heart was a little surprised. What was the situation? She remembered very clearly at that time that no one saw her picking the lotus seed pods. Even Tu Nan didn't know about it, or else Tu Nan would have taken something in exchange for it long ago. What did you say? What lotus seed? Seeing this reaction from Ruan Yu, Zhang Xiaoyu felt that Ruan Yu shouldn't have any lotus seeds, so she continued to pursue the peaches. Peaches are for those who see them. There are 8 of us on this side. If you take 8 out, the rest will be considered yours. Justified. As if those peaches were all hers. Giving them to Ruan Yu was like a handout. Miss Ruan, don't listen to her. We're just passing by. We're not in league with the 2 of them. Lin Yu brushed off the relationship as soon as he opened his mouth. It wasn't just that he was the strongest captain. His brain had to react fast as well. Anyway, he felt that Zhang Xiaoyu and the 2 of them were now breathing dead men. Zhang Xiaoyu, you seem to have never recognized your own position. How did you manage to be so arrogant as a second-level alien? Looking at Zhang Xiaoyu's confident face, Ruan Yu was filled with curiosity. Not only her, Xie Xingzhou was also curious. To be so arrogant at level 2, then how should he, a level 5 alien, be arrogant? You care about me. Hurry up and bring out the peaches. You don't want me to. Hurry up and give. Speaking in her hand also condensed a fireball. As long as Ruan Yu refused, she would not hesitate to throw it towards Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu let out a low laugh and threw a water ball. The vines quickly and accurately wrapped around Zhang Xiaoyu's neck. You're a dual system psychic ability? No, it's a 3 lineage ability? Surprise was all in Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes, and as the vines gradually tightened, Zhang Xiaoyu's face and neck turned red from congestion. However, she didn't beg for mercy. Instead, she took advantage of Ruan Yu's inattention and directly controlled a steel bar behind her to stab directly towards Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu made a sideways turn, and the steel bar that Zhang Xiaoyu controlled with all her strength smoothly stabbed herself because of inertia. How is it? Exciting? Being stabbed by a steel bar that you control yourself, said Ruan Yu with a regretful sigh. it's just not very precise. Almost stabbed the heart. How did you find out? Zhang Xiaoyu was shocked. She was a dual-system psychic. Every time she did this while showing weakness, while taking advantage of people's inattention to directly control nearby sharp things to sneak attack. It was tried and true. Ruan Yu controlled the vines to loosen up and wrapped around the rusty steel bar, directly pulling it out. Ah! Hearing the scream, Ruan Yu controlled the vines to precisely insert it back in again. Haven't you inquired about my ability level? You think everyone else is a little grade 2 trash like you? No, it can't be. Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with panic. She had sneak attacked a level 3 Zentian before and succeeded with ease. You're a level 4 alien? How is that possible? Why was this world so unfair? Obviously awakened at about the same time, Ruan Yu was still able to upgrade so quickly. It's not fair. Zhang Xiaoyu kept muttering. Why? On what grounds had she worked so hard? Even if she was a level 2 alien, killing a level 3 was no big deal. There were quite a few level 4 alien, but most of them were uniformed personnel, which made sense. On what grounds did Ruan Yu have the right to do so? Ruan Yu looked at her with amusement, retracting the vines and letting go of the already corporeal Wang Chao. How come you didn't ask on what grounds when you knew I was wanted by the major bases? Was it because you were gloating and preparing to fall on your sword? Coincidentally, now it's my turn to fall on the well. The words just fell. Wang Chao directly pounced towards Zhang Xiaoyu, who was already seriously injured, was quickly gnawed on and rapidly turned into a zombie. Seeing that both of them had turned into zombies, Ruan Yu directly controlled Little Rose to go through the brains of both of them, and the two corpses fell to the ground in response. When the 6 people on the opposite side saw this scene, they either looked up at the sky or looked around, looking like it was none of their business. Originally, it has nothing to do with them, although they also want to pick up the leakage, but so tough to pick up the leakage they can't do it. Life is important. Counting down the 2 scourges solved, they should also thank Ruan Yu only right. Along the way, because of Zhang Xiaoyu, their squad can't be less offended. Many acquaintances' squad is in the face of the captain did not count. Seeing Little Rose pulling out 2 crystal cores from 2 brains, Ruan Yu raised her eyebrows. Is evolution so fast now? Remembering that she waited for people to corpse before killing them before, she didn't pull out any crystal cores either. Xia Xingzhou, look! Xia Xingzhou happened to see 2 crystal cores on the vines, a 2nd order and a 3rd order. Now the zombie evolution seems to be a lot faster. Alien necromorphism, a few orders of alien in life. Turn zombie is a few orders of zombie. Ruan Yu suddenly came up with a novel idea. After the 3rd order, the equivalent order zombie's combat power is stronger than the alien. Do you think there will be a squad that can't beat the others and directly turn into zombies to fight? Xia Xingzhou seriously thought about it for a while. It seems like it's not impossible. The people of Qingcheng Base shouldn't be so stupid, right? Just as he was thinking, a voice came from the bottom of the building. Colonel Xia is really making it easy to find? Chapter 70, Zhu Jing. The voice didn't need to be thought of to know that it was someone from the Qingcheng Base. Out of respect, both of them looked towards the downstairs at the same time. A group of big crabs didn't make them lose any personnel, except for the bodywork, which was a bit lousy from traveling fast. As for Lin Yu's squad, when they heard the sound, they had already ducked into the house. Both sides were people they didn't dare offend. It was better to hide. Xia Xingzhou scanned contemptuously and looked at the leader. Isn't that because you guys are too useless? Colonel Xie, it's useless to show off your mouth. Why don't you think about how to escape? No one can happen to save you this time. The leader wasn't angry and looked at Xia Xingzhou as if he had already become a prisoner, and then looked at Ruan Yu. This must be the healing psychic that the major bases have been making a lot of noise about. It's a pity that I only know his name. It's really thanks to Colonel Xie's blessing that I got to see him today. I don't know if Hmph, Ruan has any interest in visiting the Qingcheng base. Is the Qingcheng base very powerful? But a punk like you has made it to management. Is there any value in visiting such a base? Ruan Yu smiled and asked curiously. Being called a waste by 2 people in a row. Zhu Jing's face completely darkened, and his gaze towards the 2 carried killing intent. Whether there is any value or not, it is still necessary for Ms. Ruan to have been there to know. After all, Ruan Yan also lived there for a long time, especially the laboratory. I'm sure that Colonel Xie also remembers it vividly now. Xia Xingzhou's eyes were sharp, looking at Zhu Jing as if he was looking at a dead man. Thanks for reminding Captain Chu. Both of them were 5th order alien with unusually good hearing. Hearing a movement at the stairway, Ruan Yu had already taken the lead to go over, while Xia Xingzhou continued to confront Zhu Jing. It had to be said that the people of Qingcheng Base upgrading their psychic abilities were indeed fast. The last time they saw most of them were only at the 3rd level. Now they were all running to the 4th level. This made Ruan Yu have to suspect that they were the ones who cut down the mutated trees. Just as he walked in, a person popped up at the corner of the stairs, and Ruan Yu threw several grenades straight down. Bang! 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 Several explosions in a row. Zhu Jing also heard them. Sure enough, All the arms in D City were taken away by you. Let me think about why Colonel Xia is carrying a liability. Healing powers, wood powers, and spatial powers, counting down you're the one who's a liability. Hearing this backtracking, Xia Xingzhou eyelids did not lift a bit. He ate soft rice. How? Not compared to Captain Chu. First is the boyfriend of the political party's daughter, then is the son-in-law of the military, and now to the laboratory to sell their lives. 3 surnames of slaves to live for so long cannot be rare. Captain Chu can be sure to live well. Chu Jing's face darkened completely. He was relying on women to get to the top. So what? What qualifications does he, Xia Xingzhou, a wanted criminal, have to point out? It just so happened that Ruan Yu finished packing up the man and walked over, staring at Chu Jing's face with binoculars. What did you say again? It feels like that man is going to be so angry that he's going to draw past. Nothing, just reminiscing about the past and chatting a bit. Xia Xingzhou looked at Chu Jing and hooked his lips in a smile. Anyone with a clear eye could see that the people from Qingqing base wanted to use his hand to kill Chu Jing. There were still 4 left in their squad. With 4 pursuers, it was clear that he was the strongest, but he had come to the weakest, and this person couldn't see it. Otherwise, with his previous methods, it was a joke that this person could still chase him here. Oh, a dozen or so came up. All settled. How do you want to fight this time? Ruan Yu looked at him curiously. This person looked like he wasn't too smart. Xia Xingzhou actually didn't think of killing him. Oddly curious. Shun handed the submachine gun and grenades to Xia Xingzhou. She only took a pistol outside. She only knows this. There was no way that she couldn't touch it in her last life. She didn't learn it. Her brother only taught her how to use a pistol. Introduce them all into the building. We'll slide straight down. Xia Xingzhou took over and attacked directly towards Chu Jing's rear. Those who saw Xia Xingzhou raise his gun, their first reaction was to take cover and hide back, not realizing that Xia Xingzhou's aim was the rear. There was some confusion for a while. Chu Jing reacted and immediately shouted, "All get up, go up the stairs, charge up for me." Seeing Chu Jing so uptight, Xia Xingzhou even raised his gun and swept a circle around him. Chu Jing's already dark and impenetrable face was horribly gloomy as he raised his gun and shot at Xia Xingzhou. Xia Xingzhou directly turned around and walked away, not giving half a chance. While Xia Xingzhou was talking about how to run, Ruan Yu directly walked to the back to tie up the climbing rope and watched Xia Xingzhou walk over and handed one to him. "You go down first, I'll make a few traps." "Okay." Before going down, Ruan Yu handed him a few more grenades and a few more thin lines before sliding down the rope. At least he had climbed a rock before, so he was smooth and quickly slid down. Not long after going down, Xia Xingzhou also came down, just in time to see Ruan Yu and the collection of those things in the car. Can be used to take away, but also not much. It is not surprising that there are so many people with spatial ability. Xia Xingzhou also put a few grenades in the car in the meantime, and only then was satisfied to drive away. Bang bang bang. There were several consecutive explosions on the roof, which was heard with a satisfied smile. "Isn't he with you? How could he still fall into your trap?" Ruan Yu looked at him doubtfully. "Such a simple trap. Pit general people, even if. These people at least have been trained. Last time anxious, even if. This time how to still jump so easily? I am the king of soldiers. They are not." Xia Xingzhou smiled with a confident face. Pitting a few losers is not a handful. Chu Jing stood on the rooftop. This time it was a truly black face, revealing 2 not-so-spirited eyes, viciously looking towards the Hummer that had already driven some distance. "Xia Xingzhou, you wait for me. Sooner or later, I'm going to make your life worse than death." "Captain still chasing? Nonsense. Don't go down yet." A group of people ran down again with great vigor and walked to the car. This time Chu Jing was a little smarter, casually pointed his finger at a person and said, "Wait a moment, you go up and check first." That person didn't pause for a second and went straight up, checking all around before coming down. "Captain, there's nothing. Check all the other cars for me." "Captain, they've all been checked. The chassis has been looked at as well. No grenades or other explosives." Hearing the reply, Chu Jing froze for a moment. Xia Xingzhou is so wasted. This is not even preparing a trap? "Get in the car. Catch up." The lead car just started. The familiar sound of an explosion rang out, and then 2 in a row. Hearing the explosions, Ruan Yu also took out his binoculars to look back. "Where did you put the grenades? They actually didn't find them?" "Secret." Ruan Yu rolled her eyes. "If you don't say it, don't say it. What's the name of the one leading this? What luck. Actually not dead. Didn't die just right. At this moment, it's estimated that the casualties are over half. Without us leading, he will take the initiative to go to Cloud Mountain." Ruan Yu thought about it for a while and thought it made sense. If he couldn't beat them, he'd go get help. But are you sure that when he goes up the mountain, he won't fight with Foamlands people? Won't fight the zombies hiding on the mountain? Chapter 71. Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Xia Xingzhou had a calm face. "What does it have to do with us if they fight? That's what you thought from the beginning, right?" Ruan Yu gave him a blank look. This person just has a bad stomach. I did think so, and I didn't expect him to be so cooperative. Going home now? Or turn around again? Turn around first, in case there's a tail it's not good. Okay. The two drove the car and strolled around those orchards and stuff in the suburbs, and it was quite a little harvest, not losing money. After returning home, Ruan Yu held Black Obsidian as a jerk, touch enough to take out the two small rations. Looking at the empty rice bowl, muttered two sentences. I did not expect you guys are quite able to eat. She remembered that when she went out, she prepared a day's worth of rations, and no one was looking at the two little ones, but they let themselves go. Poking Obsidian, she said, tough day for you guys. Obsidian, meow. Meow. Good to know. Don't give me more rations. He added 2 more fruits and a piece of roasted meat to Black Obsidian, and only then did he clean up and eat dinner with Xiexingzhou. Let's not roast the meat today. Tomorrow we'll leave early to find that 5th order zombie. Okay. Cloud Mountain Peak. A group of people waited until people were wilting. Hey, that white tea. Didn't you say that what's his name Ruan Yu would definitely come? White tea was also a bit puzzled. Ruan Yu actually didn't come. This was a good opportunity to kill her. I don't know either. Don't you know precognition? Bai Cha smiled twice. This can't be predicted. Let's wait more. Ruan Yu will definitely come. Song Ru interjected from the side. If you don't come, just wait for 2 more days to see. Xiexingzhou, the thing likes to make people wait the most, and still holds a grudge. I guess it's ready to hang us out to dry for 2 days. Alright, Captain Song has given his word, so let's wait 2 more days. Feng Lan didn't care. It's best if we can meet it. It doesn't matter if we can't. We can always meet it if we live here. Only so wait strange boring. Had to look at Songji with a gossipy face. Say, how do you know? Was he hung out to dry? Songji breathlessly rolled his eyes. Yes, before the mission. Spoke a little too much. Was hung out to dry for a few days, and in the end was pitched a handful of times. Feng Lan laughed. No wonder you know so much. This time it's just the right opportunity for you to be pitched over. This side, although now not all the way. Well, at least worked together. Gossip for a while or find a lot of common language. On the contrary, white tea here. Can obviously feel Su Yenji's attitude towards her is not as good as before, although still together, but the common language is much less. When Li Li Yi is even more do not even dare to say. Can only shrink in the back to chew compressed cookies. There is no spatial ability. Can only bring this kind of food that is filling and does not take up space. As for Fenglan's 100 or so people are space aliens. Not big fish and meat, but also meat and vegetables. Look at the white tea, a few people straight drooling, but can only dry watch. Fenglan is not a kind person. Just watch. Will not be less 2 pieces of meat. On the other hand, Chu Jing led the people to drive all the way to the bottom of the mountain. Originally chasing Xiexingzhou, did not expect all the way to be taken in circles, watching them unable to keep up, but also slowed down, and finally do not know where to run. Looking at the loss of more than half of the people, Chu Jing hate to kill Xiexingzhou, but this time finally barely see their own strength, had to come to this side to cooperate with Fenglan. Those third-order zombies didn't move when they saw the people, so they followed Chu Jing and the others. As Chu Jing walked up halfway up the hill, a group of zombies surrounded them. Captain, there are so many third-order zombies. I'm not blind. I see them. Throw a few grenades out. Chu Jing said impatiently. This zombie looked like it was being controlled over, whose mountain was full of zombies. Feng Lan, who was eating deliciously, heard an explosion and immediately stood up. What's the sound? Captain, it seems to be coming up from halfway up the mountainside. There are also gunshots. It looks like there are quite a few people. Feng Lan laughed twice. He knew who it was. It was probably after Xiexingzhou. Captain Song, go down and pick up the people. It's 80% that Chu Jing is here. Songji thought for a while, this time remembering Chu Jing. How did he come? Feng Lan said with a gloating face. He came after Xiexingzhou. He was assigned the task of bringing back Xiexingzhou. Then he's actually still alive? Songji was astonished. This person actually didn't get played to death by Xiexingzhou? I guess I think it's the same whether he dies or not, so I'm too lazy to play. The two walked while talking. Only then did they see the 40 to 50 people surrounded by zombies. Captain Chu, long time no see. Why are you here? Although there were some woes, Chu Jing still said with a calm face. Came after Xiexingzhou. I heard that you guys asked Xiexingzhou to meet here. I came to join the fun. Songja had controlled the zombies to leave when he walked over and swept a glance at the 40 to 50 people. You guys have met Xiexingzhou? Feng Lan also looked like she was watching the show. Quickly tell me, how did you get screwed this time? I've seen it in the afternoon. I was chased by a mutated big crab for a while and stepped on 2 traps made by Xiexingzhou. Chu Jing said without a care in the world. It happened anyway. If he didn't say it now, there was no telling where they would inquire about it afterward. What he said was at least the correct version. To be able to step on 2 pits in a row and still be alive. Indeed a great life. Feng Lan reached out and patted his shoulder. It's fine. It's good to be alive. There's always a chance to retaliate back. It just so happens that we are also preparing to pit Xiexingzhou together. Although the people weren't very powerful, but at least there were 40 to 50 people who could surround Xiexingzhou together. That's why I came to find you. Let's go then. Go up and discuss slowly. Ruan Yu and the two of them woke up early the next morning. After packing up early and eating breakfast, they were ready to go. Ruan Yu looked at Xiexingzhou. Did Songji come last night? Came. Was sent off by me. Told him he would go today. That's just right. You can leave Black Yao to watch the house, leaving the rations behind. Ruan Yu and the two of them drove directly towards the B city side. The fifth order zombies they came. The road was unimpeded. The toll collectors who saw their car from afar all took the initiative to get out of the way, presumably at Tunan's behest. Ruan Yu skimmed his lips. It seems that next time, he has to give a little more freebies. After driving for more than 3 hours, the two of them arrived at that small base of Boxiao before putting away the car. Ruan Yu led Xiexingzhou down the path and headed inside, walking for 10 minutes before arriving at a courtyard. Ruan Yu raised her eyebrows. This is it. I didn't realize it was so run down. Xiexingzhou followed Ruan Yu's line of sight and looked over. A few short houses were somewhat collapsed. The courtyard wall had also collapsed in half, and there were some headless bodies on the ground. The two carefully walked over. A slight rattle came from the house. Xiexingzhou reflexively threw a large fireball over. Those combustible materials in the house instantly ignited. Ruan Yu confusedly turned her head to look at him. What do you mean? Xiexingzhou smiled with some embarrassment. Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Chapter 72 Fifth Order Zombie Pawn. Do you see me daring to believe it? Ruan Yu's eyes went wide. How could this person make such a low-level mistake? Just a reflex. Maybe the zombie just jumped out. As soon as the words fell, a figure leapt out of the room that had just burned up and directly lunged towards Xiexingzhou. Ruan Yu looked at him and said with some gloating, "You guessed correctly." Looking at the two figures that were already fighting, Ruan Yu silently wondered, should she join in? How rare this fifth-order zombie was, but looking at Xiexingzhou, it didn't seem like she couldn't do it. In the last life, there are many dual-system psychics also do not see anyone who can fight with high-level zombies alone Could it be because of Xiexingzhou's half-zombie body? The same level of zombies will indeed fight. After all, the other side of the nucleus can upgrade, but half-morning corpses do not have a nucleus in essence, is still considered a person. Ruan Yu watched for a while and called out to the two figures, "Do you want me to help?" No need. Since they had said so, Ruan Yu directly took out a bag of melon seeds and ate it while watching. Xiexingzhou's dual system of wind and fire. That zombie was actually a dual system of water and wood. Watching Ruan Yu became even more serious, only to see Xiexingzhou hit 3 fireballs in a row towards the zombie. The zombie was not willing to show weakness and hit 3 water balls. I didn't expect Xiexingzhou's fireballs to be followed by wind blades. The zombie was directly hit, but the good thing is that the body is strong, and is not willing to be weak to control the vines, but not as flexible as her vines, but it's not bad either. Maybe it was pitched. The zombie also learned, while controlling the water balloon towards Xiexingzhou attack, while controlling the vine's ambush of the ground. Xiexingzhou dodged. The vine suddenly leapt out from under his feet. Good thing he reacted quickly. Fireballs and wind blades flung out for no money, so that he did not get entangled in the vines, although far away, but Ruan Yu obviously can see from Xiexingzhou face shock, some unkind laugh out. I have to say that the fifth order zombie is really smart. Xiexingzhou had pitted him several times before, but the tricks he used would be learned and used back on Xiexingzhou. The good thing is that Xiexingzhou has a lot of heart and mind, unexpectedly hit the zombie several times in a row, and finally cut the zombie's head down. But I also exhausted. Ruan Yu then put away the melon and walked over. First put away the crystal core, and only after that used the supernatural ability to heal his injuries. How is it? Not bad. This zombie is quite capable of fighting. If it's a sixth order zombie, we might really need to join forces. Xiexingzhou lying on the ground. Also do not feel ashamed. Cannot be how normal aren't you a zombie physique? You can't beat it either? This point Ruan Yu was really puzzled. According to reason Xiexingzhou should be able to beat the same level is, how the sixth level after that said that they cannot be beaten. It's a half-zombie physique. We still hurt and die from serious injuries. Zombies don't die as long as their head is still on their neck. People don't die. Okay. She was the one who had forgotten that half-morning corpses were no different from people except that they were immune to the zombie virus. Put some water for Xiexingzhou to wash his hands. Took a mutant fruit in space and gave it to him. Here, eat it and go back earlier. It always feels like someone will come this way. Xiexingzhou sat up, not polite, took it and ate it. Okay, it's good to go back early, but in the future, you should bring Black Yao with you. Mutated animals can still fight better than zombies. Let's talk about it when we go back. Looking at the still burning house, Ruan Yu released a large water ball. directly doused a large portion of it, and then released several small water balls, which completely extinguished the fire, setting fire to a mountain to sit through the bottom of the prison. Although it is the end of the world, burning the mountain is not desirable. In case it burns to the mutant tree, how to do? What a loss. The two rested well, just got up and prepared to go. A sweet child's voice rang out, "Sister, are you a mutant?" Ruan Yu turned her head and looked at a 6 or 7-year-old little girl standing not far away. Her clothes were pitch black and worn out. Her face was also dirty. If it was before the end of the world, it must have been a child that could make people's sympathies flooded with one glance. "Yes. Is there something wrong with you, little sister?" Ruan Yu replied in a gentle tone. Her face was a leathery expression. She hadn't forgotten the little girl who gave her a knife in her last life. When she saw children now, she felt inexplicably phobic, always feeling that if she had the chance, these children's choices would all be the same. "My dad is injured. Can you save him, sister?" the little girl innocently asked. Behind her, a woman suddenly rushed out, looking like her mom. The person covered the little girl's mouth. "Sorry to bother you guys. Her dad was injured." A moment did not watch this, let her run out. "Did not give you guys any trouble, right?" "No." After saying that, the two turned around and left. The woman froze. The plot is not like this. They should not ask how her husband was injured? By the way, to take a look? The little girl struggled and ran to Ruan Yu. "Sister, can you save my dad?" Ruan Yu smiled gently and looked at her with cold eyes. "Can't. Most people who meddle in the last world don't live long." She can still remember the lesson from the last life, even if she knows that the little girl doesn't have a murder weapon on her. But it doesn't stop her from keeping her distance and being on guard at all times. She was also a little curious. That little girl from the last life appeared in front of her. Could she cleanly slash her way down? Why? The little girl's tone was full of questioning. But where was the why? "It's not like I have to save you if you ask for help. I don't want to save." After saying this, Ruan Yu wanted to leave. The little girl directly blocked the way of the two of them. "No, isn't your healing ability used to save people? Why don't you save my father?" A murderous intent flashed in Ruan Yu's eyes as she turned to look at the little girl's mom. "You taught her that? Ms. Ruan, I know you have healing powers. Can you save my husband? He was scratched by a zombie. He can't hold out any longer. How can an NNI survive without him? As long as you save him, this life of mine is yours. One word from you. I'll do whatever you want, even if it means going to the mountain of daggers or the sea of fire." And Anne's mom directly knelt down towards Ruan Yu, tearful eyes crying for a while, and then saw this and also knelt down towards Ruan Yu. "Sister, please save my dad." "Okay, I can't live without my dad." "Sister, I will repay you. I will do whatever you ask me to do in the future." Xia Xingzhou frowned tightly and kept staring at Ruan Yu, fearing that Ruan Yu's sanctimonious heart was overflowing. What kind of good person could stop her from saving someone like this? Ruan Yu took a deep breath and said, "Bring the person here. She would like to see who in the end." When did her face become so recognizable? And when Xia Xingzhou killed the Fifth Order zombies, she had seen no one around here at all. How did these two people just pop up out of nowhere? Even she and Xia Xingzhou didn't realize it. Even if they had only just arrived here, someone who could directly recognize her and morally kidnap her wouldn't have much value alive. Anan's mother's heart rejoiced and she hurriedly got up. "Thank you. Thank you. I'll go and bring the person here." Anan also got up to thank her, her tone full of childish innocence. "Thank you, sister." Ruan Yu glanced at Anan with a cold expression. "How do you know me?" Chapter 73, Traditional Virtues. "Because sister is very pretty." Anan looked up at Ruan Yu with sincerity in her eyes. Ruan Yu sneered. "There are a lot of pretty people. She's been as far as D-City. She's never been anywhere else. And there's a crop of people who know her. White tea is really something." "That's true, but it's a pity that you're so ugly." Xia Xingzhou squatted down and looked at Anan with a look of "I'm telling the truth." His tone was sincere, not half-teasing. Once these words were said, both of them did not miss the flash of resentment in Anan's eyes. How could a child of the end times be a saving grace? When did you become so kind that you really want to save people? Xia Xingzhou looked at Ruan Yu and asked directly, not avoiding people. A little kid can't turn over the sky. These days together, he does not think that Ruan Yu is so kind-hearted people. Looking at the people also did not jerk. Should not save people as I didn't say I want to save people. Ruan Yu swept a glance at him, and then looked at Anan, and told the truth. "Sister, you just..." Anan was anxious, looking at Ruan Yu with eyes full of eagerness. "What did sister say just now? You didn't hear? You said that you asked mom to bring dad here." "Yeah, that word said I'm going to save people?" "You lied." Anan was furious and directly lunged towards Ruan Yu, but unfortunately was too short and was pressed by Xia Xingzhou's head and waved his arms. It looked quite comical. "Who did I lie to? It's you who didn't learn at a young age. I don't know how your parents taught you." The little girl couldn't say no, couldn't hit anyone, and cried out with a wow. And Anne's mom also brought someone over. "Anan, what's wrong?" What's wrong? Is someone bullying you? This was said to Anan, but her eyes were directed towards Ruan Yu. Mom, Ruan Yu. She lied. She didn't want to save Dad. Mom, she lied to us. And Anne's mom looked at Ruan Yu and stammered a little. Miss Ruan, I've brought all the people here. Look, I'm looking, can't live, just bury them in the ground. Ruan Yu glanced at it, didn't recognize it, had no impression, probably hadn't seen it in her last life. Ms. Ruan, you said you wanted to save people. And Anne's mom's tone was forceful, as if Ruan Yu wouldn't let her go without saving someone's life. You tell me how you know me first. You save people first. Ruan Yu was a little confused by the righteous voice. Then let him wait to die. Ruan Yu said with full of concern. Who the hell is begging? Love to talk. I have information about Ruan Yen. I won't tell you if you don't save him. And then what? You don't want to know the news of your brother? Hearing the carelessness in Ruan Yu's tone, and Anne's mom was a bit surprised. Before that person said that as long as she mentioned Ruan Yan's news, Ruan Yu would definitely come to the rescue. How come this is different? Ruan Yu looked her up and down. In her last life she went to B City first. According to the time period, Bai Cha went to B City should also be B City. This person will not tell the people in B City base that as long as she mentions her brother, she will save her life. Then the person who captured her brother will not see her brother and say, I have news of your sister Ruan Yu. If you do not come out you will never know she is there in this life. Hiding in the primitive forest, Ruan Yen just wanted to say, Sister, you guessed it really well. Good thing your brother I am not stupid. Looking at Anne's mom with contempt, you're from B City, right? Yes. The person who made you say that is called White Tea, right? Just staying in B City for so many days, playing out any tricks. One can only say that it really deserves to be a heroine. And Anne's mom's pupils shrunk slightly. Her face couldn't hide her shock. How did she know that? Seeing her reaction, Ruan Yu knew that she had guessed about 8 or 9 times, and sneered, Didn't she tell you that I hate people who morally kidnap? Originally I wanted to save people, but you guys actually know Bai Cha alas. I don't save anyone who has heard her name. Friendly reminder, if you can't live, go to hell. Suicide does not turn into a zombie pain. Turn into a zombie is fine. Your family just neat and tidy. Just after saying this, he was pulled away by Xie and still wanted to stop, and was directly slapped away. 2 people without supernormal abilities can go back to count life, not go back with her have anything to do with it? She is not losing money. And Anne's father, who was lying on the ground, propped up his hand and sat up. Shaoling, you quickly leave. Taken in with you. I feel like I'm about to turn into a corpse. No, I'm not leaving. I want to stay with you. And Anne's mom whimpered, and walked up. Mom, do you not want me? She didn't want to die or turn into a zombie. She wanted to live. Shaoling, if you don't do it for yourself, you have to do it for Anan. She's only so young. Shu Ling, obey and go. Honey, I don't want to go. Mom, the 2 of them, Ruan Yu, hid in the shadows and watched as a dilapidated cab drove to B City, while Anne's father was already completely corpsed. Ruan Yu directly released vines to harvest the crystal core. A mosquito is still meat. At least it's a 3rd order crystal core. Let's go. Go home. Watching Ruan Yu put the crystal core away, Xie then said. The 2 of them directly got into the car and directly started the car to set off. Along the way the 2 did not talk much. Ruan Yu eating snacks looked at Xie suspiciously. How this person is also out of the army. How is it still like her do not take human life seriously? Maybe her sight was too burning. Xie gave her a sideways glance. What kind of eyes are you looking at? It's a bit strange. Isn't your duty to guard the people? Even if it's not now, then your instincts should be telling me to save people. Didn't you say so? My original duty was to guard the people. Where are the people in the post-apocalyptic world? Ruan Yu was silent. No wonder she was so poorly mixed up in her last life. It's the end of the world. The previous post-apocalyptic novels were really all in vain. Not a single lesson was learned. You're right. It's me who's narrow-minded. Xie laughed. Just now I was especially afraid that you would be nosy and save people. Nosy in this world won't live long. Ruan Yu looked at him breathlessly. Who is this person connoting? I'm not that stupid, right? I'm just curious if my face is already recognized by so many people now? Then didn't you even guess why? Xie chatted as he drove. He couldn't think of anyone else besides Bai Cha. According to the time count, White Tea also did not go a few days. The ability to set off the wind and waves is quite powerful. But the wind and waves, how much more far are fleeting things? Yes, so when thinking of what to bring when going to Cloud Mountain is better. The traditional virtue of courtesy, even if it is the end of the world that cannot be forgotten. Do you want to directly control the vines to bury a few explosive packets? Feng Lan will definitely bury them, right? Then you help him change the position. That's fine too. Things are resolved. Ruan Yu's mood is a lot more relaxed, but the heart is still a little uneasy. This white tea will not make some moths out of it again. Cloud Mountain. Bai Cha suddenly woke up with a start, her body covered in cold sweat. What's wrong with Cha? Did you have a nightmare? Even if he was griping about what happened before, on the surface Su Yanji still looked like a hush-hush, 24 filial piety good boyfriend. Nothing, just dreaming that Ruan Yu came and I was accidentally pushed off a cliff. Bai Cha's pale face pulled up a forced smile and said with some afterthought, fortunately it was just a normal nightmare. Then, Cha, if you're uncomfortable with anything, say so earlier. Good. Bai Cha looked down to hide a flash of darkness under her eyes and looked at a remote control button and a bottle of spray in her hand, confirming that only she could see it before she breathed a sigh of relief. In her dream, she was indeed blown off a cliff, but a man approached her, saying that he was the heavenly Tao of this world, and that he could only kill Ruan Yu with the bomb he provided, and also gave her a bottle of medicine that would temporarily prevent the alien who smelled the odor from using his powers. And after saying that, the man disappeared, and she continued to have that dream of being blown off a cliff. Then she woke up with a start, not expecting to wake up with something really in her hand, and it was the same as the dream said. Thinking of this, Bai Cha's heart burst with darkness. Even the heavenly Tao is helping her. Ruan Yu, what are you going to fight me with?